Book 9, Chapter 23, Pulseguard. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 23, Pulseguard. Count Wharton's manor was very quiet. Zazzler was in his room training, while Barker, his brothers, and Wharton were all training in the wide training yard in the back of the manor. Rebecca, Lena, and Jen were chatting with the seventh princess, Nina. Phew. After finishing his training, Wharton took a shower and changed into a set of clean clothes. Satisfied and content, Wharton walked into his manor. He had never felt as happy as he currently felt. He was together with his big brother, and he was marrying Nina. Grandpa Harry and Hillman were also enjoying the quiet, comfortable lives of nobles. Father. Mother. If you two were still alive, you would definitely be very happy. Wharton felt very satisfied, while at the same time, he felt very grateful to his big brother, Linley, who had brought all of this. Linley was the pillar of the clan. If it wasn't for Linley, would the Emperor have given Nina to him? If it wasn't for Linley, in the capital, he would only be an ordinary person amongst the nobles, at best considered a genius. Wharton glanced at the distant Grandpa Harry, who was reclining on a chair, idly sipping some fruit juice. "Grandpa Harry, where's my big brother?" Wharton asked as he walked over. Housekeeper Harry looked up and smiled. "Oh, Wharton. Young Master Linley left early in the morning. He still isn't back yet?" Wharton nodded. "You have nothing to be worried about. Your big brother is a saint. Young Master Wharton, you need to train hard as well." Housekeeper Harry chortled. "Right." Wharton nodded. "Grandpa Harry, next month is Olivier's duel against the monolithic sword saint. Will you go watch?" Wharton laughed. "Naturally. How could I miss a duel between two saints?" Housekeeper Harry's eyes shone. "The monolithic sword saint is an expert amongst saints. This duel will definitely be exciting." Wharton's eyes were also filled with excitement. "One day, I will be like my big brother, Olivier, and Hadeson," Wharton secretly decided. Just then, footsteps rang out. Linley appeared outside the courtyard. Seeing his big brother, Wharton felt a warm feeling in his heart. He hurriedly went to welcome him. "Big bro, what took you so long to come back?" "Barker and I have finished our training. We are going to eat dinner soon. I went to see some people." Linley laughed. Linley didn't tell his little brother about his trip to War God Mountain. As Linley saw it, it was best not to inform his little brother about certain affairs of the Yulon continent. When his little brother reached the saint level, there would be plenty of time to tell him then. Within the rear of the courtyard was Linley's residence within the manor estate. The training grounds of the estate were extremely large, but Wharton, Barker, and his brothers all needed a great deal of space as well. Thus, Linley usually trained by himself in his own manor. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind blew about, scattering the fallen leaves on the floor, sending them dancing into the air. Linley's hair gently fluttered about with the wind as well. Linley was wielding the adamantine heavy sword, with the tip of the sword touching the ground. "I have already managed to generate 128 pulses of the vibrational attacks of the profound truths of the earth." During the 5 years he had spent at Cloud Peaks Village, Linley had already mastered the 100-layered waves during the 4th year. Linley had improved quite rapidly when he had advanced from 3 waves to 10, then from 10 to 100. But after 100 waves had been reached, Linley's rate of improvement had begun to drop. Despite all that time having passed, Linley had only reached 128 waves. With each breakthrough, Linley only managed to increase the number of waves by 1 or 2. "I wonder what the absolute limit is for the number of waves." Linley sat down into the meditative position. Through 'em. Through 'em. The sound of the throbbing pulse of the world rang out within Linley's consciousness. That unique rhythm had a miraculous cadence, capable of causing someone to unconsciously be subsumed within it. Linley's muscles would occasionally expand or contract as they constantly vibrated, and wind arose out of nowhere around Linley. While meditating, Linley had previously noticed that his muscles would absorb earth elemental essence at an even faster pace when they were vibrating in pace with the rhythm of the earth's pulse, allowing his body to gain strength faster. "Ah!" Linley suddenly stood up, his eyes shining with terrifying light. The throbbing pulse of the world. The throbbing pulse of the world. Linley had suddenly recalled that technique the monolithic sword saint, Hadeson, had used to block himself and Olivier. Hadeson's body had suddenly been surrounded by layered waves of earth-colored elemental particles which had hammered against him in waves, forcing him backwards. Back then, I had the feeling that Hadeson's defense seemed to have a very familiar quality about it. But at the time, I didn't understand it, and I didn't have time to analyze it. But now. Linley had a particular feeling, akin to seeing a bright moon which had been hidden behind a foggy veil gradually grow clearer in his mind. The throbbing pulse of the world isn't just vibrational waves. It can also become invisible, and it can also be transmitted through battle chi. It was as though there had been an opaque film covering this realization. Having pierced through the film, Linley now began to understand. Using pulses for defense, Earth-style magic has the pulsating guard forbidden level spell. It seems that they are based on the same principles. However, my pulse guard defense would only be used to protect myself. Linley's azurish black battle chi began to fill the area around him. No, that isn't how it works. Linley shut his eyes, allowing his heart to merge with the throbbing pulse of the world, while also tuning his Dragonblood battle chi to the same tempo. He already understood the general principles, but actually applying them wasn't a simple task. Linley stood there in the middle of the courtyard as waves of azurish black battle chi suffused the area around him. The principle was actually quite simple. For example, a sheet of paper could easily be torn apart, but if the paper was folded 6 times into a braid, this braid of paper might be able to support up to 100 pounds of force. The same material, after being folded and braided, could support far more amounts of force. Battle chi was the same when used for defense. The same battle chi, when used in different ways, could defend against 10 times or even 100 times as much incoming force. The throbbing pulse of the world, in turn, was a very unique technique. The throbbing pulse of the world was just one of the paths within the laws of the earth. Linley had already reached a rather high level of understanding with regards to the throbbing pulse of the world. All he had to do now was to transform that understanding and use the same principles to create a pulse guard defense for himself. Since he already understood the principles, once he began to apply them, he would advance fairly quickly. Big bro, time to eat. Wharton walked over, with Barker and his brothers behind him. The 5 of them had just finished training and then showering. But when they pushed the door open, they discovered Linley was surrounded by azurish black battle chi, which rolled out like waves of fog. Linley was hidden within those roiling waves of azurish black battle chi. Big bro? Lord? Wharton, Barker, and the others all looked at each other. Although training was important, resting was as well. Don't bother the boss. Bibi, resting in the corner of the courtyard, ordered. It is dinner time. Big bro should take a rest. As he spoke, Wharton headed towards Linley. Bibi and Hera glanced at each other, but didn't block him. Linley had already instructed Bibi and Hera not to go near him, as they would otherwise be injured by those waves. Time to let this little punk learn a lesson. Bibi secretly said to himself. Wharton remained cautious. The battle chi around Linley was quite dense, but he was still fairly far away from Linley. The battle chi here was still rather sparse. How could Wharton be truly worried about such a small amount of battle chi? But once he reached the edges of that azurish black battle chi, Wharton suddenly felt a bizarre surge of energy strike at him. Bang! Wharton was sent flying away. Wharton had the sensation of being struck dozens of times in an instant, and each time he felt as though he had been struck by a meteor. Wharton. Gates was the first to go forward and catch Wharton. Wharton, are you okay? Gates asked. I'm fine. Wharton put his hand against his chest, the taste of blood in his mouth. He stared at Linley in disbelief. Big bro was releasing his battle chi, but I only touched the outermost perimeter. How could the power be so intense? Wharton didn't believe it. The battle chi density closer to Linley was far higher, and it would most likely be far more dangerous as well. Wharton, his lordship still hasn't stopped his training despite what just happened. Clearly, he must be at a critical juncture in his training. It's best if we don't disturb him. Barker said seriously. Wharton nodded as well. I will order the guards to prevent anyone from disturbing him. No need. Hera and I will look after him. Bibi said disdainfully. You can leave now. If the boss doesn't finish his training, don't disturb him. Wharton, Barker, and the others glanced at each other, then left. At the same time, Wharton and Barker instructed everyone else not to interrupt Linley's training. That night, at dinner, Jen, Nina, and the others were all astonished at how hard Linley was training. He's training so hard that he won't even eat dinner. Big Lunk, your big bro really is hard-working. Nina murmured. But unexpectedly, the second day, Linley continued to train like this. The third day, the same, and just like that, one day after another went by. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days passed. May had arrived. In a few more days, it will be time for the duel between Olivier and Hadesun. My big bro wouldn't be so caught up in his training that he will miss it, would he? Wharton said to Barker and his brothers. Wharton, Barker, and his brothers were all standing at the doorway to the courtyard. Every day, after they finished their training, they would come visit Linley. Linley hadn't changed at all, and he was still surrounded by that azurish black battle chi. Only, compared to 10 days past, that azurish black battle chi had actually shrunk quite a bit in area. I wonder how Big Brother's training is progressing. Wharton simply couldn't understand what he was seeing. Barker and his brothers shook their heads as well. In terms of level of understanding, Barker and his brothers weren't much better off than Wharton, and weren't able to understand much of anything regarding the elemental laws. Phew! The sound of an exhaling breath. Wharton and the Barker brothers, who had just turned in prepared to leave, all turned and looked back. Indeed, the azurish black battle chi had returned to Linley's body, and Linley was currently smiling while stretching. Wharton, you are here as well. Linley laughed. Big bro, you finally finished your training. Wharton said with excitement. Oh, right. Wharton, how much time have I spent in training? Linley laughed. Almost 15 days. Today is May 1st. In 3 days, it will be May 4th. That night, Olivier and Hadeson will be dueling. Wharton said quickly. 15 days? Linley was slightly startled. Actually, he had been totally concentrating on sensing the throbbing pulse of the world and constantly modifying and upgrading his pulse guard defense technique. He hadn't noticed time pass at all. Unexpectedly, after closing his eyes, 15 days had passed. Although I already had a high understanding of the throbbing pulse of the world and also understood the general principles behind the pulse guard, the actual development of the technique took 15 days. But Linley was actually quite satisfied. In the past, his battle chi armor was created through the application of battle chi in a very simple, crude manner. His current pulse guard defense used the same amount of battle chi, but was several dozen times stronger. But it seems my defense is different from Hadeson's. When he was developing his technique, Linley had thought their techniques were the same. But after developing it, Linley realized that Hadeson's defense was actually just a simple way of utilizing the throbbing pulse of the world. Hadeson's understanding of the throbbing pulse of the world definitely was not as deep as Linley's own level of understanding. However, Hayden's defense was still frightfully powerful. This was because the throbbing pulse of the world was just a supportive part of Hadeson's defense. His true power most likely lay in a different mystery of the laws of the earth. I wonder how my pure pulse guard defense technique matches up against Hadeson's defense. Linley secretly wondered to himself. Big bro, what are you thinking about? Let's go eat dinner. Wharton called out. All right. Linley turned to look at Bibi and Haru. Bibi, Haru, let's go. Linley could guess that Bibi and Hera hadn't left his side during these past 15 days. And here I was thinking that the boss had forgotten about us. Bibi hopped onto Linley's shoulders, then pursed his lips. But boss, I've gotta say, although we haven't left the courtyard a single time during these past 10 or so days, those servants still delivered food to us every day. Alas, but tonight, nobody will deliver food. Bibi, will have to personally go get something to eat. Linley, Wharton, and Barker and his brothers all couldn't help but laugh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 24, Olivier vs. Hadeson. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 24, Olivier vs. Hadeson. Yulon Calendar, Year 10009. May 4th. This night was guaranteed to be anything but an ordinary night. Many of the people of the imperial capital were unable to sleep, and instead came to the outskirts of the city. Tonight, there were no stars in the sky, nor was there a bright moon. Instead, a thick layer of clouds covered the skies. Many citizens of the imperial capital had come with lit lanterns. In groups of 3 and 5, they awaited the arrival of this battle. Hey, third brother. Where do you think Lord Olivier and Lord Hadeson will hold their duel? Back then, when Lord Olivier challenged Lord Hadeson, he didn't clearly specify where they would fight. Only that they would fight outside the city. But would it be outside the East Gate or the West Gate, or the South Gate, or the North Gate? Who knows? We have no choice but to quietly wait. This question nagged at many people. Many people had even arrived from different cities. Aside from a small number of people who were indifferent, and a number of magi, many people came. Nearly half the population of the city had come to watch this duel. When the tourists from other cities were added to their number, there were definitely millions of people here today. People were clustered outside all 4 of the gates of the imperial city. Nobody knew where the duel would take place. A large group of people from Count Wharton's residence had gone as well, naturally. But Linley's group was able to easily tell where the duel was going to occur. This was because the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, was intentionally broadcasting his aura. The monolithic sword saint and Olivier had not clearly discussed where the duel would occur. Thus, Hadesun, the monolithic sword saint, had chosen to head to the Chan River, located north of the imperial capital. He stood in the air above the river, which was a wide one, measuring several hundred meters across at its widest. However, in terms of length, it could not compare to the Yulon River, and the Chan River actually joined the Yulon River at its end. Saints were extremely sensitive to the auras of others. If a saint-level battle were to occur at a specific location, saints from hundreds of kilometers away would sense it. Linley didn't transform, because Harrow and Bibi could both clearly sense Hadesun's aura. Above Chan River, north of the city. Let's go now. The duel will occur there. Lord Hadesun is there. This information swept the city like a storm, quickly spreading to the people in the south, east, and west sides of the city. The millions of people congregating in those places swept towards the north like a flood. The vast majority of these people went cross-country towards the north. After all, there were far too many people here. If they all went by the streets of the capital, it would simply be too congested. There really are quite a number of people here. Linley, Wharton, Barker and the others all stared at the local scene in shock. Over 1 million people were standing on each side of Chan River. The 80,000 spectators in the Colosseum had already seemed like a sea of people. These million-plus spectators truly were a terrifying sight. Both sides of Chan River were filled with people. The worst part of it was, people were continuing to arrive from the east, west, and southern sides of the city. It was as though 3 massive deluges of water were continually adding to an already flooded area. The population of people here only continued to grow. So many people. Geez, that Olivier, why did he have to insist on the duel being 3 months later? If it had been half a month, the people from the other provinces wouldn't have been able to make it over. 3 months, even people from the Northwest Administrative Province have made their way over. Hillman shook his head. Zassler only snickered. The more the merrier. What an awesome spectacle. Zassler seemed to be treating this sight as a way to reminisce about the sight of his million-body-strong army of undead. His million-body undead army was also an extremely incredible sight. More importantly, how can we get to the front? Are we going to just watch from afar? Seeing how tightly packed the people were in front of them, Housekeeper Harry didn't have the courage to try and squeeze through. Gates said delightedly, "That's easy. Let us 5 brothers lead the way and charge forward." Given their massive frames, they definitely were capable of pushing to the front. No rush. Haven't you noticed that Emperor Johan's army has arrived? Linley laughed. Indeed, just at this moment, the soldiers from the army had formed an orderly regiment and were marching in their direction. There were millions of ordinary commoners here, and less than 100,000 soldiers. But due to their tight formations and gleaming armor, the soldiers were able to awe and suppress the hearts of the commoners. Ruahayer. Grulul. The millions of spectators had magical beasts in their ranks as well, some of which had been tamed by powerful experts. The cries of magical beasts could be heard as well, alongside the unceasing chatter of the humans. It was a scene of utter chaos. Silence. A powerful voice rang out. Everyone who is on a boat on Chan River, all of you, get to land, quickly. If you are on the river during Lord Hadesun and Lord Olivier's battle, it is highly likely that your boats will be swamped by waves. People on the shores of Chan River, all of you move backwards by 10 meters. Nobody is permitted to go near the shores of the river. The army will maintain order here. The Imperial Army began to organize the viewers. The upper echelons of the Empire didn't dare to be careless. If something were to happen here, with millions of citizens present, it could be disastrous. A duel between 2 saints was a joyous occasion. They couldn't let it turn into a tragedy. Lord Wharton, Lord Linley, please come with us. 2 soldiers walked over to them. Linley and Wharton grinned at each other. Emperor Johann had already made arrangements early on. After having those spectators retreat by 10 meters, the nobles of the Empire headed to the front, although they also didn't go to the edges of the shores. With the Chan River spanning several hundred meters, there was plenty of space for the 2 saints to duel. In addition, both of the saints were dueling in mid-air. The nobles, based on their pre-arranged spots, lined up along the banks of Chan River. Having the best viewing locations, they prepared to watch this incredible spectacle. The commoners of the Empire, seeing this, actually weren't angry. There was a huge gap between the worlds of the nobles and the commoners. Those who were able to become nobles were all people of talent, or who had rendered great merit to the nation. As long as you had ability, you could become a noble. The commoners of the empire actually held the nobles in great admiration, and they too wished to become nobles. The night wind was very cold, especially close to the river banks. The cold night wind caused many nobles to put on cloaks. On each side of the river, there were countless lit torches, illuminating the entire Chan River. However, in the air above Chan River, the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, stood there in mid-air alone. Olivier had yet to appear. Master Linley, why hasn't Olivier appeared yet? Emperor Johann said to Linley, who was now by his side. Emperor Johann had personally requested that Linley be seated next to him. The first reason was because he wanted to strengthen his relationship with Linley. The second was because with Linley by his side, he would be a bit safer while watching these two saints duel. Don't be impatient, Your Imperial Majesty. Linley smiled. Hadesun himself is still patiently waiting. Your Imperial Majesty, you just need to quietly wait. True. Emperor Johann smiled and nodded. In the air above Chan River, the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun stood, dressed in his simple grey robes, and carrying that earth-colored heavy sword on his back. His eyes were shut. Suddenly, Hadesun opened his eyes and stared to the east. A human blur was flying through the air at high speed. In the blink of an eye, a second human figure had arrived in the air above Chan River. It was Olivier, with his light shadow sword and the obsidian sword on his back. Today, Olivier was dressed in a long black robe. He looked very mysterious, and his white-streaked hair was flowing freely in the breeze. Lord Olivier has arrived. The millions who had been impatiently waiting suddenly let out an explosive shout of joy, filling the heavens like a physical wave of sound, causing the waters of Chan River to vibrate. One can imagine how loud millions of joyfully shouting voices were. Such a large number of people is really frightening. Wharton sighed in amazement. Linley chuckled. In the air above them, Olivier and Hadesun hadn't been impacted in the slightest. They stared at each other in mid-air, with Olivier absolutely radiating an aura of battle. Hadesun, there is no way I will hold back in our duel today. If I accidentally kill you, you can't blame me. Olivier said coldly. The monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, laughed calmly as he glanced at Olivier. If you can kill me, then kill me. I definitely won't blame you. These words from these two powerful saints excited all the spectators to the point of trembling. Good heavens, was this going to be a life-and-death duel between two powerful saints? This duel between two saints was not a duel between ordinary saints. One was reputed to be the most powerful saint in the world, the monolithic sword saint. The other was the prodigy sword saint, who had come today to avenge his humiliating defeat of 6 years ago. This battle had filled everyone with excitement. After countless voices called out in excitement, everyone fell silent. Millions of people were present, but not a single person made any noise. The only thing that could be heard was the rustling of animals in the grass and the ceaseless blowing of the wind. Today, I have to get a good look at these two. Linley's eyes were as sharp as lightning, and what's more, the surrounding wind also served as his eyes. Despite the dark night, he could clearly see everything going on in the air between these two people who stood in mid-air several hundred meters above. According to what the war god had said, if Linley was capable of defeating Hadesun, that would mean he was qualified to know the secrets of the Yulan continent's plane. Hadesun was also a practitioner of the laws of the earth. Naturally, Linley would carefully observe this battle. As for Olivier, Linley had the sense that Olivier would also be a very powerful rival. Not just Linley. Bloomer, Kenyon, Castro, Lank, and other personal disciples of the war god had come over to watch this duel as well. After all, given Hadesun's power, even in the war god's college, only those disciples who had trained for thousands of years were capable of defeating him. 6 years ago, I wasn't a match for you at all. But today, Olivier laughed coldly as he drew the pitch-black obsidian sword from his back. You are starting off with the obsidian sword? Hadesun smiled slightly, but then his face slowly grew solemn. He didn't move at all, nor did he draw his sword. Olivier's face turned cold. Oh? 6 years ago, you didn't draw your sword. Today, you still think you won't need to draw your sword in order to defeat me? Olivier said coldly. If you have the ability, then force me to draw my sword. Hadesun said calmly. At the same time, a rippling wave of earth-colored battle chi surrounded Hadesun, causing him to seemingly be ensconced in a wave of earth. The two were separated by hundreds of meters of distance. Naturally, they spoke very loudly. All the millions of spectators could clearly hear their words. They were stunned. The monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, was so arrogant that he didn't even draw his sword. This Hadeson probably doesn't know that Olivier's obsidian sword includes a spiritual attack component alongside the physical attack. Linley didn't say anything. For Hadeson to dare act in such a way meant that he probably had reason to be confident. Linley actually didn't desire Hadeson to be killed by Olivier in one stroke. That would be too laughable. A dreamlike burst of white light flashed across the sky. With each streak of white light, an additional Olivier appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, 108 Olivers appeared in midair. Using a technique like this? Olivier, can it be that you don't know that these techniques are useless against me? Hadeson stood there calmly in midair, ensconced by his earthen aura. Truly? Olivier laughed coldly. The strange thing was, those 108 Olivers all moved at the same instant, charging towards the monolithic sword saint at the same time. Hadeson stood there, occasionally taking a single step. One step forward, one step back, left one step, right one step. Each movement was simple, but every single step allowed him to instantly travel several dozen meters, easily dodging every single one of Olivier's attacks. In terms of speed, Hadeson wasn't the slightest bit slower than Olivier. Are you only capable of dodging? Olivier shouted angrily. Even if I were to fight you head-on, what would you be able to do? Hadeson's calm voice rang out, then he returned to his original position, and then he actually retracted that earthen aura, allowing it to cling on his body. Whoosh! Those 108 Olivers all combined into one. Olivier's body was covered by a gloomy, cold black light which seemed to devour all the lights around him. Olivier's face couldn't be clearly seen. HRM? Linley was surprised. The wind elemental essence couldn't even get near Olivier. Swish! A ray of devouring black light tore through the sky, striking directly at Hadeson. Hadeson stood there without moving, just using a simple punch to strike at it with his right fist. Bam! A sonic boom could be heard. That fist smashed down with the weight of a mountain, locking the surrounding air in place. Boom! Olivier finally appeared, his obsidian sword having chopped against Hadeson's fist. When Hadeson had punched out, Olivier actually hadn't tried to dodge, instead clashing his sword directly against it. That terrifying force from the punch passed through the obsidian sword, and with a terrifying splintering sound, Olivier's right arm contorted bizarrely, and he was knocked flying away by the power of that fist. As for Hadeson, he simply stood there, not moving. Hadeson seems to be in trouble. Linley carefully watched Hadeson. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 25, As Resilient as a Monolith. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 25, As Resilient as a Monolith. Splash! Olivier fell from the skies, slamming down into the waters of the river and kicking up an enormous geyser of water. Elder brother! Bloomer, who had been watching at the riverbank, roared loudly, while at the same time charging directly towards the location in the water where Olivier had fallen. The millions of spectators were simply too numerous. Many of the people at the distant edges couldn't even see Olivier and the monolithic sword saint do battle. They could only overhear what the people in front were saying about what had just happened. Instantly, the millions of onlookers began to murmur. The difference between the two was simply too enormous. After all, Hadeson continued to stand there, as though he hadn't been injured at all. Master Linley, Olivier lost? Emperor Johann said questioningly to Linley, by his side. It is still too early to come to any conclusion. Linley was still staring up at the monolithic sword saint, Hadeson, who remained unmoving in midair. Linley said to himself, I wonder what the results are for Hadeson, after he took on that attack head-on. The monolithic sword saint, Hadeson, was feeling extremely uncomfortable right now. He was extremely confident in his defense. He had roamed the Yulan continent for centuries now, and had never discovered anyone whose defense was stronger than his. Indeed, the obsidian sword's battle-chi attack just now hadn't breached his defense in the slightest. However, when the obsidian sword had struck against his fist, a strange energy had easily penetrated past his vaunted defense and directly attacked his spirit, catching him off guard and stabbing viciously into his soul. He felt dizzy, and his head hurt so much it threatened to split apart. What a prodigy sword saint! He's even managed to develop a soul attack technique. After a moment, Hadeson regained his normal faculties. A young fellow who isn't even a half-century old was actually able to develop such a unique attack. Hadeson had tasted this sort of attack long ago. Soul attacks actually weren't that unique. For example, that eldest disciple of the war god, Fane, which Linley had met, had caused Linley to nearly faint when his lightning technique struck Linley. It had taken Linley quite a while to recover. This, too, was a form of soul-based attack. For example, the war god, who simply by speaking could cause someone's soul to shudder. The basic principle underlying soul-based attacks was quite simple. It was using one's spiritual energy to form an attack, then use it against the opponent's soul. Simply put, it was a spiritual attack. But although it was easy in theory, it was extremely difficult to do in practice. This was because spiritual energy, normally speaking, was very soft and malleable, like cotton. In order to do a spiritual attack, one had to transform the cotton into a sharp knife and use it to pierce the opponent's soul. Even most saints were only able to, at most, broadcast their spiritual energy. To use it to attack? To transform cotton into a knife? Difficult. But although it was difficult, those top-level experts who had been meditating on the elemental laws for a long time were capable of reaching that level. Hadesun had previously experienced this sort of soul-based attack. Olivier's spiritual energy is not very strong. Most likely, it is only on the level of a magus of the 8th rank. If he had the spiritual energy of an archmagus of the 9th rank, I would most likely be badly injured. If it was on the level of a grand magus saint, Hadesun laughed calmly. And then, Hadesun looked down into the Chan River. The Chan River had already regained its usual calm, but Olivier hadn't reappeared yet. Olivier, it seems you won't come out until you've finished repairing your arm. Hadesun laughed loudly, his voice shaking the heavens and reverberating throughout the land. Repairing his arm? Linley frowned, feeling surprised. Splash! A waterspout suddenly erupted from the river, and a black blur instantly shot up into the sky, once more standing in midair and staring at Hadesun. Olivier's damaged, twisted right arm had already returned to its normal condition. Olivier laughed coldly as he looked at Hadesun. Repairing an arm? Hadesun, even if you wanted to do such a thing, you wouldn't be able to. Lightstyle elemental essence is indeed miraculous. Some top-grade lightstyle magi are able to heal even the most grievous of wounds in an instant. However, in terms of defense and attack, the laws of light are inferior to the laws of the earth. Hadesun said confidently. The laws of the earth. Linley, too, trained in the laws of the earth. How can you possibly understand the subtle mysteries of the laws of light? Olivier said calmly. Hadesun, don't be overconfident. You didn't enjoy the feeling of my sword attack just now, did you? Hadesun frowned. Even an extremely powerful soul, upon receiving a soul-based attack, would suffer some wounds. With your soul damaged, will you be able to use 100% of your power? Olivier drew his light shadow sword with his left hand. He wielded his obsidian sword with his right hand, and his light shadow sword with his left. But I'm different. My arm was broken, but now it is healed. I'm not impacted in the slightest. Olivier dual-wielded his weapons, with a layer of dazzling white light covering his light shadow sword, while a layer of light-devouring cold black aura covered his obsidian sword. Two diametrically opposite forces. I want to see how you will deal with these two totally opposite forces. Olivier's eyes flashed with a cold look, and then he instantly transformed into a blaze of white light, as radiant as the sun, while at the same time, an unremarkable series of black lights flashed amidst his radiance. His speed suddenly increased to his utmost limit. The skies were once again filled with over 108 Olivers. Clang! Hadesun, his face solemn, drew his earthen-colored heavy sword from his back. Ha, you've finally drawn your sword. Olivier's laughter shook the heavens. The countless spectators were all silent. Tonight, the night sky was covered by thick clouds, giving the battlefield a very gloomy aura. The spectators below even had the feeling that those dark, thick clouds were so close to Olivier and Hadesun that the two could touch the clouds just by raising their hands up. Boom! Boom! Dot! Terrifying sonic booms could be heard, as each time Olivier streaked through the sky at high speed, there would be an eardrum-rupturing sonic boom. The power of those sonic booms in the sky was so great that even those lit torches wavered, the flames pressing downwards from the pressure. Gales of wind caused everyone's hair to begin to float upwards. Countless people stared fixedly at this spectacle, hoping they could clearly see what was happening in the skies. Clang! Clang! Each time Olivier's dual swords clashed against Hadesun's earthen-colored heavy sword, those two light-style and darkness-style bursts of energy would strangely combine and attack together, seeking to break through Hadesun's attack. I didn't expect Olivier to have this sort of attack. Watching the battle with his head raised, Linley sighed secretly. He had to admit that Olivier was a genius. Light and darkness were two diametrically opposed types of elemental laws, but Olivier not only was able to train in both at the same time, he was also able to use them together in a very perfect manner. Ha ha! With each consecutive blow, Olivier's loud laughter rang out. Hadesun, what, are you just going to defend? Can it be that your soul is so wounded that you can't even attack? Boom! A terrifying thunderclap could suddenly be heard from the cloud-covered skies as an enormous bolt of lightning snaked down and struck the ground. A few seconds later, a torrential rain began to fall. In the blink of an eye, the world was covered with rain. Damn it, why does it have to rain now? The millions of spectators began to curse aloud. Most people had not brought any rain gear. With the rain suddenly descending upon them, they were transformed into a series of half-drowned chickens. However, these spectators continued to raise their heads high, staring at the duel in the skies. But thanks to the torrential rain, they couldn't even fully open their eyes as they stared upwards. How miserable! Many people were forced to take off their clothes and try to use their clothes to block some of the rain, so as to allow themselves to continue to stare upwards at this duel between absolute experts, which they might not have the chance to see again in 100 years. But despite this, the thick, heavy rain prevented them from seeing much of the battle in the skies. Right now, there were very few people who could clearly see what was going on in the skies. Linley, of course, was one of them. Master Linley, what is going on in the duel above? Emperor Johann asked Linley urgently. The Imperial clan was still quite comfortable, because as soon as the rain had started, many large umbrellas were immediately deployed above them. Linley and the others all continued to sit comfortably dry under those umbrellas. Your Imperial Majesty, Hadeson continues to defend, while Olivier is wildly attacking him. However, it seems Olivier is totally unable to harm Hadeson. Linley smiled. But although that was what he said, in his heart, Linley was wondering to himself, every single one of Olivier's attacks contains a spiritual attack component. What sort of shape is Hadeson in, exactly? The torrential rain continued to fall. Those countless torches had been extinguished by the rain long ago. Right now, only the illuminating spells of a few lightstyle magi provided a bit of illumination in the area. Olivier, are you finished attacking? Hadeson said calmly. What? Olivier was suddenly stunned. Could it be that despite him having attacked for so long, he hadn't been able to injure Hadeson at all? His soul-based attack was his secret weapon. Wielding both swords in his hands, Olivier stood in mid-air, staring at Hadeson. Hadeson looked calmly at Olivier. When I received your first soul-based attack, I was indeed injured, but afterwards, since I was prepared for them, your attacks weren't able to harm me at all. Prepared? Olivier was stunned. How would one defend against a soul-based attack? Even Olivier himself had no idea. Olivier, you must understand, although soul-based attacks are special, you aren't the only one to use them. There have been quite a number of people in the history of the Yulan continent who have developed soul-based attacks, and I have tasted these attacks before as well. You are only a warrior, after all. Your spiritual energy is far too weak. Most likely, you are only at the level of a magus of the 8th rank. If you were at the 9th rank, then perhaps I would be injured even if I prepared for your attacks. If that were the case, my victory today wouldn't be this easy. The monolithic sword saint, Hadeson, looked calmly at Olivier. What? Olivier found it difficult to accept this. This was an unbelievably heavy blow to him. Olivier, you are already quite impressive, to have reached this level before even a half-century of life. Hadeson gently stroked the earthen-colored heavy blade in his hands. Now, prepare to receive my most powerful attack. Consider this my way of showing respect for your power. As to whether you will live or die, that will be up to heaven. Olivier felt that this was very laughable. Whether he would live or die. Hadeson, don't be too arrogant. If you have the ability to do so, then come and kill me. Enough talk. Olivier's body once more began to blaze with that brilliant white light, intermixed with that dark black light. Half his body was covered with pure white light. The other half, pitch black. Come. Olivier's black and white hair flowed freely in the air. He radiated light in every direction, and the power of those two swords in his hands reached a crescendo as well. Wielding his earthen-colored heavy sword in one hand, the monolithic sword saint, Hadeson, had a smile on his face. This is my most powerful attack. The name of the attack is Worldbreaker. If you are to die, I wish you to die with full knowledge of what killed you. Hadeson had already forgotten how many so-called geniuses had died to him. Was Olivier the 6th, or the 7th? He had forgotten. But Hadeson knew that if a genius were to die, then they would no longer be a genius. Elder brother. Bloomer roared mightily into the skies. Be careful. Tears streamed down from Bloomer's eyes, but given the torrential rain, no one could tell if they were tears or just raindrops. Although the torrential rain was thunderously loud, powerful experts were still able to clearly hear the words between these two combatants. Hearing his younger brother's shout, ensconced in black and white light, the corner of Olivier's lips actually tugged upwards, forming a perfect curve. Surrounded by black and white light, Olivier was very dazzling to the eye. To the below spectators, Olivier seemed to be a bright star shining in the night rain. Boom! Olivier suddenly moved, and a terrifying sonic boom could be heard as he transformed into a dazzling line of light which streaked towards the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. Ha warg! Hadesun let out a loud yet calm shout. The light shadow sword and the obsidian sword seemed to have merged together, and the dark light and the white light crackled and swirled together, as Olivier, his face fierce, viciously swung down both swords at close range for one final blow. But as Hadesun swung his giant earthen sword towards him, it seemed to carry the power to shatter the entire world. Bang! A terrifying loud collision sound could be heard, as though the world itself had exploded. At the same time, a terrifying gust of hurricane-like wind blasted in every direction as the torrential rain fell down in sheets, carried by the force of that blast of wind. Splash! A human figure covered with dim black and white light fell at high speed into the Chan River, and on the surface of the Chan River, a large amount of a red-colored liquid could be seen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 26, A Time and a Place. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 26, A Time and a Place. In turn, Hadesun's body had been knocked flying far away at high speed by this terrifying clashing force. Only after flying backwards for nearly 100 meters did Hadesun stabilize himself, and a hint of blood leaked out from Hadesun's mouth. Hadesun wiped the blood away, staring down at the Chan River. What a fine prodigy sword saint! His final attack truly was powerful. Hadesun murmured to himself. At a do-or-die moment, Olivier's final attack had reached a new level of power, and had actually broken through Hadesun's defense and struck Hadesun's body, causing him to be injured. Rumble! The torrential rain continued to fall non-stop, and on the surface of Chan River, the waves of water roiled about. Quickly, that scarlet-red color atop the surface of the river dissipated and disappeared from sight. A deathly silence. Everyone had fallen silent, and the people at the two banks of the river stared into the Chan River. Everyone wanted to know, had that glorious prodigy sword saint died, just like that? Elder brother. Bloomer didn't hesitate at all. Shedding bitter tears of pain, he threw himself directly into the turbid waters of the Chan River. Master Linley, did Olivier die? Emperor Johann was worried. Linley shook his head. I'm not sure either. As he spoke, Linley lowered his head to glance at Bibi, who looked upwards at Linley with resignation. Boss, Olivier's aura is extremely weak right now, and he isn't even breathing. I can only detect the barest hint of life in him. It seems he really is about to die. The countless spectators were all discussing this situation in hushed tones, wondering if Olivier had truly died. But everyone still remembered Olivier's dazzling final blow. Plop! Water sprayed everywhere. Carrying a body, Bloomer rushed out of the water. Linley could instantly tell that Olivier's face was drained of all blood and was totally white, and his lips were ashen as well. He was no longer breathing. Only by using spiritual essence to probe him could one sense that Olivier was still alive. Move, move. Carrying the light shadow sword, the obsidian sword, and his older brother Olivier in his arms, Bloomer charged directly towards the direction of Emperor Johann. Bloomer's eyes were filled with tears. Your Imperial Majesty, where are the healers? Quick, quick! Bloomer shouted frantically. For this battle, Emperor Johann had prepared in advance for the most exalted Archmagus of light magic of the 9th rank in the palace to come. Mr. Anders, NTE, quick, save Olivier. Emperor Johann immediately said. A silver-haired old man immediately walked out from behind Emperor Johann and hurried towards Olivier's prone body. His hands glowing with white light, he touched Olivier's body. Soon, color began to quickly reappear in Olivier's face. How is he? How is my older brother? Bloomer said frantically. Although Bloomer was very stubborn and very cold towards others, in Bloomer's heart, he loved Olivier like a father. His older brother had raised him ever since he was young. To Bloomer, there was nobody more important than his older brother. Don't be hasty. Just now, all I did was heal the simpler wounds Lord Olivier has sustained. I need to use more healing magic to address his internal injuries. The silver-haired old man nodded as he spoke, then immediately began to mumble the words to a magic spell. Bloomer watched, feeling anxious and nervous, but he didn't dare to interrupt the work of this lightstyle Archmagus. Soon, a starry light entered Olivier's body, and the wounds on Olivier's body began to rapidly heal. The efficacy of this healing magic was quite astonishing. HRM? The silver-haired old man shook his head, puzzled. What is it? Bloomer asked frantically. The silver-haired old man shook his head, frowning. Lord Olivier's body has been totally healed. His external injuries, his organs, and his broken bones are all restored. But Lord Olivier didn't wake up. Linley was carefully inspecting Olivier as well. Olivier's soul has been wounded. Bibi said mentally to Linley. I can feel that his spirit is extremely weak right now. Just at this moment, the grey-robed Hadesun flew over slowly from the sky, agilely and gracefully coming to a halt in front of Emperor Johann. Hadesun. Bloomer stared hatefully at Hadesun. His one and only older brother, his one and only family member. Bloomer felt boundless hatred towards Hadesun. If it wasn't for the fact that he was far weaker than him, Bloomer probably would have charged straight for him. Stop staring at me. Your older brother's spirit was heavily wounded, and he is hovering at the point of life and death, but that isn't because of me. When executing his final attack, your older brother seemed to utilize some sort of forbidden technique to attack me, hoping to take me down with him. Hadesun's face was rather pale as well. Forbidden technique? Bloomer frowned. Suddenly, he remembered. A while ago, he wanted to learn the obsidian sword technique from his elder brother, but Olivier had instructed to focus on learning the light shadow sword technique, and not to train in the diametrically opposite obsidian sword technique. Could it be that there really is some sort of taboo preventing people from utilizing two diametrically opposite elemental laws at the same time? Bloomer lowered his head to stare at his older brother. Olivier's face was ruddy, and his body was clearly in peak condition. But he still didn't wake up, and his spiritual aura was extremely weak, as though it could be extinguished at any moment. Lord Olivier lost? His brother carried his corpse out. Alas, the prodigy sword saint has died. Who said he died? Maybe he's just unconscious due to his injury. No matter what happened, Lord Hadesun, the monolithic sword saint, seems to be fine, and even flew down from the skies. Clearly, he is far stronger than Lord Olivier. Those millions of spectators were all discussing this battle. Although the skies were filled with torrential rain, it couldn't douse their burning ardor. Everyone was filled with excitement at what they had just seen. Regardless of whether Olivier was dead or just passed out from his injuries, one thing was certain. The victor of this duel was the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. This result was one which the vast majority had predicted. After all, Hadesun had been famous for too long, and was reputed to be the most powerful saint alive. He had never been defeated. It was very normal for him to be the victor of this duel. Everyone would have been stunned if Hadesun had lost. The flood of spectators slowly began to melt away. Many began to head towards the imperial capital, while others headed towards some villages on the outskirts of the city. The people slowly left, but the soldiers still stood guard. My elder brother won't die, Bloomer said coldly. And then, carrying his elder brother's body, he ordered his servants to carry the light shadow and obsidian swords and follow him. Bloomer left, carrying his older brother in his arms. I hope Olivier can make it past this disaster. Emperor Johann sighed. Right now, Emperor Johann was surrounded by over 1,000 people. These people were all nobles. Many of them wished to know if Olivier was alive or dead. Lord Hadesun truly is powerful. Once again, he won easily. A distant noble's voice rang out respectfully. Hadesun laughed calmly. And then Hadesun looked at Linley. With a loud laugh, he said, actually, compared to Olivier, I'd rather have a competition against Master Linley. A stunned silence. Everyone was shocked. Hadesun had just completed a major duel with Olivier, and now he wanted to challenge Linley to a duel? Linley was silent for a moment, then spoke. Hadesun, what do you mean by this? Hadesun smiled. Last time at the Colosseum, you and Olivier didn't finish your duel, but Olivier had drawn his obsidian sword, and you had prepared your adamantine heavy sword. I remember at that time, you had said that your adamantine heavy sword techniques were based on the laws of the earth, right? Indeed. Linley nodded. I, too, am a person who studies the laws of the earth. I imagine that if we were to engage in a competition, it would be of great benefit to both of us in our attempts to break through to a higher level of understanding. Hadesun looked at Linley. Linley, I'd like to invite you to spar. Would you accept? Neither the surrounding nobles nor Emperor Johann dared to make a sound. One was reputedly the strongest saint alive. The other was a saint who was a genius the likes of which the world had never seen. Big brother, Wharton couldn't help but speak out. Linley turned to glance at his little brother. He chuckled. Wharton, in his heart, was frantic and angry. He thought to himself, this Hadesun really is despicable. He just finished beating Olivier to the brink of death. Does he now want to kill my big brother as well? Is it because he saw both my big brother and Olivier are both geniuses, and are afraid that in the future, they would threaten his status? Wharton wasn't the only person thinking this. Many of the people present were thinking this as well. After all, Linley and Olivier were both dazzling geniuses. One had been beaten to the point where whether or not he would survive was at question. And now, Hadeson invited Linley to spar? Many people naturally questioned his real motives. What, you refuse? Hadeson asked with a laugh. Linley looked at Hadeson, a smile on his face. Name a time, and name a place? Hadeson was startled. He immediately understood that this meant Linley was accepting his challenge. I've already competed today against Olivier and am not in peak form. How about this? 3 months from now, on August 4th, in the air above Mtintujao, east of the city. Let's have our competition there. Fine. Linley smiled and nodded. Linley wanted to duel with Hadeson as well. He had just begun to understand this pulse guard defense technique. Combining that with his profound truths of the earth attack, Linley didn't think that he would be easily defeated. After all, he not only was protected by the pulse guard defense, he also was protected by his draconic scales. With such powerful defenses, most likely it would be hard to say if Hadeson's was better or his own was better. Since this is the case, then your Imperial Majesty, Linley, I'll bid you farewell. Hadeson nodded to each of them, then transformed into a grey streak of light as he flew away into the sky. Big bro, Wharton ran over frantically. I'm fine. Victory and defeat is yet to be determined. Linley smiled confidently, and then he led his people back towards their residence. As for those nobles and the members of the Imperial clan, they were all engaged in endless speculation. After a while though, all of them returned back to the Imperial capital as well under the cover of rain. The Chan River once more regained its normal peacefulness. Only the mess left behind at the riverbanks gave testament to the earlier excitement. At the place where the Chan River and the Yulon River intersected, a 6-story tall enormous ship was sailing from the Yulon River into the Chan River. A row of knights were standing in a neat row on the deck. Many of those powerful knights had magical beasts as well. Ordinary people did not have access to magical beasts, for so many of the knights to have magical beasts meant that the status of the person on this ship was quite extraordinary. When we arrive at the Chan River, we'll be only 3 days out from the imperial capital of the O'Brien Empire. Unfortunately, we'll have missed the duel between the prodigy sword saint, Olivier, and Lord Hadeson. The warriors on the ship's deck were chatting amongst each other. Right at this time, a man with white-streaked hair came out onto the top deck. He seemed to be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. By his side was a brown-furred bear that looked charmingly naive. This bear was roughly as tall as a person was, and seemed very cute. Growl. Growl. Master. I really don't feel comfortable here on the water. Let's fly instead. That charmingly naive-seeming bear said to the middle-aged man. I know you hate water. The middle-aged man laughed as he walked to the chain-link side of the boat, staring down into the waves. Your Honor. Seeing the middle-aged man, the soldiers on the ship deck all said respectfully. Just at this time, a tall, golden-haired beautiful woman came walking out with a smile. Laughing, she headed towards the middle-aged man. Teacher, we've already arrived at the Chan River. We should be arriving at the O'Brien Empire soon. The middle-aged man laughed as he glanced at the golden-haired woman. Ha ha. Indeed we are. Delia, I think you are even more impatient than I am. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 27, The Yulon Empire's Special Envoy. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 27, The Yulon Empire's Special Envoy. That adorable-looking bear laughed as well. Right, right. As soon as Delia knew that Linley Fellow was here, she immediately started scheming to come as well. Big Yellow, do you want to die? Delia grabbed the big bear by his ear. It doesn't hurt. Ha ha. It doesn't hurt. The big bear said delightedly. HRMPH, Delia wrinkled her nose and pouted. Big Yellow, I know you are powerful, alright? You are a world bear and you have thick skin. You aren't afraid of me twisting your ears. As she spoke, she walked over to stand next to the middle-aged man and ignored the bear. The big bear rubbed its head, said in a deep, adorable voice, Delia, don't be angry. It was my mistake, alright? Delia looked at him and started to laugh. Hatton, Hadun, Delia is just teasing you. She won't get angry that easily. The middle-aged man said with a calm laugh, and then he turned to stare at the skies. Harry, Palais, is coming back. From the skies, a hawk with wingspan of 5 or 6 meters came swooping towards the ship at high speed. This hawk was extremely fast, and it seemed to move at the speed of lightning. Its eyes were golden, and it had a crest of blue feathers atop its head. It appeared very fierce. This was a magical beast of the 9th rank, the Wild Thunder Stormhawk. The soldiers on the ship did not attempt to block it. Clearly, they recognized this Wild Thunder Stormhawk, which flew directly towards and landed next to Delia and the others. Little Wind, did you catch anything? Delia devotedly rubbed the head of the Wild Thunder Stormhawk. Retracting its wings, the Wild Thunder Stormhawk stood up, rising to its full height of 2 meters high. Right now, the Wild Thunder Stormhawk was enjoying Delia's attention, closing its eyes as Delia continued stroking its head. Perry, get over here. The big bear said unhappily. The Wild Thunder Stormhawk glanced at the big bear, then obediently moved over to it. The World Bear was a saint-level magical beast, and an extremely powerful type at that. Actually, both the World Bear as well as the Wild Thunder Stormhawk were the magical beast companions of that middle-aged man, a saint-level Grand Magus of the Yulan Empire, Longhouse, Longersi. Master Longhouse was a wind-style Grand Magus. Wind-style Grand Magi were extremely terrifying. When Longhouse had brought his Wild Thunder Stormhawk into the mountain range of the setting sun, he had used the Dimensional Edge spell to heavily injure this World Bear. The offensive power of the Dimensional Edge spell was simply too terrifying. It cut through the walls of reality itself. Against this sort of attack, even a peak stage saint such as Hadesun could be split into 2 halves. In addition, wind-style Grand Magi could control the wind to a terrifying degree, and could also move extremely quickly. It could easily be said that, given enough time, a Grand Magus saint could easily defeat a saint-level warrior. But saint-level warriors were no fools either. Thus, most Grand Magi saints would work hard to acquire a saint-level magical beast. Alas, capturing saint-level magical beasts was simply too difficult. Delia stood atop the ship's deck, fiddling with her necklace as she stared to the east. A gentle wind blew, stirring her hair. She was a very beautiful, moving sight. Even those warriors off to the side couldn't help but stare at her and feel moved. Delia had become extremely famous in the Yulan Empire. She was a genius who had reached the 7th rank as a Magus at the young age of 22. In addition, she had an extremely powerful clan behind her, and had been accepted as an apprentice by the saint-level Grand Magus, Longhouse. In terms of appearance, she could definitely rank in the top 10 of the imperial capital as well. Such a glorious, outstanding girl definitely had many suitors and paramours. But unfortunately, Delia had refused every single one of them. Because of her clan and because she had grown up in the imperial capital, Delia was extremely eloquent and very astute in judging the intentions of others. Ever since the news of Linley's battle with Olivier had spread to the Yulan Empire, Delia had schemed non-stop, finally managing to convince the Emperor of the Yulan Empire to send a special envoy to the O'Brien Empire. Before heading out, they had notified the O'Brien Empire, which had naturally agreed. Shan City, Delia murmured. That place which occupied her dreams had a person whom she longed for. The river waters continued to rush forward rapidly. On the front deck, the World Bear and the Wild Thunder Stormhawk stood alongside Delia as the massive ship continued to sail forward at high speed. Soon, the ship disappeared off into the horizon as it made its way through the Chan River. The news that a special envoy from the Yulan Empire was coming quickly spread across the imperial capital, and the imperial clan as well as the nobles quickly learned of this as well. But as far as the imperial capital was concerned, they only cared about 2 things right now. They only cared about 2 major duels. The first duel was the duel which had just happened between the prodigy sword saint, Olivier, and the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. The second one was the duel which would occur 3 months from now between the Dragonblood warrior, Linley, and the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. Would Linley learn from the mistakes of his predecessor, Olivier? Or would he come to the same disastrous end? Nobody knew. But in the hearts of the citizens of the Empire, most believed that the strongest saint, Hadesun, would gain victory yet again. Boulder Street. Count Wharton's estate. In the next 3 months, nobody is permitted to disturb Lord Linley unless there is something critical. This declaration came forth from the manor ever since that stormy night. The atmosphere in the estate was extremely tense. In the rear training courtyard, Wharton trained for a short while. Then, not in the mood for more training, he placed the Warblade Slaughterer to one side, then sat down unhappily. That Hadesun really goes too far. Wharton cursed. As soon as he thought about Linley, he began to worry. Hadesun, if you are so tough, why don't you wait 10 years and let my big brother reach the saint level in his human form before dueling with my big brother? What's the point of dueling now? F***ck his grandmother. He doesn't just go too far. He's absolutely vile. Gates walked over, saying angrily, "There are plenty of saints in the Empire, and the War Gods College has many experts as well. Why doesn't Hadesun go challenge them?" Instead, he challenges his lordship. His lordship is only 27 years old. That Hadesun is several centuries old. No point in cursing him. Barker walked over, resting his massive long-handled great axe against the artificial hill. His lordship has already agreed to duel with Hadesun. Right now, our only option is to hope that his lordship will win. His lordship definitely will win. Gates clenched his fist and pumped it in the air several times as he said angrily, "I refuse to believe that Hadesun's internal organs are as defensively powerful as his external defense. What's more, that weird thing which his lordship developed a while ago seems to be really mysterious as well. It definitely must be extraordinary." Gates and the others didn't really understand how powerful the Pulse Guard defense was. Linley was within his private courtyard. Right now, he was seated in the meditative stance beneath a tree, constantly training in accordance with the secret Dragonblood manual. Right now, Linley already was at a very high level of understanding. All he needed was battle chi. Whenever Linley had any free time, he would train in battle chi, trying to absorb as much of the energy from the Dragonblood in his veins as possible, ideally until reaching the saint level. However, training battle chi actually didn't require too much focus. As long as one trained in accordance with the set methods, that would be enough. Thus, right now, Linley was pondering other questions in his mind. Last time, when I encountered the War God's first disciple, Fane, and when I encountered the War God, I found that they were both capable of soul-based attacks. Olivier also mastered such a form of attack. Most likely, there are many people who have mastered this type of technique. Should I also try to develop this sort of soul-based attack? Even if I don't, I should at least learn how to defend against it, right? While cultivating his battle chi, Linley continued to wrestle with this question in his mind. What were the principles underlying soul-based attacks? And how would one guard against it? While Linley was thinking and training, Hera lay resting against the ground, while Bibi was curled up comfortably on Hera's back, his eyes half closed. "Bibi, do you think Master will be able to beat that Hadesun in their duel?" Hera said in a low voice. "Naturally." Bibi opened his eyes and said with complete confidence. But then, Bibi said in a low voice, "But of course, that Hadesun seems to be really powerful as well. But no matter what, if the boss ends up at the point of death in his duel against Hadesun, I, Bibi, will immediately charge forward to assist." HRMPH. 2 nights ago, everyone just watched as Olivier was beaten half to death. He still hasn't woken up yet. I can't let the boss succumb to such a state. Isn't that a breach of rules? Hera said questioningly. When two people dueled, regardless of victory or defeat, others were not to interfere. Screw the damn rules. The earth is big and the heavens are bigger, but nothing is bigger than the boss. How can the rules compare in importance to my boss's life? Bibi said arrogantly. What's more, so what if I, Bibi, interfere? My boss is a magus, you know. When a magus duels against a warrior, they usually bring their magical beasts. If I interfere, that isn't a violation of the rules. As he spoke, Bibi felt as though his argument had a lot of merit, and he laughed delightedly. The gates to the imperial capital were open. The path from the imperial palace to the east gate of the city were all lined with guards from the imperial army, who had been divided up into 2 neat lines on each side of the street. The knights of the imperial palace formed into lined regiments, following behind the emperor's carriage, with a large number of nobles following behind them. The saint-level experts of the War Gods College, Kenyon and Lank, had both arrived as well. This was because they knew that the delegation from the Yulan Empire included a saint-level Grand Magus. If their side had no saints present, then their side would seem weaker. Why aren't they here yet? Emperor Johann said unhappily to a nearby palace attendant. Your Imperial Majesty, the ship of the Yulan Empire's special envoy is about to reach the river's harbor. Most likely, they'll be here soon. The palace attendant said respectfully. Emperor Johann nodded. Without question, the 2 most powerful nations in the Yulan continent were the Yulan Empire and the O'Brien Empire. Emperor Johann very much wished that his own O'Brien Empire could be superior to and suppress the Yulan Empire. But alas, the Yulan Empire had its own strong points. The Yulan Empire had been in existence for over 10,000 years now, and was an ancient nation. What's more, the Yulan Empire had become one of the greatest sources for magi in the world. If the O'Brien Empire had the most saint-level warriors, then the Yulan Empire could be said to have just as many saint-level Grand Magi. After all, saint-level Grand Magi were far more threatening than saint-level warriors. For example, that wind-style saint-level Grand Magus, Longhouse. Not even Hadesun would dare say that he was totally confident of defeating him. After all, so long as Longhouse was given a bit of time to prepare, his dimensional edge spell could chop Hadesun into two halves. They are here. The many spectators of the O'Brien Empire saw the enormous ship sail over. When they saw that adorable big bear on the deck, as well as that large hawk, many people felt astonished. A world bear? And a wild thunderstorm hawk? Kenyon and Lank exchanged glances. They couldn't help but feel astonished. Even if they joined forces, they weren't certain that they would be able to defeat a saint-level world bear. Delia was dressed in a beautiful long robe and standing next to the wind-style saint-level Grand Magus, Longhouse. They disembarked together, and behind them came the two magical beasts, the warriors on the ship, and the magical beasts of the warriors. Clang, dot. The knights of the Empire formed into two ranks, while at the same time raising their pikes high into the air. These knights were specially selected from the finest knights of the Imperial Palace. All of them were of the 7th rank, and their leader was a warrior of the 8th rank. Teacher, the warriors of the O'Brien Empire really are more powerful than those of our Yulan Empire. They even have a totally different aura. Our imperial capital is a bit too dissolute. Delia chatted quietly with her teacher as though no one else was present. Longhouse nodded slightly as well. The imperial capital of the Yulan Empire was an extremely ancient city, and the ancient clans of the capital only thought of enjoying life. To the contrary, the O'Brien Empire was a nation of warriors, and all of them strove to outdo each other. No wonder it was hailed as the most militarily powerful nation. Emperor Johann, Lank, Kenyon, and the palace attendants went to welcome them. Delia Leon, right? Emperor Johann laughed loudly. Delia very courteously curtsied. Special Envoy Delia of the Yulan Empire pays her respects to the mighty ruler of the O'Brien Empire, Emperor Johann. I bring with me the sincerest greetings and well wishes of the Emperor of the Yulan Empire. Emperor Johann, this is my teacher, Saint-level Grand Magus Longhouse. Delia smiled as she made the introductions. Emperor Johann looked at Master Longhouse. Very happy to meet you, Master Longhouse. I am very honored to meet you as well, Emperor Johann. Longhouse said with a smile. Delia couldn't help but glance around at her surroundings. A hint of disappointment appeared in her eyes. She didn't see the person she was looking for. But at the same time, she said to Emperor Johann, these two should be two powerful saint-level experts, correct? Can you introduce them to me? Before Delia had arrived, she had already acquired quite a bit of information, and she already knew quite a bit about Kenyon and Lank. Special Envoy Delia of the Yulan Empire, the Wind-style Grand Magus Longhouse, and the others had now formally entered the imperial capital of Chan, where a grand welcoming ceremony awaited them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 28, Delia. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 28, Delia. Delia chatted and jested with Emperor Johann, and their conversation was full of humor and amusement. Emperor Johann's loud, clear laughter rang out non-stop. Emperor Johann, Delia, Master Longhouse, Kenyon, Lank and the others walked in front, with the palace servants and palace maids as well as many powerful knights taking up the rear. The many other nobles followed behind the knights at a distance. What a beautiful woman! A group of young nobles of the imperial capital were clustered together. All of these young nobles had an extremely high rank in the empire. Some were princes, while others were main-branch descendants of major clans. They had never lacked for anything, and they often formed little cliques. Nobody in the imperial capital dared to offend them. The words that had just been spoken came from the son of Prince Julian, Marquis Jeff, GFO. I think her name is Delia. Another noble youngster next to him spoke. This young noble was named Scott, and he was the 8th prince of the empire. She's so beautiful and has such grace. There are very few like her, even here in the imperial capital. Marquis Jeff, Prince Scott, and the others all stared from afar while rating her. Indeed, Delia was an extremely alluring and charismatic figure. Her every movement contained the grace and poise of an ancient clan, and as a magus of the 7th rank, her movements were filled with grace. What's more, Delia was beautiful to begin with, and her dazzling, soft golden hair shone like the sun. Scott sighed emotionally. Delia is a member of the Leon clan, and was previously a student at the Ernst Institute. Nowadays, she is the disciple of a Wind-style Grand Magus Saint, Longhouse. In the Yulan Empire's imperial capital, she can be considered one of the most influential nobles. No doubt there are countless young nobles pursuing her. Marquis Jeff's eyes were shining as he stared at Delia. If I were to successfully woo her, I would be willing to never touch another woman again. Cousin Jeff, you are that determined? Scott laughed as he glanced at Jeff. Of course. Marquis Jeff said with conviction. Emperor Johann was an extremely biased person. His one and only younger brother was Prince Julian, and Emperor Johann was extremely solicitous of him, to the point of even allowing Prince Julian to take over and rule the Southeast Administrative Province, one of the 7 large administrative provinces. As the saying goes, love me, love my dog. Naturally, Marquis Jeff was doted upon by Emperor Johann as well. In the imperial capital, his status was extremely high, and this group of young nobles accepted him as their leader. Since you've made up your mind, cousin, then I can't let myself fall behind you. Scott laughed confidently. Cousin Jeff, let's see which of us 2 brothers will be able to successfully woo Miss Delia. Fine. Jeff nodded. With an evil laugh, he said, if we're successful, it can be said that we'll have really gained a huge amount of face on behalf of all the men of the O'Brien Empire. After all, those young nobles of the Yulan Empire hadn't been able to successfully woo Delia. I imagine that Ms. Delia must be tired after her long journey, along with Master Longhouse. How about this? Let us order some people to arrange places for Ms. Delia and Master Longhouse to rest. Later at night, after you've rested, you can attend the dinner banquet which we have arranged. What do you say? Emperor Johann came to a halt once they reached Boulder Street and said. The residences of Boulder Street had all been constructed by the imperial clan. When the imperial clan bequeathed estates to nobles or received guests, it was usually all done within the confines of Boulder Street. The estates here couldn't be bought with mere money. Then we shall do as you suggest, Your Imperial Majesty. Delia said with a smile. At this moment, Scott and Marquis Jeff quickly walked forward. They, too, knew that Emperor Johann was about to separate from Miss Delia. They had to seize the opportunity. Given their status, those guards naturally wouldn't stop them. Ms. Delia and Master Longhouse, I imagine you 2 aren't too familiar with our imperial capital. We shall arrange a guide to accompany you. Emperor Johann said with a laugh. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. Delia said with appreciation. Imperial Father. Your Imperial Majesty. At this point, Scott and Marquis Jeff's eyes lit up, and they called out without any hesitation. Emperor Johann glanced backwards and saw that it was his son as well as his nephew. Scott, Jeff, what is it? Emperor Johann was in a fine mood today. Marquis Jeff said respectfully, Your Imperial Majesty, you plan to arrange a guide? Scott and I are as familiar with the imperial capital as our own homes. I think that the 2 of us can be the guides. We would definitely make Ms. Delia very happy with our services. Emperor Johann glanced at Jeff and Scott upon hearing these words. How could he not guess what these 2 really intended? However, Emperor Johann also thought that Delia was a fine woman. If his nephew or his son were able to successfully woo this woman, that would be a good thing as well. Let us ask Ms. Delia first. Emperor Johann turned to look at Delia. Ms. Delia, what do you think? Delia glanced at Scott and Marquis Jeff. Immediately, both of them stood slightly straighter, putting on gentlemanly appearances. A hint of laughter appeared in Delia's eyes. Thank you. I'll trouble you 2 to assist me then. Delia curtsied slightly. No trouble at all. Scott and Marquis Jeff hurriedly said. A hint of a smile could be seen on the lips of Master Longhouse, who was by Delia's side. As his disciple, how could he not understand Delia? When they were in the imperial capital of the Yulan Empire, countless young men had pursued Delia. Given Delia's skill, she had easily beaten them at their own game and played them like a fiddle. Milady Special Envoy, this will be the place where you will live while you are here in the imperial capital. A palace attendant pointed towards an estate in front of them. The nearby Marquis Jeff immediately said, Ms. Delia, the Boulder Street is an extremely famous street within the O'Brien Empire. On this street, there are even several saints who live here. For example, our empire's prodigy sword saint, Olivier, and his younger brother. They both live on Boulder Street. The genius Master Linley and his younger brother both live on Boulder Street as well. While they passed between the estates, Marquis Jeff continuously introduced them to her. Right. These 2 geniuses would be considered the most outstanding individuals anywhere in the Yulan continent. Scott didn't want to fall behind either. Delia, hearing their words, couldn't help but allow a complicated look appear in her eyes. But naturally, she quickly returned to her normal, friendly smile. That isn't necessarily the case. A deep, rumbling sound could be heard from the nearby bear. Scott and Jeff looked at the big bear and immediately squeezed out a smile. When they were in the welcoming party, they had overheard that this big bear was a saint-level world bear. Saint-level magical beasts could freely change their size. A world bear was usually well over 10 meters high in their normal form. He could easily crush them to death with a single paw. Delia's older brother is very formidable as well. He is only 27 years old, but has become a magus of the 8th rank. What's more, he has become the personal disciple of the high priest. The big bear looked at Delia. Delia, am I right? Delia smiled slightly and nodded. Becoming a 27-year-old magus of the 8th rank was definitely an extremely terrifying accomplishment. At this speed, it would be quite possible for him to become an archmagus of the 9th rank before the age of 40. It must be understood that someone who could reach the 9th rank before the age of 40 was, without question, a definite world-shaking genius. Dixie is indeed the most talented magus I have ever seen. Master Longhouse laughed as well. As they spoke, they entered the main hall of their estate. Magus talent? Lifting his head proudly, Scott said, Master Longhouse, on the topic of talent as a magus, I understand that our Empire's Master Linley, also 27 years old, is already an archmagus of the 9th rank. What's more, he is a peak-stage saint-level warrior. A 27-year-old archmagus of the 9th rank? Impossible. Master Longhouse couldn't believe it at all. In the entire history of the Yulan continent, there has never been anyone who could reach the 9th rank before the age of 30. Scott, is this true? Marquis Jeff asked questioningly. Scott said with absolute certainty, it is true. My imperial father personally told me this. When Master Linley dueled with Olivier, everyone learned how powerful he was as a warrior, but they didn't pay attention to his abilities with magic. He is indeed already an archmagus of the 9th rank. Hearing Scott's words, although on an emotional level Longhouse still couldn't believe it, his intellect told him that this was probably true. Master Linley. An archmagus of the 9th rank. Delia wasn't too surprised. In Delia's heart, Linley was a person filled with secrets and miracles. A 16-year-old Grandmaster Sculptor, and supposedly the number 2 genius magus in all of history. But now, he had become the number 1 genius magus in all of history. Why would that be impossible? You can keep chatting. Delia, I'm going to go take a rest. If you need to talk to me, just notify Perry. Longhouse instructed. Yes, teacher. Delia said humbly. Next to her, Scott and Jeff bowed as well. Gentlemen, I'm tired as well. I'll retire to my room and rest. Excuse me. Delia rose as well. Scott and Jeff knew that they couldn't push her, and they immediately nodded. Delia left, with that Wild Thunder Stormhawk by her side. Ever since Master Longhouse had tamed the World Bear, the Wild Thunder Stormhawk's primary responsibility became guarding Delia. From this, one could tell how much Master Longhouse cared about her. He's also living on Boulder Street. Maybe he's very close to me. Delia stood in front of her window quietly. That night at Wushan Township, when she had bid Linley farewell, then left the Holy Union and returned to her own ancestral nation, she had been preparing to return to the Holy Union after the Yulan festival. But then, she had heard of the Apocalypse Day which had occurred. The entire kingdom of Funlai had been reduced to rubble and become the playground for magical beasts. And according to the news available to her clan, a few days before the Apocalypse Day, in the estate of the magus genius, Linley, a demon appeared, attempting to murder the king of the kingdom of Funlai. Most likely, Linley himself had already died. This news had caused Delia to suffer a major illness. It had taken a full year before she had fully recovered. In years after this, she had no news of Linley at all, and she had even made up her mind to abandon love and instead focus on carrying out the affairs of her clan and train in magic. But she didn't expect that a while ago, news came to the Yulan Empire of Linley and Olivier's duel. This news caused Delia's deadened heart to immediately grow excited. She felt as though she were full of energy and full of hope. After a few machinations, she arranged for today's visit. Delia had planned to wait until the next day before visiting Linley, but after spending nearly half an hour in her room, she felt as though she had waited for half a year. Especially after learning that Linley also lived on Boulder Street, she could no longer resist. Little Wind, tell teacher that I plan to pay Linley a visit. Delia said to the Wild Thunder Stormhawk. A while later, Master Longhouse appeared outside her door. An indulgent smile was on Master Longhouse's face. Delia, I knew that you wouldn't be able to sit still for long before deciding to go see him. Longhouse knew everything there was to know about his student Delia's affairs. A bashful red flush crept onto Delia's face. Teacher. Delia wrinkled her nose. Stop making fun of me. Let's go. Fine, fine. Longhouse laughed. Delia and Master Longhouse, followed by the World Bear and the Wild Thunder Stormhawk, left the estate. When they did, they saw Jeff and Scott waiting outside, seated. Ms. Delia? Jeff and Scott's eyes lit up, and they immediately rose to their feet. Where are you headed? Delia's forehead creased, but she still managed to say with a smile, I was planning to go pay a visit to your so-called genius, Master Linley. Oh, so you are going to visit Master Linley? Marquis Jeff hurriedly said. That's a good idea. But I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to see him. This is because over 2 months from now, Master Linley will be engaging in a duel with Lord Hateson at Ntuja. What? Delia was stunned, and for once, lost her cool. Oh, you just arrived, so you didn't know. 2 days ago, Olivier and Lord Hateson dueled, with the result being that Lord Olivier was badly injured to the point of death. Lord Hateson then immediately invited Master Linley to a duel as well, and Master Linley has already accepted. The nearby Scott explained. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 29, Meeting 10 years later. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 29, Meeting 10 years later. Linley and Hateson? Master Longhouse said in surprise as well. Marquis Jeff nodded repeatedly. Right. 2 nights ago, Lord Olivier was injured by Lord Hateson so badly that he is still in a coma. Immediately afterwards, Lord Hateson challenged Master Linley. Marquis Jeff and Scott's words both contained some resentment, suggesting that Hateson was going too far. This Hateson is reputed to be the most powerful saint. For him to be able to injure Olivier so badly that he entered a coma means that Hateson's reputation is definitely deserved. No matter how much of a genius Linley is, he is only 27. Master Longhouse was somewhat dissatisfied as well. He knew that his disciple, Delia, liked Linley. Naturally, he himself looked favorably on Linley as well. Olivier was injured to the point of entering a coma? Delia's eyes were blazing. How could he be in a coma after receiving treatment from Lightstyle magic? No matter how serious the injury, Lightstyle magic could easily and totally repair it. And what's more, there was another type of magic which was even more effective than Lightstyle magic for healing, life magic. The 3 types of high magic, necromantic magic, oracular magic, and life magic. As long as one didn't die, even if one's soul was heavily damaged, life magic could heal it. It seems it has something to do with his soul. As a prince, Scott knew quite a bit. His soul? Master Longhouse frowned. Can it be that Hateson possesses a soul-based attack? Actually, Grand Magus Saints were generally proficient in soul-based attacks. Generally speaking, after beginning to gain insight into the laws, it wasn't hard for them to use soul-based attacks, given their powerful spiritual energy. In your opinion, does Linley have any chance of defeating Hateson? Delia suddenly asked. Of course not. Scott said bluntly. Lord Hateson has been famous for centuries, and nobody has ever been able to defeat him. Master Linley competed a while ago against Lord Olivier, and the two were roughly on par. Since Lord Hateson was able to beat Olivier into such a terrible condition, it is very possible that he might badly injure Linley or even kill him. No matter how calm and collected Delia was, she was beginning to worry for Linley. What if Linley was killed? Delia didn't even dare to imagine such a thing. Would Hateson truly be so merciless as to go full force? Delia's face still maintained its calm. Ms. Delia, 2 days ago, when Lord Hateson dueled Lord Olivier, he went full force on Lord Olivier. How could he be merciful with Master Linley? Marquis Jeff said. Master Longhouse shook his head. When saints do battle, unless there is a huge gap in power, we do not dare to hold back. If you hold back but your opponent goes full force, you might die. Delia was silent for a moment. Ms. Delia? Scott and Marquis Jeff called to her softly. Nothing. Let's go. Delia's face returned to her normal, professional smile, but her smile was somewhat forced. Marquis Jeff and Scott both nodded. At Count Wharton's estate. Ms. Delia, as I said earlier, you won't necessarily be able to see Master Linley. Marquis Jeff laughed, then casually spoke to the gateguard, go report that the 8th Imperial Prince, Marquis Jeff, and the special envoy from the Yulan Empire have come here to meet with Count Wharton. Yes. Please wait here a moment. One of the guards outside the estate ran inside to make his report. Delia and the others knew that given Linley's current status, meeting him would be very difficult. Right now, their only option was to first see Wharton, and then ask to meet with Linley. Everyone, please come in. Delia, Master Longhouse, Marquis Jeff, and Scott all entered the Count's residence. Within the main hall. Wharton. Scott walked into the main hall, laughing in a very familiar manner. Let me make some introductions. This beautiful young lady is the special envoy from the Yulan Empire, Ms. Delia. Scott was the Imperial 8th Prince, while Nina was the Imperial 7th Princess. Wharton naturally was extremely familiar with Scott. The special envoy from the Yulan Empire? Why has she come to meet me? Although Wharton was very surprised, he still smiled politely. Ms. Delia, an honor to meet you. Count Wharton. Delia smiled as she spoke. This is my teacher, the Windstyle Grand Magus Saint, Master Longhouse. Wharton was startled. Housekeeper Harry, standing behind him, was startled as well. In the O'Brien Empire, Saint-level warriors would be seen from time to time, but they had never seen a Saint-level Grand Magus. After all, there were extremely few Grand Magi in the O'Brien Empire. Wharton, the special Imperial envoy has arrived? A loud, brash voice rang out. It was the fifth of the Barker brothers, Gates. Wharton had been in the middle of his training with Barker and his brothers. Hearing the report from his subordinates, he had stopped training and come out to welcome the guests. Out of curiosity, Gates had come over as well. Whoa! What a pretty girl! Gates' eyes shone. Gates, this is the special Imperial envoy, Ms. Delia. This is the Windstyle Grand Magus Saint, Master Longhouse. Wharton made the introductions, afraid that Gates would cause a diplomatic disaster. Gates' attention immediately turned to Master Longhouse. Whoa! A Grand Magus Saint! Gates' eyes were as wide as an ox's. Master Longhouse secretly sighed to himself. Good grief! Where did these people come from? Wharton's massive physique had already shocked Longhouse, but Wharton was at least relatively handsome. Gates was totally different. His waist was astonishingly thick, and the man himself looked like a giant bear. Step away from my master. A deep voice rang out. The big bear behind Master Longhouse suddenly began to grow in size. Originally, he was only 2 meters tall, but suddenly he increased to 3 meters in height. The world bear lowered his head to stare at Gates, a hint of delight in his eyes. A saint-level magical beast? Gates raised his head to stare at the world bear. Delia immediately went straight to the point. Count Wharton, my teacher and I have come for the purpose of meeting with Master Linley. To see my big bro, Wharton frowned. These people didn't have a low status, and they even had a Grand Magus Saint with them. However, to Wharton, his big brother's training was more important. After all, in more than 2 months' time, he would be in a major duel. Very sorry, but my big brother is focusing on his upcoming duel with Hadesun, and he can't be disturbed. Wharton said. When he mentioned Hadesun's name, he didn't have the slightest bit of respect to his voice. Hearing these words, Delia, as well, felt that Linley's preparation for his duel was more important. After being silent for a moment, she said, then, I won't disturb him. Longhouse, by her side, sighed secretly, then said in a loud voice, Count Wharton, my student, Delia, was previously also a student at the Ernst Institute, and she was a very good friend and classmate of your big brothers. They haven't met for 10 years. A student of the Ernst Institute? Wharton's heart was swayed. Actually, every day, Linley would still eat and rest like normal. After all, he didn't train non-stop like when he was developing his pulse guard defense. It wasn't a big deal if he paused for a bit to welcome some guests. If they were people that Linley didn't know, Wharton would refuse them. But this was his big brother's old schoolmate. Then, come with me. Wharton nodded. Delia's fists clenched nervously. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. By her side, Master Longhouse laughed as he patted Delia on the shoulders. Relax. An old classmate? Scott and Marquis Jeff were both surprised. But Delia walked in front of them, not paying attention to them in the slightest. Scott and Jeff therefore quite conscientiously maintained their silence. After walking for a while, Miss Delia, my big bro is training in the courtyard in front of us. Wharton laughed, while Gates hurriedly said, I'll go inform his lordship. Delia could feel her breathing grow more rapid. 10 years. That year Linley's father had died, Delia had parted ways with Linley. In the blink of an eye, it had been 10 full years. Delia's eyes closed for a moment. Once her eyes opened again, she had returned to her normal calm. Bibi, out of the way. I have something important to report. Gates' loud voice rang out from the courtyard. Your lordship, there's someone named Delia outside. She says she's your old classmate and wants to see you? Delia? A calm voice that carried a hint of surprise rang out from within the courtyard. The voice wasn't very loud, but to Delia, the words seemed to ring in the skies with the power of a thunderbolt. No matter how calm or tranquil one normally was, when one met with someone one had been thinking about for 10 years, she couldn't prevent her heart from shaking. Whoosh! A gentle gust of wind blew past the surrounding trees, gently lifting up Delia's long golden hair, causing it to sway with the wind. Delia couldn't help but narrow her eyes due to the wind. Just at this moment, the figure she had dreamed about over 1,000,000 times appeared in front of the courtyard's gate. The man wore a light blue robe, and his formerly short hair had grown long. Delia carefully looked at him. He's a bit taller than he was, and much more mature. Seeing the man of her dreams, for a moment, Delia couldn't speak. Delia. It really is you. Linley suddenly spoke out in a startled, joyful tone. It is me. Delia finally was able to speak. Linley's eyes were as dark and profound as the sea. Quickly, he noticed Master Longhouse by Delia's side, as well as his world bear. A saint-level magical beast. World bear? Linley, this is my teacher, the Windstyle Grand Magus Saint, Master Longhouse. The world bear is his magical beast companion. Delia finally recovered from her earlier stupor. Come in. Linley smiled. Seeing Linley smile, for some reason she herself didn't understand, Delia felt a hot gush of warmth in her heart. Is this feeling happiness? Delia's eyes were turning red. Warden, you can help welcome these two. Linley glanced at Marquis Jeff and Scott, then didn't say anything else. Scott and Marquis Jeff weren't angry at all. They immediately left respectfully. After all, the man was a saint. Even His Imperial Majesty would be respectful to him. How could he possibly waste time on nobles like them? Around a stone table in the courtyard, Linley, Delia, and Longhouse were all seated around the table. What are you looking at? The world bear glanced at the black-cloud panther, Haru. As a saint-level magical beast, the world bear was an extremely proud creature. You stupid bear. Haru sneered aloud. Saint-level magical beast? Longhouse and Delia, hearing Haru speak, both turned to look at Linley in astonishment. Don't squabble, Haru. Linley glanced at Haru, and Haru immediately crouched down, no longer paying any attention to the world bear. Actually, Haru himself knew that he wasn't a match for the world bear. But at the same time, Haru wasn't afraid either, because the world bear's speed was inferior to his own. But BB actually waved his claws in a threatening manner towards the world bear. BB. Delia was extremely delighted. Come here. Very obediently, BB made a single hop and landed directly into Delia's arms. BB, long time no see. Delia devotedly petted BB on his glossy fur, and BB closed his eyes contentedly. Although she was petting BB, Delia was still looking at Linley. In the past, Linley had been very hard and callous. But now, he seemed more gentle and much more natural and at ease. Master Linley, I hear you are going to duel with Hadesun? Longhouse started off the conversation. Right. Linley smiled and nodded. Delia turned her head to stare at Linley and said, Linley, can it be that you are confident that you can defeat Hadesun? No, Linley said honestly. Delia was one of his extremely few close friends at the Ernst Institute. Aside from Yale, Reynolds, and George, Delia was probably his closest friend. Seeing Delia, Linley couldn't help but think back to their final meeting from 10 years ago. That night, Delia had come late at night to see Linley and tell him that she was leaving the Holy Union. She said that before leaving, she wanted a hug. But who would have expected that their goodbye hug would have turned into a goodbye kiss? Linley truly had been stunned by that kiss. Even today, upon seeing Delia, Linley couldn't help but think back to that night. You aren't confident? Delia chewed her lips, then asked, Linley, can you cancel the duel and not compete against him? Master Longhouse shook his head. Delia, how can you say something so foolish? After two saints have already agreed to a duel, how can one back out? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 30, Delia's Protector. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 30, Delia's Protector. Master Longhouse could clearly tell that his disciple cared about Linley so much that she had lost her wits. Delia, it is fine. Don't worry. Linley laughed. Linley felt very moved at Delia's obvious concern. Okay. Delia nodded. However, Delia was still worried. After all, the person dueling with Linley was reputedly the most powerful saint alive, the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. Longhouse looked at Linley, then at Delia. Laughing, he said, it's been quite a while since you two classmates have met with each other. I won't disturb you. Let me go for a walk. The two of you can have a nice chat. I imagine, after 10 years, you have many things to say to each other. Delia cast a grateful glance at her teacher. Clearly, Master Longhouse was giving her a chance to have some alone time with Linley. As he spoke, Master Longhouse led his world bear away from that courtyard, leaving behind only Linley, Delia, Bibi, and Haru. Delia lowered her head, continuing to stroke Bibi's fur. She was waiting for Linley to speak. A beautiful woman, petting an adorable pet. This was a soul-stirring image, but Linley only felt awkward. If he was facing a saint, Linley wouldn't feel any fear at all, but facing Delia, Linley felt very complicated. The female of his age group whom he was most familiar with was definitely Delia. After all, they grew up together. Linley wasn't a dummy. He knew how Delia felt, and this was why Linley felt so awkward. Especially now that he was alone with her. These past few years, have you been well? After a long silence, Linley finally managed to force out this rather blunt and graceless phrase. Delia raised her head, glancing at Linley. She actually let out a chuckle. Linley, you are already a saint-level expert. Since when have you become so shy? I've been fairly well these years. With my clan and my teacher backing me up, who would dare to mistreat me? After hearing Delia's words, Linley felt slightly more relaxed. What have you been up to these years? Delia said softly. Not too much. Linley seemed to once again think back to what had happened 10 years ago. 10 years ago, after learning of his father's death, he had given up everything and set his mind upon avenging his father. He had walked farther and farther along the road to revenge, and in the end he had indeed killed Clade. But due to the encirclement and battle with those 6 special executors of the Radiant Church, in the end, his most dearly beloved Grandpa Doring had sacrificed his soul for him. 3 years of painstaking training in the mountain range of magical beasts, 6 years of quiet meditation in the O'Brien Empire. That battle with Staley, that battle with those 6 angels, that sparring match with Mackenzie, one scene after another appeared in his mind. As they did, without holding anything back, Linley began to tell Delia what had happened. Delia stopped petting Bibi, intently listening to every single word Linley said. Right now, Linley spoke in a very calm, simple manner, as though he were very relaxed. But Delia could totally imagine what Linley's past 10 years of life had been like. After finishing speaking, Linley couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Linley! Delia suddenly reached out to take Linley by the hand, gripping it tightly. Linley raised his head to stare at Delia in surprise. Delia was staring at him. Linley, don't let your life be so exhausting. You've done very well already. Delia's hands were rather cold. But Linley could feel the beat of Delia's heart through her tight grip. It was beating very quietly. Linley felt a surge of warmth in his own heart, slowly thawing a small part of his frozen heart. Thank you. Linley said softly. Don't say thank you to me. Delia shook her head, her scorching gaze on Linley's face. The air between the two of them grew warm. For some reason, Linley felt himself grow a bit muddle-headed. Scenes of himself and Alice would drift to his mind, but then they would be replaced by that kiss he had shared that night with Delia. His heartbeat sped up as well. Linley actually was growing a bit frantic. Bibi. Linley looked at Bibi, then looked at Delia. Delia, do you know how powerful Bibi has gotten? Under that sort of atmosphere, the only thing the panicking Linley could do was immediately change the topic. Linley didn't know what he might end up doing if that atmosphere continued. Thus, Linley decided to simply change the topic. Delia secretly sighed to herself. She was skilled in negotiations, and thus she naturally was a student of psychology as well. When she had been at the Ernst Institute, she had already begun studying psychology. In fact, the reason she started psychology was to better understand Linley. Delia understood Linley very well. Delia knew that, after having experienced what he had with Alice, although Linley had seemingly already forgotten about her, in truth, the after-effects of that relationship were not something which Linley could simply forget about as easily as that. First love was actually very fragile. Especially for a stubborn person such as Linley. Once he truly loved someone, then he would place an even higher value on that first love than normal people. The failure of that first love would unconsciously cause Linley to have somewhat of a phobia towards love. Even if other females tried to approach him, Linley would naturally recoil. Delia understood that a layer of ice had already covered Linley's heart. If one wished to melt that layer of ice, one couldn't be too hasty. It would have to be melted one step at a time. Delia deeply loved Linley, and in her heart, she felt pain on Linley's behalf. Linley had suffered so much. One loved one after another had left him. True, he was extremely accomplished, having become a peak stage saint at the age of 27. But how much bitterness and suffering had occurred on the path he had taken? Delia truly didn't wish for Linley to continue exhausting himself. For Linley's sake, Delia had already made up her mind to spend as much time as would be needed. As long as she could help Linley be a bit more relaxed and a bit happier, she would be very satisfied. Delia, what are you thinking about? Linley saw that Delia seemed to have gone daydreaming. Delia immediately snapped out of it and laughed. What am I thinking about? I'm thinking about you. Linley couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing the look on Linley's face, Delia laughed. I'm joking. Linley laughed as well. What did you want to say about Bibi just now? Delia laughed. Bibi, want to say a few things to Delia? Linley laughed as he looked at Bibi. Say a few things? Delia looked at Bibi in surprise. That ordinary little shadow mouse she had seen at the Ernst Institute could speak? All magical beasts capable of speech were at the same level. Bibi jumped to his feet, clambering onto the stone table. Standing tall, Bibi raised his little head proudly and said in a loud voice, Ms. Delia, let me tell you a secret. When the boss and I were in the mountain range of magical beasts, the boss would often talk to me about you. He even said that you had forcibly kissed him once. Whap! Linley immediately slapped towards Bibi, but Linley's palm passed straight through Bibi. It was nothing more than Bibi's afterimage. Bibi was standing in mid-air, laughing at Linley delighted. Bibi, you little rascal. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had never said such a thing before. Bibi actually made that all up. Bibi, be good, come over to me. Delia stretched her hand out, and Bibi immediately hopped into Delia's bosom again. In Delia's warm embrace, he seemed to feel very comfortable, and even winked a few times at Linley. Thanks to Bibi's intentional teasing, Linley and Delia were both laughing constantly. Time flew by very quickly, and soon, the sky gradually began to darken. Seeing how the sky was darkening, Delia suddenly remembered that tonight, Emperor Johann had arranged a major welcome banquet for her. Linley, it's getting late. I need to leave for now. Tonight, Emperor Johann has arranged a dinner banquet for me. I have to attend. Delia said apologetically. Linley nodded slightly. Then I won't keep you any longer. Will you go tonight? Delia suddenly asked. Me? Linley laughed. Emperor Johann didn't invite me, and I don't like dinner banquets. Forget it. Delia nodded slightly. Actually, how could Emperor Johann not have invited Linley? Only, Wharton had already refused on his older brother's behalf. He knew that Linley didn't like banquets, and also didn't like dealing with those nobles. Farewell. Delia said softly. Farewell. Linley looked at Delia. Delia stood there for a moment before slowly leaving the courtyard. After she walked outside, she turned to look back at Linley. It was already growing dark, and there wasn't much light. As Delia turned to look at Linley, her hair was swept up by the night wind. A dazzling smile, and then she left. Watching this beauty depart into the night, Linley stood there without moving, thinking who knows what. Big bro, what are you looking at? Wharton walked over, laughing. It is time for dinner. Your big bro feels the stirrings of spring. Bibi's little head popped up from behind Linley. Night descended, but the entire imperial capital was filled with lights. Right now, in the imperial palace, a huge banquet had been prepared, and the palace musicians were performing beautiful songs. Men and women were displaying their graceful dance steps in the middle of the hall. Delia was seated in a seat next to a wall of the main hall. Next to her was the Wild Thunder Stormhawk. She was the guest of honor today. After all, this banquet was for the sake of welcoming her. But aside from exchanging a few polite words with Emperor Johann, and singing a few words to a beautiful song, Delia claimed that she wasn't feeling well and went off to one side to rest. A handsome young noble walked over to Delia, a smile that he probably thought was friendly on his face. Bowing slightly, he said, "Beautiful Miss Delia, might I have the honor of asking you to a dance?" "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling very well." Delia shook her head. The young noble left regretfully. Not feeling well? Who was she trying to fool? Many girls who didn't want to accept an offer to dance would say this. What's more, Delia was a magus of the 7th rank. How could she so easily become ill? From afar, quite a few young nobles were staring at Delia. What number is he? Scott laughed towards a nearby young noble. The 8th. The young noble laughed. The 8th what? Marquis Jeff, who had just finished a dance, laughed as he walked over. Right now, Marquis Jeff was in a splendid mood. Indeed, as Marquis Jeff was the son of Prince Julin. As his heir, Marquis Jeff would one day be the controller of the entire Southeast Administrative Province. His status was very high, even higher than a prince who wasn't in line for the imperial throne. Naturally, many young noble ladies were desirous of becoming his wife. Unfortunately, although many young noble ladies had been bedded by Marquis Jeff, none of them had gotten anything. I was talking with His Imperial Highness regarding Ms. Delia. This is already the 8th person to ask Ms. Delia to dance, only to be refused. It seems the others have lost confidence. No one else dares to go invite her. The young noble laughed. Scott laughingly looked at Marquis Jeff. What, Cousin Jeff, do you wish to try? Marquis Jeff nodded confidently. It's just a dance, right? Watch me. Marquis Jeff smiled as he walked over towards Delia, smiled quite brightly. Ms. Delia. Marquis Jeff walked in front of her. Might I have the honor of asking you to a dance? I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well. Delia gave the same response. Marquis Jeff very naturally sat down next to her, maintaining a practiced degree of distance between the two of them. Although the distance between the two wasn't very far, it wasn't so close as to be threatening. If you aren't feeling well, you should rest. Marquis Jeff, being quite experienced, knew exactly how he should approach this sort of situation. If one was able to get into physical contact with a girl, it would be easier for the two to feel more intimate with each other. As to how to get into physical contact. Oh, Ms. Delia, your shoulder has some. As he spoke, Marquis Jeff reached out with his hand towards Delia's shoulder. But before he could get the word dust out of his mouth. Ah! Marquis Jeff let out an agonized scream. That scream stunned the main hall, and everyone turned to look at him. Even the distant Emperor Johann, who was chatting with the Imperial Left Premier, had their attention drawn to them. What just happened? Emperor Johann immediately walked over. My hand! My hand! Marquis Jeff was almost crying. A large wound had appeared on his hand, and a large chunk of flesh was missing. Blood was flowing non-stop, staining the floor. Delia hurriedly stood up. Emperor Johann, my apologies. Teacher instructed his Wild Thunder Stormhawk to protect me. The Wild Thunder Stormhawk will attack anything which touches my body in a manner it deems threatening. Before I even had a chance to react, the Wild Thunder Stormhawk immediately pecked at him. Everyone looked at the Wild Thunder Stormhawk. The Wild Thunder Stormhawk was dangling a chunk of flesh off its beak, which was stained with blood. The Wild Thunder Stormhawk swallowed the chunk of flesh in one gulp, then stared death at Marquis Jeff with its two golden hawk eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 31, The Anticipation of the Crowd. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 31, The Anticipation of the Crowd. The Wild Thunder Stormhawk will attack anything which touches my body in a manner it deems threatening. These words seemed very simple, but all of the nobles present were extremely intelligent. They immediately realized what had happened when they heard Delia say this. All of the nobles turned to stare at Marquis Jeff, who was currently clutching his wounded hand. His face was pale and very ugly to behold. This Marquis Jeff actually tried to make a physical move on her. Geez, many nobles secretly cursed him in silence. Although they didn't speak aloud, it was only natural that their gazes would convey their thoughts. Marquis Jeff felt extremely awkward. Emperor Johann glanced at his nephew with dissatisfaction as well. He knew that the Wild Thunder Stormhawk behind Delia was a magical beast of the 9th rank belonging to her Wind-style Grand Magus Same Teacher, Master Longhouse. Most likely, Delia really was unable to react to the Wild Thunder Stormhawk's attack on Marquis Jeff, and in turn the Wild Thunder Stormhawk was unable to speak with Delia. A situation like this most likely wasn't a result of Delia intentionally acting against Marquis Jeff. Indeed. Delia hadn't intentionally acted against Marquis Jeff. Before arriving at the banquet, Delia had already told the Wild Thunder Stormhawk that if anyone wished to try and make a physical move on her, the Wild Thunder Stormhawk was to peck them in punishment. None of the other young nobles had dared to make a physical move on her, but Marquis Jeff did. Naturally, he was the one who took the spear in the belly. Attend me. Take Jeff to the healers. Emperor Johann snapped an order to his servants. Marquis Jeff didn't try to explain, only hanging his head while holding his hand, with that astonishingly large hole in it. He rapidly left the main hall. Only then did Emperor Johann say comfortingly to Delia, Ms. Delia, sincere apologies that you had to experience something like this. This was our fault. We hope you won't be too upset. No, no. Emperor Johann, this was Little Win's mistake. When I go back, I'll definitely ask teacher to rebuke him. As she spoke, she intentionally glared at the Wild Thunder Stormhawk. And then, Delia said apologetically, Emperor Johann, I'm not feeling very well today. I'll go home now. I hope you will forgive me. That's a good idea. Miss Delia, when you get back, you need to have a good rest. Emperor Johann said in a very gentlemanly manner. With the guest of honor, Delia, having left, the other nobles began to buzz and chatter. Poor Marquis Jeff, naturally, became the center of their gossip. After this event and after having his wound healed by lightstyle magic, Marquis Jeff actually fearlessly and shamelessly went to serve as a guide for Delia, and 8th Imperial Prince Scott accompanied him as well. But unfortunately, although Miss Delia was very friendly, those two magical beasts were terrifying. Once, when Ms. Delia stumbled while walking, as she was about to fall, Prince Scott reached out with good intentions to help steady Delia by embracing her. Welcoming him, however, was a peck from the wild Thunder Stormhawk. This time, the injury was even more severe than Marquis Jeff's, as a hole was pecked straight through Prince Scott's right hand. After this experience, both Scott and Marquis Jeff learned their lessons and no longer dared to reach out with their hands. But just as they thought they were being nice and proper, misfortune came again. That world bear suddenly stretched out its two palms and sent both Scott and Marquis Jeff flying into the air. How terrifyingly strong were the paws of a world bear! Even a casual slap from the world bear was enough to injure Scott and Marquis Jeff to the point of vomiting blood. They were beaten to the brink of death, but fortunately, Lightstyle Magi were there to heal them. This is what the world bear, Hatton, said to them, you two keep swaggering around every day in front of me, Lord Hatton. You are so mother ** king annoying. In the future, every time I see you, I'll beat you. Good heavens! Who would dare anger a saint-level world bear? Even for the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, defeating a world bear wouldn't be a simple task. After all, a world bear was definitely a top-class magical beast, even amongst saint-level magical beasts. If it hadn't been that Master Longhouse's dimensional edge spell was simply too terrifyingly powerful, how could he possibly have subdued such a creature? Having learned their lessons, Scott and Marquis Jeff no longer dared to bother Ms. Delia again. Those other young nobles of the imperial capital who had ambitious designs on Ms. Delia, seeing the disasters which had befallen Marquis Jeff and Prince Scott, no longer dared to try anything. There was nothing for it. If they were swatted to death by that saint-level world bear, they wouldn't even have a chance to cry. Emperor Johann, while chatting with Delia, finally learned that Delia had actually been classmates of the same year with Master Linley at the Ernst Institute. In addition, Delia was in no hurry to return to the Yulan Empire, and was planning to stay and watch the duel in the O'Brien Empire between Linley and the monolithic sword saint. Emperor Johann naturally was very welcoming and magnanimous. Although a stay of several months from a foreign special envoy was quite long, Emperor Johann expressed welcome to her, saying that the longer she stayed, the better. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 3 months had passed. Tomorrow was August 4th, countless people in the imperial capital were discussing the upcoming saint-level duel. Even the towns outside the imperial capital were beginning to fill up with people who had come from distant places. This was because there were simply too many people coming to watch this duel. The imperial capital was totally full. On Boulder Street, Count Wharton's estate, Hillman and housekeeper Harry were drinking wine and chatting idly. Uncle Harry, have you noticed that recently, at mealtime, Linley smiles a lot more than usual, and often cracks jokes? Hillman's face was all smiles. Housekeeper Harry's ruddy nose was as red as ever. He chortled as well. Hillman, I imagine you know the reason why as well. Miss Delia comes to visit young Master Linley every day. How can young Master Linley not be happy? As I see it, this Miss Delia is a fine young lady. And I feel that Miss Delia is interested in young Master Linley. Right. When Miss Delia eats with us, I recognize that look in her eyes when she looks at young Master Linley. Hillman spoke with the air of experience. Hillman and housekeeper Harry were both quite satisfied with Delia. However, but young Master Linley himself always dodges this topic. I've raised it with him several times. Hillman shook his head helplessly. No rush. As long as both of them are willing, when the time is right, they'll definitely get together. Housekeeper Harry was actually quite confident. Right at this time, Wharton, Barker, and his siblings all came from the back courtyard's training fields. Those 6 massive bodies formed an amazing sight. Grandpa Harry. Uncle Hillman. Wharton called out to them from far away. As soon as Wharton entered the living room. My big brother and Ms. Delia haven't arrived yet. Right now, every day, Delia would come have lunch with Linley. They'll be here soon. Don't be impatient. Hillman said. They are here. Gates, who was at the back, turned his head and saw Linley walking alongside Delia, both dressed in light blue robes. The Blacklawed Panther, Harrow, was behind them, while Bibi was standing on Harrow's back. Both dressed in light blue robes, the natural, at ease Linley and the beautiful, moving Delia did appear to be a match made in heaven indeed. "Big bro, time to eat. You're still busy chatting? Don't you think you've chatted enough?" Wharton's loud voice boomed out. Linley and Delia looked at Wharton, and Wharton laughed while shaking his head. Yulon calendar, year 10009. August 4th, afternoon. Today, the weather was excellent. The sky was pure blue, with only a few clouds in the sky. The wind wasn't too strong, and the soft wind gently blew comfortably against everyone's faces, as gentle as the caress of a lover's hand. West of the city. Mt. Tujia. This was a small mountain that was only around 1,000 meters high, and a few thousand square meters in area. It wasn't a large mountain. Compared to Wargod Mountain, it was far smaller. Today, however, the area surrounding the mountain had already been divided into countless regions by various painted lines. Over 100,000 city guards were there maintaining order as well. There was an extremely high number of spectators here today, even more than during that last duel between Olivier and Hadesun. Although many people had come, with those millions of people all divided into one region after another, it was quite orderly, with each region having an army regiment standing guard. Mtitujiao didn't have any people on the mountain itself. But in the air above Mtitujiao, Linley stood in mid-air. Even the nobles stood several hundred meters away from the base of Mtitujiao, with the city guards maintaining a perimeter. Wharton, Barker, and his brothers naturally were in the front, quite close to Emperor Johann. As for Delia and Master Longhouse, they were quite close to Wharton's group. Wharton and Delia both raised their heads, staring at Linley's figure with concern. "My big bro will definitely win," Wharton murmured silently to himself. Master Longhouse gently patted Delia on her shoulders. Delia looked towards her teacher, her eyes slightly red. Delia felt tremendous mental pressure. "It'll be fine. Linley will be fine," Master Longhouse said comfortingly. "He definitely will be fine," Delia said softly to herself, as she looked up towards Ntujiao again. F***CK, why hasn't that Hadesun come yet? Gates cursed angrily. He didn't care about the monolithic sword saint at all, and cursed as he pleased. Right now, Wharton, housekeeper Harry, Hillman, Delia, Barker and his brothers, Jen, Rebecca, and Lena, all of them were quietly hoping and praying for Linley's victory. For Linley to win will be very hard. A grey-robed figure suddenly appeared next to them. Olivier? Wharton and Gates stared at this man in astonishment. Olivier had come back to life. Olivier's face was ashen pale, but his aura was even more restrained than before. Bloomer was standing by his side. Olivier glanced at Wharton, then said calmly that Hadesun's defense is extremely powerful, and his attack force is very astonishing as well. You should remember how when I fought him, my arm broke from aiming a single sword blow at him. His strength far exceeds mine. In addition, his spiritual energy is very powerful, and he is also very fast. He is essentially flawless. Beating him will be hard. Olivier, our lord is not you, Gates said unhappily. Olivier laughed calmly and fell silent. He walked with his younger brother to a different area, quietly awaiting the coming battle. Lord Hadesun has arrived. A surprised shout came from somewhere within that endless sea of humanity. Everyone turned to stare at a figure that was flying over at high speed from the east. In the blink of an eye, Hadesun appeared in the air above Mtitujiao, standing opposite from Linley. Right now, Linley and Hadesun were only 1,000 meters off the ground. The dwellers of the Yulon continent all had good eyesight. In broad daylight, they could clearly make out these two figures who were 1,000 meters away. Delia's hands were balled into tight fists, and her palms were sweaty. At this moment, none of the millions of spectators surrounding Mtitujiao made any noise. It seemed as though they were all holding their breaths, as they all felt an incredible pressure. Everyone's gaze was fixed on those two figures high up in the air. Linley, you arrived rather early, Hadesun said casually as he stood in mid-air. Linley just looked at him calmly. A gentle wind surrounded him. Linley was currently in his human form. The reason he was able to fly was because he had already utilized the wind style spell of the 9th rank, Wind Shadow. The soaring technique was a spell of the 7th rank, while the air wing spell was a spell of the 8th rank. The Wind Shadow spell of the 9th rank combined the air wing spell with the supersonic spell. When using this spell, not only could one fly, one would also possess astonishing speed. Linley casually removed his outer garments, collecting them into his interspatial ring, then stared coldly at Hadesun. Hadesun, let's cut the crap. Prepare to fight. As he spoke, Linley's body quickly began to be covered with black scales, and those sharp spikes appeared from his elbows, knees, forehead, and spine. That iron whip-like tail swung about behind him, and those dark gold eyes stared coldly at Hadesun. Oh, how refreshingly blunt. Come, then, let's see if you are qualified to make me draw my sword. The monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, looked at Linley with confidence, and he laughed calmly as he spoke in a bright voice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 32, Desperate. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 32, Desperate. Linley and Hadesun stood there in mid-air, staring at each other from over a few hundred meters apart. Naturally, they used battle chi to speak to each other, and their voices were very loud. The viewers below could hear their words clearly. How arrogant! Wharton frowned. *CK his grandmother, when his lordship beats him to the point of being unable to fight back, this Hadesun will know how ignorant and sheltered he is. Gates cursed unhappily. Although most of the spectators below felt Hadesun was arrogant, they also knew that Hadesun had the power to be arrogant. After all, he was the monolithic sword saint, famous for his defense. In mid-air, the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, finished his words, and the area around him became covered with those earthen swirls of energy. The density of that roiling energy had reached a terrifying density and power. Force you to draw your sword? Linley's lips curved upwards. Bang! A dense azurish black battle chi exploded forth from Linley's body, surrounding Linley like a thick black swirling fog. But compared to Hadesun's, the protective energy around Linley actually made one's heart rate change. It contained within it some sort of strange vibrational pulse. Oh! Staring at Linley's pulseguard defense, Hadesun's eyes lit up. He immediately stared carefully at Linley and laughed. Linley, I didn't realize that when you dueled with Olivier, you had been hiding this ability. I confess, you are qualified to make me draw my sword. Hadesun was extremely experienced. Although Linley's pulseguard defense was different from his, the power of his defense was definitely not any inferior than Hadesun's. Just based on this astonishing defensive power, Hadesun had to draw his sword. Clang! Hadesun drew his earthen-colored heavy sword from the sheath on his back, staring steadily at Linley. With a flip of his hand, that adamantine heavy sword appeared in his hands, glowing with that faint blue light. He immediately adopted a ready position, prepared to deliver a fierce blow at any moment. He drew his sword. Lord Hadesun drew his sword. The heartbeats of the millions of spectators increased in speed. Olivier frowned. Linley's defense. It seems to be rather special. I didn't expect that he had been hiding this ability. Delia was so nervous that her forehead was covered with sweat, but she didn't notice it at all. One was surrounded by earth-colored energy, while the other was surrounded by azurish black energy. The monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, looked like a war god of the earth, while Linley looked like a demon from another dimension, making those who saw him feel fear. Careful! Linley let out a cold shout, then he moved. Boom! The gentle wind suddenly transformed into a howling tempest which filled the skies. Linley's body suddenly blurrily merged with the wind which began to blow around the entire Mtituja. Crack! A tree was shattered in half by the force of the wind, and many other trees began to bend as well. Leaves were blown everywhere into the sky, and countless leaves and pebbles were swirling about in the air above Mtituja. Everyone below scrunched their eyes, carefully watching this oncoming battle. He's actually reached such a high level of understanding with regards to the elemental laws of the wind. The wind-style Grand Magus Saint, Longhouse, sighed quietly in praise as his eyes lit up. The others all watched the battle with bated breath. The monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, wielding his earthen heavy sword in his hands, stood arrogantly in midair. He seemed as stable as a mountain, despite the wind howling about him. Linley's body could be blurrily seen at multiple places throughout that wild wind. Dot. Suddenly, a bizarre, bestial howl could be heard as a black blur suddenly charged towards Hadesun. Hadesun's face changed. Linley's speed was simply too fast. Because his speed had reached a certain limit, the wind itself had howled in rage. The only thing Hadesun saw was Linley's two dark golden eyes. They stared at each other. HRMPH. Hadesun wasn't afraid at all. Ha-orarg. Ha-orarg. Two angry roars rang out at the same time. The adamantine heavy sword howled with the wind, carrying tremendous force as it chopped down towards Hadesun. But Hadesun's earthen heavy sword seemed to carry the force of a mountain as it swung towards Linley. The two swords collided. Bang! It was as though two mountains had collided. The terrifying power of that collision produced waves of energy that one could see with the naked eye. Those waves of energy were knife-sharp, and the trees directly beneath the battle on Mtituja were split apart. Some boulders were chopped into rubble, while countless rocks and pebbles blasted in all directions. Your Imperial Majesty, careful! A boulder actually smashed down directly towards Emperor Johan's direction. Immediately, warriors charged towards it, kicking the 10,000-pound boulder away. One powerful warrior after another protected each of the nobles. Many of the spectators were powerful warriors, and some were magi. Everyone, be careful! Those spectators were all stunned. This power was simply too terrifying. Linley. Seeing Linley's Dragonblood warrior transformation and his astonishing strength, Delia felt pride for the person she was in love with. Linley and Hadesun both retreated nearly 100 meters. What astonishing strength! Linley felt shocked. When he had dueled against Olivier, Linley had only used Blood Violet and therefore had not shown off his incredible strength. After all, Dragonblood warriors were famous for their strength. When using the adamant heavy sword, he was able to put his terrifying, earth-shaking power on full display. Dragonblood warriors live up to their reputation as supreme warriors. Hadesun laughed loudly. But Linley, just now, I only used pure strength and none of the laws. You need to be careful of my next attack. For example, that Worldbreaker attack Hadesun had used last time contained the insights he had gained into the laws of the earth. The power of that attack had increased tremendously as a result. With my next technique, I too shall use my profound truths of the earth. You be careful as well. Linley looked calmly at the distant monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. In this battle, he definitely couldn't hold anything back. If he held back but the opponent didn't, he would probably die. His lordship is about to use the profound truths of the earth. Barker, his brothers, and Wharton all grew nervous. Bibi and Harrow both exchanged glances. Harrow had shrunken his size dramatically today, which was very rare for him. Swoosh! While everyone stared upwards into the sky, Bibi and Harrow scurried towards Mtitujiao, moving as fast as lightning. These two magical beasts quickly arrived at the tip of Mtitujiao, and in the blink of an eye, Bibi and Harrow hid within some of the wild grass at the mountaintop. We'll watch from here. If the boss wins, that's fine. If the boss loses and that Hadesun continues to go full force on him, then it'll be time for us to charge. Bibi stared evilly at the mid-air Hadesun. Harrow nodded as well. Last time, Olivier had nearly lost his life. Harrow and Bibi didn't want to see that scene repeat itself. Linley was wielding the adamant heavy sword while the battle chi in his body began to rise rapidly, and his power quickly grew. The monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, was building his power as well. The two experts were preparing to use their ultimate techniques. Boom! Boom! Terrifying sonic booms rang out as two blurs slashed through the air. In the blink of an eye, those two experts slammed into each other like two massive colliding meteors. Profound truths of the earth, 100-layered waves. Linley's dark golden eyes grew even colder, and his adamant heavy sword floated as agilely as a soft breeze, having attained a bizarrely fast speed, as though it was passing through reality itself. World quake. Hayden's face was very solemn, and the light covering his earthen heavy sword grew even more concentrated, and the heavens and the earth in the area around them began to congeal and solidify. Bang! The earthen heavy sword collided against the adamant heavy sword. This collision was very strange. Linley was smashed downwards from the skies like a meteor, falling downwards at extreme speed. Only after falling several hundred meters did he manage to somersault and then halt his descent. Linley could sense that the flow of blood in his body had been disrupted and was roiling about. What terrifying attack power! Linley stared in amazement at the mid-air monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. Linley's pulseguard defense was extremely powerful, several dozen times more powerful than the normal battle chi armor which protected most saints. Such a terrifying defense was generally immune to the attacks of most law-based techniques of peak stage saints. Linley's defense was not one bit weaker than Hadesun's. But despite that, Hadesun's worldquake technique was simply too terrifying. It was as though the weight of an entire enormous mountain had concentrated itself onto Hadesun's sword as it chopped down against Linley. It had broken through Linley's pulseguard defense, exhausting the majority of its power as it did so, but Linley was just barely able to defend against that remaining amount of power via his draconic scales. This monolithic sword saint's attack power actually contains a hint of similarity to my profound truths of the earth. Linley could sense that Hadesun's worldquake technique actually carried a bit of vibrational power as well, only, there was but a single vibrational wave. A single vibrational wave was only capable of causing the blood in Linley's body to be roiled and disturbed. His insight into the throbbing pulse of the world is quite low. The monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, didn't actually focus on the throbbing pulse of the world when training in the laws of the earth. He had gone a different way. I imagine Hadesun isn't feeling too well right now either. Linley stared upwards at Hadesun. Ugh! Hadesun's body trembled, a hint of blood leaking out from his lips as he stared down at Linley in astonishment. When the adamantine heavy sword had intersected with his earthen heavy sword, at first he hadn't felt any force at all. But then, a strange vibration passed into his body through the sword, and Hadesun felt as though countless warhammer-like blows were smashing into his internals. In the blink of an eye, he had been struck by 100 vibrations. Fortunately, I've reached a certain degree of mastery into the massive aspect of the laws of the earth, which fortified both my soul and my internals. Otherwise, this attack by itself probably would have taken my life. Hadesun's defense was very powerful indeed. Not only was his external defense formidable, his spirit and his internal organs were protected as well. After all, the earth was the mother to us all. The path Hadesun had chosen was a path of extreme defense and extreme offensive power. If Linley had used 50 layered vibrational waves to attack Hadesun, he probably wouldn't have been able to injure Hadesun at all. But Linley had used the 100 layered waves attack. No matter how strong Hadesun's defense had been, he had still been injured. One stood in mid-air above Mtetuja. The other stood in mid-air, halfway down Mtetuja. The two stared at each other, both sensing how powerful the other was. What a terrifying attack! Hadesun felt terror in his heart. This was the first time he had experienced such a bizarre attack. What astonishing defense, and what terrifying strength! Linley, seeing that the opponent had received his 100 layered waves head-on without dying, also felt stunned. Below them was a sea of silence. Nobody knew what the result had been between this clash of experts. Haha, Linley, wonderful. You are the first saint to cause me to be heavily injured. Hadesun's voice rang out brightly, but then it grew seriously. But now, I'll no longer hold back anything. Prepare to receive my World Breaker attack. If you die, don't blame me. Watching from below, Olivier's face changed. Last time, it had been the World Breaker technique which had nearly taken his life. The World Breaker technique was far more terrifying than the World Quake technique. It remains to be seen who shall be the one to die. Linley said coldly, his voice also ringing in the skies. In truth, Linley had already reached the level of being able to generate 132 layers of waves. Just then, Linley had only utilized the 100 layered waves, but that wasn't Linley's limit. Boom! Boom! Two sonic booms once more split the air, as these two ultimate experts charged towards each other in mid-air. One flew upwards at high speed, while the other charged downwards. These two experts collided with tremendous force at the outskirts of Mtetuja. World Breaker. Profound truths of the earth, 132 layered waves. The absolute most powerful attacks of these two experts. Bang! Linley's body was actually slammed into the side of Mtetuja itself, creating a giant crater. Crack! Crack! Instantly, the entire mountain began to crack, and with a rumbling noise, countless boulders began to fall and trees began to split apart. As the boulders came tumbling down towards them, many of the spectators below immediately began to block them. Boom! Linley came charging out from within the deep crater. His body was stained with blood, and even parts of his draconic scales were shattered. The power of the World Breaker technique was many times higher than the World Quake technique. Linley had taken this attack head-on, but despite being protected by 2 layers of defense, the pulse guard defense and his draconic scales, he had still been heavily wounded and vomited blood. Parg! Hadesun's throat convulsed, and he vomited out a large mouthful of fresh blood, his face instantly turning white. Both of these mighty saints were now covered with blood. The battle had reached a desperate point. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 33, Astonishment. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 33, Astonishment. The millions of spectators below were stunned. Hadesun had vomited blood, while Linley's shattered scales were covered with bloodstains. Clearly, this battle was growing extremely desperate. How is this possible? How is this possible, Master Linley and Lord Hadesun? The countless spectators were all stunned. These two dominating experts had actually battled to such a point. What was truly shocking was, the reputed most powerful of saints, Hadesun, had vomited a large mouthful of blood. Clearly he had been deeply injured. As they saw it, Linley was only 27, despite being a genius. But wasn't Linley previously just on par with Olivier? Olivier had been defeated by Hadesun, and Linley should have suffered the same fate. But clearly, the results were totally different. Linley, Olivier's forehead was locked into a frown. He fell silent. Actually, if Linley hadn't gained insight into his pulseguard defense, most likely the Worldquake technique of Hadesun would have badly injured him, and the Worldbreaker should have directly killed him. But now that Linley had his pulseguard defense, his protective abilities were extremely high. Even when Hadesun used his ultimate technique, he could only badly injure Linley at most. Linley! Delia was at the point of tears. Especially when she saw Linley's body covered with bloodstains, her heart quivered. Big bro. Lord. Wharton, the Barker brothers, housekeeper Harry, Hillman, Jen and the other girls, all of them were worried for Linley. The battle had truly reached a desperate state. What a bizarre attack. There is no way to defend against it at all. Hadesun stared at the distant, demonic-looking Linley, thinking at high speed. Profound truths of the earth, 132 layered waves. Even Hadesun, whose internal organs were under special protection, had been heavily injured. Hadesun knew very well that he could perhaps endure a single additional blow from his opponent's ultimate attack, but if he were to be hit a third time, he would definitely perish. How could Linley's defense be so powerful? My Worldbreaker attack was unable to kill him. Hadesun couldn't believe it. He hadn't met any opponent who would dare take his attack head-on. The Worldbreaker was his ultimate attack. If he wasn't capable of killing his opponent with it, how would he win? I can't take another one head-on. I'll have to rely on my speed to try and avoid his attack while landing mine on him. Hadesun decided. He believed that Linley wouldn't be much better off than him. It was already incredible that Linley would still be battle-worthy after having taken his Worldbreaker attack. He trusted that so long as he was able to land another Worldbreaker, Linley definitely wouldn't be able to take it. Hadesun's thoughts were actually mirrored by Linley's own. Given his current condition, he definitely couldn't take another attack head-on. Shudder, the earthen flows of energy surrounding Hadesun began to contract, forming a thinner, almost armor-like layer around him. Linley was also retracting the area of his pulseguard defense. If the defense was too spread out, their high-speed flying maneuvers would be impacted. Without question, for both experts to do this meant that they were about to engage in a battle of agility. The countless spectators below all stared in the sky, barely breathing. Those people who had been absolutely certain that the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, would win, no longer dared to say anything anymore. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hurricane-like winds once more split the sky open, and Linley's body once again began to move in that graceful, bizarre manner. His speed had reached its absolute limit. Relying on the force of the wind, Linley's movements were extremely bizarre and totally unpredictable. Wielding his earthen-heavy sword, Hadesun moved as well. With each step he took, he seemed to teleport, traversing tens of meters. His movements were bizarre as well. Swyish. Hadesun's earthen-heavy sword suddenly appeared in front of Linley, chopping down at him. But it passed through Linley as though Linley was nothing but air. This Linley turned into a blur and disappeared. It was just an afterimage. Swish. The adamantine heavy sword struck out as well. But as it neared Hadesun's body, Hadesun suddenly appeared several dozen meters away. Both of these experts knew how formidable the other's attacks were. They didn't dare to take them on head-on, and they all desired to use their agility to allow themselves to deliver a vicious blow towards their opponent. Where are they? We can't even see them. Those countless viewers stared carefully at the skies, but Linley and Hadesun were simply moving too fast. With the wind howling as ferociously as it was, they could only occasionally see a solid blur. Delia's forehead was covered in sweat, but she still stared unblinkingly at the heavens. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. With a single step, Hadesun appeared at the top of Mtetuja. Hadesun had decided to use the boulders and trees of Mtetuja to serve as cover and restrict Linley's speed. Whoosh! Linley charged downwards at high speed, heading straight towards Hadesun. With a single step, Hadesun moved a great distance, and with a second step, he appeared behind a giant boulder. Linley was currently located on the opposite side of the boulder. Worldbreaker. The earthen-heavy sword chopped down with boundless power. That man-sized boulder split apart as easily as tofu, shattering into pebbles as soon as the energy surrounding the heavy sword touched it. Linley, however, had already retreated at high speed, having sensed that the situation had turned dangerous. Bang! The entire Mtetuja suddenly had a terrifying large crack which was hundreds of meters long appear in the mountain itself, with the crack 3 or 4 meters wide. Countless stones rained down in every direction. God! The millions of spectators were stunned. They saw how, before their very eyes, an enormous crack had appeared in the mountain itself. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain had been half-split. Boom! Linley struck out once more with his profound truths of the earth, 132 layered waves, chopping at Hadesun. Hadesun once more dodged. Linley's heavy sword struck on a nearby tree. Rumble! With a bizarre sound, the tree turned into dust, while at the same time, the vibrations from the adamant and heavy sword's chop traveled in a straight line from the top of the mountain to the center of the mountain, and then expanded outwards. Rumble! In the middle of the mountain, a man-sized tunnel began to appear, and countless crushed rocks came flowing out from within it. Those rocks had been completely crushed to dust, to the point where they floated upwards into the wind, covering the entire mountain with dust. In the blink of an eye, a tunnel that passed straight from the top of the mountain to the center of the mountain could clearly be seen by the countless spectators. The countless spectators were deathly quiet. Emperor Johan's throat clenched twice. Good heavens! What sort of terrifying power was this? Who could possibly withstand a single blow from these two? One sword split half the mountain, while the other bore a tunnel straight through it, turning the stone into dust. This was simply inconceivable. That's the profound truths of the earth. Barker and the others were excited, but at the same time, they were alarmed by the astonishing power of the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. Olivier silently watched everything. The wind blew wildly. Linley, hiding his body within the wind, would constantly appear in multiple places. As for Hadesun, he continued to dodge nonstop in that bizarre method. The spectators below only heard those nonstop powerful exploding sounds, followed by the sound of boulders splitting apart and trees either exploding or disintegrating. Boom! Part of the mountain peak was actually split off and sent flying downwards. Tumbling down the mountainside, countless trees were split apart in its path, and the spectators below began to cry in alarm. Kenyon of the War Gods College, one of the spectating saints, immediately went forward. With a sweep of his sturdy staff, he borrowed the force of the titanic rock and sent it flying towards an empty space at the base of the mountain. Only then did the nearly 100-meter wide rock roll away. Retreat! Retreat! The soldiers of the army immediately issued orders, directing the spectators to begin retreating. The imperial clan and the nobles began to retreat as well. Good heavens, this battle was far more than they had thought it would be. At such a close distance, it would be simply too dangerous. Everyone began to retreat. Linley and Hadesun's battle grew more and more frantic and more reckless. With just 3 or 4 full-force sword chops, Hadesun had all but chopped the entire Mte Tujiao into several pieces, while Linley's attacks were causing Mte Tujiao to split apart. Soon. Rumble! Mte Tujiao simply couldn't sustain the damage anymore. The utterly ravaged Mte Tujiao collapsed, sending countless amounts of dust flying everywhere. The spectators immediately began to retreat, frightened. Fortunately, they had already retreated earlier, and they had multiple saints protecting them. After the dust and rubble settled down, a field of rubble roughly 200 or 300 meters high appeared in front of them. Mte Tujiao was gone. All that was left was an enormous pile of rubble. Good heavens! The countless spectators stared at the two people standing above the rubble. Linley and Hadesun were both covered with blood, and their faces were pale. But their auras were still incredibly fierce. None of the viewers would ever be able to forget this battle. Regardless of who would be the winner or who would die, they wouldn't think for an instant that the loser was weak or had performed poorly. Linley, you lose. Hadesun stared coldly at Linley. Linley's dark golden eyes stared silently at Hadesun. Even after you dragon form, your battle chi is weaker than mine. After such a long, exhausting battle, your speed has already begun to slow down. Hadesun said confidently. Indeed. In his human form, Linley was only of the 9th rank, and after dragon forming, his battle chi was only at the level of a mid-stage saint. But Hadesun was someone who had trained for centuries. His reservoir of battle chi was far deeper than Linley's. After such a vigorous battle, Linley's battle chi was almost empty. Without sufficient battle chi to support him, his speed naturally would decrease. Hadesun's lips curved up. Boom! Hadesun suddenly moved. An explosive sonic boom could be heard as Hadesun charged forward at high speed, while Linley also dodged at high speed, relying on his powerful dragon form as well as the support of the Wind Shadow spell. But with his battle chi almost all gone, Linley's speed was now slower than Hadesun's. World Breaker! Sensing his chance, Hadesun aimed a final blow at Linley. Screech! An ear-piercing, heart-shaking screech shook the heavens, while a vicious black shadow appeared from within the rubble and charged at high speed, appearing between Linley and Hadesun. At the same time, it expanded in size. BB! Linley was startled. BB had transformed to be 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, while at the same time, he slammed his sharp claws viciously against that earthen heavy sword. F***ck off. BB howled angrily. Boom! The earthen heavy sword and BB's sharp claws collided. Hadesun was knocked flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. As for BB, he too was knocked backwards by the terrifying power of that attack. F***ck, that hurts. An angry howl. Fast as lightning, BB once more appeared in front of Hadesun. Despite having taken the World Breaker attack head-on, BB's body only had a hint of blood on it. He hadn't suffered a severe injury at all. Hadesun had fallen onto the ground. Seeing this freak charge towards him, he had no idea where it had come from. All he knew was, if he didn't block, he would die. Hadesun immediately jumped to his feet. Where had this freak come from? It had taken his World Breaker blow head-on without injury. World Breaker. Hadesun went all out to try and preserve his life. Bang! BB slammed both claws directly against the earthen heavy sword, sending it flying out of Hadesun's hands. Hadesun was sent flying backwards as well, and fresh blood once more spewed forth from his lips as he fell heavily to the ground. All of the onlookers were stunned, and their mouths gaped open. You want to kill my boss? You want to die? BB howled angrily as he charged forward yet again. BB, stop. Linley immediately shouted. Boss, what are you doing? BB turned to look at Linley. Linley glanced at Hadesun. After this duel, Linley knew that Hadesun actually wouldn't be a huge threat to him in the future. Linley shook his head, then mentally said, BB, forget it. BB was extremely dissatisfied. He jumped next to that earthen heavy sword, lifted it up, then put it into his mouth. Crunch! Crunch! With two crunching sounds, he actually devoured and swallowed that earthen heavy sword. BB, will spare your life. I'll eat your little toy though. Consider this your punishment. The giant BB said casually as he stared down at Hadesun from midair with two cold eyes. How is that possible? Hadesun forced himself to his feet, staring in disbelief. His sword had been forged through an alloy of countless precious materials. It wasn't much weaker than Linley's adamantine heavy sword, but it had actually been eaten by this magical beast. Master Linley, this magical beast? Emperor Johann asked from afar. BB turned to stare at Emperor Johann angrily. What? My boss is a magus. When a magus engages in a duel, it is very normal for him to bring his magical beast companions. Why can't I help? BB, have already been quite forbearing, since Hera hasn't even come out yet. Otherwise, if my boss, myself, and Hera were to join forces, killing Hadesun would have been as easy as eating that sword just now. Heru, show yourself. Grulul. At this time, an angry growl could be heard as another magical beast came charging out of the rubble. It also began to grow in size. It was the black-cloud panther, Heru. Hera flew directly next to BB, standing in midair alongside BB as he glanced at Hadesun. Right now, both Linley and Hadesun were badly injured. But the distant, countless spectators were no longer paying any attention to them. Their attention was on these two saint-level magical beasts that had suddenly appeared, especially that first one. The first one was too terrifying. He had taken a hit from the World Breaker attack without any problems. With a few crunchy chomps, he had eaten Hadesun's personal weapon. Hey, Hadesun, you got any issues with that? BB lowered his head to scowl at Hadesun. Seeing the cold light flashing in BB's eyes, Hadesun knew that if he were to protest strongly, BB would probably claw him to death. Even at full strength, it would be hard for him to win against a magical beast like BB, with such astonishing defense, attack, and speed. Much less now. Hadesun turned his head, maintaining his silence. Hadesun, I admit that I lost this duel. Linley said. Hadesun glanced at Linley. In his heart, he was beginning to admire Linley. Linley, today, actually, the two of us fought to a draw. I was able to rely on my deeper reservoir of battle chi to take a slight advantage. As for your magical beast. Hadesun glanced at Heru, then looked at BB. BB immediately stared at him. Hadesun laughed bitterly. Your magical beast is the most terrifying saint-level magical beast I have ever seen. Hearing these words, BB raised his little head up arrogantly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 34, Fame Spreading Far. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 34, Fame Spreading Far. With a flip of his hand, Linley retrieved a long robe from his interspatial ring. He returned to his human form, then put on the long robe. With a calm laugh, he said, BB, Harrow, let's go back. At the same time, Linley looked at Hadesun. The monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, was looking at him as well. Both Hadesun and Linley's faces were rather pale. After this duel, both of them had suffered severe injuries, internal injuries. These two ultimate experts both nodded slightly. And then Hadesun, paying no attention to anyone else, rose into the air and flew away towards the east. He transformed into a blurred blackbit, then disappeared into the eastern horizons. Linley walked in front, with Bibi and Haru, his two saint-level magical beasts, behind him. Seeing the man and his two magical beasts, Emperor Johann, Kenyon, Lank and the others all felt great pressure. Linley and his two saint-level magical beasts all possessed astonishing power. Master Linley. Emperor Johann was the first to walk forward and greet him warmly. Linley nodded slightly, his face still rather white. Emperor Johann, I've gained some insights as a result of this duel. I need to go back and train. Emperor Johann was startled, but then he hurriedly said, all right. Master Linley's training takes priority. Linley smiled politely, then headed towards his own people. Wharton, Delia, and the others immediately went forward to welcome him, and Wharton immediately gave Linley a bear hug. Big bro. Wharton's eyes were red, but he managed to laugh. Let's go. Let's go home. Linley said as he glanced at Delia. Delia's beautiful eyelashes were wet. When she had seen Linley in danger just then, Delia had cried from worry. Linley felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Let's all go together. Linley laughed as he looked at Delia, who looked back at him and nodded slightly. Linley's group immediately left. The countless bystanders all quite conscientiously parted, giving them a path out. Virtually everyone was staring at Linley with a worshipful look in their eyes. A 27-year-old youngster could actually fight with Hadesun, the reputedly strongest saint in the continent, on such a level. And what's more, he even had two saint-level magical beasts, one of which was so powerful that it could suppress Hadesun. Elder brother, Bloomer looked towards his older brother, Olivier. Olivier was publicly hailed as a prodigy, but 3 months ago, he had been defeated by the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun. Nobody blamed him for losing, after all, his opponent had been Hadesun. Everyone in the Yulan continent still felt Olivier was an absolute genius. However, Linley was younger than him, much younger. But the result of Linley's duel with Hadesun was clearly different. Even Hadesun himself had said that if it weren't for the fact that Linley's battle chi was insufficient, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Linley. Victory thanks to superior battle chi? In the eyes of many experts, that couldn't even be considered a victory. This was because the understanding of the elemental laws was far more difficult than cultivating battle chi. As long as one had sufficient time, one's battle chi could definitely be increased. Second brother, I plan to go train in the Arctic ice cap. Take care of yourself. Olivier said calmly towards his younger brother. Elder brother. Bloomer stared at him, his eyes wide. He had heard his older brother speak of the Arctic ice cap in the past. The planar overseer was there, along with some saints who had hidden themselves there to train in those wild, desolate, lifeless lands. Olivier turned his head to glance at his younger brother. Second brother, remember. You are the younger brother of Olivier. Don't disappoint me. Right. Bloomer nodded solemnly. Olivier smiled, and then flew into the air, streaking towards the north. His robes fluttering in the wind, and carrying those two long swords on his back, Olivier disappeared off into the horizon, heading towards the Arctic ice cap. Hadesun, Linley, when I return, I will definitely defeat both of you. Olivier stared towards the north, his eyes filled with newfound resolve. Under the direction of the army, the millions of spectators quickly dispersed in every direction. Even as they left, they all felt extremely excited and jubilant, forming small groups as they discussed today's battle. One sword split the mountain. Another sword tunneled through it. A 1,000-meter-high mountain that had an area of several square miles had been turned into a giant pile of rubble. And then, those two magical beasts had appeared. All of these events had caused the spectators to feel uncontrollable excitement. After this duel, everyone was filled with awe towards Linley. A 27-year-old who was able to fight so well against Hadesun, and had two such incredible magical beast companions. By the looks of it, one of the magical beasts was capable of beating Hadesun. If he fought together alongside his two magical beasts, who in the Yulan continent would dare stand against them? It is fortunate that I had chosen Wharton. Thankfully, our ancestor, the war god, guided me. Emperor Johann let out a long sigh. I didn't realize that Linley was this formidable. Fortunately, he's become in-laws with our imperial clan. After this battle at Mtituja west of the imperial capital, the millions of spectators began to spread the news with astonishing speed. Soon, Linley's fame resounded throughout the world, becoming one of the most famous names in the entire Yulan continent. He was able to fight the most powerful saint, Hadesun, to a standstill. Only 27 years old. An archmagus of the 9th rank. And a grandmaster sculptor. And what's more, he was in control of 2 terrifying saint-level magical beasts, one of which was capable of defeating Hadesun. This seemed like something out of a legend. Whether as a sculptor, as a magus, or as a warrior, Linley had reached a legendary level. It was as though multiple legends had taken form. Without question, he was an unequaled genius. Linley's name and fame as a saint quickly spread across the entire Yulan continent, much like how the war gods had in the distant past. With some gossipers further exaggerating these legendary events, countless youths began to set Linley as their goal and began to train all the harder. Linley was guaranteed to leave behind a thick stroke in the history books of the Yulan continent. What's more, Linley's glory had just begun. He was only 27 years old. His future prospects were unlimited. The news of Linley's duel with Hadesun quickly reached the intelligence networks of the Radiant Church, and arrived at the Sacred Isle via flying magical beast couriers. The waves crashed against the Sacred Isle. Located in the sea, it was extremely peaceful, and within it there was the powerful force of the Radiant Church. On the 9th floor of the Radiant Temple, the Holy Emperor, Haydns, was quietly flipping through the treasured Holy Scripture of the Radiant Church. Suddenly, 2 rapping sounds could be clearly heard on his door. "Come in." Haydn's voice was as steady as always. Guillermo, dressed in a long red robe, hurried in. He stared at the Holy Emperor, Haydns, and said in a serious voice, "Your Holiness, word has come regarding Linley's duel with Hadesun." Haydns raised his head to glance at Guillermo. The look on Guillermo's face aroused Haydn's suspicions. He accepted the piece of paper from Guillermo and casually flipped through it. As he did, his previously calm expression froze. "Your Holiness?" Guillermo said in a quiet voice. Haydn sighed softly, then tossed the parchment onto his desk. Rising to his feet, he walked to the nearby window. Staring at the distant, boundless sea, he said, "Linley, I knew that you are a genius, but I didn't expect that in 10 short years, you could have grown so much." Long ago, Haydn had predicted that Linley would become very accomplished. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent 6 angels to kill Linley. But who would have imagined that soon after those 6 angels failed, Linley would cause such a huge stir? First, he fought Olivier to a standstill, which had already shocked the Radiant Church. But this time, "Your Holiness, what should we do?" Guillermo asked in a low voice. "Currently, Linley is already roughly on par with Hadesun." "Hadesun." Haydn continued staring outside the window, his back to Guillermo. "Hadesun is indeed quite strong. If I wanted to defeat him, I'd have to expend quite a bit of effort." Although Hadesun was reputed to be the strongest saint, there had been many people who had never competed against him. Aside from those experts who had been quietly training for many years, there was the Holy Emperor, the Dark Patriarch, and a number of other experts who didn't care about fame. Oracular magic was one of the 3 types of high magic, after all. A peak-stage saint-level practitioner of oracular magic was extremely powerful, far more so than an ordinary peak-stage saint-level Grand Magus. Haydn was confident that if he were to go all out, he would be able to defeat Hadesun. That was only if he went all out. What's more, the intelligence network had reputed that Linley also had 2 terrifying magical beast companions, one of whom even Hadesun apparently couldn't do anything to. Linley has those 2 saint-level magical beasts. If I and Oseno were to both attack, most likely at most we would only be able to force Linley to flee. To kill Linley, we would need to have all the experts of the church come. Haydn said in a low voice. To defeat and to kill were 2 totally different concepts. That combination of Linley and 2 magical beasts was simply too terrifying. Even the Radiant Church needed all of its most powerful experts working together in order to be confident of killing him. But even if we succeeded, the Radiant Church will suffer heavy losses. And the imperial capital is the territory of the war god. A gold light flashed in Haydn's eyes. Haydn's heart was filled with anger. Bam! The glass window in front of him transformed into glass shards. We previously could have killed Linley, but we didn't go full force against him. But now, we no longer have a chance. Haydn looked towards Guillermo, then announced helplessly, the price of killing Linley is simply too high. We can't afford to pay it. And what's more, we wouldn't necessarily succeed, from today onwards, no longer act against Linley. If we don't make trouble for him, I refuse to believe he would dare come and attack the Sacred Isle. But at this point, this was the only option left to the Radiant Church. Yes, Your Holiness. Guillermo laughed bitterly in his heart. Guillermo couldn't help but think back to the first time he had met Linley, when he had been in a hotel within the Ernst Institute. At that time, Linley was just a hopeful future prospect. Only 10 years had passed. That youngster had already become one of the most powerful people in the Yulan continent, and the Radiant Church could no longer do anything about him. Haydns was frowning. His heart was filled with hatred. Did the church truly lack the power to deal with Linley? No. It had the power. In addition to its high-level experts such as the Holy Emperor and the Praetor, the Radiant Church actually had a number of even more terrifying people in their ranks. These people had all been training for thousands of years, some even longer. However, these people no longer served the Radiant Church. These traitors have all forsaken the Lord and only care about themselves. Haydn's heart was filled with anger. Those people were all extremely powerful, but none of them cared about the Radiant Sovereign any longer, nor did they care about religion or worship. This group of people had once been the pride of the Radiant Church. They even included past holy emperors. But now, most likely they wouldn't even care if the Radiant Church were to be totally obliterated. The goal of these people was to become deities. To enter the deity realm. Your Holiness? Guillermo saw that Haydns was daydreaming and quietly called out to him. Haydns let out a long sigh, then looked at Guillermo. He instructed, "Right, Guillermo, that Dylan of the mountain range of magical beasts dealt us a severe setback. Many followers perished, we must quickly establish ourselves in the anarchic lands. We must let the radiant glory of the Lord illuminate that place." Guillermo immediately nodded. The more followers the Lord had, the greater the gifts the Lord would bestow. The 48 anarchic duchies were like a piece of juicy meat which the Radiant Church had set its eyes on for a long time now. They had already been engaged in turmoil and strife for thousands of years. The Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows both wanted to subjugate that area, but neither had been successful in their struggles to do so. The anarchic lands bordered both the O'Brien Empire and the Roalt Empire, as well as the Great Plains to the far east which were ruled over by the ruthless steppe horsemen. To tame the anarchic lands was extremely hard. "You can go now," Haydns said calmly. When Guillermo left, Haydns felt a certain sourness in his heart. The Cult of Shadows. The anarchic lands. And Linley, who will be a great danger in the future. He knew that Linley would be a threat, but what could he do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 35, Target, Anarchic Lands. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 35, Target, Anarchic Lands. The gentle wind blew softly against Linley's hair as he sat quietly in the meditative posture on the ground, his eyes shut. His soul had become one with the earth and one with the wind. Rumble, Linley could sense the heat of the scorching hot magma in the depths of the earth. Swish, Linley could sense the changes in the speed of the wind. In the upper atmosphere, the wind was very strong, but the wind within the imperial capital's manners was much weaker. Linley could clearly sense all the changes of the wind. Linley enjoyed the sensation of training. Each time he gained a new insight and each time he made a breakthrough, he felt his spirit be uplifted and be transformed. This was a very emotional event which made his heart tremble each time. The war god's words were perhaps accurate. It is good to focus one's attention on a single path of training. The laws of the earth are vast and boundless, while the throbbing pulse of the world should be a fairly deep, profound subset of those laws. Linley could sense this. Although he and Haydson both studied the laws of the earth, they had taken different routes. His own vibrational attacks were clearly on a higher level than Haedson's. Through 'em. The unique rhythm and tempo of the earth totally absorbed Linley's attention. Linley once more allowed himself to be totally submerged into it as he worked hard to understand the profound secrets hidden within it. Ever since that battle with Haedson, Linley had become publicly acknowledged as one of the most powerful experts people knew about in the Yulan continent. He was already someone who was spoken of as being on the level of Haedson, the Holy Emperor, and the Dark Patriarch. In the imperial capital of Chan, the status of the Baru clan had become even more extraordinary as well. Clearly, although he had become famous, no one dared to come disturb Linley anymore. With each new insight, I have a different sensation. Linley opened his eyes, a smile coming unbidden to his face. Linley sighed with amazement to himself. Even the throbbing pulse of the world contains such immeasurably deep and abstruse secrets. How vast and boundless are the laws of the earth, then? No wonder it was so hard to become a deity. And even an incredible person such as the war god remained at the demigod level despite 5,000 years having passed. Big bro. Wharton and the Barker brothers ran over. I knew you were coming. Linley laughed and stood up. When he had been in tune with the earth, Linley had sensed Wharton and the others walk over. After everyone finished lunch. Zassler. Linley rose to his feet and smiled as he gestured at Zassler. He brought Zassler into his own courtyard, and the two sat down facing each other. Lord Linley, is there something you need? Zassler asked questioningly. A complicated expression was on Linley's face. He sighed. Zassler, you know much about the affairs of my Baruch clan. Zassler had been here at the estate for a long time now. Naturally, he had learned everything there was to know. Zassler immediately nodded. Linley said calmly, my parents are both dead now, and the primary culprit is the Radiant Church. In the past, when I left the city of Hesse, I swore an oath that one day, I would eradicate the Radiant Church and pull it out by its roots. Zassler knew of this goal of Linley's. Linley looked at Zassler. I know that right now, my power is increasing steadily. What's more, with Bibi, Haru, and the Barker brothers, I have confidence in my ability to deal with the Radiant Church. I am preparing to start acting against the Radiant Church. You are starting? Zassler was startled. Linley was planning to openly act against the Radiant Church? Linley, although it is true that our power is now quite formidable, the roots of the Radiant Church are very deep as well. Zassler hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Although he, too, wished to destroy the Radiant Church, they had to be wise about it. Linley smiled and waved his hand. No, I'm not going to fight them head on yet. Last time, I heard you talking about the anarchic lands. Didn't you say the Radiant Church highly values that area? And that there is a lot of power there? Linley asked. Zassler was over 800 years old, and he had spent many years living in the anarchic lands. Of course they value it. Zassler explained in detail, Linley, based on my understanding of the Radiant Church, aside from sacrificing pure souls to the Radiant Sovereign, the Radiant Sovereign also needs sufficient worshippers. The more worshippers they have, the more faith is generated. The Radiant Church always prattles on about spreading the Lord's light across the entire world, precisely because of this goal. Linley nodded slightly. Zassler clicked his fingernails together. Linley, in the entire continent, the most chaotic areas are the Great Plains of the Far East, the anarchic lands, and the 18 northern duchies. Of those places, the 18 northern duchies are engaged in constant warfare, while the steppe riders of the Great Plains are famous for their savagery. Bloodlust is bred into their very bones. How could they possibly worship the Radiant Sovereign? The very nature of the steppe warriors guarantees that the Radiant Church would not be able to succeed with them. Zassler chatted slowly. As for the 18 northern duchies, those 18 northern duchies already worship the Frost Goddess. The Frost Goddess? Linley actually didn't know much about the 18 northern duchies. Right. Zassler nodded. Although the 18 northern duchies engage in constant battle amongst themselves, the Frost Goddess Shrine holds absolute dominion amongst them. And the secrets of the Frost Goddess Shrine are immeasurably deep, and what's more, the Frost Goddess Shrine isn't ambitious, and has remained within the 18 northern duchies this entire time. Naturally, the Radiant Church wouldn't go and provoke them and create a powerful foe. Linley laughed. Linley had always wondered about this. The 18 northern duchies were located to the north of the Forest of Darkness. The only nation it bordered was the O'Brien Empire, and the area it covered was roughly that of an administrative province. Given the power of the O'Brien Empire, taming it shouldn't be hard. But why hadn't they? Only now did Linley understand that this had to do with the Frost Goddess Shrine. Since these two places are out of the question, the only place left is the anarchic lands. Zassler sighed. The anarchic lands are extremely chaotic. Terrifyingly chaotic. Chaotic? How so? Zassler sighed emotionally. First of all, in the past, according to calculations, there were 48 duchies. But the boundaries in the anarchic lands constantly shift. Every few years, the number of duchies will change. Perhaps there would be 50, or perhaps there would be 40. It is hard to say. This is the first reason why it is chaotic. The second reason why it is chaotic is because of their borders. They are located next to the O'Brien Empire, the Roalt Empire, and the clans of the Great Plains in the Far East. All three of these powers have designs upon them. The third reason they are chaotic is because both the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows have desired to hold sway over the anarchic lands. In these lands, both of these religions are very powerful and have great influence. The two religions are diametrically opposed, and the struggles between them persist unabated. Listening to this, Linley couldn't help but sigh. If, given all of these conditions, the anarchic lands wasn't in a state of chaos, it wouldn't make any sense at all. There is a fourth reason why they are chaotic. Zassler sighed with feeling. To the north of the anarchic lands is the vast Forest of Darkness. The Forest of Darkness contains a multitude of magical beasts, with the total number being not much less than the mountain range of magical beasts. Every few decades, or perhaps every decade, there will be a wave of magical beasts. Countless magical beasts will come from the Forest of Darkness and charge towards the anarchic lands. This is no ordinary disaster. Linley's face changed. An explosive surge of magical beasts? After having experienced the apocalypse day of the Holy Union, Linley knew exactly how terrifying a large wave of magical beasts could be. That definitely was a day of doom. Of course, although it is described as a wave of magical beasts, it can't compete with the apocalypse day in terms of how terrifying that day was. Zassler laughed. Most of the magical beasts which come from the Forest of Darkness are middle-rank or low-rank beasts. Only very few are high-ranked magical beasts. And although they are numerous, at those times, all of the duchies in the anarchic lands will work together and be able to wipe out all of the magical beasts. Linley now understood. If there were few high-ranking magical beasts, the damage that these waves could cause would be much lower. In addition, the numbers weren't as large as when the Holy Union had been invaded. Naturally, the amount of damage which could be caused would be limited. Linley, but the difference between this and what happened in the Holy Union is that the wave of magical beasts coming from the Forest of Darkness doesn't just happen once. It happens every decade or every few decades, and as a result, the anarchic lands can never be truly at peace. Zassler sighed. Linley secretly sighed as well. Due to these 4 reasons, the anarchic lands would indeed be forever chaotic. Although the duchies are small, all 48 duchies combined make up a large amount of territory. The anarchic lands definitely rival roughly half of the O'Brien Empire in scope. In fact, the size of the area which the anarchic lands covers is roughly the same size as the current Holy Union. Linley nodded as well. After the Apocalypse Day, the Holy Union only had 2/3 of the territory it previously held. And of course, the O'Brien Empire was a territorially vast empire to begin with. It made sense that the anarchic lands, being half the size of the O'Brien Empire, was roughly the same size as the current Holy Union. Such a vast territory naturally attracts the interest of the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows both have many experts there, and their roots are deep. Hearing this, Linley laughed. How many people would the Radiant Church send to a territory which was roughly equal in size to the entire Holy Union? If the Radiant Church has 20 or 30 saints, they would at least have to send 5, 6, or 7 saints over there. Linley said to himself. The Sacred Isle was definitely the place where most of the Radiant Church's experts would cluster. The saints sent to the anarchic lands most likely should not be the most powerful experts the Radiant Church had. After my little brother's wedding, we'll head to the anarchic lands. Linley looked at Zassler, smiling. Let our war against the Radiant Church commence in the anarchic lands. Destroying the roots which the Radiant Church had painstakingly cultivated over thousands of years in the anarchic lands would definitely enrage the Radiant Church to the point of insanity. The anarchic lands? Zassler's eyes lit up. Excellent. Linley smiled. Destroying the influence which the Radiant Church had built up there over thousands of years definitely wasn't something that would be accomplished in a year or two. I'll spend part of my time training while spending the rest of my time dealing with them. After destroying their forces in the anarchic lands, I should have reached the saint level in my human form. By then, my understanding of the throbbing pulse of the world should be very high as well. At that time, we can directly engage in battle against the Radiant Church. Linley had a very clear series of plans in his mind. They would act in accordance with these plans. They wouldn't be impatient or rash. One step at a time, they would rip out the roots of the Radiant Church. Wharton had previously said that his mind would be too unsettled to be able to have his wedding with Nina before Linley's duel with Hadesun. They had now set the date of the wedding, September 15th. It was now the beginning of September. Both the Count's estate as well as the Imperial clan were busy making preparations for this grand wedding. The wedding banquet was far more important than the engagement banquet. Count Wharton's estate. Linley's residence. Linley, our ship and our crew are planning to return to the Yulan Empire. I need to go back with my teacher. Delia looked at Linley, her lips curving downwards as she spoke. Linley had previously been smiling, but suddenly, his smile froze. Knowing that Delia was about to leave, Linley couldn't help but feel a bit heartsick. The past few months he had spent with Delia had been the most relaxed period in the past 10 years of Linley's life. Every day, he was filled with smiles. You are leaving? Linley forced out a smile. Then let me wish you a safe journey. Delia actually smiled. She could tell that Linley was unwilling to part with her. However, I told my teacher that he can go back first, and that I would stay here as a private citizen. Ah. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Are you unhappy? Delia frowned. Happy, happy. Linley hurriedly said, but then he looked solemnly at Delia. Delia, there's something I need to tell you. What? Delia looked expectantly at Linley. After my younger brother's grand wedding, I will most likely need to go to the anarchic lands. Linley said. Oh. Then I will go as well. Delia didn't hesitate in the slightest. But just at this moment, a series of excited shouts could be heard, while a human figure rushed at high speed to Linley's residence. From outside the door, Gates' loud voice could be heard shouting, Lord, my fourth brother has also broken through and reached the 9th rank. Of the 5 Barker brothers, 4 now had the power of saints. Yet another saint? A smile couldn't help but appear on Linley's face. These 5 brothers were indeed capable of easily bringing people wonderful surprises. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 36, Reynolds Crisis. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 36, Reynolds Crisis. Of Barker and his brothers, at this point, Barker, Ank, Boone, and Gates had all reached the 9th rank. After transforming, they had the power of a saint. As for the third brother, Hazer, he was just one small step away from reaching the 9th rank and could break through at any moment. Of the 5 brothers, Barker, Gates, and Hazer had already mastered the art of wielding something heavy as though it were light. After my little brother's grand wedding, we'll head for the anarchic lands. With the assistance of Barker and his brothers, things will be much simpler. Linley's eyes glowed with an unspoken light. Linley was extremely excited and couldn't wait to begin his future life in the anarchic lands, where he would do battle against the Radiant Church. Aside from the wonderful surprise of Boone reaching the 9th rank, everyone was also eagerly anticipating the upcoming wedding. Wharton was all smiles every day as well. This time, Wharton and Nina would be holding their wedding ceremony in the Imperial Palace. The excitement and hustle-bustle would far exceed the engagement ceremony. Within a quiet courtyard. After having finished his training, Linley sat next to a stone desk. With a flip of his hand, he retrieved a flask of fruit wine. While drinking wine, he stared forward, pondering. From the look of him, he was clearly thinking about something. Bibi stealthily peeked at Linley. Swish. Bibi suddenly scurried onto Linley's table. Linley was startled by Bibi. Bibi, what are you doing? Bibi stood up straight, folding his claws over his chest, staring at Linley with an appraising gaze. Based on the observations of myself, Bibi, I've discovered that you, boss, are thinking lustful thoughts about love. Bibi spoke with the aura of absolute conviction. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. I'm thinking about those dear brothers of mine. In a few days, it will be Wharton's grand wedding. But Boss Yale, second bro, fourth bro, none of them will be able to come. Linley let out a long sigh. I wonder how the 3 of them are currently doing. Yale, Reynolds, and George, these 3 dear friends of Linley, held a very firm position in Linley's heart. Their love for each other was as deep as that of real brothers. Reynolds wasn't doing very well. After that short break, he had returned to the army. Even after learning of Linley's duel with Hadeson, he hadn't had a chance to come watch. This was because, as a soldier, he had to follow orders and procedures. Although Reynolds was quite sloppy and lazy, when he was in the army, he absolutely was a man who would do what he said he would and who would obey orders without question. At the borders of the southeast administrative province of the O'Brien Empire, in the area south of the city of Neil, Nair, was the area where the O'Brien Empire intersected with the Roalt Empire. This was also a fairly chaotic area. The Roalt Empire was located to the south of the anarchic lands and west of the Great Plains of the Far East. Due to constant warfare with the steppe riders of the Great Plains, the Roalt Empire had a very ferocious, martial spirit, and their armies of mounted knights were legendary for their prowess. The Roalt Empire and the O'Brien Empire constantly engaged in warfare in the area near Neil City, and the blood from those countless battles had stained the very dirt itself a dark red color in the wilderness outside the city. Whoosh! Whoosh! The strong wind howled through the wild grass, which was half the height of a man. The wild grass bent from the wind. Through it, one could see that there was a small creek nearby, where dozens of stallions were drinking water with their heads lowered. Several dozen knights were seated on the ground, resting, while several others were maintaining a watch. Right now, Reynolds was sitting atop a tree, his hawk-like eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. When he was in the army, Reynolds was very different from how he acted in private. Right now, he wore a deep blue armor which had a golden insignia of a flame emblazoned onto his chest. This represented that he was a member of the Golden Flame Legion, one of the elite legions of the O'Brien Empire. And the design of his armor gave testament to his rank, senior captain. Reynolds withdrew a watch from his breast pocket and checked the time. 3 in the afternoon. At 5, the others should have arrived. "Milord." A blue-haired knight walked over with a laugh. "The Roalt Empire is currently not in a state of warfare with the O'Brien Empire. Don't you feel that we are wasting energy by maintaining such a long watch?" "Tiger, stop talking." Reynolds frowned. "Yes, sir." The blue-haired knight no longer dared to laugh. Commanding this squadron of knights was actually a downgraded position for him as a senior captain. In total, there were 3 medium-sized squadrons with 900 people total. Right now, they had been separated into 18 smaller squads and taken separate routes. The squad which Reynolds was leading was actually his personal squad, and a very powerful one. He had already been in the army for quite a few years, and Reynolds had slowly risen through the ranks from common soldier to his current position. Although the Roalt Empire has not been in open warfare for over 10 years with our O'Brien Empire, aren't there always small skirmishes? Each year, the Empire suffers over 10,000 casualties from these border skirmishes. Reynolds said solemnly. And based on my calculations, it has been a very long time since a large battle. I imagine the population of the Roalt Empire has already reached its limits, and they will therefore force some battles. Thus, we must be careful. The meaning of warfare was very simple. When the population rose too much and there wasn't enough land or food to support the people, the empires would naturally begin to war against each other. If they didn't, the empires would fall into internal chaos. After 2 empires both suffered a high amount of casualties, the reduced population would mean that the amount of land they had was sufficient to sustain their people. Naturally, they would cease fighting. In truth, this was one of the most basic principles. After all, to most commoners, the most important, basic necessity was that of sufficient food and a place to live. "Yes, milord. We will be careful." The blue-haired knight laughed. "Right. Milord, you previously were at the Ernst Institute with Master Linley. I heard that he fought Lord Hadeson to a standstill?" The blue-haired knight said quietly. Hearing his subordinate ask him about Linley, Reynolds couldn't help but begin to grin. The only reason he suffered a slight loss was because he didn't have enough battle chi. Reynolds said calmly. In his heart, Reynolds actually felt quite regretful that he hadn't been able to go watch this life-and-death battle of his beloved bro. Turning his head to stare westwards, Reynolds squinted his eyes due to the scorching rays of the sun. His dear brother Linley was in the imperial capital to the west. In a bit more than a year, my 10-year commitment will be up and I'll be able to leave the army. Reynolds secretly sighed to himself. The 8+ years of army life had caused Reynolds to truly enjoy being in the army, but Reynolds knew that per the regulations of his clan, if the descendants of the clan were able to reach the rank of Legion Commander or Deputy Legion Commander, they would be permitted to remain in the army. If they did not, then they would have to return home to the clan. Right now, Reynolds was only a senior captain. He was still one step away. But although Reynolds did rather enjoy the army life, he didn't want to spend his entire life in the army. He still wanted to quietly train his magic in peace. He was already a magus of the 7th rank. If he spent another 100 years in painstaking training, he still had a shot at becoming an archmagus of the 9th rank. While he quietly waited, the other squads began to arrive. By around 4:50 p.m., around 400 people had gathered here, with 500 yet to arrive. HRM? Reynolds suddenly frowned. He suddenly had the sensation of impending danger, as though an invisible, murderous force was stealthily creeping towards them. As a magus, Reynolds had an extremely powerful spiritual force, and his premonitions were far stronger than most people's. Everyone, be careful! Reynolds suddenly shouted coldly. Yes, milord. All the surrounding knights answered, but right at this moment, the sound of frantic hoofbeats could be heard, drawing closer to them at high speed. Enemy ambush! Enemy ambush! That fierce shout shattered the calm skies. Virtually all of the knights reacted very quickly, snatching up their spears and raising their shields as they all charged at high speed towards their horses. But just at this moment, sharp arrows began to rain down upon them from afar. Swish! Swish! The arrows rained down upon them at high speed like a plague of locusts. All of the knights immediately knelt down while raising their shields to protect themselves, while moving closer to each other. The Empire's shields were of very high quality. In battle, it was rare that ordinary arrows would be able to pierce through them. And indeed, many of the arrows struck the shields, but the shields would only tremble slightly as the arrows fell to the ground, spent. But 10 or so arrows passed straight through the shields, as though they were made of paper. Pierce, dot. A fast-moving arrow tore straight through a shield, then pierced straight through the knight's head. Brain matter exploded out. Reynolds, seeing this, felt heartsick. These knights were his personal squad, and had followed him for 6 years. 6 years of living together had resulted in deep bonds of affection. But Reynolds instantly could tell, to be able to pierce through shields from hundreds of meters away means they are definitely experts of the 7th or 8th ranks. And there are quite a few of them. Rumble. As those distant people moved nearer, the sound of their horses' hoofsteps grew clearer. This group of people all wore grey armor, and the hooves of their horses were covered with cloth. In front of these people, over 10 bloodstained knights were fleeing. Rossi, Luo 11. Reynolds' face changed. Those 10 knights belonged to his squad. "Milord, flee, quick. These are the soldiers of the Roalt Empire, and they number in the thousands. Quick, ah!" A bloodied knight ran past at high speed, but in the blink of an eye, an arrow went straight through his throat. "Kill them all. Let none survive." A cold voice rang out from afar. "Flee!" Reynolds shouted loudly. Fight against an opponent numbering in the thousands, while he only had a few hundred people? And what's more, they were being ambushed, and the enemy had multiple elite warriors of the 7th and 8th ranks. In addition, their duty was reconnaissance. They had to go back and spread the news. The lucky survivors immediately vaulted onto their war horses. Perhaps because their enemies wanted to acquire those several hundred horses, the arrows that had rained down on them just now had only struck the knights. Not a single warhorse had been killed. Flee! Flee! The only thing on Reynolds' mind was to flee at high speed. At the beginning, 400 men had tried to flee, but right now, only 100 were left. That 100 were left was because Reynolds had used magic to intimidate their enemies. While fleeing, Reynolds was still muttering the words to even more magical spells. With Reynolds at the center, 8 swaths of flame shaped like greatswords suddenly exploded forth, scattering in every direction and charging directly towards the pursuing armies. Fire-style magic, decapitating inferno. Crackle, crackle. The blazing flames slashed down on the bodies of those knights, who immediately began to scream in agony. Their metal armor rapidly melted, and in the blink of an eye, they were turned to char. The surrounding grass began to blaze as well, and the following knights were forced to slow down. Chase, chase. That blonde, tousled-haired leader stared angrily at the distant Reynolds. If it hadn't been for that distant Magus, he would have wiped out this group of people long ago. But because of that Magus and because it was autumn and the grass was dry, the grass had easily begun to burn and caused a huge wildfire, blocking their pursuit. Magical force wasn't endless. Reynolds didn't dare to use any actual spells of the 7th rank. All of the spells he had used were of the 6th rank. But despite that, nearly all of the mage force in Reynolds' body had been exhausted. Only a single squad of 300 soldiers of the Roalt Empire continued their pursuit, but this squad had over 10 experts of the 7th rank. Clearly, this was an elite squad. And in Reynolds' squad, there was only a single warrior of the 7th rank, and of course himself, a magus of the 7th rank. The city of Neil. I can see the city of Neil. One of the knights shouted loudly. Neil City. Reynolds saw the distant, hazy outlines of the city. His eyes were filled with hope, and he frantically urged his horse forwards. Swish! Yet another arrow shot at them from behind, and the exhausted Reynolds once again frantically dodged while raising his shield to block. With a slash sound, the arrow pierced through the shield and into Reynolds' shoulder. The powerful force of that arrow actually caused the exhausted body of Reynolds to sway, and he nearly fell from his horse. After running for 2 hours, it was almost dusk. The walls of the city of Neil were manned by quite a few warriors, as well as a number of nobles who were on the walls strolling about aimlessly. Open the city gates, quick! There are soldiers of the Roalt Empire behind us. Kill them all! Reynolds roared furiously. In the blink of an eye, Reynolds and his tens of wounded surviving soldiers reached the outskirts of the city of Neil, but the gates to the city didn't open. Swish! An arrow shot out at one of the nobles on the wall. Don't open it! Don't open the city gates! A shrill, ear-piercing voice could be heard coming from up above. Fire your arrows! Shoot the enemies to death! That pursuing squad of the Roalt Empire stopped just outside of bow range. 10 of them actually dismounted, then charged directly towards the city walls. They easily dodged the arrows aimed at them from above, and all of them were covered with a sheath of battle chi. These were mighty warriors indeed. Kill that magus! The leader of those 10 men stared fixedly at Reynolds. They had chased all the way over here for the sake of killing Reynolds. A magus without mage force was simply far too weak. Right now, Reynolds couldn't fight back at all. Open the gates! Reynolds' squad of knights felt totally hopeless now. Although they had several dozen people and their enemy only had 10, just from looking at their opponent's battle sheet, they could tell that the leader of their enemies could probably kill them all by himself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 37, Grievous News on the Wedding Day. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 37, Grievous News on the Wedding Day. Open the gates. Open the gates. Reynolds and his men continuously howled with anger. The enemy only had 300 in total, while Neil City had tens of thousands of soldiers. What was there to be afraid of? After making their way back here, Reynolds and his men had thought that their lives had been saved, but now... Slash! A warblade chopped down towards a knight's neck, bifurcating him into 2 pieces. His intestines rolled out. Die, all of you, die. The leader of the enemies laughed wildly. Reynolds' side was quickly decimated. In the blink of an eye, only a few were left. Staring at the enemies, Reynolds couldn't help but feel despair. Am I going to die? Reynolds had many goals and dreams which he had yet to accomplish. But now, he was about to die. On the city walls, a group of nobles were surrounding an ashen-faced middle-aged noble. Your Imperial Highness, are you all right? Don't be afraid, Your Imperial Highness. The enemies won't be able to break in. After continuous reassurances, the middle-aged noble slowly calmed down. This man was the administrator of the Southeast Administrative Province, the younger brother of the Emperor, Prince Julin. Prince Julin wasn't born with any spine or ability, but he was the younger brother of Emperor Johann, and Emperor Johann doted on this younger brother. Thus, Prince Julin was living quite a comfortable life. He knew that it had been over a decade since the O'Brien Empire and the Roalt Empire had engaged in any large-scale battles. Thus, he had been happy to come here to take a look at the borders. His arrival had caused all the local nobles of Neil City to surround and pamper him. But who would have thought that just as he was bragging about the military might of the Empire up on the wall, an arrow had shot towards him. Fortunately, the guards next to him had blocked the windows. Open the gates. A desolate, angry howl from below. The surrounding warriors' eyes were turning red at the scene. There weren't many enemies. If the army of Neil City were to charge out, they could definitely kill all the enemies with ease. But Prince Julin refused to let them open the gates. Your Imperial Highness, there aren't many enemies below. Let me lead my men to go kill them. A military officer begged. Bullshit. Prince Julin pointed at his nose and cursed, what the hell do you know? Can't you see that far away, there are several hundred soldiers? But Your Imperial Highness, our city of Neil has 30,000 soldiers. The military officer argued. Prince Julin sneered, it is dusk right now, and in the distance, there is a great deal of tall grass. Who knows how many enemies are lying in wait? Think about it, for just a few hundred people to dare attack, surely they must have some sort of support, yes? It isn't worth the risk and the additional bloodshed just to rescue a few dozen soldiers of the Empire. Prince Julin spoke with authority and determination. But Your Imperial Highness, the military officer didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Clearly, this Prince Julin didn't know anything about military affairs. Given how sturdy the city of Neil was, even if their enemy had 100,000 soldiers, they wouldn't find it easy to break through the defense of Neil City and its 30,000 soldiers. What's more, his side was just going to go kill the enemies below the city walls. It wasn't as though they were going to chase and counterattack. Prince Julin wiped away the cold sweat from his forehead. Isn't it just a few dozen common soldiers? If they die, they die. I don't want to be in any risk. Prince Julin secretly said to himself. He immediately said with severity, remember, you are not to attack without authorization. Otherwise, if something happens, don't blame me for being merciless. Your Imperial Highness, the leader of those people seems to be Reynolds. Someone suddenly said. Which Reynolds? Prince Julin frowned. The Reynolds who is in the principal line of descent for the Dunstan clan. The Dunstan clan? Prince Julin frowned, but then he laughed uncaringly. To die for the sake of the Empire is a glorious thing for their clan. In addition, the Dunstan clan is a large one. So what if a single descendant dies? Prince Julin didn't care in the slightest. Open the city gates. That desolate cry rang out again. And then, there were no more cries to be heard from outside the city. Reynolds' body slumped down, falling against the city walls. An arrow was in his shoulder, and a terrifying wound could be seen in his chest. Fresh blood flowed everywhere. Reynolds had already lost consciousness. Senior Captain? Reynolds' armor revealed his status. The leader immediately grabbed Reynolds, tossing him onto his shoulder, then shouted to his men, "Let's go." As he spoke, those 10 men left as fast as lightning. From start to finish, aside from shooting arrows atop the city walls, the defenders of the city of Neil didn't open the city gates or engage the enemies in battle at all. The Dunstan clan possessed tremendous influence in the military. Soon, the news of how Reynolds' entire unit had been wiped out, while Prince Julian had given the ridiculous order that his men were not to leave the city and engage in battle, reached its way to the Dunstan clan. Not long after Prince Julian returned to his residence, his subordinates told him something shocking. "Your Imperial Highness, that Lord Reynolds who died in battle was an extremely close friend of Master Linley. The two studied together at the Ernst Institute, and their affection for each other rivals that of real brothers." A bearded middle-aged man said respectfully to Prince Julian. "What? Master Linley? The two are as close as real brothers?" Prince Julian instantly jumped to his feet. Those bastards. Why didn't they tell me up on the wall?" Prince Julian said frantically. "Your Imperial Highness, there aren't many people who know of the relationship between Linley and Reynolds. Even in the Imperial capital, only a few nobles know. How could those distant nobles of Neil City know about this?" Prince Julian immediately began to frown. He wasn't afraid of offending the Dunstan clan. No matter how powerful the Dunstan clan was, they relied on being in the good graces of the Emperor. It was just one clan member, after all. All he had to do was to say something to the Dunstan clan, and this matter would definitely be at an end. But offending Linley was something else entirely. Immediately reach out to the Dunstan clan. Also, prevent any news from coming out of the city of Neil. Don't let the information get to the Imperial capital, especially to Linley. Just say that Reynolds' death was in battle and in service to the Empire. Prince Julian was truly beginning to panic. Yulon calendar, year 10009. September 15th. This was the day when Wharton and Nina were going to get married. Wharton was the younger brother of the world-famous Master Linley, while Nina was an imperial princess. Their grand wedding was naturally an incomparably important affair. Within the palace, beautiful music wafted throughout the halls like flowing water. All the nobles were toasting each other while chatting and laughing. "Emperor Johann, excuse me," Linley said with a calm laugh as he nursed his cup of wine. Linley truly was not accustomed to dealing with these nobles. After saying a few words to a few people, Linley left the main hall and headed towards a garden, with Delia soon following him there. "What is it, Linley?" Delia laughed. "Not comfortable." Linley chuckled. "It seems that today you aren't in a very good mood." Delia saw that an unhappy look was on Linley's face. Linley nodded. "I don't know why, but for some reason, I feel anxious and irritable." When one's spirit had reached Linley's level, it was quite rare that one would feel irritable and uncomfortable. "Today is Wharton's grand wedding. Be happy," Delia consoled. Linley let out a long breath and nodded. While Linley and Delia were in the garden, Emperor Johann received a secret letter. His personal attendant said in a soft voice, "Your Imperial Majesty, Reynolds of the Dunstan clan died in battle." "Reynolds died? Which Reynolds?" Emperor Johann glanced at his personal attendant. Why did a single person's death have to be brought to the attention to the Emperor? Did he, the Emperor, have nothing better to do than to worry about this? This was a classmate of Master Linley's at the Ernst Institute. He is on extremely good terms with Master Linley. His personal attendant said in a quiet voice. "Your Imperial Majesty, this matter involves His Imperial Highness, Prince Julian." "Julian?" According to our reports, Reynolds and his men were pursued by the soldiers of the Roalt Empire to the walls of the city, but Prince Julian ordered his men not to open the gates and to strictly defend only. "Defend? How many soldiers did the enemy have?" Emperor Johann frowned. 300. The palace attendant said. Emperor Johann's eyes bulged out. 300, and he had them defend only? This Julian, geez, Emperor Johann felt a surge of anger, but then, in the blink of an eye, he understood what had just happened. He understood his younger brother very well. Julian was a person without much ambition. His main problem was that he was a bit of a coward. Emperor Johann didn't consider this much of a flaw. After all, he didn't need to rely on Julian to lead his armies or to do anything else. But now, the situation had just gotten complicated. If Linley were to find out, and if Linley were to cause trouble. Thinking back to the terrifying power Linley had displayed at Ntujiao, and how powerful those two magical beasts were, Emperor Johann immediately understood that unless the experts from the War Gods College were to intervene, there was no way he could suppress Linley's forces at all. But how could the War Gods College intervene for the sake of a mere prince? This was impossible. Julin. All he ever does is create disasters for me. Emperor Johann rapidly considered what to do. Although he was furious, he still had to protect his little brother. Your Imperial Majesty, as Prince Julin tells it, they didn't have a chance to rescue Reynolds before Reynolds and his men were killed at the base of the city walls. At that time, it was already very dark, and they weren't sure as to exactly how many men the opponents had. The palace attendant said softly. Emperor Johann nodded slightly. He carefully considered how to manage this affair. There was no way this could be totally hidden. This was Emperor Johann's first reaction. It was best not to try and hide something from a peak stage saint like Linley. Otherwise, once the lie was discovered, things would go catastrophically wrong. Emperor Johann immediately walked out of the hall and headed towards the garden in search of Linley. Emperor Johann? Linley, who was strolling alongside Delia, saw Emperor Johann walk over with a dire expression on his face. He couldn't help but call out to him questioningly. When Emperor Johann saw Linley, the look on his face became all the grimmer. Emperor Johann, what exactly has happened? Linley frowned. Emperor Johann sighed. Linley, I'm going to tell you something, but you have to be calm. What happened? Linley was growing nervous. These past few days, Linley kept feeling irritable and restless. Hearing Emperor Johann's words, he began to worry. It seemed as though something terrible had happened. Emperor Johann let out a low sigh. Just now, we received word from the Golden Flame Legion based in the Southeast Administrative Province. A squad of knights led by Reynolds was ambushed by enemy forces, and was chased back the entire way. Linley's heart instantly sank. Reynolds and a few people managed to make their way towards Neil City, but the soldiers of Neil City didn't have enough time to save them. Reynolds and his men, all died in battle. All died in battle. All died in battle. All died in battle. These 4 words struck Linley like thunderbolts, reverberating and echoing in Linley's mind. Linley felt as though his mind had gone blank, and all strength had left his body. Everything had gone blank. After a long time. Fourth bro, he died? Linley stuttered. Hi there. I'm Reynolds, from the O'Brien Empire. Linley could still clearly recall how he had met Reynolds for the first time, as they were registering to enroll in the Ernst Institute. The first person he had met was Reynolds. At that time, Linley had been with Uncle Hillman, while Reynolds had been with his grandpa Lamu. 2 young children had become friends, just like that. The 8 years after that, they had been together day and night. Reynolds' sloppiness, his mischievousness, his sincerity, his joyful laughter. One scene after another swam to the forefront of Linley's mind. Fourth bro, he died? Linley couldn't believe it. Just a while ago, his fourth bro had been chatting and laughing with himself and Boss Yale. But just like that, he had died in battle. Linley could clearly remember how he had looked and how he had sounded. How could fourth bro have died? Master Linley, I hope you can restrain your grief. Emperor Johann, seeing the look on Linley's face, began to grow nervous. He was afraid that Linley would go crazy. Linley turned to stare at Emperor Johann, his gaze stabbing at Emperor Johann like sharp daggers. In a low voice, he said, Emperor Johann, tell me, what exactly happened? I hope you won't lie to me. If you are wise, you can probably guess what the results would be for someone lying to me. Tell me, what exactly happened? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 38, Is It True? Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 38, Is It True? Emperor Johann couldn't help but frown at Linley's attitude. No matter what, he was still the emperor of the O'Brien Empire. Emperor Johann. Linley's voice grew even deeper, and his eyes stabbed at Emperor Johann. Emperor Johann suddenly had the sensation that he was sinking into a cold, dark abyss. Linley's stare was making it somewhat hard for him to breathe. Emperor Johann's throat clenched, and he managed to say, Master Linley, what is the meaning of this? Don't you trust us? By his side, Delia maintained her silence. Linley stared at Emperor Johann. In a deep voice, he said, Emperor Johann, it isn't that I don't trust you. Only, Reynolds is my close friend. All of a sudden, you tell me that he died in battle? Tell me, how could I not want to try and find out the truth of the matter? The truth of the matter, Emperor Johann stood erect and said angrily, Master Linley, can it be that we are not telling the truth? Let us tell you once again, Reynolds was pursued and killed by the forces of the Roalt Empire to the walls of Neil City, where he died in battle. There is no question about this. Neil City? Linley's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Emperor Johann, if Reynolds had already fled to the walls of Neil City, how could it be that those many soldiers of Neil City were unable to rescue Reynolds? Emperor Johann hesitated, but then said firmly, "At that time, we were not there." However, according to what we have learned, just as Reynolds arrived at the walls of Neil City, he was killed before the soldiers of the city had a chance to rescue him. His fourth bro had died. Linley didn't wish to believe it. When he had been interrogating Emperor Johann, scenes and memories of the time he had spent with his fourth bro came drifting uncontrollably to his mind, causing Linley's baleful feeling in his heart to grow even stronger. Emperor Johann could sense that Linley's mood was transforming. The aura of the surrounding environment had become terrifyingly oppressive. Giant beads of sweat appeared on Emperor Johann's forehead, but he only stared at Linley. No matter what, he couldn't open his mouth and spill the truth. He had to insist that Reynolds had died in battle, and the soldiers of the city of Neil didn't have a chance to rescue him. Linley closed his eyes, forcing down that demonic feeling in his heart. He let out a breath. When his eyes opened, they flashed like lightning. Under Linley's gaze, Emperor Johann felt tremendous psychological pressure. As an ordinary warrior, how could his spiritual energy compare to that of an archmagus of the 9th rank like Linley? Emperor Johann, you must understand, perhaps what you are telling me is true. But are you able to guarantee that the person who brought you this information also told the truth? Linley's voice was very low. Emperor Johann nodded without any hesitation, saying firmly, "Linley, you must believe us." Linley glanced at Emperor Johann, then said calmly, "Emperor Johann, I'm not in a good mood today. I'm going back home. Let my little brother and Nina know." Although his forehead was covered in sweat, Emperor Johann still squeezed out a smile. "Master Linley, we can totally understand how you are feeling. Master Linley, go home and get some rest. We shall definitely inform Wharton and Nina." Linley nodded, then left the Imperial Palace alongside Delia. Watching Linley leave, Emperor Johann finally let out a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he secretly said to himself, "Good heavens, lying in front of Linley is absolutely terrifying." If Linley were to have let loose his anger, no one here would have been able to stop him. After calming himself down, Emperor Johann once more summoned that noble, majestic smile to his face and returned to the main hall. Linley and Delia walked shoulder to shoulder on Boulder Street. On the way back from the Imperial Palace, Linley had been silent the entire time. Next to him, Delia could sense how much pain Linley was in. After a long moment, Delia said softly, "Linley." Linley was startled out of his reverie by this voice. Having escaped his memories for a moment, he looked at Delia. "What is it?" Delia said in a gentle, comforting voice, "Are you thinking about Reynolds?" Linley nodded gently. "Delia, in my heart, Boss Yale, second bro, and fourth bro are like true brothers to me. I've never even considered the possibility that fourth bro would die in battle." Although he was calm when saying these words, Delia noticed that Linley's eyes had turned red. Despite being such a resilient person, Linley's eyes were moist. One could imagine how much pain he was in. Even if he didn't actively think about past events, the memories of his youth swam to him unbidden. He still remembered how the four of them had drank together and played together, laughing merrily. He still remembered how, in their dormitory, they chatted about the girls of the institute. At that time, both Reynolds and Yale were very animated. Thinking back to Reynolds' sloppy, lazy demeanor, Linley couldn't help but feel even more miserable. They had arrived at Count Wharton's manor. "My lord," the gate guard said respectfully. After staring at the estate, Linley then turned his head towards Delia. "Delia, you can go back for now." "Where are you going?" Delia asked questioningly. Hurriedly, she said, "Linley, please don't do anything rash." Delia knew that given Linley's current condition, it was possible that he might cause some sort of disastrous catastrophe. Linley shook his head. "No, I'm just going to Reynolds' home, the Dunstan clan." The Dunstan clan was also one of the oldest clans of the O'Brien Empire. In the army, the Dunstan clan had an extremely large amount of influence. The Dunstan clan was located not too far from the Imperial Palace. Using the Wind Shadow spell, Linley soared as gracefully as the wind itself through the streets of the city. Before most people even had a chance to notice Linley, he would have already moved 100 meters past them. "Man, I told you to be careful and to not piss off the madam." Geez, two guards of the Dunstan clan were talking to each other. One of them was laughing at another one. The other guard nursed his face, which had a bright red handprint on it. "I didn't do anything to irritate her. Only, when the madam arrived, I didn't move back far enough, so the madam yelled at me and gave me a slap. Damn, man. So not fair." Don't complain about fair or unfair. Young Master Reynolds just died in battle. Whoever angers the madam right now is asking for death. The two guards casually chatted, but suddenly, with a gust of wind, a human figure appeared in front of the gates to the Dunstan clan's manor. The two guards were startled. "Might I ask who you are, me lord?" One of the guards said. "Go make a report and state that Linley wishes to meet with the leader of the Dunstan clan." Linley's voice was calm, but it had a certain penetrative, soul-shaking power. "Master Linley?" The two guards exchanged glances, amazement in their eyes. What sort of a person was Linley? He was one of the most powerful experts in the entire Yulan continent, on the same level as the Holy Emperor or Hadesun. The two guards immediately bowed deeply. "Master Linley, please wait a moment. I will immediately go make the report." One of the guards immediately ran at high speed inside the manor. Linley quietly waited there outside the gate, standing as straight and as stiff as a spear. Shortly afterwards, 3 middle-aged men ran over at high speed. The leader of these 3 was the leader of the Dunstan clan, and Reynolds' father, Neon and Ian Dunstan. Neon Dunstan, upon learning that Linley had come, had immediately ran over to welcome him. They knew that today was the day of Wharton's grand wedding with Nina. But because of Reynolds' death, the Dunstan clan was extremely depressed, which was why the Dunstan clan had not attended Wharton and Nina's wedding banquet. "Is this Master Linley?" Neon Dunstan spied Linley from afar. Linley was an important figure of the world. Neon could sense at a single glance Linley's astonishing presence. This was a sort of spiritual pressure. When experts trained to a certain level, their spirit and their soul would both transform. Saint-level experts, even if their clothes were tattered, would generally seem much more noble than most nobles. Linley turned his head and saw Neon and the other two arrive. When his electric gaze swept past the 3 men, all of them took a deep breath before warmly saying words of welcome. The clan leader, Neon, was the first to speak. "Master Linley, if there is anything you need, you could have sent someone for us. I would have come to speak with you." "There was no need to trouble you to come in person, Master Linley." Linley didn't mince words, immediately heading into the Dunstan clan's estate. He passed by those 3 people and headed directly inside. Neon Dunstan and the others were puzzled, but they immediately followed him. Given Linley's current understanding of the wind, he only needed a thought to activate the Wind Scout spell, allowing him to see everything within several kilometers. As Linley walked into the main hall of the Dunstan clan, he saw that many people were already clustered there. All of them were men. Respectful greetings to Master Linley. All of the men bowed respectfully to him. Linley forced out a smile, then said, "Everyone, no need to be so courteous. I imagine everyone here knows why I have come today." Neon Dunstan and the others exchanged glances. All of them were stunned for quite a while. "Reynolds is dead." Linley's gaze swept the men surrounding him, his voice growing deep. "Reynolds was one of my best friends. We were as close as real brothers." Linley's voice filled the entire hall with a stifling aura. "Right now, what I want to know is, how exactly did Fourth Bro die? Was it truly due to the so-called reason of the soldiers of Neil City not being able to rescue him in time, resulting in him dying in battle?" Linley's gaze came to a halt on Neon Dunstan. Neon Dunstan sighed deeply. "Linley, Reynolds was my son. I am in great pain over his death. But there is nothing for it. In war, people will die. The Dunstan clan can't kick up a huge fuss and racket just because my son died. The Dunstan clan is a military clan. The original reason why we decided long ago to have every single son serve for 10 years in the military was to make sure that they were all mentally prepared to die in service to their country. If they aren't able to be tempered like steel, how can they become of use? I understand this." Linley looked calmly at Neon Dunstan. To sacrifice one's life for one's homeland is nothing to be ashamed of. However, for some reason, I feel that Reynolds' death in front of the walls of Neil City is something hard for me to believe. Could it be that Neil City didn't have any experts present? Wouldn't it be easy for them to simply jump down the city walls and rescue them? Uncle Neon. Linley stared fixedly at Neon Dunstan. "You must understand. My brother is dead. If he had died a glorious death in battle, I will only feel proud of him. But if he died a meaningless death, or died due to some other reason, then I must definitely find out everything there is to know about what happened to my dear brother. If his death involved some other people who intentionally caused my brother to die, then I will make them die as well." Linley's eyes were like daggers. Neon and the others all felt their hearts tremble. "Uncle Neon." The way in which Linley had addressed him had caused Neon's heart to quiver as well. "Tell me. Your son. My brother. Did he die an unjust, meaningless death? Linley stared at Neon Dunstan, waiting for his response. A very complicated look was on Neon Dunstan's face, but he looked directly at Linley and replied firmly, "Master Linley, thank you so much. However, my son died gloriously in battle. His death was not an unjust one." Linley swept everyone's faces with his gaze. "Then I bid you farewell." Linley turned and immediately left the Dunstan clan. Watching Linley depart, Neon Dunstan and the others all let out secret sighs of relief. Neon Dunstan immediately ordered in a bright voice, "Everyone, go back to your usual affairs." After speaking, Neon Dunstan immediately left the main hall and returned to his study. "Reynolds, forgive your father." As he walked, Neon's eyes turned red. Given the influence and power the Dunstan clan held within the military, they naturally knew exactly what had happened. Neon's son had done battle with the enemy for quite some time at the walls of Neil City before being killed. But Prince Julian had personally ordered that nobody was to open the city gates and rescue them. His death had been an unjust one. Neon's heart was filled with bitter tears. Master Linley might kill Prince Julian in order to avenge you. But His Imperial Majesty dotes on Prince Julian very much. Although he wouldn't dare to seek revenge against Master Linley, he would definitely do so against the Dunstan clan. There was nothing for it. If a man was dead, he was dead. They had to act for the sake of the living. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 39, The Cover-Up and the Truth. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 39, The Cover-Up and the Truth. Linley returned to Count Wharton's manor. When he did, he locked himself into his courtyard, forbidding anyone from entering. Although it was Wharton and Nina's wedding, after learning that Reynolds had died in battle, Wharton knew how his big brother must be feeling right now. Nobody in the Count's estate dared to go disturb Linley. The courtyard door remained firmly shut. Linley sat at a stone table. There was a single flask of wine and 2 wine cups on the table. One wine cup was in front of Linley, the other was opposite of him. Only, nobody was sitting opposite of Linley. Linley poured wine into both of the cups, then raised one of them in a toast. "Fourth bro," Linley stared straight ahead, his gaze seeming to pierce through the walls of reality. His eyes, however, were red. "Have a good journey." Raising his head, Linley gulped the entire cup of wine down. Fourth bro had died. Linley simply couldn't accept this. But first he had interrogated Emperor Johann, and then he had interrogated the people of the Dunstan clan. He had even carefully inspected the expressions on the faces of the Dunstan clan's people. Linley had come to the conclusion that perhaps his fourth bro truly had died a glorious death in battle. Perhaps it hadn't been anyone's fault at all. But what Linley didn't know was that only the 3 or 4 core members of the Dunstan clan knew the truth. Neon Dunstan knew that Linley would pay attention to their expressions, which is why he hadn't told anyone else the truth. There was one other person who knew the truth. Reynolds' mother. This was the so-called madam the guards had mentioned earlier. Reynolds' mother was heartbroken. Neon knew very well that in front of Linley, Reynolds' mother wouldn't be able to dissemble at all, which is why no women were present at all in the main hall. Naturally, Reynolds' mother hadn't been there either. "Fourth bro, you were the smallest of us 4 brothers. I didn't expect that you would have been the first to depart." Linley's heart felt as though it had been stabbed by knives, and 2 trails of tears began to flow down uncontrollably. Snatching the wine flask with his hands, Linley raised his head and began to drink. Cough, cough. After drinking so fast, Linley began to cough. But after coughing 2 or 3 times, Linley once again raised his head high and drank it all down. DB and Harrow stood in the corner of the courtyard, not daring to disturb Linley at all. "This is the 4th time the boss has been so heartbroken," DB said to himself. The first time was when he had broken up with Alice. The second time was when he had learned of his father's death. The third time was when Grandpa Doring had passed away. Family members. Friends. One after the other, they had left him. Linley felt great pain, but Linley knew he had to be strong. Because he had other family members and other friends. He had to be strong, both for the sake of the dead as well as for the sake of the living. "Let me just wallow in my misery for 3 days, then." Linley painfully cracked his lips into a laugh. Then, without holding back at all, he cried as he wished, drank as he wished, laughed as he wished, mumbled as he wished, reminisced as he wished, or even spoke to Reynolds as though he were there. 3 days later. Creowalk. The door to the courtyard swung open. Delia had been waiting outside the courtyard the entire time for the past few days, and had asked a servant to bring a stone bench over. She had been sitting there, reading as she quietly awaited Linley. 3 days. Linley had shut himself in his courtyard for 3 days, and Delia had waited outside for 3 days. Hearing the door creak open, Delia turned her head in surprised pleasure. Right now, Linley was dressed in a long, light blue robe. His back was still ramrod straight, and he didn't look the slightest bit downtrodden. Linley, delighted, Delia immediately went over to welcome him. Linley looked at Delia, and as he did, he felt a warm, thankful feeling in his heart. Given Linley's current level, how could he have been unaware that Delia had been waiting outside for 3 full days? Although he was inside the courtyard and was separated from Delia by a gate, Linley could sense Delia's presence at all times. Linley suddenly reached out and took Delia into his arms. Delia was stunned. Linley had never hugged her on his own accord before. Holding Delia in his arms, Linley lowered his head. The tip of his nose brushed against Delia's fragrant hair. The smell was so intoxicating. Smelling her scent, Linley felt his heart grow calmer. It was as though a lonely little boat had finally reached a harbor. Delia. Thank you. Linley's voice sounded out next to Delia's ear. Hugging Linley and resting her head against Linley's chest, Delia felt happier than she ever had been. She had spent years in the institute hoping for this, then 10 more years waiting. Now, it seemed as though her dreams were closer than ever before. After the day Linley exited the courtyard, him and Delia had drawn a step closer. Sometimes, they could tell what the other was thinking from a mere glance. Only, Linley didn't push past the final barriers between them, and Delia didn't try to do so on her own accord either. How is his lordship doing? Gates spoke softly to Wharton in the training courtyard of the manor. A hint of a smile was on Wharton's face. After exiting his courtyard, my big brother's been quite close with Miss Delia. When I saw him just now, he was even smiling. Most likely, he's feeling much better now. Gates nodded slightly. When his lordship didn't leave for 3 days, it really was quite worrisome. Fifth brother, do you think his lordship is like you, so easily abandoning himself to despair? Another terrifyingly large and powerful man nearby said with a laugh. Second brother, why are you criticizing me? Gates said unhappily. The Count's estate was very peaceful. Linley continued to live a life of quiet training, while at the same time, making his preparations to head out to the anarchic lands. Your Imperial Majesty, Master Linley seems to be acting as he always has. He's focused on his training. There are no abnormal activities. But of course, on the day of Lord Wharton's wedding, Master Linley paid a visit to the Dunstan clan. The palace attendant reported respectfully. Emperor Johan's face was covered with smiles. Wonderful. You can leave now. Emperor Johann said calmly. Knowing that Linley hadn't acted out of the ordinary, Emperor Johann felt much relieved. Fortunately, Linley really believed that what I said was the truth. The Dunstan clan knew how to act as well. Emperor Johann was very satisfied. He knew that given the influence the Dunstan clan had in the military, they definitely knew the truth of the matter. Most likely, they had found out about it even before Emperor Johann himself had. But clearly, Linley hadn't learned anything from his trip to the Dunstan clan, and truly believed that Reynolds had died in battle, with the soldiers of Neil City unable to rescue him. Delia stared at a letter in her hands, then stared at Linley. She had a miserable look on her face. Delia, what is it? Linley looked questioningly at Delia. Delia shook her head helplessly. This is a letter from my parents. They say that my grandmother is seriously ill, and want me to go home immediately. My grandmother, a worried, sad look was on Delia's face. Linley reached out to hold Delia's hand. Staring at Delia, he consoled her, don't worry. Your grandmother will be fine. Linley, I have to rush home. Delia looked helplessly at Linley. I had planned to go with you to the anarchic lands, but now. Linley smiled and consoled her, it is fine. You go home first. Given my squad's abilities, we should be able to quickly set up a base in the anarchic lands. In the future, when you come looking for me, it will be easy to find me. Delia looked at Linley, unwilling to part from him. But her grandmother was seriously ill. Her parents' letter had made her extremely worried. There was nothing she could do, she could only choose to leave and return to the Yulan Empire. The next morning, Delia mounted on the back of the Wild Thunder Stormhawk and flew directly back to the Yulan Empire. Within a prefectural city in the central administrative province of the O'Brien Empire. Within a courtyard owned by a high, luxurious hotel. Yale was casually flipping through a number of letters he had received. HRM? Something about Fourth Bro? What happened to Fourth Bro? Can it be that he rendered military merit and is about to be promoted? A hint of a smile was on Yale's face. In the past, of the four brothers, Yale and Reynolds were both the playboy types. They had chased after girls together. The two of them had acted degenerately together, while George and Linley had been rather self-controlled. Opening the letter, Yale began to read. And as he did, Yale's face immediately turned white. His body suddenly began to shake uncontrollably. Yale held his head in his hands and closed his eyes. After a long time, Yale finally opened his eyes. His face was totally ashen. Not a hint of blood could be seen. Impossible. Moisture could be seen in Yale's eyes. Soon, they turned red. Forcibly swallowing the grief in his heart, Yale continued to read. After finishing. Fourth bro. Yale's tears began to flow. If one was to ask Yale who were the people that he cared the most about, it definitely wouldn't be his older biological brother. The relationship between them was relatively cold. After all, within the Dawson conglomerate, there were many struggles and much infighting. In the 10 years after leaving the Ernst Institute, although Yale had come to trust some people, he hadn't truly treated any of them as lifelong friends. In his heart, there were only 3 lifelong friends. The 3 he had made in his youth. George, Linley, Reynolds. Yale stood there, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, a flash of electricity appeared in his hands, turning the letter into ash. Yale was a lightning-style magus. He was the weakest of the 4 brothers, having only reached the level of magus of the 6th rank. Prince Julian? Yale ground his teeth, his entire body still shaking. You actually just stood there and watched, and let my brother die. I don't care who you are. I will make sure you die. Yale took a deep breath, closing his eyes. He forced himself to calm down. The Dawson conglomerate was very influential amongst the common folk, and border cities such as Neal City were cities which the Dawson conglomerate viewed as being of great importance. The merchants and nobles there had many dealings with the Dawson conglomerate. Perhaps the secret could be kept from Linley, but there was no way they could keep this secret from the pervasive, world-spanning Dawson conglomerate. There is no way that father would mobilize the forces of the conglomerate to deal with a prince for my sake. In addition, even if he tried to, he wouldn't necessarily be successful. Yale understood this. Prince Julian was the administrator for the Southeast Administrative Province. He controlled a huge number of soldiers. How could the Dawson conglomerate fight against him? Third bro. Suddenly, Linley came to Yale's mind, unbidden. Third bro hasn't avenged fourth bro yet? Yale knew very well how much each of the 4 of them cared about the others. He was certain that if Linley knew why Reynolds had died, he would definitely go seek revenge. It must be that Prince Julian and that emperor whatever hid this from him. Third bro doesn't have an intelligence network. Whenever Yale thought of that adorable youngster who had followed him around and drank and dallied alongside him at the Jade Water Paradise, he felt bitter pain in his heart. Fourth bro, I promise you, third bro and I will definitely avenge you. Yale murmured to himself. Suddenly, Yale roared loudly. Attend me. Make preparations for me immediately. I am going to the imperial capital right now. Quick. I am going immediately. In just 5 short minutes, Yale was mounted atop a fine stallion, with 2 guards by his side. He rushed towards the imperial capital at full gallop. On the way, Yale stopped for nothing, traveling day and night, neither eating nor drinking. On the way to the imperial capital, he switched horses at several cities, continuing to make haste towards the imperial capital at full gallop. After 2 days and 1 night, Yale and his men managed to arrive at the imperial capital. Due to his high-speed journey, both of Yale's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was so ashen and pale that it looked like the face of someone who was seriously ill. We're here. From far away, Yale saw Count Wharton's manor. After 2 days and a night of traveling, Yale finally felt a glimmer of hope. Lord Yale? The guards at the manor naturally recognized Yale. In the past, Yale had often come to visit Linley. There was no need for them to make any report before letting Yale enter. Only, the 2 guards were puzzled as to why Yale looked so haggard. Third bro. Yale charged into the manor, then began shouting at the top of his lungs, Third bro, come out. Third bro, quick, come out. As soon as Linley heard Yale's first shout, he immediately ran at high speed out of his courtyard. Seeing the distant Yale, Linley was stunned. Right now, Yale's face was extremely pale, and his hair was an absolute mess. Was this the impeccably dressed, handsome, and cheerful boss Yale? Seeing Linley, Yale immediately ran over, grabbing Linley by the shoulders. His bloodshot eyes stared at Linley, and he said in a sobbing voice, Third bro, you absolutely must get revenge for fourth bro. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 40, The Secrets of the Yulon Continent. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 40, The Secrets of the Yulon Continent. These words stunned Linley. Get revenge? For what? Wait a second. Linley immediately understood. Fourth bro had indeed died an unjust death. Linley grabbed Yale by the arms. Boss Yale, calm down. Come to my place. Tell me everything you know in detail. Yale nodded slightly. They arrived in Linley's courtyard. What were the circumstances around Fourth bro's death? Linley's face was extremely serious. Yale said with solemnity, Third bro, that day, Fourth bro had led his men in a scouting mission outside the city. Who would have thought that they would encounter the soldiers of the Roalt Empire? Fourth bro was vastly outnumbered. Despite going all out, only himself and a few dozen of his men escaped. Fourth bro and his dozens of men fled to Neil City, and at that time, only 300 enemies were pursuing them, but 300? Linley simply couldn't believe it. Right. But simply because the Roalt Empire's soldiers fired an arrow at the wall near where Prince Julin was currently standing, Prince Julin was terrified. He immediately ordered that nobody was to be allowed to open the city gates. He ordered his men to only stand guard inside the city. This was done solely to protect himself. As for Fourth bro and his men, they kept on screaming angrily, open the gates, but nobody dared to do so, and just like that, Fourth bro and his men were all slaughtered. Linley's heart was beginning to blaze with fury. He could see the scene as if he himself was there. His Fourth bro had miserably screamed for them to open the gates, but Prince Julin had forcibly ordered people not to open the gates. Nobody dared to go rescue them either. And so, Fourth bro had died. His death was an unjust one, a pointless one. He didn't have to die. Where is Fourth bro's body? Linley immediately asked. Yale said in agony, according to our conglomerate's intelligence network, Fourth bro was hit by an arrow on the shoulder, and then the enemy used a warblade to slash open his chest. Fourth bro collapsed at the corner of the walls. And then, the leader of the enemy soldiers took Fourth bro's corpse away as a spoil of war. What? Linley couldn't believe it. 300 people before the gates of Neil City. Not only did the guarding forces not attack, they even allowed the enemies to take away Fourth bro's corpse? This was an absolute joke. Precisely speaking, the large majority of those 300 soldiers stayed outside of bow range. The real attackers only numbered 10 or so. Those 10 experts didn't care about arrows at all. Yale's heart was filled with bitter pain. Those 10 or so experts killed Fourth bro, then took his corpse away, but given Prince Julin's orders, none of the guard soldiers dared to venture out to do battle. The soldiers of the O'Brien Empire were extremely disciplined and would follow orders. But such laughable orders, in all honesty, were extremely hard to accept for them. Fourth bro, in Linley's mind, he could see the scene of how his Fourth bro had angrily, desperately, screamed open the gates. Outside the walls of Neil City, but the soldiers atop the walls had coldly refused to do so. Such an unjust death filled Linley's heart with endless rage. Fourth bro shouldn't have died at all. Johann and the Dunstan clan both dared to deceive me. Linley, knowing the truth, immediately understood that most likely, the Dunstan clan had done so due to their fear of offending Prince Julin and Emperor Johann. So it turns out that this was all due to that Prince Julin. Linley's rage was building. He had heard of Prince Julin long ago. Emperor Johann was famous for his bias and partiality, and had made his incompetent younger brother the administrator of an administrative province. From this alone, one could tell how much Emperor Johann doted on his younger brother. Third bro, only you are capable of avenging Fourth bro. Yale said with pained fury. Yale's heart was filled with self-reproach. He, too, wanted to avenge his Fourth bro, but he personally was simply too weak, and the Dawson conglomerate didn't belong to him. Linley nodded, a cold light shining forth from his eyes. Since that Prince Julin caused Fourth bro's death, then he definitely must die. Linley turned to stare at Yale. Yale, take a rest. I need to make a trip. What are you going to do? Are you going to act against him now? No. Linley slowly, calmly shook his head. If I were to directly kill Prince Julin, most likely that Emperor Johann would revenge himself upon the Dunstan clan. Fourth bro is already dead. I don't wish for his clan to collapse as well. War God Mountain. Linley stood in front of the tunnel which led to the War God's training area, quietly waiting. Right at this moment, someone flew towards him at high speed. It was Castro. Linley, what are you doing here? Castro questioned. I wish to see the war god. Linley replied. Castro nodded. If that's the case, then let me report your arrival. But right at this moment, a voice rang out next to Castro and Linley's ears at the same time. Linley! Come in. Linley had already prepared the wind shadow spell, and so he flew into the tunnel. Those familiar, winding pathways led him deeper into the tunnels until he arrived at the pit. He dropped down several thousand meters, arriving at the bottom. A few moments later, Linley arrived at that pitch-black stone door. Rumble! That terrifying heat was still there, turning the stone walls scarlet red. Linley said respectfully, Lord War God, I imagine that you already know about my duel with Hadesun. I imagine that I should now be qualified to learn of the secrets you previously spoke about. Enter, then. The war god's calm voice rang out. Rumble, the pitch-black stone door swung open on its own, revealing a tunnel within. A terrifying blast of heat blasted out from within. Linley formed his Dragonblood battle chi into his pulse guard defense. What a hot place! Staring deep into the tunnel, Linley was astonished. On the far end of the tunnel, Linley saw an enormous magma pool that was at least 100 meters wide. The lava boiled and hissed and swirled about, but this wasn't the astonishing part. The astonishing part was, in the air directly above the magma pool, there was a ball of fire at least 3 meters long. This ball of fire was pure, scarlet red. It was constantly emanating waves of terrifying heat from mid-air. For Linley to be forced to use the pulse guard defense to protect himself, one could imagine how terrifyingly hot this ball of fire was. The temperature of ordinary lava wouldn't be able to hurt Linley, even if he went near it. Even if he were to walk on top of lava, all he had to do was to control his battle chi to protect himself. There was no need to use the pulse guard defense. Linley suddenly realized something. Where is Lord War God? Linley looked suspiciously in every direction. In the blink of an eye, he could make out the surrounding area. Aside from the central pool of lava, everything could be seen clearly in this area. But there wasn't a human figure in sight. Linley! The war god's calm voice suddenly drifted down from within the ball of fire. Linley stared in astonishment at that hovering ball of fire. Could it be that the war god was that ball of fire? A blurry human figure slowly drifted out from within that ball of fire. In the blink of an eye, that blurry human figure appeared next to the pool of magma. This man was indeed the war god. Linley carefully inspected this war god, whose legend was known throughout the Yulan continent. The war god wasn't an extremely tall man, only around 1.8 meters tall or so. He had the appearance of a man in his 30s. He had thick eyebrows and scarlet red hair which had grown to his waist. Due to his careful observations, Linley suddenly realized that atop the war god's scarlet red hair were multiple blazing flames. The war god's face was as hard and cold as granite, and his eyes were extremely sharp. With every single action, he radiated absolute certainty. In particular, he possessed a terrifying presence which caused Linley's heart to quiver. Such power! Respectful greetings to you, war god. Linley said courteously. The war god carefully looked at Linley, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his lips. He nodded calmly. Not bad. I watched your duel with Hadesun. Your attack technique is quite interesting. A hint of a smile appeared on Linley's face as well. Lord War God, I should now be qualified to learn about the secrets of the Yulan continent, right? Linley had already decided long ago that before heading out to the anarchic lands, he would come visit the war god once. And now, he had to seek vengeance for his fourth bro as well. Linley had already made careful calculations. After avenging his fourth bro, he would immediately head out for the anarchic lands. In addition, this meeting with the war god wasn't solely for the sake of learning the secrets. It was also to use the war god's influence to suppress Johann. Who did Johann fear the most? Without question, it was the war god. Linley, the attack you have developed is quite unique indeed. Your current level of power is indeed on par with Hadesun, and is enough to qualify you to be made aware of the secrets of the Yulan continent. The war god said calmly. Linley listened carefully. Linley, do you know how I became a deity? The war god suddenly looked at Linley. Wasn't it through gaining sufficient insight which allowed you to break through the limits of the saint level and reach the deity level? Linley looked at the war god, puzzled. The war god shook his head slightly. It isn't so easy to break through to the deity level. Even Caesar, with his extraordinary talent, spent 5,000 years before reaching the deity level. As for me, although in the past, I had indeed reached the limits of the saint level, it was very hard to take that last step and break through. 5,000 years ago, during a battle, I was fortunate enough to acquire the divine spark of a demigod. I absorbed and fused that divine spark, and thus, I became a deity. Linley was stunned. So the almighty war god whom everyone praised to the high heavens had actually broken through because he had acquired the divine spark of a demigod. What, are you very disappointed? The war god laughed calmly. Linley shook his head. No. It is very incredible that in the past, you were able to reach the limits of the saint level after only a few hundred years. Your eldest disciple, Thane, has spent thousands of years training. By now, he should be at the limits of the saint level as well. The war god laughed. He was very satisfied with Linley's response. Indeed, reaching the limits of the saint level in a few centuries was extremely difficult. It is hard to reach the limits of the saint level. For someone to reach the limits of the saint level definitely means that they have already arrived at the very end of the path of the elemental laws they have chosen. To break past that barrier, what they need is a sudden insight. In an instant, they must fuse together and combine every part of the aspect of elemental law they are training in. Only then will they succeed in breaking through it. The war god side, in the entire Yulan continent, up until a few decades ago, there had been 6 prime saints who had reached the limits of the saint level and only needed to take one more step before breaking through to the deity level. Now that Caesar has broken through, there are 5 prime saints remaining who are at the limits. One of them is Fane. Currently, in the Yulan continent, aside from those 5 deities, the most powerful people are Fane and the other 4. You should already know by now how powerful Fane is. Linley nodded slightly. Linley was now beginning to truly interact with the hidden aspects of the Yulan continent. Lord War God, what level of power does the Holy Emperor have, in comparison with those hidden experts? In the future, Linley would definitely have to deal with the Holy Emperor. Naturally, he needed to ask this question. The Holy Emperor, The war god paused for a moment, then said, amongst the hidden experts of the continent, aside from the deities, Fane and the other 4 prime saints are the most powerful. They need only a single step to reach the deity level. Beneath them are the likes of the Holy Emperor. There are roughly 10 or so people on this level. Below them are those people on Hadesun's level. Most of the experts who lie hidden here in the continent are on Hadesun's level. The Holy Emperor is more powerful than Hadesun? Linley memorized this little fact. The war god cast a warning glance at Linley. The Holy Emperor trains in oracular magic. Oracular magic is extremely powerful. It is normal for him to be on a higher level than Hadesun. Linley looked at the war god, then asked, Lord War God, then what are the secrets of the Yulan continent? What are they? Linley had been curious this entire time. For what reason had the Yulan continent attracted so many experts to remain here on this plane? In the 4 higher planes, there is another name for the plane of the Yulan continent. A hint of delight was in the war god's face. What name? Linley's eyes lit up. The necropolis of the gods. The war god said softly. The necropolis of the gods? Linley's heart thumped. Lord War God, even if deities were to die, there's no reason they would have to come to our Yulan continent to be buried, is there? Of course not. The war god laughed calmly. 5,000 years ago, many of the experts who descended from other planes were deities. There were even gods and high gods. They engaged in warfare and slaughter here in the Yulan continent. In the end, aside from a few who left, virtually all of those experts died here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 41, The War God's Favor. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 41, The War God's Favor. During one of those battles, I was extremely lucky. Although I had hidden far away, I managed to acquire a divine spark, and what's more, it was the divine spark of a demigod. If it had been the divine spark of a full god, I wouldn't have been able to absorb and fuse with it at all. The war god laughed calmly. Linley suddenly began to understand. There were certain preconditions for one to fuse with a divine spark. Someone who had not yet become a deity probably would only be able to fuse with a demigod's divine spark. Why did those experts from other planes descend to the Yulan continent and engage in battle here? Linley immediately asked. The war god glanced at Linley. For now, you don't need to know about this. Clearly, the war god didn't wish to tell Linley. Linley had no choice but to remain silent. The necropolis of the gods will be opened once every 1,000 years. Each time it is opened, those who have received acknowledgement and permission from us deities are permitted to enter the necropolis of the gods and engage in exploration. The war god glanced at Linley. But I must tell you, the necropolis of the gods is extremely dangerous. Has anyone ever succeeded? Linley asked. Of course. The war god said with certainty. But only one person. And the funny thing was, as soon as he acquired a demigod divine spark and broke through, he immediately headed off to the higher planes. Linley secretly laughed. To become a deity was extremely hard. But wouldn't it be so much simpler to just acquire a divine spark from within the necropolis of the gods and then fuse it? No wonder so many of the lucky survivors of the past had decided to remain hidden here in the Yulan continent. After all, it was virtually impossible for a saint to acquire a divine spark in the higher planes. Lord Wargod, are there any differences between becoming a deity through fusing with a divine spark and becoming a deity through personal understandings and breakthroughs? Linley asked. The war god nodded and sighed. There are. After absorbing and fusing with a divine spark, one's future training becomes much more difficult. After all, the divine spark you fused with wasn't one which had naturally descended upon you and formed within your soul. There are qualitative differences. Linley nodded. In his heart, Linley deeply appreciated the fact that the war god had provided him with this important piece of information. But despite that, so what? Linley, if I placed a divine spark in front of you and told you that if you fused with it, you would become a demigod, with the price being that your future training would be slower and more difficult, would you be willing to fuse with it? The war god looked at Linley. Linley was startled. Indeed. If a demigod's divine spark was placed in front of him, which represented the chance to become a deity, despite knowing that one's future training would become more difficult, most likely, many people would choose to immediately absorb and fuse with the divine spark. Enough. Linley, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. The war god said calmly. Linley hurriedly said. Lord War God, in a few days, I plan to go to the anarchic lands. My little brother Wharton will probably remain in the imperial capital. I am worried that the forces of the Radiant Church will threaten my little brother. Don't worry. The imperial capital is not a place where the Radiant Church can act as they please. The war god said calmly. Hearing these words from the war god, Linley felt calmer. Lord War God, the current emperor, Johann, Linley didn't even finish speaking before the war god frowned and said, I gave you my talisman. Just show it to Johann, and he will know that it represents my authority. Each generation of emperors knows this. Linley was startled. The talisman with the word war on it which the war god had bequeathed unto him previously actually had this function as well. The war god glanced coldly at Linley. But you had better not use the talisman too wildly. If you throw the empire into a state of chaos, then you will be the one to fix it. Oh, right. When you go to the anarchic lands, there is a person you must remember not to offend. Who? Linley was startled. The anarchic lands didn't have any famous experts, right? The war god said calmly, one of the 5 prime saints lives in the anarchic lands. His name is Desri, Deasili. He trains in the laws of light. His power is on par with Fane's. Linley immediately memorized this name. Someone who was on par with Fane was a person who was only a step away from becoming a deity. Enough. You can leave now. The war god said calmly. Linley immediately bowed, then turned and prepared to leave. Remember to treat with kindness that magical beast of yours, Bibi. The war god said with a sudden sigh. Shocked, Linley turned his head to stare at the war god. Linley wasn't surprised that the war god knew of Bibi's existence, but why had the war god just told him to treat Bibi well? The war god paid no more attention to Linley. With one step, his scarlet hair flowing around him, he entered that hovering ball of fire once more and returned to his training. Bibi? Linley actually felt that the war god was being a bit too nice to him. Whether it was with regards to Wharton's wedding, or telling him so many things on this visit, Linley now felt that this had to do with Bibi. Bibi? Linley still remembered how Bibi had told him that he came from a clan known as the Beirut clan. Bibi's power is terrifying, and his rate of growth is astonishing as well. And he comes from the Beirut clan. Now, the war god says, Linley suddenly began to question Bibi's identity. The imperial capital of Chan. The imperial palace. Within the flower gardens. Emperor Johann was in a wonderful mood. He leisurely strolled about in his flower gardens, enjoying the sight of all sorts of beautiful flowers. With Linley no longer looking into Reynolds' affair, he naturally felt much more relaxed. Your Imperial Majesty, someone is flying over. His personal attendant suddenly said. Someone was flying over? A saint-level expert. Emperor Johann immediately turned to look. In the skies, he saw a blue-robed Linley soaring in his direction. In the blink of an eye, Linley arrived in the flower gardens. Oh, so it is Master Linley. A smile immediately blossomed on Emperor Johann's face. Is there something you need, Master Linley? Linley glanced at the palace attendant. Leave for now. Emperor Johann said to his nearby attendant, who immediately walked far into the distance. Now there was only Linley and Emperor Johann, with no one else nearby. Even the guards were over 100 meters away. Linley stared emotionlessly at Emperor Johann. Stared at by Linley in such a manner, Emperor Johann began to feel puzzled and uneasy. Could it be that Linley had discovered that Reynolds' death had to do with Julian? Emperor Johann, do you still believe that you've told me the complete truth regarding Reynolds dying in battle? Linley stared at Emperor Johann. Emperor Johann's heart immediately plummeted. He felt as though he had suddenly fallen into a bottomless abyss. Emperor Johann was no fool. Hearing Linley's words, he naturally could guess that Linley perhaps already knew everything. Linley, that was the report that came from the military. It shouldn't be fake. Emperor Johann said seriously. The meaning of his words were clear. Even if the information was wrong, it was the fault of the military reporters, and didn't have anything to do with him, Johann. Linley glanced at Emperor Johann. Emperor Johann, based on what I have learned, my dear friend Reynolds had led a group of knights in a scouting trip, but had been pursued by the forces of the Roalt Empire to the walls of the city of Neil. The pursuing forces of the Roalt Empire numbered only 300. But at that time, Prince Julian actually ordered the soldiers to stay put and guard the city from inside, out of fear. The look on Johann's face changed. Faced with 300 people, why would a garrison of tens of thousands of soldiers have to stand their ground inside the city of Neil? Linley's voice grew even colder. My brother, Reynolds, and his dozens of subordinates were shouting for the gates to be opened from the base of the walls. But Prince Julian actually ordered that the gates were to remain shut. And thus like that, Reynolds and his men lost their lives, for no purpose whatsoever. Linley stared coldly at Johann. Emperor Johann. Tell me. How should we resolve this affair? Emperor Johann already knew that there was no way to favorably resolve this situation. He didn't dare to lie or to equivocate. In front of a peak stage saint, would excuses be of any use? Johann's face turned steely. Julian, that bastard. Johann looked at Linley with fury in his eyes. Master Linley, we had no idea that Julian actually did something like this. He has brought utter shame upon our empire. Master Linley, please don't worry. We guarantee you that we will definitely take severe actions to censure him. Tomorrow, no, immediately, we shall send our senior ministers to go to the Southeast Administrative Province and strictly investigate this matter. We definitely will not let off anyone who committed any major crimes with a light punishment. Linley had seen through Johann's little ploy from the very beginning. Johann would send someone? Even if they discovered anything, they wouldn't find Prince Julian guilty of any serious crime. Your Imperial Majesty, no need to trouble yourself. Whoever caused my brother to die, I shall make them die. Linley's voice was cold and fierce, causing Johann's heart to quiver. But Emperor Johann was frantic as well. Linley was actually saying he was going to directly kill Julian. He was going to go kill Johann's brother? He, Johann, only had a single brother. What was Reynolds? Nothing more than a common noble. If he died, he died. How could Reynolds' life compare to Johann's brother's life? Linley, the Empire has our imperial laws. Emperor Johann said in a cold voice. For his little brother's sake, he had decided to try and face Linley head-on for once. Linley looked at Emperor Johann. With a cold, calm voice, he said, Dare I ask, according to military law, what is the punishment for someone who was afraid to do battle against an enemy of just 300 soldiers, and even stands by and does nothing as his own soldiers are slaughtered? The penalty is indeed death. Johann nodded. However, an investigation is still needed to find out exactly what happened. Linley glanced at Johann. What happened is quite clear. I've only come to inform you of what I am going to do. Johann, do not press your luck. Do not think you can use worldly laws to bind and restrict me. Saint-level experts were indeed free of worldly laws and restrictions. Emperor Johann stared at Linley. Suddenly, he said in a soft, begging voice, Linley, you have a little brother as well. You should understand how I feel. Haha, Linley laughed loudly. Your Imperial Majesty, it seems you are suggesting that so long as one has an older brother, then they can kill any of my brothers with impunity, and then have their older brother say to me, you have a little brother as well? And then let me pardon their little brother? Linley's face was so cold, it seemed like a layer of frost was covering it. How laughable. It was indeed laughable. Someone had killed his bro, and now was trying to stir up sympathy by talking about the relationship between older and younger brothers. Linley, you, Emperor Johann was furious. Johann, I hope that you won't let yourself act rashly. Otherwise, with a flip of his hand, Linley retrieved the scarlet talisman which the war god had given him. Emperor Johann, upon seeing the talisman in Linley's hands, seemed to have had a bucket of ice water poured onto his head. His entire body began to shake. The war god's talisman? Johann stared disbelievingly at the talisman. After the founding of the O'Brien Empire, the war god, O'Brien, had abdicated and given the throne to his son, who had passed it down over time to future generations. Every generation of emperors knew that the war god's talisman represented the war god himself. Whosoever held this war god's talisman even had the power to force the emperor to abdicate. Naturally, very few people were in possession of the war god's talisman, and those people wouldn't dare to falsify an order from the war god. It's good that you recognize the war god's talisman. Linley looked calmly at Emperor Johann. Emperor Johann, I don't care about the fact that you don't handle affairs with impartiality. I, Linley, am not the sort of person to consider myself the epitome of honor and righteousness. However, don't try to put on any airs around me and restrict me. I won't offend others, but I don't wish for others to offend me either. Also, I do not wish to see you scheme against or act against the Dunstan clan, the clan of my friend Reynolds. Linley said calmly. And then, Linley immediately took to the air and flew off towards the east. Johann watched as Linley flew eastwards. He knew that Linley was heading to the Southeast Administrative Province to go kill his younger brother. But did he dare to stop him? Right now, Johann didn't even dare to try and verbally argue with Linley. He was the emperor, true. But who had given him his authority? The war god. A single word from the war god could force him to abdicate. By then, he, Johann, wouldn't have any authority at all. The loss of his younger brother's life, or the loss of his imperial power, which was more important? Johann chose himself. The wind blew with dreary force as Linley flew at high speed towards the Southeast Administrative Province. At this time, a black light suddenly flew towards him at high speed from the imperial capital, soon reaching Linley's side. It was BB. Boss, how'd it go? BB asked. Although Johann dotes on his little brother, he values his imperial power even more. I didn't have to say anything. All I did was take out the war god's talisman, and he no longer dared to make a sound. Linley chuckled. Worldly power? That was nothing more than secondary, and bequeathed upon you by others at that. Only true personal power, developed by training, was truly effective. No wonder the war god didn't want to be emperor, but instead spent his time in quiet training. Linley and BB, the man and the magical beast, flew east at high speed, and in the blink of an eye disappeared into the eastern horizon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 42, The Southeast Administrative Province. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 42, The Southeast Administrative Province. Emperor Johann lay down on a bench within the imperial palace's flower gardens, feeling utterly powerless. A weak, pale look was on his face. His eyes were closed, and he was silent. The only thing the nearby palace attendant could do was to carefully take care of him. The palace attendant was very puzzled. Just then, His Imperial Majesty was in a fine mood. But after chatting a while with Master Linley, he became like this? Emperor Johann's eyes suddenly opened. Transmit this decree. Marquis Jeff is to go to the Central Administrative Province and join with the Jacques Legion. Let Legion Commander Lace arrange a relaxed assignment for him. Unless there are special circumstances, Marquis Jeff is not to be permitted to return to the imperial capital. Emperor Johann said calmly. He truly did not wish to see Marquis Jeff again. Whenever he saw Marquis Jeff, he would be reminded of Prince Julien. The event which occurred today was the deepest humiliation in Emperor Johann's heart. But Emperor Johann knew that there was nothing he could do about it. All he could do was accept it. Although the palace attendant was puzzled by the emperor's orders, he still said respectfully, "Yes, Your Imperial Majesty." Emperor Johann sat back down on his seat. Suddenly, he seemed to have become much older. From the imperial capital to the Southeast Administrative Province, even flying at high speed in a straight line, over 2,000 kilometers had to be traversed. In mid-flight, the impatient Linley transformed into his full dragon form, making haste towards the southeast at top speed. When Linley had left the imperial capital, the sun had already sunk down to and reached the edges of the eastern horizon. When Linley arrived at the provincial capital of the Southeast Administrative Province, the entire world had begun to grow dim, and the countless commoners had begun to sit down in their homes and prepare for dinner. Whoosh! While flying towards the top of provincial capital in his dragon form, Linley suddenly spread out his spiritual energy, easily encapsulating that luxurious castle in the center of the city within it. Prince Julin was living there. Boss, should I handle it? BB was flying side by side with Linley. No. Whenever Linley thought of his bro, Reynolds, the flames of fury in his heart burned ever hotter. Although he had flown here at high speed, Linley still felt that this trip had been a long one. Too long. Linley's dark golden eyes had turned slightly bloodshot. Julin. Linley ground his teeth and said in a low voice, and then his dark golden eyes became all the more grim and callous. Thousands of guards were currently on patrol outside the administrator's castle of the Southeast Administrative Province's provincial capital. There were many beautiful maids and servants walking about the castle as well. Within one quiet, secluded room within the castle. Behind a hazy gauze screen. The sound of low panting. A coquettish voice moaning non-stop. Two bodies intertwined with each other. After a long moment. A low growl. And then, the room returned to utter silence. Your Imperial Highness. A soft, sweet voice. Baby, you really are bewitching. You are much better than my wife. Prince Julin opened the gauze screen, then put on his long robe and left the bed. Baby, rest here. I'll order someone to bring you food. Thank you, Your Imperial Highness. The woman behind the gauze screen had jade hair which cascaded down like a waterfall, and her eyes seemed utterly bewitching. A hint of a satisfied smile was on the corner of Prince Julin's face. He was very satisfied with his life. What was so good about being an emperor? As a prince, he had as many servants as he wished and as many women as he wished. Wasn't this sort of life even better than that of a god's? That big brother of mine. Geez. All I did was cause that Reynolds to die, but he lectured and berated me. Prince Julin pursed his lips disdainfully. His life was extremely valuable. If a common noble died, he died. What was the big deal about it? Prince Julin's absolute bottom line was this: anything which might threaten his life, no matter how small, had to be stopped. Prince Julin walked out of the room, feeling satisfied. Your Imperial Highness. The two female attendants outside the room said respectfully. Prince Julin gently stroked the face of one of the female attendants. Laughing lightly, he said, Baby, tonight, you can come serve me. Yes, Your Imperial Highness. A hint of joy actually appeared on that female attendant's face. Just as Prince Julin was feeling that his life was simply too perfect, a cold voice rang out from the skies above, covering the entire castle. Prince Julin, are you enjoying your life? That voice was filled with resentment and hatred, causing Prince Julin to suddenly tremble. Who is it? The castle guards all raised their weapons and roared angrily. Up above. Ah! It is a demon. A guard saw Linley standing in midair. Prince Julin's heart was filled with terror and fear. He didn't know who had come to act against him. The people whom Prince Julin had offended were all people who were inferior in status to him. Prince Julin knew very well that some powerful experts were not to be offended. So who was this? Prince Julin raised his head high, and his face turned ashen in terror. Linley was currently standing in midair above Prince Julin's residence. In full dragon form, Linley was surrounded by a dense fog of azurish black battle-chi, which swirled and roiled about him. Linley did indeed look like a demon from the abyss. His dark golden eyes were staring down at Prince Julin. All Linley had done was to use his spiritual energy to search and investigate. After hearing Prince Julin's words to the two female attendants, he knew that this person was indeed Prince Julin. Linley's body suddenly descended, and a terrifying surge of energy blasted out in every direction. Boom! The nearby buildings were all blown apart by this terrifying blast of force. Linley landed heavily on the ground, and the stone floor of the residence instantly cracked and shattered, as though it had been struck by a massive falling boulder. Milord, who are you? Prince Julin squeezed out a smile, appearing to be incredibly humble. The man in front of him was a saint. Prince Julin was absolutely certain of this. Prince Julin deeply cared about his life, so he never offended any saints. Milord, is there perhaps some mistake? Why have you sought me out? Prince Julin forcibly maintained his smile, but just at this time, from afar, a guard's voice could be heard. Your Imperial Highness, that person is Master Linley. I went to the Imperial capital and watched his duel with Lord Hadesun. Many people had watched the duel between Linley and Hadesun. People from the Southeast Administrative Province had gone as well. Naturally, that guard recognized Linley. Prince Julin hadn't gone. To Prince Julin, watching experts fight wasn't as interesting as playing around with some beautiful women. It was fortunate for him that he was the emperor's younger brother, because otherwise, in a country like the O'Brien Empire, where people worshipped experts and valued training and personal strength, his life would have been terrible. Master Linley? Prince Julin's heart shook. What he had feared the most had come. Previously, at Neil City, he had caused Reynolds' death. After Prince Julin had discovered the relationship between Linley and Reynolds, he was filled with regret, but it was too late. What the hell did my big brother do? Didn't he say that Linley didn't know that this affair had something to do with me? Prince Julin began to curse Johann in his heart. Meanwhile, Linley just stared at Prince Julin. His dear brother, Reynolds, had died because this Julin had extinguished Reynolds' last chance at life due to his own cowardice. His dear brother didn't have to die. Do you know why I have come? Linley was unable to restrain his fury any longer. Ah. So it is Master Linley. Prince Julin hurriedly said. It is Julin's honor to be able to welcome you here, Master. But I actually do not know why you have come here, Master. By now, groups of people had clustered around them, watching. There were many of Prince Julin's women, some of his children, and many guards and female attendants. They all watched with terror. Even the two experts of the 9th rank who were Prince Julin's special guests stood far away, their hearts filled with terror. Master Linley, if there's anything you want, please speak calmly. I think, Master, you must have some sort of misunderstanding about His Imperial Highness. The caretaker of the castle said from the side in a trembling voice. Linley turned back to glance at the caretaker, whose face instantly turned white. Misunderstanding? Linley walked towards Prince Julin, one step at a time. Cold sweat poured from Prince Julin's forehead. He was so frightened that not a hint of blood could be seen in his face. Linley's lips quirked upwards, revealing a terrifying smile. Whoosh! Linley's ferocious black draconic tail suddenly moved, wrapping around Prince Julin's body and constricting him like a whip. Ah! An shrill scream burst out from Prince Julin's throat, sounding like a woman being molested. Linley's dark golden eyes stared remorselessly at Prince Julin. Why are you screaming? I haven't even used any force, but you are already screaming. If I were to use force. Spare me, Master Linley, spare me. Prince Julin said, terror-stricken. Spare you? Linley's voice suddenly turned into a guttural growl. Me, spare you? What about my brother Reynolds? Who spared his life? Linley's black draconic tail, radiating a cold light, began to squeeze while lifting Prince Julin into the air. Prince Julin was constricted and lifted into the air by this draconic tail, which was as thick as a strong man's arm. As the tail began to tremble slightly, Prince Julin began to howl in terror. Ah! Slash! Fresh blood began to dye Prince Julin's clothes red. Stop! Many of the loyal guards raised their weapons from afar and howled angrily. They didn't dare to charge forwards, but they did dare to at least shout. F***ck off. Linley frowned, his heart filled with fury. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted from Linley, blasting out in every direction. All of the surrounding guards and female attendants were sent flying. Some unlucky guards ended up smashing into walls head first, with their brains splattering. Others fell to the ground and were heavily injured. In the blink of an eye, aside from Linley and Prince Julin, not a single person was still on his or her feet. The boss has really gone crazy. Bibi watched quietly from midair. Linley retracted his gaze from the surrounding people, turning to stare at the bloody-faced Prince Julin. Julin, don't worry. I'll let you live for a bit longer, I'll let you have the sensation of a slow death. Linley's voice was very soft, but it filled Prince Julin with the utmost fear. Master, please spare me. I'll do anything you want, give you anything you want, as long as I am capable, anything is fine, but the important thing, don't kill me. Prince Julin still thought that he could escape from this situation alive. Linley didn't pay any attention to Prince Julin's squabbling. The only thing in his mind was the smile of his fourth bro, Reynolds. That adorable youngster, so dissolute and lazy, had spent 10 days and 10 nights waiting for him in a blizzard when he had been carving awakening from the dream. Crunch! A cringe-inducing sound could be heard from Prince Julin's entire body. His waist had suddenly become compacted to the waist of a slender young lady. Prince Julin's face was utterly red. He wasn't able to say a single sentence, and fresh blood was leaking forward from his mouth. Spare, Prince Julin stared at Linley in terror. The distant serving women and attendants all watched with terror as Prince Julin's waist visibly became smaller and smaller. Crunch! Yet another bone-splintering sound could be heard. Blood was pouring forth from Prince Julin's mouth, and his face had turned the color of purple jam. The internal organs in his body had been squeezed to the point of rupture. This sort of pain made Prince Julin wish he could die. You can't die so fast. Prince Julin's endurance was far weaker than that of Clade's, from all those years ago. Suddenly, Linley's draconic tail loosened and retracted. That nearly dead Prince Julin fell to the ground. Prince Julin let out a sigh of relief, but before he even hit the ground. Bam! Linley's right leg kicked viciously against Prince Julin's body. Prince Julin's eyes turned round from utter terror. Prince Julin's body was sent flying from this kick, and he smashed hard against a distant wall. That thick, sturdy wall was actually shattered by the collision. As for Prince Julin, his weak, fragile body instantly disintegrated into a pile of mud-like flesh and bone, strewn everywhere. Fourth bro, don't worry. I won't spare a single one of those people who caused you to die. Linley said softly to himself. A hint of moisture could be seen in those dark golden eyes. Linley turned to look at Bibi in midair. Let's go. We're heading to Neil City. Whoosh. Linley rose straight into the air, flying towards the southeast at high speed with Bibi by his side. The thousands of people in the area below were utterly, deathly silent. Only, Prince Julin's utterly disintegrated corpse was so eye-catching and so frightful to behold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 43, The Corpse. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 43, The Corpse. If Reynolds was alive, he wanted to see him. If Reynolds was dead, he wanted to see Reynolds' corpse. From Yale, Linley had learned that Reynolds' corpse had actually been taken away by the enemy. On this trip, no matter what, he had to bring his friend's corpse back. However, before that, Linley had to pay a visit to Neil City. After all, the soldiers of Neil City should have known exactly what happened on the day Reynolds was killed. Boss, don't be too heartbroken. Bibi said softly. Linley stared at the distant horizon, then turned to glance at Bibi, forcing out a smile. Bibi, I'm fine. But it was hard to make out any expressions on the face of the dragon-formed Linley. All that could be seen was the corners of his lips curving slightly. After flying for a while, the distant Neil City appeared in the desolate landscape. We're arriving. The temperature around Linley suddenly dropped by a level. The army of the O'Brien Empire was currently camped a few dozen kilometers outside Neil City. 10 kilometers away, facing them, was the army of the Roalt Empire. The two armies stared at each other. After Prince Julin had left the city, the Golden Flame Legion had quickly exacted revenge for Reynolds. But the Roalt Empire had been prepared already, and they wouldn't lower their heads either. The two armies had engaged in multiple engagements, with tens of thousands of casualties. They were now at a temporary halt, but the next attack could come at any moment. Right now, the garrison of Neil City was fairly relaxed. After all, there was an army of tens of thousands in front of them. Man, that Prince whatever was such a coward. He let the enemy make it all the way to our walls, and didn't even let us go out. A couple of garrison guards were huddled together in a corner of the walls, chatting idly. What a tragedy. Senior Captain Reynolds died such an unjust death, and even his corpse was taken away. The Golden Flame Legion was, without question, an extremely elite legion. What happened last time at the walls of Neil City was, without a doubt, a mark of shame for the entire Golden Flame Legion. But the military commanders at that time hadn't dared to disobey the orders of Prince Julin. Who are you? Suddenly, terrified, angry shouts could be heard from outside. One soldier after another stopped resting in their cubbyholes and came out, but when they saw the dragon-formed person standing in mid-air, wrapped within a cocoon of azurish black mist, they were all stunned. They were elite soldiers who constantly lived on the line between life and death. But when they saw this expert standing in mid-air, they understood that this aberration was definitely a saint-level expert. These soldiers didn't have any ability to fight against him at all. You are Master Linley? Suddenly, a military officer whispered these words. The eyes of the surrounding elite soldiers suddenly lit up. Linley's dragon-formed appearance had become the stuff of legends. Those elite warriors carefully inspected the cloud-shrouded Linley's appearance. Indeed, he looked very much like how the legends said he did. It is I. A dark whisper drifted out from within that azurish black mist. Master Linley. A genius magus. A grandmaster sculptor. A peak stage saint. The pride of the entire O'Brien Empire, countless people in the Empire worshipped Linley. After realizing that this aberration was Linley, the surrounding warriors actually began to feel that Linley's transformation was extremely manly and very ferocious. These were valiant warriors indeed. Master Linley, if there is anything you need, please just ask us. The military officer hurriedly said. A while ago, a group of your scouts were encountered and attacked by the Roalt Empire's forces, and were chased all the way to the city walls. The senior captain of that group was named Reynolds, correct? Linley's voice was hoarse. The military officer said, Yes, Master Linley. All of the surrounding soldiers felt a deep sense of humiliation. Even Master Linley had learned of the Golden Flame Legion's shame. All of them felt extremely awkward and embarrassed. Where is Reynolds' corpse? Linley asked. Master Linley, Lord Reynolds' corpse was taken away by the enemies. The military officer's face was turning a bit green. He truly felt ashamed. Before their very eyes, 300 people had not only killed Reynolds and his men, they had even taken away Reynolds' corpse. Linley asked, who here personally witnessed what had happened on that day? Many people looked at each other. These people had only heard of what happened to Reynolds. That squad of soldiers who had been on the walls and had personally witnessed what had happened had all been punished and sent to the front lines to do battle with the enemies. Seeing the expression on their faces, Linley frowned. I witnessed it. An ancient-sounding voice rang out from behind. All of the soldiers parted, allowing a lavishly dressed old man walk over. This old man was the governor of Neil City. Lord Governor. All the surrounding soldiers bowed respectfully. Staring at Linley and the azurish black clouds surrounding him, the city governor sighed secretly. As the city governor of a border city like Neil City, how could he possibly be a soft, spineless person? At that time, he had been accompanying Prince Julian. When he had seen Reynolds and the others being pursued, he was just about to order his men to go rescue them. But at that time, Prince Julian's attitude clearly showed that he would not permit anyone to go outside. They had to stand their ground inside the walls. The city governor was already quite old, and he had sons and grandsons. He didn't dare to disobey the order of Prince Julian. You are the city governor of Neil City? Good. Clearly explain to me what happened that day when Reynolds was pursued here and killed. Linley said coldly. The city governor nodded. When Reynolds and his men fled here, they had all been wounded. There was an arrow sticking out from Reynolds' shoulders. When they reached the walls, 10 or so experts of the enemy came rushing over, ignoring the arrows of the garrison troops as they immediately began to slaughter Reynolds and the others. Reynolds was slashed to death by a blow to his chest, and then the leader of the enemy forces took him away. Linley secretly nodded to himself. The Dawson conglomerate's intelligence was indeed accurate. The leader of the enemies? Do you know where he is? Linley stared at the city governor of Neil. I must find and reclaim Reynolds' corpse. The city governor of Neil nodded. Right now, the legions of the Roalt Empire are currently in a deadlock against our legion. They are located a few dozen kilometers outside of Neil City. I imagine their leader is there as well. Right, the leader should be a warrior of the 8th rank. Oh. Linley turned to stare towards the south. He could clearly smell the scent of battle and blood in that direction. The bloody scent created by the deaths of tens of thousands was extremely thick. Bibi, let's go. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom could be heard as Linley and Bibi, the man and the magical beast, slashed through the air, disappearing into the southern horizons. Seeing this, the city governor of Neil had a hint of excitement on his face. Looks like those bastards of the Roalt Empire are in for it now. The city governor of Neil immediately descended from the walls and led a small squad out of the city into the direction of the Golden Flame Legion's camp. The two armies of the two empires stared at each other. Within the central battlefield, many soldiers were carting away the corpses of their own people. At a time like this, the two legions had quite conscientiously paused their battle. The corpses were carried away, one after the other. At this time, the already faintly red earth was stained even more crimson, and the stench of blood had attracted quite a few locusts. In the camp of the army of the Roalt Empires, their military flag was gently waving in the breeze. Multiple squads were out on patrol. Suddenly, an azurish black cloud appeared in the air above the Roalt Empire's camp. Not here? Linley's spiritual energy had encompassed the entire military camp, but he couldn't find Reynolds' corpse. Senior Captain Hugh Huku was currently in his tent, taking large gulps of strong liquor. He was in a wonderful mood. Hugh was certain that, after this battle, he would definitely be promoted. At the very least, I will be promoted to Deputy Legion Commander. Hugh mused to himself. But right at this moment, a powerful force suddenly ripped apart his sturdy tent. Hugh was shocked. What on earth? Have the enemies broken into our camp? While thinking this, Hugh quickly rushed out, but when he did, he felt the wild, howling wind, so powerful that he couldn't even stand straight. Staring at his surroundings, Hugh's face turned pale. He saw countless gusts of energy swirling about throughout the Roalt Empire's camp, and all of the soldiers found it hard to stand stable. After a while, the wild wind disappeared. All of the military officers of the Roalt Empire are to report to the central gathering location. Quickly! A calm voice rang out from the sky. Everyone craned their heads upwards. They saw that constantly flowing azurish black mist, and within that mist, they could vaguely see the form of a terrifying creature. I am Legion Commander Chastre, Shazati, of the Roalt Empire's right, Lighti, Legion. Might I ask why you have come here, esteemed expert? Legion Commander Chastre said respectfully. From the power the man had just displayed, Chastre knew that this was a terrifyingly powerful expert with the ability to destroy this entire legion. The azurish black mist was drawn closer to Linley's body, allowing the people below to clearly see what Linley looked like. Freak! Demon! Many soldiers let out quiet cries of fear. Linley's body landed heavily on the ground, causing it to shake and cracks to appear. Linley's draconic tail swished about, gouging deep holes into the ground wherever it passed. Dare I ask, esteemed expert, are you Master Linley? Chastre said respectfully. Linley glanced at Chastre. The man was quite experienced, and lived up to being a Legion commander. After Linley had become famous, news about his dragon-formed appearance had been widely spread as well. It is I. Linley said calmly. The countless surrounding soldiers immediately felt a terrifying sense of pressure. They had all heard of how powerful Linley was, but Linley belonged to the O'Brien Empire's side. Right now, they were currently engaged in battle against the O'Brien Empire. Master Linley, can it be that you are going to violate the laws of war? As a Saint-level expert, are you also going to participate in this battle? Chastre said in a voice that was neither humble nor offensive. When two empires engaged in battle, unless it was a do-or-die final battle, Saint-level experts generally were not permitted to participate. Linley glanced at him coldly. I dislike others threatening me. Chastre immediately no longer dared to make a sound. If Linley were to go wild, he was truly capable of annihilating this entire army. He didn't have any recourse. Speak. A while ago, you sent some people out on ambush and chased a scouting party of the O'Brien Empire to the city of Neil. Who was the leader of that squad of 300? Linley said coldly. When he said this, virtually all the surrounding soldiers turned to stare at the nearby Hugh. Hugh's body quivered. No one needed to say anything. Linley turned to look at Hugh as well, and Hugh immediately said respectfully, Master Linley, a while ago, I did indeed lead my troops to kill a large squad and utterly annihilated them in the end. Utterly annihilated? Hearing these words, the muscles beneath Linley's eyes twitched once. Linley stared at Hugh, his cold gaze causing Hugh to feel as though he had suddenly sunk into a frozen land of ice. I heard that you not only killed all the people in that squad, you also brought back the corpse of the senior captain. It is true. A look of arrogance appeared on Hugh's face. As far as Hugh was concerned, this was something worth being proud of. Linley's heart shook. The man in front of him had admitted to it, but the military camp didn't have Reynolds' corpse within it. Could it be that Reynolds' corpse had already been destroyed? When he thought of this possibility, the angry flames in Linley's heart burned even hotter. With a flicker, Linley appeared in front of Hugh. Ah! Hugh didn't have the chance to run away. Stretching out one arm, Linley's powerful right hand clutched around Hugh's throat, lifting Hugh into the air. Linley's dark golden eyes stared death at Hugh. Do you know? The name of that senior captain was Reynolds. He was a friend for life of myself, Linley. Linley ground his teeth. The surrounding soldiers now all understood why Linley had come and done such a thing. Hugh's eyes were filled with shocked understanding as well. At the same time, he could sense that the force Linley was exerting around his throat was increasing. His face turning red, he forced out one word after another with difficulty. No, that Reynolds, he didn't die. Linley was stunned. His hand loosened, and Hugh collapsed to the ground. Hugh immediately held his throat in his hands and began to cough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 44, Enslaved. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 44, Enslaved. Fourth bro didn't die? Stunned, Linley blurted these words out, but then he immediately came to himself. Did you just say that Reynolds didn't die? Right now, Linley's heart was thumping madly. Shock, joy, worry, disbelief, excitement, fear, all sorts of emotions were intermixed in Linley's chest. Right now, the only thing Linley could do was to stare expectantly at this military officer of the Roalt Empire in front of him. Holding his throat, Hugh frantically said in fear, "It is true. He didn't die. He really didn't die." Hugh, when you reported your military success, didn't you say that the senior captain you captured had died already? The nearby Legion commander, Chastray, was frowning. Lying to a saint was extremely foolish. Chastray thought that Hugh was perhaps concocting a lie out of fear. Linley stared at Hugh as well. He truly hoped that Hugh wasn't lying. "Speak, now." Linley stared at Hugh. Every single person in the now chaotic army camp was staring at Hugh. Hugh straightened his body, then hurriedly explained, "Master Linley, I truly am not lying. Back then, when I recovered that senior captain's corpse, that is, Reynolds' corpse, I carried the body myself. But afterwards, I discovered that this corpse suddenly moved. Only then did I realize that he hadn't died." Linley's heart tightened. An awkward look appeared on Hugh's face. "Master Linley, this Reynolds was extremely handsome, and he was a noble, valuable magus. Based on the magic he used when my comrades and I were chasing him, he should most likely be a magus of the 7th rank. A handsome young magus of the 7th rank is extremely valuable on the slave market." Hearing this, Linley instantly understood. The surrounding military officers all understood as well. In times of war, there would often be large numbers of slaves sold to slave trading organizations. The army was often on good terms with these organizations, and a handsome young magus of the 7th rank would definitely be a valuable commodity. A magus of the 7th rank was a high and mighty figure. To cause a magus like this to become a slave was something which some noble ladies truly liked. They would be willing to pay enormous sums of money to purchase such a slave. The price one would get from selling such a magus of the 7th rank would probably be far greater than any reward money which Hugh would have received from the army. "Are you saying that you sold Reynolds to a slave trading organization?" Linley asked. "Right," Hugh said in terror. He now knew that Reynolds was Master Linley's bosom friend. How badly was Reynolds injured? Linley said with concern. From the reports he had heard, Reynolds had suffered life-threatening wounds. Linley was worried about him. Hugh said with absolute certainty, "Master Linley, don't worry. When I took Reynolds back, I immediately invited healers to come treat him. And then, after he was sold to the slave trading organization, those slave traders definitely wouldn't let such a valuable commodity die." Valuable commodity? In his heart, Linley was worried about his friend. Reynolds had fallen to the point of becoming a slave? "Let's go. You will come with me to find that slave trading organization. You should know where it is, right?" Linley grabbed Hugh by his clothes, and Hugh hurriedly said, "Yes, this humble one remembers it very clearly." The nearby Chastray snapped, "Hugh, from today onwards, you are to accompany Master Linley. Whatever Master Linley wishes you to do, you must obey." Chastray looked at Linley and said apologetically, "Master Linley, our deepest apologies. I hope you won't be too upset with us." Chastray truly didn't have any other options. Generally speaking, in times of war, both sides wouldn't dare to get the family and friends of saints involved. After all, if a saint was to go berserk, that would be quite terrifying. In the annals of history, there had been more than a few cases of a saint going berserk and killing tens of thousands of soldiers. However, generally speaking, saints were high and mighty people who stood above the fray. So long as you didn't offend them, they wouldn't stoop to causing troubles with ordinary people. Linley glanced at Chastray, then snatched Hugh up. "Let's go." He suddenly rose into the air, and then flew alongside BB towards the south. Watching Linley fly away, the entire military camp let out a collective sigh of relief. Facing such a powerful saint, all of the warriors present truly didn't have anything they could do. "Commanders, go now and manage your subordinates. I'm worried that the Golden Flame Legion will seize this opportunity to launch a sneak attack." Seeing how disorderly and dispirited the army camp was, Chastray couldn't help but feel worried. After all, their army was already in a state of disorder, and the spirit of the army had already been suppressed by Linley. Chaster's prediction was correct. Not too long afterwards, the Golden Flame Legion once more began their ferocious assault. Within a border city within the Roalt Empire. Hugh in hand, Linley descended upon a seemingly unremarkable estate, which had a number of exquisitely dressed guards within. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind came out of nowhere. Linley, now in human form again, appeared on the ground with Hugh in his clutches. Linley was no longer as grief-stricken and furious as he had been at the beginning, when he was preparing to avenge his brother's death. He was much calmer, now. No matter what, at least his fourth bro was still alive. Old White, Whitey. Old White. Hugh immediately began to yell at the top of his lungs as soon as he landed. "Who are you guys?" Old White didn't come out, but quickly, over 10 guards appeared in a circle around them, all of whom had their weapons at the ready, prepared to attack at any moment. Only then did a silver-haired old man in a gentleman's suit appear from a side door. Seeing Hugh, the silver-haired old man laughed loudly. "Oh, so it is my dear Hugh. Why are you in such a rush, to the point of charging straight in?" "Hugh, who is this?" The old gentleman named White had very sharp eyes. He instantly could tell that this man dressed in a black robe was quite extraordinary. After returning to human form, Linley hadn't changed his clothes, and so his pants were ripped and torn. Linley frowned, glancing coldly at this old White. "Old White, this is Master Linley," Hugh said hurriedly. "Master Linley?" Old White was startled, and then a look of shock appeared on his face. "Could it be that this is the Dragonblood warrior of the O'Brien Empire, Master Linley?" Hugh hurriedly nodded. "I was flown over here by Master Linley." Old White didn't dare to believe it. He was nothing more than a local supervisor for his slave trading organization. How could he be worth Master Linley, one of the towering figures of the Yulon continent, to come and visit him? Old White, Linley looked at Old White. "Master Linley." Old White was extremely humble. Linley went straight to the point. "Old White, roughly a month ago, Hugh brought a young magus of the 7th rank and sold him to you, I believe." Old White glanced at Hugh, then nodded towards Linley. "That is correct. That magus of the 7th rank, his name is Reynolds. He is the bosom friend of me, Linley." Linley's voice was very calm, but his eyes stared coldly at Old White. Old White's eyes instantly turned as round as an ox's. "Moss, Master Linley's bosom friend?" Old White's eyes were filled with shock, terror, and disbelief. Although these slave trading organizations were quite powerful and had some connections to the 4 major assassins' guilds, no matter how powerful they wouldn't dare offend a saint, much less a peak stage saint such as Linley. "Hugh, you," Old White stared furiously at Hugh. It was Hugh who had sold that Reynolds to their organization. Their organization dared to sell almost anyone, even the disciples of major clans, but why had Hugh sold them the close friend of a saint? A bitter smile was on Hugh's face. He didn't know either. If he knew, would he have dared to offend Reynolds? Now, Hugh's life was in Linley's hands. "Old White." Linley spoke. Old White's reaction speed was extremely fast. He hurriedly said to Linley, "Master Linley, don't worry. Since this Mr. Reynolds is your friend, Master Linley, our organization definitely will not do anything to Mr. Reynolds. I will immediately send someone to inform our headquarters." "What's the matter? Where is Reynolds?" Linley asked. A hint of terror was on Old White's face. After all, Reynolds had been sold off as a slave almost a month ago. Linley could sense that something was wrong, and he immediately barked, "Speak." Old White had a feeling of terror in his heart. If a saint such as Linley were to grow angry with him, it was totally possible that their entire organization would be wiped off the map. He hurriedly said, "Master Linley, when Mr. Reynolds was brought here, we first arranged for his wounds to be treated, and then roughly 10 days later, we sent him off with a large group of slaves in one shipment. From my understanding, Mr. Reynolds should probably already have arrived at our headquarters." "Headquarters?" Linley frowned. Hugh was puzzled as well. "Old White, what's this all about? Doesn't your organization usually sell off slaves directly at the slave markets? Why would you send Mr. Reynolds to your headquarters?" Old White hurriedly said, "We do sell off ordinary slaves at the slave markets, yes, but Mr. Reynolds was different. He is a magus of the 7th rank. He poses an extremely great risk. If we were to sell Mr. Reynolds to a customer, and then Mr. Reynolds was to use a magic spell and kill the customer, then our organization would have to pay a huge fine." Linley stared at Old White. Therefore, for powerful people such as Mr. Reynolds and other dangerous, top-quality slaves, they all are sent off to the headquarters, where they will be trained for 3 months. They will be trained and taught to never dare to disobey a command and obediently obey their masters. Only then would we deliver them to customers. Old White explained. Linley's face changed. Train them so they wouldn't dare to disobey? Obediently obey their master's orders? The person being trained was an expert like Reynolds. Linley could totally imagine how sinister and terrifying this training was. "Where is your headquarters? Take me there." Linley's face changed and he immediately shouted. Old White hesitated for a moment, but seeing the terrifying look in Linley's eyes, he immediately nodded. "Yes, Master Linley, I will immediately guide you to our headquarters. Our headquarters is deep within the Roalt Empire and is far from the borders. Given the winding roads, it is a journey of 3,000 kilometers from here. Old White said. My boss can just fly you over there. The nearby BB said unhappily. BB was worried for Reynolds as well. After all, when they were at the Ernst Institute, BB would often have fun alongside and play around alongside Reynolds. Old White hurriedly nodded. He didn't dare to say a word. Master Linley, there's no need for me to go with you, right? The nearby Hugh was filled with terror. Linley turned to stare at Hugh. Currently, Reynolds was probably being tormented by those people in the slave trading organization's headquarters. Thinking of this, Linley couldn't help but feel a hint of fury. Slash! A blurred claw swiped out. Hugh clutched his throat with terror, but fresh blood still flowed out of his throat. A few moments later, Hugh toppled to the floor. Floating in midair, BB cast a dissatisfied glance at Hugh. You bastard, you thought you would be able to save your worthless skin? Are you damn stupid or what? When you were killing the soldiers of Reynolds' Corps, you thought it was quite enjoyable, right? Well, today, when I, BB, killed you, I felt it was very enjoyable as well. Seeing the scene play out, Old White's body was trembling slightly. Old fellow, don't be afraid. As long as you obediently follow my boss's orders, I, BB, definitely won't mistreat you. BB smiled widely, revealing his sharp fangs. Old White had heard of how, during Linley's duel with Hadesun, Linley's two saint-level magical beasts had appeared, one of which seemed to be a mouse-type magical beast and which had easily trampled Hadesun. Staring at the hovering BB, Old White was beginning to suspect that this BB was most likely that very terrifying magical beast. Terrified, Old White could only force himself to smile at BB. Linley snatched Old White then soared into the air, flying towards the southeast. Old White, lead the way for me. The terrified Old White cleared his throat a few times, stared at the ground below, then began to direct Linley towards their headquarters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 45, Cruelty. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 45, Cruelty. Let us return to year 10009 of the Yulon calendar, September 21st. A few days had passed after Wharton and Nina's grand wedding. At this time, Linley was under the belief that Reynolds had died. However, this is the third day on this ship. That bastard just tortured another slave to death, then tossed him into the river. Through the steel-barred windows, Reynolds could see the outside world. He had watched a seemingly powerful, yet blood-stained body be tossed into the river. A human being, just like that, sank into the river with a plop. In the army, Reynolds had already seen how worthless a human life was. However, on this slave journey, Reynolds had been truly shocked by how terrifying these slavers were. Fortunately, he, Reynolds, was an extremely valuable commodity, and so those slavers didn't dare to kill him. Whap! A whip struck Reynolds heavily on his body, and then against Reynolds' face. Instantly, a bloody welt could be seen forming on his face, and his ragged clothes were covered with rips as well. Mother Fasterus Kerr, what are you looking at? A large whip-wielding thug shouted angrily at Reynolds. Reynolds could only huddle into a corner of the ship, not daring to make a sound. He had learned to be obedient. If he wanted to try and be brave and stare back at him, he probably would be tortured this entire night. This slaving vessel was extremely large. The bottommost deck held those cheapest of slaves. Those slavers would sometimes go down to that deck, and if they saw someone they disliked, they would strike them heavily. Reynolds, as an extremely valuable slave, was imprisoned within a special room in the second level. The windows to this room were barred with steel, and there were 2 thugs on watch at all times. Quite a few thugs were stationed in the other rooms on the second floor as well. The third and uppermost floor was used for transporting the leaders of this slaving vessel. One was an expert of the 8th rank, while 2 were experts of the 7th rank. If it wasn't for Reynolds, this slaving vessel wouldn't have had an expert of the 8th rank sent along with it. On the deck of this ship, a tall, strong, bald man walked down from the 3rd floor. Lord Peel, Pyre. The surrounding thugs said respectfully. Seeing the bloodstains on the deck of the ship, the bald man frowned. Wipe those bloodstains away. Also, slaves are worth *king money. All of you be careful when you hit them. Don't kill them. If you kill a slave, that means the organization will lose some money. Those thugs didn't dare to make a sound. The bald man snorted, then walked to the chain links at the deck's edge. The cool night wind blew against him as he enjoyed the beautiful night scenery of the Bonai River. Right. What's going on with that Magus? The bald man snorted. A nearby thug immediately said obsequiously, "Lord Peel, that little pretty boy Magus started off all high and mighty, but after the boys spent a bit of time training him these past few days, he's learned his lesson." "Excellent." The bald man said calmly, "All of you, be careful and keep a close eye on that Magus. The only valuable commodity we are escorting this time is that Magus of the 7th rank. And, by the looks of it, this Magus is a noble. When we sell him, the price will be extraordinarily high." Those thugs all nodded. A young Magus of the 7th rank was definitely one of the best auction items that would appear in the slave markets. People would go even crazier for him than they would for a beautiful virgin. "What's that noise?" The bald man suddenly frowned, then turned his head and stared at the cabin. "That sick bastard keeps on coughing. Drag him out. Mother ****, he pisses me off." A hint of bloodlust was in the eyes of the bald man. Soon, a skinny young man was dragged out. By the looks of him, he was 18 or 19 years old. His body was covered with a foul odor as well as bloodstains. The eyes of this youngster were rather vacant. This long period of imprisonment had caused him to go crazy. He was nothing more than a young man who had left his hometown in search of his dreams, but who would have thought that he would suddenly have been seized and sold to a slaving organization? Just like that, he had entered a nightmare. "HRM?" The bald man stretched his hand out, and a nearby thug very conscientiously filled it with a whip. Holding the whip, the bald man cracked it in the air, creating a clear, crisp sound. Suddenly, a hint of fear appeared in the blank eyes of the youngster. "If you aren't dead, why do you keep coughing? You ruined the wonderful mood I was in." The bald man suddenly landed a vicious whipping blow onto the skinny youth. This whip blow was far stronger than the blows of those common thugs. The skinny youngster's body suddenly trembled violently, and a terrifyingly deep whip scar was left from his face to his waist. Blood immediately began to flow out. As for his clothes, they were destroyed long ago. Whap! 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 The bald man viciously whipped him, fully venting his temper on this poor young man's body. The skinny youngster, quite experienced by now, immediately tried to protect his head and curled into a ball. What he thought was that as long as he could endure, he might still be able to preserve his life. Sadly, although the bald man didn't dare to kill Reynolds, the bald man dared to kill him. "Lord Peel, he's dead," a nearby thug whispered. The bald man casually tossed his blood-stained whip to a nearby thug, then turned back to stare at the raging river waters, stretching lazily. "Damn, that feels good. You guys, toss that piece of trash overboard. Also, make sure you scrub the deck clean." "Yes, Lord Peel." The surrounding thugs quickly began to work as instructed. Plop! With a plopping sound, yet another body was tossed into the river. Each slaving ship carried several hundred slaves within it, and on each trip, over 10 would be tortured to death. The ones which the thugs would beat to death were the ones who were physically the weakest. The physically stronger ones would be able to hold on for longer. Thus, the slaving organization didn't lose too much. Yet another one. Reynolds sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that after managing to escape Neil City alive, he would have fallen to such a state. Reynolds didn't know what his future would be like. Be a slave? Thinking about the debased, dark life of a slave, Reynolds shuddered. "Pretty boy, what are you mumbling? Do you want to cast a spell?" With an angry roar and a whap sound, another whip blow came, striking him directly on his face. Pain. Humiliation. These thugs clearly knew that Reynolds was a Magus of the 7th rank. All of those petty, despicable thugs wanted to whip Reynolds whenever they could, so as to satisfy their petty pride. Mother *****, F***ck off. Reynolds was truly angry now. The more he endured, the more overbearing these men became. "Oh ho!" The thug with the whip raised an eyebrow, his lips curving into a sneer as he looked at Reynolds. "You still have the gall to be arrogant?" As he spoke, he struck out with another whip. A ferocious light flashed in Reynolds' eyes, and his lips quickly muttered the words to a magic spell. Bam! A series of fireballs the size of a person's head erupted out from Reynolds, striking out wildly towards those two thugs. In the blink of an eye, they had been encircled by over 10 balls of fire. Ah! Those two thugs screamed miserably, their entire bodies covered with flame. What's more, these flames burned much hotter than ordinary, fire-stoked flames. The two thugs quickly had their skin turned into char. Soon, they stopped breathing. Immediately after casting the spell, Reynolds charged outside. But just then, bam! A sudden hole appeared in the ceiling of the room, and a one-eyed man wearing a red robe descended into the middle of the room. With a flash, he reached Reynolds, and then kicked Reynolds with his leg. Bam! Reynolds was knocked into a corner of the cabin, hard. Blood spewed from his mouth. The one-eyed, red-robed man glanced back at the two charred corpses, then stared coldly at Reynolds. "You are asking for death." Reynolds stared back at the red-haired and red-robed one-eyed man. "No wonder the organization insists on 3 months of special training. All of you are miserable wretches." The one-eyed man cursed. Simply capturing an expert such as a magus of the 7th rank was not enough. To make them feel, in the deepest parts of their hearts, unable to resist any orders, was extremely difficult. If they were angered, they would go all out. Moments later, multiple thugs grabbed Reynolds by his limbs, making sure he couldn't move. The red-haired one-eyed man and 2 bald men stared coldly at Reynolds. "Pretty boy, I've reminded you that you need to be a good boy on my boat. But you make me very angry," the red-haired one-eyed man said in a cold voice. "Peel, help him improve his memory." Reynolds' face immediately turned pale. He remembered the threat which the one-eyed man had previously made to him. The terror-stricken Reynolds stared with bulging eyes, but the bald man named Peel only laughed as he walked over. "Hold one of his hands down for me." Immediately, the thugs grabbed Reynolds' hands and pressed them against the deck. From the deck, Peel retrieved a pair of steel pincers that were used for cutting through iron chains. He pressed the steel pincers around 2 of Reynolds' fingers. Sensing the cold feeling from his fingers, Reynolds' heart trembled. "HRMPH, squeeze." The one-eyed man sneered coldly. The steel pincers clamped down, and as easily as cutting through cloth, Reynolds' 2 fingers were cut off. Fresh blood flowed out as piercing pain racked Reynolds' body. The pain of losing 2 fingers was far worse than even when he had received a blade chop on his body. Hearing Reynolds' agonized moans, the nearby thugs began to grow excited. The one-eyed man sneered coldly, "Pretty boy, remember this. Today, all I did was teach you a little lesson. If you forget this lesson again, I guarantee, you will never forget the next lesson again." After speaking, the one-eyed man turned and walked away. Dark night. Reynolds was curled into the icy cold corner of the room, his body still trembling slightly. His severed finger stubs had already clotted. The 2 nearby thugs occasionally looked at him, their eyes filled with madness. Reynolds had killed 2 of their friends. These thugs naturally were filled with hatred towards him. Mother *****. Pretty boy. A whip suddenly flashed out, aimed at Reynolds' wounded hand. Reynolds tried his best to hide his injured hand behind his back, but part of that whip still clipped his hand. An extreme wave of pain and agony came from his hand, the wound burst open yet again. In particular, the pain of the whip striking his finger bones was especially agonizing. It was as though his fingers had been chopped off yet again. "Enough. Stop hitting him," the nearby thugs said. Actually, the 2 thugs were also afraid that Reynolds would go crazy once more and cast magic at them. However, the thug which had just hit Reynolds was on extremely good terms with one of the 2 thugs that had been killed. Naturally, he wanted revenge. "I can't do this. I have to escape." Curled into a ball in the icy corner, Reynolds secretly thought to himself, "If this sort of life continues, I really will go insane." Reynolds knew that even if he was able to persevere and hold on to his sanity, the only thing which would welcome him was the life of a slave. Tomorrow, when the ship reaches the shore, I'll make my move." Reynolds had no time for any misgivings. Actually, every day the ship would stop at the shore. One reason was to replenish their food supplies, the other was because the one-eyed man didn't like to eat dry food. He preferred eating fresh delicacies. Thus, they had to go ashore to do so. However, the one-eyed man was very careful. Whenever he went ashore to eat, the other 2 experts of the 7th rank would watch Reynolds. Time passed very slowly. Lying on the floor late at night, Reynolds felt even colder. What's more, throbbing pain continued to come in waves from his severed fingers. He gritted his teeth and endured. Slowly, the sky began to turn bright. Those 2 thugs whipped Reynolds a few more times, but Reynolds only huddled in the corner, quietly accepting the blows. He knew that he couldn't resist. The first time he resisted, he had lost 2 fingers. The next time he resisted, then perhaps, like the one-eyed man had threatened, the next lesson would be one he would never forget. Reynolds quietly waited for the boat to near the shore. After a long, long time. "We've reached the shore." Ringing sounds could be heard from the deck above. Soon afterwards, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Clearly, the 2 experts had walked down. "Peel, you 2 stand watch. I'll go rest for a bit, and then I'll come and change places with you 2. The one-eyed man's voice could be heard. "Milord, don't worry." Peel's voice rang out as well. Hearing the footsteps head away from the ship, Reynolds let out a silent sigh of relief, and then he shut his eyes, once more mentally going through his escape plan. The plan was very dangerous, but he had to give it a try. Glancing at the two nearby thugs, Reynolds curled into a corner and lowered his head, and his lips began to slightly move. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 46, The Order. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 46, The Order. The red-haired one-eyed thug led a group of thugs off the slave ship, while Peel and the other bald man stood on the deck, casually chatting while occasionally glancing towards Reynolds. Peel, tomorrow, we'll finally reach the provincial capital. At that time, we'll send off those common slaves and have ourselves a good time. Spending every day on a boat is a damnable way to live. The bald man cursed in a whisper. Peel began to laugh as well. But just at this time, Peel suddenly heard a terrifying roar from a magical beast. Hull! All of a sudden, a terrifying, enormous flame serpent, as thick as a water barrel, came exploding out of the cabin, blasting a hole into the side of the ship. The enormous fire serpent was as thick as a water barrel and over 100 meters long. Howling, it circled around the slave ship, which instantly was set aflame. At the same time, the fire serpent charged directly towards the interior of the ship, blasting a hole through the entire vessel. Aside from around 10 or so slaves in the bottom hold who were burnt to the death, the hundreds of other slaves wildly charged out from the hole in the ship which the fire serpent had made. Mother ******. That pretty boy. Peel said, his face changing. Quick! Catch him. The two bald men immediately ran towards Reynolds' room. At this time, they didn't care about the common slaves at all, but that enormous fire serpent actually charged straight towards the two of them. Mother *****, a blazing fire serpent. Be careful. Peel and the other man were both nervous now. Fire style, spell of the 7th rank, blazing fire serpent. This was the most powerful spell which Reynolds could cast, the blazing fire serpent. If this spell were to advance in level, it would transform into the 8th rank spell, Dance of the Fire Serpents. The Dance of the Fire Serpents would create an attack with 7 enormous fire serpents, and the temperature of the serpents would be even hotter. As for the blazing fire serpent, it was still extremely powerful. Most warriors of the 7th rank wouldn't dare to fight it head-on. The bald man, Peel, dodged as agilely as a fish, avoiding the attack of the blazing fire serpent, while at the same time moving towards where Reynolds previously had been staying. In the room, Peel saw nothing but ash. Those two thugs' bodies had been charred to dust, and there were 2 large circular holes in the walls. Clearly, Reynolds had fled via these 2 holes. Ah! Ah! A miserable scream could be heard nearby. The other bald man hadn't been able to completely dodge the blazing fire serpent. As soon as it had brushed by the man, the blazing fire serpent immediately wrapped itself around him. The bald man's battle-chi armor quickly was depleted, and the sickly sweet smell of burnt flesh appeared. Seeing this, the look on Peel's face changed. Dale, Daluo. Peel went insane. You mother **** king bastard, .. By now, many of the slaves who had escaped from the bottom of the boat had begun frantically fleeing in each direction. After having been captured as slaves, they had felt utterly hopeless, but now, all of them were filled with hope once more, and they frantically fled. Peel charged out from within those 2 holes as well, and with a mighty leap, arrived directly onto the shore. That damnable pretty boy. Peel stared at the slave ship in the Bonai River. The utterly demolished ship was slowly sinking, and it continued to burn with sheets of flame. Filled with smoke and fire and water, this ship was clearly finished. Peel, Dale. A furious roar from afar. The red-haired one-eyed man ran over at high speed, his single eye filled with unspeakable rage. Staring at Peel, he howled angrily, Peel, where is he? Where is that Magus? Milord, that Magus cast the blazing fire serpent spell. No idea where he fled to. Dale died. Peel was furious as well. The one-eyed man panted with fury. The blazing fire serpent was capable of dealing with warriors of the 7th rank, but if it had encountered the one-eyed man, given his power as a warrior of the 8th rank, he definitely would have been able to destroy the blazing fire serpent and seize Reynolds. This was the reason why his slaving organization had sent him, a warrior of the 8th rank, on this mission. But the one-eyed man hadn't expected that right after he had taught that Magus a lesson, he would dare to go all out like this. Quick, seize him. Bring that Magus back. The one-eyed man immediately shouted towards the surrounding thugs. The 10 of you, split up and search upstream and downstream. The dozens of you over here, start searching the nearby area. You must bring that Magus back to me. Quickly. Yes, milord. The furious thugs scattered every which way. Most of their forces were concentrated in the surrounding area, while only 5 thugs were sent searching upstream and downstream. Reynolds was dressed like the other slaves, in absolutely raggedy clothes, and his body was covered with scars. Because the other slaves had fled as well, on many occasions, those thugs would see some other slaves, think they were Reynolds, and immediately rush over to seize them. Unfortunately, they were wasting their time. An hour later, the one-eyed man stood at the harbor, his heart filled with rage as he stared angrily around him. "Milord, we've discovered over 10 slaves downstream, but we didn't find that Magus." A thug ran over to report. The speed at which they had traveled on land was definitely faster than the speed of the flowing river. "Milord, we didn't find that Magus upstream either." "Milord, we didn't find that Magus in the surrounding areas. All we found were those common slaves." Hearing one report after another from his subordinates, the one-eyed man stared at the surrounding area. He was so angry he could die. This harbor was the harbor for a small township. Their organization didn't have any forces here. This was why the one-eyed man had no choice but to send those few dozen thugs to search for Reynolds. Several dozen people had spent an hour without finding Reynolds. Then, there was no way he could be found. Because 1 hour was more than enough time for a person to travel a great distance. And how could several dozen people search an area of several dozen square kilometers? "Bastard!" The one-eyed man snarled and cursed. "Let's go. We have to report this immediately to the organization. That pretty boy better hope that I don't catch him. Otherwise, I will make sure his fate is worse than death." The sky was dark now. The one-eyed man and the others had already left helplessly. Several thousand meters away, next to the riverbank, a human form emerged from the water. "Patui." Reynolds spat out the breathing reed from his mouth. Glancing at his surroundings, Reynolds finally let out a long sigh. Reynolds hadn't dared to be the slightest bit incautious during this escape attempt. After casting his spell, he had immediately dove into the water, then plucked a hollow reed and used it to breathe. Each time he dove down, he would travel more than 1,000 meters before daring to raise his head. "I'm very far away now. Those people can't possibly find me now." Reynolds went onto the shore. Reynolds' body suddenly began to emit a white steam. A few moments later, Reynolds' tattered clothes were totally dry again. Glancing at the surrounding area, Reynolds centered himself through using the flow of the river. That slaving organization has people in all the major cities. It is better if I stick to the smaller cities. I can't go back through the border between the two empires. The slaving organizations have quite a few people in the border cities. Although Reynolds believed that they wouldn't spend too much effort searching for him, it was better for him to be careful. Reynolds had decided to first enter the anarchic lands through the Roalt Empire, and then return to the O'Brien Empire through the anarchic lands. The world was very dark now. The only light that could be seen was sporadic campfires. A dark shadow was flying through the skies, slashing through the air at high speed. Whoosh! Their high-speed flight caused Old White to unconsciously narrow his eyes. From the skies, he could clearly make out the various roads, and so it was easy for him to make out the various landmarks. "Master Linley, it is right below us." Old White pointed at a distant countryside town. "Oh? That little town is your organization's headquarters?" Linley glanced at Old White. The town seemed no different from any other ordinary little town. In the darkness, a few lamplights could be seen. Old White hurriedly nodded. "It is. This is just some of our organization's camouflaging abilities." Whoosh! Linley immediately charged down, leaving a black shadowy trail of afterimages behind him. He landed in the middle of the headquarters of the slaving organization, this countryside town. Linley was wearing a deep blue robe. Hovering up into the air, he loosened his hand, allowing Old White to fall to the ground. "Have the leader of your organization come out." Old White didn't dare to disobey. At this moment, a number of people ran over at high speed, surrounding them. But when they saw Linley was standing in mid-air, they were all stunned. Generally speaking, only saints were capable of flight. Naturally, powerful wind-style magi could fly as well. In truth, right now, Linley was only capable of flight without transforming because he had already cast the wind shadow spell. "Old White, why have you come?" A middle-aged madam glanced at Linley, then whispered to Old White. Old White shouted loudly, "Quick, quick, have the leader come. This is Master Linley, the mighty Dragonblood warrior, Master Linley." "Master Linley?" These words were quite effective. A slaving organization, in terms of power, was far inferior to even the 3 major trading unions or the 4 great assassins' guilds. Naturally, it didn't dare to offend a saint. Many people immediately ran to get their leaders, and all of the high-ranking people quickly began to assemble. Linley stood there in mid-air, calmly waiting. Bibi stood atop of Linley's shoulders. "Boss, this little town looked quite ordinary, but the insides of these buildings are quite unique. Many of them have underground basements." Bibi spoke to Linley mentally. Linley nodded slightly. In just a short while, a large group of people began to head in this direction from afar, with their leader being a tall, thin man who was dressed in a gaudy long robe. This man was half running, half walking, his forehead covered with sweat. "Master Linley, my name is Dennis, Dan NISI, and I am the leader of this organization. Is there something we can do for you, Master Linley? If there is, please inform us, Master." The tall, thin man said humbly, filled with terror. Although he had never met Linley before, a saint who could hover in mid-air, no matter who he really was, wasn't someone he dared to offend. Linley glanced at him, then said, "Dennis. A month ago, you bought a magus from Old White over at the border city. He should have arrived here by now." Dennis was startled. A somewhat fatter, older man next to Dennis hurriedly said, "Master Linley, I was responsible for this assignment. Halfway here, at the Bonai River, that magus burned our slaving vessel and fled." "But fled?" Linley was surprised but also relieved. Fourth Bro was quite impressive, to be able to escape from the clutches of the slaving organization. Only now did Dennis come to his senses, and he nodded. "I'm aware of this event as well. After the magus fled, we sent our forces to some cities to try and recapture him, but we've yet to find him. This was over 10 days ago now. Leader, that magus is Master Linley's bosom friend," Old White hurriedly said. Dennis' face immediately turned ugly to behold, while at the same time he was filled with fear. Linley glanced at them. "From today onwards, you are forbidden from attempting to capture my friend." Dennis hurriedly said, "Of course. If we find him, we will definitely treat him as an honored guest." Linley nodded calmly. Without wasting any more words, Linley and Bibi flew off and left. Given the current situation, the slaving organization didn't really matter much now. Fourth Bro had escaped over 10 days ago. By now, he should have fled quite far. In mid-air. "Bibi, you go back first. Immediately have Zasler and the others head out towards the anarchic lands. I plan to spend a bit of time scanning the area around the Bonai River in between the borders of the Roalt Empire and the O'Brien Empire. I want to see if I can find Fourth Bro. After I finish my search, I will join up with you." Linley had already come to this decision. Searching using spiritual energy was actually quite a painful experience for most saint-level warriors. Most saint-level warriors would only be able to occasionally search using their spiritual energy, because in truth, their spiritual energy wasn't extremely strong. It was Magi who had powerful spiritual energy. In terms of spiritual energy, that Hadeson who had been training for centuries was at most on par with Linley. It would only take a short hour to cover that distance, but if one were to search carefully, one would definitely have to spend at least several days. "Got it." Bibi obediently nodded his little head, then flew at high speed towards the O'Brien Empire. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 47, Establishing a Base in the Anarchic Lands. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 47, Establishing a Base in the Anarchic Lands. Transforming into his Dragonblood warrior form, Linley began to trace from the Bonai River all the way to the border city of Neil, carefully scanning the surrounding areas. Every so often, he would have to rest to recover his spiritual energy. He spent 6 full days and nights searching, and viewed all the nearby cities as well. However, he didn't find Reynolds. "Master Linley, don't worry. As soon as our Dawson conglomerate discovers young Master Reynolds, we will definitely make sure he safely makes it back home." A supervisor for the Dawson conglomerate within one of the prefectural cities at the border of the Roalt Empire said respectfully to Linley. Linley nodded slightly. Right now, the only choice he had was to entrust this task to the Dawson conglomerate. In his heart, Linley felt a bit puzzled. Where did Fourth Bro run off to? Why didn't he go to the Dawson conglomerate's branch headquarters? The Dawson conglomerate has branches in each of the various prefectural cities. Actually, Linley didn't understand. Reynolds had been truly terrified by his time spent aboard that slaving vessel. Reynolds had decided that so long as he was within the borders of the Roalt Empire, no matter what, he would not enter any large cities. Although large cities had branch headquarters of the Dawson conglomerate, it also had slaving organizations. If he were to be caught by slaving organizations, once he was discovered by them, he would be in dire straits. Any risk of being caught is too much risk. I'd rather take some side routes. Reynolds was very firm in his decision. Given his power, heading towards the anarchic lands via some cross-country traveling wasn't too hard. Once he reached the anarchic lands, he would then make contact with the Dawson conglomerate. By then, he would be able to return safely. By nightfall, in an ordinary courtyard within a prefectural city of the O'Brien Empire's southeast administrative province. Zassler, the Barker brothers, Rebecca, Lena, and Jen were all here. The sound of knocking could be heard. Carrying that massive great axe on his back, Gates strode forward and threw the door open. In front of the door were 3 attendants, all pushing food carts. What took you so long? Gates swept the 3 men with his ox-like stare, causing their hearts to tremble. In front of the massive gates, the 3 of them were like small children. Suddenly, a bestial roar could be heard from the courtyard. The 3 attendants turned towards the sound. The black-clawed panther, Harrow, lazily padded his way over. The natural, baleful aura of a top-class magical beast such as the black-clawed panther was more than enough to set hearts trembling. Harrow glanced at the 3 with his dark, cold eyes, and then disdainfully turned his head and lay down on the ground. The 3 attendants exchanged glances, not daring to make any sound. They immediately put all the plates of food onto the table, then quickly left. When they walked out of the courtyard, they wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Who the hell are these guys? Those 5 men were enormous. And those axes were so huge. They have to weigh at least 1,000 pounds each. And that old man. He looked like a skeleton. All he did was glance at me, and I felt fear. But those 3 ladies were certainly pretty. If I could marry such a beautiful girl, I'd be willing to have my lifespan shortened by a few dozen years. In the eyes of these hotel attendants, the guests in this courtyard were definitely extremely, terrifyingly powerful entities. While Zassler and the others ate, Bibi and Hera remained within the courtyard. This was because they could sense that Linley was heading back at high speed. A short while later, Linley, dressed in a deep blue robe, landed from the skies. Lord Linley. Barker and his brothers ran over to welcome him excitedly. Jen, Rebecca, and Lena all came over to welcome him as well. Linley, how did it go? Did you find Reynolds? Zassler asked. Linley shook his head. Right now, Linley was in a fairly good mood. Since the slave trading organization hadn't found Reynolds, given Reynolds' power as a magus of the 7th rank, as long as he didn't anger someone powerful, he shouldn't be in any danger. Forthbro has been a soldier for many years now, and the slave trading organization is no longer after him either. Given the circumstances, he should have a 100% chance of escaping and returning. Linley was very confident in his friend. If Reynolds isn't able to make it back safely under such favorable conditions, he wouldn't be worthy of being your bro, Lord. The Roalt Empire is usually very stable and very safe. Gates said loudly. In the past, when we brothers were just warriors of the 7th rank, we lived a wonderful life in the 18 northern duchies. Linley laughed. He entered the room with the others and began to eat dinner. Linley. Zassler put down his utensils, then asked, we are about to head off to the anarchic lands. What are your plans? Linley knew that Zassler was the most experienced member of his team. With an 800-year-old man by his side, many things would be much easier to accomplish. Zassler, what do you feel we should do? Linley asked. Barker said, Lord Linley, actually, I imagine that the anarchic lands must be very similar to our 18 northern duchies. You do all your talking with your fists. Given our tremendous power, we definitely would be able to quickly establish a mighty force. Zassler nodded. What Barker just described is one type of method, yes. Linley, I believe we have 2 options right now. The first is what Barker just said. Using our reputation as saints, we can quickly dominate a very wide swath of territory. In the anarchic lands, the rally call of a saint is very effective. Linley nodded slightly. The anarchic lands were often in a state of chaos and warfare. The citizens caught in these chaotic battles desperately hoped for their leader to be a powerful figure. If he publicly announced himself as a saint, there would definitely be many people willing to follow Linley. After all, saints would be able to provide their followers with a good deal of safety and security. The second method is to, at least at first, not announce your status, Linley. We'll start in the smaller regions. First, we'll find an ordinary little city where the lives of the commoners are unbearably bad. Even if I were to act by myself, I could easily take over such a small city. And then, we will slowly expand to larger cities, then erect our own duchy. And then, we continue, one step at a time. In the past, I was a Grand Duke in the anarchic lands, myself. Zassler laughed. The second method was the method which many ambitious people used. After all, the first method could only be used by powerful experts with overwhelming force. "Milord, what method do you wish to use?" Zassler looked at Linley. "The benefit to the first method is that it is fast. Within a year, we can easily take over countless duchies in the anarchic lands. The second method is slower, but it allows us to have a more stable foundation." Jen, the other two girls, Barker, and his brothers all stared at Linley, waiting for his decision. "Zassler will carry out the second method." Linley made his decision after pondering for a while. "Our target is the Radiant Church, and the Radiant Church is very skilled at seducing the masses. We need to move slowly, one step at a time, and let the commoners be fully willing to follow our orders. We need to give them a strong sense of belonging. Otherwise, even if we take over a large amount of territory, when we fight against the Radiant Church, we will have many traitors and riots," Linley said. Zassler laughed and nodded. "Very well then. We'll secretly expand. We won't attract any attention. Otherwise, if we start raising Linley's banner from the start, we will attract a great deal of hostility from many areas." Zassler was quiet for a moment, then continued. "Linley, the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows both have tremendous influence in the anarchic lands. If you wish to expand there, I think, the first step would be to begin closer to the Forest of Darkness. In other words, the northernmost area of the anarchic lands." Linley raised an eyebrow. "The northern part of the anarchic lands?" "Right. The area near the Forest of Darkness. Because it often suffers attacks from the magical beasts of the Forest of Darkness, the people of that area are extremely sturdy and very violent. Few of the citizens of that area have much faith in the Radiant Church. They worship the strong. In addition, given our power, we don't need to fear those low-rank and medium-rank magical beasts at all." Zassler smiled. Hearing Zassler's words, Linley agreed in his mind. From the east edge to the west edge of the northern part of the anarchic lands is roughly 1,000 miles. There are many small cities with only a few tens of thousands of citizens in them. There will be plenty of options for us," Zassler said confidently. As Zassler saw it, occupying and taking over a city in the anarchic lands which had a population of just a few tens of thousands was as easy as breathing. Either Zassler or the Barker brothers could easily erect a dukedom in the anarchic lands, all by themselves, much less occupy a small city. Linley's team was truly powerful. He had a whole group of saints, and Linley, Bibi, and Hera were peak-stage saints. Most likely, even the powerful hidden force the Radiant Church had within the anarchic lands couldn't match Linley for power. For such a team, building a base in the anarchic lands was incomparably easy. The anarchic lands was more than half the size of the O'Brien Empire, and was definitely on par with the size of the current Radiant Church, Roalt Empire, and Rhine Empire. Long ago, when a calculation had been run on the anarchic lands, it was found that the 48 duchies had a total population of over 300 million. Such an enormous population wasn't much lower than the population of the Rhine Empire and the Roalt Empire. The countless years of chaotic battles hadn't lowered the population all that much. Instead, all it had done was make the people of that area even more vicious and violent. This sort of chaotic region was a veritable playground for powerful experts. After passing the border, Linley and his team entered the anarchic lands. Upon entering their very first city in the anarchic lands, Linley could sense what a state of frenzy and chaos the people here were in. Long years of warfare have caused food to become extremely expensive in the anarchic lands. Although some duchies have worked hard to try to bring an end to warfare during the harvest seasons, sometimes, they are still forced to do battle, Zassler sighed. The anarchic lands were totally different from the Holy Union and the O'Brien Empire. In the cities of the Holy Union and the O'Brien Empire, one could sense a peaceful, amiable aura. Noble madams and young noble ladies there all wore lavish clothes and casually strolled about the streets. But in the anarchic lands, heavily armored warriors could be seen everywhere, and the cities were filled with a ferocious aura, giving the sense that a single wrong word could result in murder. This was the norm, here. Linley's team continued to travel towards the north. As they traveled, they carefully observed the local areas, gaining a better understanding of the anarchic lands. A priest? Linley saw from afar someone dressed as a priest. Damn the Radiant Church. Chapels can be seen everywhere in the anarchic lands, and all of them openly preach and proselytize for the Radiant Church. As they continued to travel, Linley's heart grew heavy. The Radiant Church's influence here was indeed tremendous. Linley's team moved quite quickly. After journeying for roughly 10 days, they arrived at the northern part of the anarchic lands. Linley and his people entered a small city known as Black Dirt City. It was noon. Within a private room in an ordinary hotel, Zassler said to Linley, "Based on my investigations from earlier this morning, the city governor of this place, Black Dirt City, is a classic example of all bronze, no brains. All he wants to do is be the ruler of a small city and enjoy the life of a local tyrant. He is extremely tyrannical and oppressive to the common folk. I think that this should be quite suitable for us to take over as our first little city. But this is only the first city we've considered. Limley was rather surprised. Zasler laughed. This is normal. In the anarchic lands, aside from a very few duchies, most rulers are extremely oppressive towards their citizens. After all, war could break out at any time and they might lose their power. Naturally, they'll want to enjoy it while they can. Limley nodded slightly. Fine. Then let's start with this Black Dirt City. Limley immediately decided. The eyes of the nearby Barker brothers lit up. Gates was the first to say excitedly, Lord, don't worry. You don't need to do a thing. We'll just head on over and kill that leader, and then terrify those few thousand soldiers into submission. There'll be nothing difficult at all about it. The 5 Barker brothers had led armies to war in the 18 northern duchies. They very much loved that sort of blood-pumping life. Lord, don't worry. Tonight, you'll be living inside the governor's mansion of Black Dirt City. Barker slapped his chest as he spoke. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 48, Administration. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 48, Administration. Noon time. The blazing sun hung high in the western skies, baking Black Dirt City with its scorching rays. The garrison soldiers of Black Dirt City were lazily and casually strolling about within Black Dirt City, while a few poor guards were being baked by the sun while standing guard on the walls. This damn weather. It is unbearably hot during the day, and deathly cold at night. A large man dressed in tattered armor cursed softly. Him and the 9 companions by his side were one of the squads belonging to the city guard. Whenever the common citizens of the city saw these soldiers, they immediately fled away, their faces full of fear. Seeing this, another warrior cursed softly. Now that I'm working under that greedy, fat pig, some of my elders are beginning to look down at me. That fat pig is too greedy. That mother ** cur. If it weren't for the fact that I have a wife and son to feed, I wouldn't do this job. Another warrior agreed. In Black Dirt City, that fat city governor had an extremely poor reputation. These warriors who had joined the army for the sake of feeding their families all secretly cursed this vile city governor behind his back, but they didn't dare to fight against him. This was because the city governor had an extremely powerful and despotic son, who was a peak stage warrior of the 7th rank. That sort of power was more than enough for one to become a local tyrant in small cities such as this. Faster, faster. From nearby, the hoofsteps of a knight's horse could be heard coming towards them at high speed. Seeing the soldiers from afar, the knight immediately cried out loudly, Brothers, quick, come and pay your respects to the new city governor. That greedy, fat pig is dead. Quick, go pay your respects to the new city governor. The 10 men in the squad were startled. They glanced at each other, then immediately began to laugh with excitement. Ha, quick, let's go to the governor's mansion. In the anarchic lands, the common citizens had virtually no sense of belonging. This month, they would be ruled by one city governor, next month, it might be a different one. The commoners didn't ask for much, they only wanted to have enough to feed themselves and their families. The governor's mansion of Black Dirt City could be considered a city within a city. Black Dirt City's army was divided into 2 major battalions, with each battalion having 1,800 people. One of the battalions was the city guard, while the other was the city governor's personal guard. One could imagine how afraid of death the city governor was, to use half of his military force to protect his own mansion. There were a large number of soldiers currently centered within the city governor's mansion. All 3,600 soldiers quickly assembled there. The city governor's mansion could easily fit in 1,800 people. Atop a broad training field, Barker and his brothers stood in the center. Their rippling muscles and massive, powerful bodies made them look like gods of battle. Those terrifying black great axes they carried on their back were especially frightening. The soldiers all stood there, keeping quiet out of fear. Brothers! A powerful man with short golden hair roared loudly, That vile, fat pig and his son have already been chopped into meat paste by these 5 lords. These 5 lords are all mighty combatants of the 9th rank. Invincible combatants of the 9th rank. As soon as they heard the words, combatants of the 9th rank, all of the soldiers were stunned. Combatants of the 9th rank? Combatants of the 9th rank would come to a little city like ours? Whispers could be heard circulating throughout the crowd. Bam! Gates took a few steps forward, his demonically powerful aura causing the nearby soldiers to all take a step back. Gates laughed thunderously, All of you, listen up. From today onwards, Black Dirt City belongs to we 5 brothers. My big brother, Barker, is the city governor." Gates drew out the great axe from his back. Staring at the surrounding people, he said, "If any of you have any objections to my big brother, Barker, being the city governor, you are welcome to come compete with me." Who would dare compete against such a terrifying god of battle? The city governor's son, who had terrified Black Dirt City for so long, had been chopped to death by a single blow from Gates' great axe. Then again, most of the soldiers present hadn't personally witnessed this themselves. The natural, violent atmosphere of the region caused some of the soldiers to stare at Gates questioningly. Just being physically big didn't necessarily mean someone was very powerful, but this great axe of mine was made from countless precious materials. It weighs 5,300 pounds. Gates casually tossed his great axe forward, and it soared agilely through the air, landing against a nearby boulder which the soldiers used for weight training. The 10,000-pound boulder didn't even move when struck. Many of the watching soldiers were stunned. Could it be that this great axe is made from wood, and it just has a layer of metallic dye on top of it? Boom! The boulder suddenly exploded and disintegrated into a storm of dust, wielding something heavy as though it were light. All the onlookers stared with their mouths gaping open. These soldiers had heard of people being able to smash a 10,000-pound boulder, but to cause it to instantly disintegrate into a pile of dust, this wasn't something which could be accomplished just through brute strength. All the soldiers turned to look at Gates with adoration and worship in their eyes. Gates delightedly let out a thunderous laugh. He had used this technique in the past in the 18 northern duchies as well. The anarchic lands and the 18 northern duchies were very similar. Powerful experts were deeply venerated. "Looks like there are no objections," Gates said loudly. "Wonderful. From today forward, you are now the soldiers of my big brother. There's a benefit to working for my big brother. In the future, your military pay will be triple that of your current military pay." Triple military pay? The 3,000-plus soldiers stared in shock, but then, they all let a thunderous, sky-shaking cry. "Long live Lord Barker!" What more could they ask for? These 5 experts possessed unbelievable power, and they gave a very high military pay. Naturally, they loved leaders like this. The city of Black Dirt now had a new city governor. It was the mighty Barker and his 4 brothers, all of whom were powerful warriors of the 9th rank. Their weapons alone weighed 5,300 pounds. Having such a powerful leader was something which all of the citizens of Black Dirt City celebrated over. The most exciting thing was, the Lord City Governor had declared that as long they were obedient and faithful, the citizens of Black Dirt City would be forever exempted from paying taxes. Forever exempted from paying taxes. In the anarchic lands, this could be described as a miracle. After all, if there were no taxes, where would one have money to pay their soldiers? But this problem, to Linley, was no problem at all. He held the terrifying amount of wealth which the royal clan of the Kingdom of Finlay had accumulated for thousands of years. He could casually pull out 100 million gold coins, and that would already be more than enough. Powerful leaders and high salaries, combined with no taxes, given the above, the people here quickly gained the hope and desire to forever live under this administration. And because of the high military pay, many people now desired to join the army. At the same time, when some of the commoners nearby Black Dirt City learned about this, they hurriedly immigrated to Black Dirt City. Half a year after the change in leadership in Black Dirt City, within the city governor's mansion, the newly selected housekeeper, Nemi, Nemi, was currently giving a detailed report to this mysterious Lord Lay. As the administrator for various matters in Black Dirt City, Nemi knew that although the city governor was nominally Barker, in truth, the highest authority here was that mysterious Lord Lay. "Milord, the population of Black Dirt Town numbers nearly 80,000. If we add that number to the large number of surrounding villages, then in total, the population under Black Dirt City's control is a total of around 700,000. Currently, our military is expanding as well. We now have a total of 5 battalions, all at full strength. The 5 battalions number a total of 9,000 soldiers," Nemi said respectfully. Linley, seated above him, nodded slightly upon hearing this. "Enough, Nemi. You can retire now." Barker glanced at him. "Yes, Lord City Governor." Nemi immediately left respectfully. Right now, the people seated in the room were Linley and the other core members of the team. According to the decision which Zassler and Linley had originally made, to outsiders, they said that Lord Barker was the city governor. Barker was a very ordinary name. Nobody else knew which Barker this was. "Lord, you really gave us a good scare when you casually brought out a magic crystal card with 100 million gold in it," Barker chortled. Linley laughed. "Don't worry about the financial side of things. In the past, Linley had essentially stripped away thousands of years of accumulated wealth from the kingdom of Funlai. Zasler said, "Linley, the reason we are being so generous to the citizens of Black Dirt City is because we want Black Dirt City to become our strongest, most resilient base, and to make sure that the people here are absolutely loyal to us. It is enough that we exempt this city from paying taxes. In the future, at most, we can just lower the tax rate in our cities. In addition, in order to function well, a nation needs to be able to be self-sufficient. It can't always rely on outside money. It has to be self-sustaining." Linley nodded. "I don't know much about managing a country. I'll let Zasler and Jen handle these matters." Linley laughed as he glanced at Jen. Zasler had controlled a duchy before in the anarchic lands, while Jen had helped her little brother administrate the affairs of the prefectural city of Serre for multiple years. Both of them knew much more about city management than Linley did. Jen nodded and laughed. "Big brother Linley, the most important part of being a leader is knowing who to use. Just let me handle it." Zasler concurred. "Jen is right. Linley, you are our standard bearer. In the anarchic lands, an ultimate expert has a great deal of influence. Look at the war god. The war god always stays on War God Mountain and never gets personally involved in anything, but everyone understands that so long as the war god is alive, then the O'Brien Empire will never collapse. Lord, in the future, your relationship to our nation will be the same as the war god's relationship to the O'Brien Empire." Barker agreed. Linley nodded slightly. "I understand your reasoning. Oh, right. Yesterday, I took a stroll around Black Dirt City. I saw that a few dozen kilometers northeast of Black Dirt City, there is a small mountain known as Mte Blackraven. I plan to train there." Linley could sense the vastness of both the laws of the earth and the laws of the wind. Linley wished to spend a large amount of time subsuming himself in them, and spend some time attuning to them and understanding them. In the central southern part of the anarchic lands, there was a prefectural city with hundreds of thousands of citizens. Within a room on the 5th floor of a 5-story tall hotel, an old man with white-streaked hair opened a letter, carefully reading its contents. "What I feared the most has come to pass." The old man began to frown. "The Emperor ordered us not to act against Linley and just observe him. A while ago, we learned that Linley's group had entered the anarchic lands. At that time, we thought he was just engaging in tourism. Who would have thought that they'd take over a city? What exactly are they planning?" The old man had a bad feeling. Linley was a major foe of the Radiant Church. A foe which they didn't want to have to fight. But now, I hope Linley is just messing around and having fun in the anarchic lands. The old man was frowning. What he feared the most was that Linley had come to the anarchic lands expressly to deal with the Radiant Church. "We don't want to stir up trouble with him, but if he insists on stirring up trouble with us, we'll have to act." The old man was a high-level manager for the Radiant Church in the anarchic lands. He knew exactly how powerful Linley's side was. "As for now, let's just watch. Let's see what Linley plans to do." Outside of Black Dirt City, in a small mountain roughly 1,000 meters tall which was located in the direction of the Forest of Darkness, Linley was seated in the meditative position on the top of a large tree. The treetop swayed along with the blowing wind, and Linley swayed along with it, as gently and as agilely as a leaf. He was carrying a 3,600 pounds adamantine heavy sword, and yet he was seated on the crown of a tree. Linley had indeed reached a very high level in his ability to control the wind. Slow. Fast. It isn't that simple. Linley was constantly pondering his tempos of the wind technique. The tempos of the wind was actually utilizing two contradictory aspects of the wind in perfect harmony, with the clash between these two aspects creating a terrifyingly sharp blade of air. But Linley was discovering that as he continued to study the individual aspects of slow and fast, these aspects had additional astonishing secrets that had yet to be revealed to him. The limits to the profound truths of slowness, the limits to the analytics of hyperspeed. Linley was totally absorbed in his meditations on the elemental laws. This sort of meditation relied entirely on a single sudden spark of insight. Perhaps Linley would suddenly gain an insight onto the laws of the earth, at which point Linley would begin to analyze the laws of the earth. If he suddenly gained insight into the laws of the wind, he would go study that instead. Those days he spent in training on Mte Blackraven passed very quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 9, Chapter 49, The Mysterious Mountain Village. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 49, The Mysterious Mountain Village. The sun was high in the sky. Reynolds was currently hiking through a particularly large mountain. "I should have entered the anarchic lands by now. Reynolds himself wasn't too clear how far he had walked, after having hurried for 10 days. Reynolds generally headed in whatever direction looked the most desolate. Even if he saw cities from afar, he wouldn't enter them. The mountain that Reynolds was now hiking on was extremely large and took up an enormous amount of land. After hiking for a long time, Reynolds arrived at one of the mountain peaks and gazed around him. Suddenly, he discovered that this giant mountain actually had a tiny little mountain village in the center. Reynolds licked his dry, chapped lips. Grabbing a fistful of long rattan vines, he began to climb down into the little mountain village in the center of the mountain. This little mountain village had people inside it. When they saw Reynolds walk in, they glanced at him with curious stares. Clearly, they rarely saw visitors. There were quite a few people in this little mountain village. Guessing based on what his eyes had seen, Reynolds estimated that there were several thousand people here. There was even an open errand that was rather simply made. Reynolds walked over and immediately sat down and said, 2 cups of water and then some dishes and a bottle of wine. But as soon as he sat down, Reynolds noticed something. This place, Reynolds' heart shook. He suddenly had discovered that every single person here emanated the aura of an expert. From what Reynolds could tell, there were many warriors of the 6th and 7th ranks, and even warriors of the 8th rank, as well as some mighty magi. Not warriors. Magi. And extremely powerful ones. Friend, how did you end up here? A bald man came over with a bottle of wine and 2 bowls. Come, let's drink. Reynolds now sensed that this mountain village was no ordinary place. He immediately replied, I came from across the border with the Roalt Empire. I was planning to enter the anarchic lands. I didn't take any of the main roads, and hiked my way through the mountains to the north. Whenever I encountered a river, I swam my way through. Whenever I encountered a mountain, I hiked through. I didn't expect that while hiking through this mountain, I would have run into this little mountain village. The bald man nodded and laughed. So that's the case. No wonder. There's no roads near our village, and this mountain is extremely desolate. Generally speaking, we'll usually go 8 or 10 years without seeing a single outsider. Another man walked over, laughing. Reynolds was growing anxious. The 2 people in front of him were both exceedingly powerful, perhaps at the 7th or the 8th rank. What in the world is this place? Why are there so many experts here? Reynolds secretly wondered. Drinking and chatting with these 2 people, Reynolds discovered that the people of this mysterious mountain village weren't totally cut off from the outside world. In fact, they knew a great deal about the outside world. Princess Monica, Mengenika, is coming. The bald man suddenly said. Many people turned to look in one direction, and Reynolds did as well. He saw a beautiful young woman with long jade hair walk over with a serving maid behind her, while greeting the other villagers along the way warmly. Seeing this beautiful woman, Reynolds instantly was stunned. That beautiful face, that friendly smile. Despite often having dalliances amidst the flowers, Reynolds felt utterly bewitched and smitten. I think I have found the place I was meant to be. The playboy Reynolds had dallied with quite a few young noble ladies. But there hadn't been a single person who had successfully moved his heart, which was why he was still single up till now. But this girl in this mysterious mountain village had a very unique aura, one which made Reynolds' heart shake. The girl named Monica glanced at Reynolds. Reynolds instantly discovered that Monica's clear eyes contained a hint of jade light. She looked like one of the legendary spirits, utterly bewitching. Monica laughed and spoke to him. Hello there, outsider. Reynolds immediately rose to his feet and said with great courtesy, Beautiful Princess Monica, my name is Reynolds. Monica suddenly glanced at Reynolds' left hand. She opened her mouth in surprise, then looked at Reynolds. What happened to your hand? It was injured by someone. Reynolds said casually. Monica immediately walked towards him. Stretch your hand out. Reynolds didn't ask any questions, immediately stretching his left hand out. The wound which had been left by those steel pincers was heart-shakingly frightful to behold. Monica's lips began to move slightly, and a short while later, countless specks of light entered Reynolds' left hand like a mirage-like nebula. Reynolds could clearly sense that the wound on his left hand was rapidly healing, and 2 new fingers were growing out from it. In the blink of an eye, Reynolds' left hand returned to a perfect state, as though it had never been injured. Reynolds was shocked, and he stared at the young lady named Monica in surprise. He hadn't expected that this young lady named Monica was a light-style magus, and an extremely powerful one. Her power wasn't one whit inferior to Reynolds. When Reynolds saw the look of concentration on Monica's face, his heart immediately began to thump wildly. Nightfall. The sun was setting in the west, and the skies had a large amount of red, flame-like clouds. On the grass by the mountain village, Reynolds and Monica were walking side by side. Reynolds looked at Monica's beautiful face, and in his heart, he felt a hint of contentment. He had already stayed here in this mysterious mountain village for more than a month now. No one in the mountain village had suggested that he leave. During his month in the mountain village, Reynolds had learned that the vast majority of the villagers here had never left the mountain village. Only a very small percentage would occasionally make trips to the outside world. When they returned, they would inform the other villagers of the events of the outside world. Monica was only 20 years old, but she was already a lightstyle magus of the 7th rank. In terms of talent, she was actually superior to Reynolds. She was even more talented than Reynolds. I can't continue like this. I have to inform my parents and third bro that I am alive. Reynolds wanted to meet his friends and family, but Monica's allure for him was simply too strong. And to Monica, this outsider, Reynolds, knew many things. Whenever she chatted with him, Monica found that she could learn many things about the outside world. Reynolds was particularly good at making conversation. This made Monica very happy whenever she was with him. If I were to always be with Monica, how wonderful would that be? Reynolds' heart was filled with hope. Miss Monica. A voice suddenly came from behind them, and a silver-haired middle-aged man walked towards them. Reynolds was startled. He hadn't noticed this man approach them. Clearly, the man was extremely powerful. Uncle Miller, Milu. When Monica turned her head and saw this middle-aged man with short silver hair, she immediately called out in laughter. Miller had a simple, honest face. Glancing at Reynolds, he then laughed towards Monica in a friendly manner. Miss Monica, it is getting late. Your mother is waiting for you to go home and eat dinner. Monica nodded, then smiled towards Reynolds. Big brother Reynolds, I'm going home for now. See you later. Reynolds smiled and nodded as well. After Monica left, Miller stared at Reynolds. Outsider kid, you've been in our mountain village for some time now. You now need to make a choice. Choice? Reynolds felt surprised. Miller nodded calmly. Since you've been able to find us, that means that destiny has led you here. You now have 2 choices. The first is to forever stay in our mountain village and become one of our villagers, never to leave. The second is to immediately leave and never enter again. You only have 2 choices. If you disobey, you will definitely die. These cold, calm words made Reynolds' heart quiver. Leave forever? Or never leave the mountain village again? Reynolds didn't want to make either choice. Mr. Miller, Reynolds hurriedly said, based on what I know, aren't there some people in the village who occasionally go outside? Miller glanced at him, then chuckled. True. Our mountain village has a yearly contest. Anyone who makes it into the top 10 during this tournament is permitted to leave the village and make a trip to the outside world. But given your current power, you aren't even able to rank in our top 100, much less top 10. Reynolds was very anxious. Although I currently can't make the ranking, in the future I might. Reynolds had already made his decision. Mr. Miller, I have decided to become a member of this village. Although Reynolds loved his parents, when he was in the army, he often went a year or 2 without seeing his parents a single time. So long as his parents knew that he was alive, that was all that mattered. In the future, he would have a chance to meet them. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. Reynolds knew that his parents could definitely live for another century or 2. But Monica, Reynolds was worried that if he left, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Miller nodded slightly. Welcome to the village. Remember, you are not allowed to leave the village without permission. If it is discovered that you did, you will definitely die. No matter what, you had best not harbor any doubts about how powerful our village is. Miller immediately turned and prepared to leave. Mr. Miller. Reynolds hurriedly said. Miller turned to look at him. What is it? When the other people in the village leave, can they help me carry a message out? Reynolds asked. Miller nodded. Yes, they can. However, you cannot reveal any information regarding the village. In 2 days, I'll be leaving the village. If you have any messages, I can help you transmit them. Reynolds felt a surge of joy, and he hurriedly said, Lord Miller, when you leave the village, please go to any of the Dawson conglomerate's branches and tell them that I, Reynolds Dunstan, am not dead. Right now, I am happily alive, and I hope my friends and family won't be worried about me. The Dawson conglomerate? Miller glanced at him, then nodded. Lord Miller. Reynolds suddenly realized something. Didn't you just say that only the top 10 in the annual tournament are allowed to make a trip? Why is it that you can leave whenever you want? Miller glanced at him. Once you are at my level of power, you can also leave whenever you wish. As he spoke, with a single movement Miller suddenly vanished from in front of Reynolds. Reynolds' heart was filled with shock. This speed was simply too terrifying. "Milord, that Reynolds isn't very powerful, but it seems as though Miss Monica feels rather." Miller stood to one side respectfully, while a handsome, refined-looking middle-aged man with long black hair sat on a stone chair, casually sipping wine. The refined middle-aged man laughed calmly. "Monica is free to like whoever she wants. Don't force her. For Reynolds to choose to remain in the village means that he has courage, at least." "But the madam," Miller said. The refined middle-aged man laughed. "Ha, as for that, there's nothing I can do either. If that Reynolds really has taken a liking to my daughter, then all I can do is suggest that he work hard. Otherwise, he won't even be able to pass my wife's approval. Tomorrow, when you head to the Forest of Darkness, be careful. Don't irritate the King of the Forest of Darkness." The refined middle-aged man glanced at Miller. "Yes, milord," Miller said respectfully. The next morning, a blur suddenly streaked out at high speed away from the mountain village. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the skies as it flew towards the north at high speed. The speed at which it traveled was a good deal faster than even Linley's speed in full dragon form. An hour or so later, that blur arrived at the Forest of Darkness. HRM? The astonishing speed lessened, and from high up above, Miller stared down below. Black Dirt City was located quite close to the Forest of Darkness, only 50 or so kilometers away from it. Miller was currently directly above Mt. Blackraven. Although he had been flying at high speed, he could sense a powerful amount of wind-style energy coming from below. Someone else who also trains in the laws of the wind? Miller's eyes lit up. Miller was studying the laws of the wind as well. He carefully examined Mt. Blackraven and saw a human form, dressed in a deep blue robe, who was wielding a violet longsword. That human form constantly flickered about in multiple places in Mt. Blackraven at an astonishingly fast speed. His level of understanding is quite excellent. It has been centuries since I've sparred with another wind-style expert. Miller's heart itched. He flew down at high speed. By now, Linley had noticed this human form flying down from the skies at high speed. Miller landed directly atop the crown of a tree on Mt. Blackraven. Standing on the tree's crown, he stared at the nearby Linley and laughed loudly. "I am Miller, also a student of the laws of the wind. My friend, would you be willing to have a competition with me? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 9, Chapter 50, Linley and Olivier. Book 9, His Fame Shakes the World, Chapter 50, Linley and Olivier. Linley looked at the man standing on the tree crown. His short silver hair made him look very energetic and intrepid. That wavy blue robe fluttered in the wind, making him seem agile and graceful. An expert. Linley had the feeling that this silver-haired man's power was no less than his own. "I am Linley." Linley didn't try to hide his identity. "Linley? The O'Brien Empire's Linley?" Miller said with surprise, but then he laughed. "I've long heard that the O'Brien Empire has a 27-year-old genius, who has reached a high level of achievement as a sculptor, as a magus, and as a warrior. I didn't expect that today I'd be able to encounter you. You are on par with Hadeson. I, Miller, would like to spar with you, brother." Linley had a very good impression of Miller as well. Miller was open and direct, just the type of person Linley liked. "Very well. Then I will have a good sparring match with you, brother Miller." Having spent such a long period of time in training, Linley also desired to have a good sparring match against an expert. Perhaps he would gain a sudden insight. Linley removed the deep blue robe covering his upper body, letting it be bare. And then, black scales quickly began to cover Linley's body, and those ferocious spikes emerged from his forehead, spine, elbows, and knees. Seeing this, Miller's eyes lit up. Dragonblood warrior. Ha, I've heard of this for some time now. Linley's body began to be covered with that roiling, swirling layer of azurish black battle chi. Wielding blood violet in his hands, Linley looked at Miller. "Come." With a flip of his hand, Miller withdrew a silvery white longsword from out of nowhere. Laughing loudly, he said, "Linley, you must be careful. The power of my sword technique isn't much weaker than Hadeson's attack." Miller spoke with total confidence. Linley was secretly startled. Linley knew very well how powerful Hadeson's world-breaker attack was. "Careful!" Miller shouted loudly, then his body slashed through the air, immediately appearing next to Linley. With a kick of his feet, Linley leapt backwards at high speed, but Miller's longsword still brushed against Linley's pulse-guard defense. In the blink of an eye, Linley appeared atop a large tree several hundred meters away. Such incredible speed. It seems I have to use the wind shadow spell. From this exchange, Linley immediately understood that in terms of understanding the speed aspect of the wind, he was inferior to this man. Linley began to chant the words to the wind shadow magic spell. As for Miller, he paused for a while, still wielding that silver longsword as he waited for Linley to complete his wind shadow spell. Only when Linley did so did Miller charge towards Linley at high speed again. Linley, show me your ultimate attack. Whoosh. Whoosh, dot. Linley's body moved at a similarly high speed. Right now, the two were on par as far as speed went, and they dodged and attacked at high speed. Towards the attacking Miller, with a flip of his hand, Linley utilized the rippling wind technique, and in an instant, countless violet sword tips slashed down, covering Miller's entire body. Excellent! Miller laughed loudly, and suddenly, the silvery white longsword seemed to slowly draw a circle in front of him. Although it seemed to be slow, in actuality, before Linley's rippling wind attacks managed to land on Miller, they were all destroyed by that circle. Linley was secretly delighted. Has Miller trained in a type of extremely slow aspect of the wind? Slow. Fast. The so-called slow and fast weren't purely about speed, it was about a higher level of understanding. For example, although Miller's attack seemed to be slow, in actuality, it wasn't the slightest bit slower than Linley's rippling wind technique. Miller, take another one of my attacks. Linley shouted loudly. Linley and Miller were constantly dodging. With each light tap against the tree leaves, the two could instantly change direction at high speed. Suddenly, the two once again clashed in the air above him to Blackraven. Linley's dreamlike blood-violet longsword seemed to encompass both an extremely fast speed as well as an extremely slow tempo, combining these two polar opposites into a single seemingly perfect whole. Excellent! Miller let out a loud shout of surprised joy. Miller's longsword suddenly reduced in speed to an extremely low level, as though it weighed 10 trillion pounds and could barely move. Linley could sense how extremely slothful the movements of the opponent's sword had become. But his blood-violet sword remained unable to break through this sword. Boom! The two swords collided. Linley felt as though he had suddenly been hit at high speed by something weighing 10 trillion pounds. His body shuddered and was sent flying against the nearby mountain cliffs, smashing into the heart of the mountain. On the cliffs, a human-shaped tunnel could now be seen. Whoosh! A while later, Linley came flying back out. Miller was extremely excited. Linley, your sword art, slow and fast? Two totally opposite aspects. Miller felt as though a light had gone off inside his mind, as though he had suddenly realized something. Linley was also extremely shocked and delighted as well. Linley didn't even care about that line of blood trailing down from the corner of his lips. The only thing he was thinking about was that sword technique his opponent had just used. Miller defended against my rippling wind attack using a technique which was gentle as a breeze. But this technique he just used was extremely powerful, not one whit inferior than Hadesun's World Breaker technique. If it wasn't for the fact that I have gained some additional insights into the throbbing pulse of the world, I probably would have been severely injured. That sword technique was derived from a variation of the slow aspect of the laws of the wind. During that moment, it seemed as though space itself had frozen. Linley could still clearly remember how he had felt when facing that sword. That sword had moved so slowly, as though it weighed 10 trillion pounds, but space itself seemed to have frozen as well. Linley had clearly sensed that his opponent's sword was extremely slow, but despite the fact that his own sword was extremely fast, in that moment, it somehow wasn't faster than his opponent's. Miller and Linley both had looks of surprised delight on their face. They smiled, standing there in midair. Recovering from their ponderings, the two looked at each other and grinned. Clearly, both had gained certain insights. Linley, I had never imagined that two opposite aspects could actually be used to aid each other. You truly have helped me out. Miller was a little bit excited. Indeed, in that mysterious mountain village, none of his friends trained in the laws of the wind, and thus they were unable to help him. Linley spoke words of thanks as well. Miller, I've been pondering how to continue analyzing the slow and fast aspect and how to train them. You've helped me clearly see how I should go about it as well. As far as my insights into the laws of the wind go, I don't have any deeper insights to show you. Let's just call a stop to it for now. What do you say? Linley advised. Miller pursed his lips. Linley, don't be modest. I know that your true, most powerful attack is with a heavy sword. Supposedly, despite Hadesun's ridiculously strong defense, he was still heavily injured by you. Come. Let me have a try. Miller said expectantly. Linley hesitated slightly. Once the profound truths of the earth was used, it would be very dangerous. It might kill him. It's fine. Linley, just come. Let me have a taste of your most powerful attack. My defense is extremely formidable. Miller laughed confidently. Seeing how confident the man was and how he had requested Linley repeatedly to attack, Linley nodded. At the same time, Linley had made up his mind that he would execute the 100-layered waves attack of the profound truths of the earth. He wouldn't go all the way to his limits of 138 layered waves. Given the power his opponent had displayed, he should be able to withstand the 100-layered waves. In the air above him to Blackraven, Linley and Miller stood, facing each other. Linley was now wielding the adamantine heavy sword. Come, Miller said with a bit of excitement. Miller, be careful. As he spoke, Linley suddenly charged towards Miller, creating a terrifying sonic boom. Miller just stood there, casually wielding his silvery longsword and slowly waving it in front of himself. Space once again froze. Linley's adamantine heavy sword agilely and lightly smashed downwards. A silvery longsword that was very light, but seemingly weighed 10 trillion pounds. An adamantine heavy sword that was very heavy, yet seemed to move very agilely and gracefully. As soon as the adamantine heavy sword drew near that silver longsword, it was caught within the frozen space. The two swords intersected. Boom! Profound truths of the earth, 100-layered waves. What shocked Linley was that when those vibrational waves passed through that frozen space, it quickly began to weaken in power. By the time it passed through and entered Miller's body, it had lost more than half of its power. But despite that, Miller's eyes lit up. His entire body suddenly was surrounded by waves of energy, but despite that, a hint of blood still came out from the corner of his lips. He stared at Linley in astonishment. Linley, your attack truly is bizarre. My defense can be considered a very special one, but your attack. When experts did battle, they had to be proficient in speed, defense, and attack. If they were weak in a single area, then they would find themselves in danger. Miller's defense was very special as well. As he circulated the Dragonblood battle chi in his body, Linley's wounds rapidly began to heal, but he stared at Miller in astonishment. Miller, that sword of yours, I keep on having the feeling that it seems to have caused space itself to change. It was precisely because space had changed that Linley's vibrational attacks would weaken so much when passing through it. Miller laughed. It does indeed cause space to change. I can't clearly explain it. When you gain insight on this aspect, you will naturally understand it. Linley nodded slightly as he returned to his human form. All right, then. Linley, I'm very glad to have met you today and made friends with you. If you ever want to come looking for me, you can come to the southern reaches of the Anarchic lands. There's a relatively well-known city there known as Southmount City. Roughly 100 kilometers south of Southmount City is a large mountain, and within that mountain there is a small mountain village. I live there. Miller laughed. Linley nodded in appreciation. When I am free, I will definitely go. Several of my good friends, as well as my lord, live there as well. If you come there and spar, you will improve more quickly as well. Miller said warmly. I have some business in the Forest of Darkness. I'll have to bid you farewell for now. After saying his goodbyes to Miller, Linley watched as Miller rapidly flew towards the north, into the endless Forest of Darkness. Then Linley chuckled and, with a leap, flew to a nearby flat stone. He sat down atop of it into the meditative posture, quietly reflecting on the insights he had gained on various profound mysteries during that sparring match. To the north of the Yulan continent was the boundless Northern Sea. North of the Northern Sea was the Arctic ice cap. The Arctic ice cap was extremely vast, several times larger than the entire Yulan continent. However, aside from some powerful magical beasts who lived there were virtually no inhabitants. The Arctic ice cap was formed from nothing more than extremely hard ice. Whoosh! Cold winds slashed past the glaciers like icy knives, shearing pieces of ice off. The Arctic ice cap was an extremely cold place, and extremely dangerous. Even powerful warriors would find it very hard to live here. However, this bitter, desolate environment did have a few experts who lived here quietly. Beneath an iceberg that was tens of thousands of meters high, two experts engaged in battle at high speed. One of them was Olivier, with his opponent being a very well-muscled, yet skinny, cruel-looking man with short jade hair. The cruel-looking man was using nothing more than a pair of dark golden boxing gloves. Whoosh! Light shadow flashing, Olivier appeared in the air above the cruel-looking man, then chopped downwards with his sword. The cruel-looking man dodged this attack, and then immediately viciously kicked out with his leg against Olivier. On the surface of the leg was a clearly visible edge of air, and it chopped against Olivier like a warblade. The blade of air was far more distinct and visible than the one produced by Linley's tempos of the wind technique. Boom! Olivier and his sword were both sent flying by this kick, landing and smashing viciously against the tough, frozen ground. Boom! The icy ground split apart, and dozens of enormous cracks appeared. Olivier vomited a mouthful of fresh blood onto the ground. Hoof! Olivier, you dare challenge Lord Rutherford, La Saifuda? You can't even beat me. In the Arctic ice cap, you are nothing more than the bottom rung. Train hard. The cruel-looking man said coldly, and then he flew into the skies at high speed, disappearing into that enormous iceberg that was tens of thousands of meters high. Olivier coughed once, then stood up. Staring upwards at the iceberg, he said, "Next time, I will definitely defeat you." And then, Olivier's body flickered, then disappeared from the snowy land. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 1, Delia and Linley. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 1, Delia and Linley. Whoosh! The desolate cold wind blew across the world, bringing countless snowflakes to cover it. Delia, wearing a white fur robe, was standing quietly in front of a window, staring at the outside world. Behind her were two magical beasts. One was the world bear, Hatton. The other was the wild thunder stormhawk, Perry. Neither of the two beasts made a sound. A sigh escaped from Delia's lips. Father, mother, a bitter smile was on Delia's face. She really hadn't expected her parents to deceive her. They had told her that her grandmother was seriously ill, but after she raced home on the back of the wild thunder stormhawk, she had discovered that her grandmother was quite healthy. That very first night back, Delia had angrily asked her parents, "Father, mother, why did you two lie to me to get me home?" Delia had originally intended to stay with Linley. Delia's father, Dia, Leon, had looked at Delia and had asked her, "Delia, have you fallen for that Dragonblood warrior, Linley? Ever since you first returned those many years ago, you refused to accept any other boys. Was it because of him?" Delia had been very surprised. She hadn't told her parents. "How did you know?" Delia had immediately asked. Her mother had sighed. "Delia, why didn't you tell us how you felt?" "It was your master, Master Longhouse, who informed us upon returning to the Empire. He told us to prepare for the wedding between you and Linley." The previously furious Delia had suddenly become bashful. Her parents had glanced at each other, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. Her father, Dilla, had said seriously, "My beloved daughter, I must solemnly tell you that it is impossible for you and Linley to be together." "What?" Delia had stared at her father. Her father had said seriously, "Delia, Linley's younger brother is the husband of the 7th Imperial Princess of the O'Brien Empire. Without question, Linley is a saint belonging to the O'Brien Empire. But you should understand the state of the relationship between our Yulan Empire and the O'Brien Empire." But true, both our Yulan Empire and the O'Brien Empire are two mighty empires who are enemies to each other, but what does that have to do with Linley? Delia had been very upset. "Could it be that you believe, father, that me being with Linley would impact the clan?" "Yes." Dilla Leon had nodded. "If a clan were to have a saint, that clan would rise up and flourish. If you and Linley were to marry, then what happens if the Yulan Empire and the O'Brien Empire were to engage in a large-scale war? Our empire would no longer dare to have much faith in the Leon clan." Delia immediately had become enraged. Her father's explanation had seemed laughable. "Delia, think about it. If you were the emperor and you discovered that the daughter of one of your largest clans had gotten married to a saint on the enemy's side, wouldn't you be concerned that this clan would betray him?" Dilla Leon had said seriously. Delia had been stunned. There was nothing she could say, because there were historical precedents for this. In the past, a daughter of a noble clan in the Roalt Empire had married the king of one of the kingdoms of the Great Plains to the Far East. Afterwards, her entire clan had rebelled and joined the side of that Great Plains kingdom. Don't think that the Roalt Empire was necessarily far stronger than the kingdoms of the Great Plains. The Great Plains to the Far East had 3 kingdoms in total. The people of the Great Plains were extremely violent, and each of them were born warriors. Although in terms of population, they were far lower in number than the Roalt Empire and the Rhine Empire, these 3 major kingdoms had done battle with the 2 empires for countless years without being at any disadvantage. "Father, Linley, and I," Delia had begun to speak. Dilla Leon had interrupted her. "Delia, you are a smart child. You should understand everything. Our Leon clan has been building ourselves up for 1,000 years. That's why we now have our current status. If you were to marry Linley, even if His Imperial Majesty didn't actually do anything to our clan, without question, His Imperial Majesty's faith in our clan would be lessened. Once his faith in us is lessened, the countless descendants of our clan in the military and in the government will find it very hard to be promoted. Dilla Leon sighed. Delia, I hope you can consider the interests of the clan. But father, Linley doesn't belong to the O'Brien Empire. He has gone to the anarchic lands. Delia had hurriedly said. The anarchic lands? Dilla Leon had been startled, and Delia's mother had also stared at her in surprise. Delia had hurriedly explained, yes, father. Linley isn't attached to the O'Brien Empire. He wants to start his own undertakings in the anarchic lands. In the future, he will be part of the anarchic lands. Father, the anarchic lands and our empire aren't enemies, right? Dilla had been silent for a moment before nodding slowly. This was indeed the case. In the entire continent, the only force that was worthy of the Yulan Empire considering it their enemy was the O'Brien Empire. As for the anarchic lands, who would consider these chaotic lands which had several dozen duchies an enemy? If Linley truly were to establish himself in the anarchic lands, then it wouldn't be a problem for you to marry him. Dilla Leon had said slowly. These words had been like heavenly music to Delia's ears, making her heart instantly calm down. Dilla Leon had looked at Delia and said solemnly, my beloved daughter, I must remind you, only when the day comes when Linley is no longer a member of the O'Brien Empire in the eyes of the Imperial clan, will you be permitted to be with him. Otherwise, you definitely cannot. Father, I understand. Delia loved her parents, her grandparents, her older brother, her cousins, and the rest of her family. She didn't want to break off her relationships to them. Dilla had nodded. For now, stay in the Imperial capital. Don't go looking for that Linley. Thinking back to that conversation, Delia gently sighed again. Delia understood, Linley was already a saint and had an unlimited lifespan. As a magus of the 7th rank, she herself would have a long lifespan as well, as she continued to train. She wasn't too worried about a year or two. Staring out of the window towards the north, she saw the large, feather-like snowflakes slowly drift down. The entire world seemed so hazy, and nothing could be clearly seen. But Delia's gaze seemed to pierce through the walls of reality and see into the distant anarchic lands, and see into Black Dirt City. Outside Black Dirt City, one squad of soldiers after another were running laps on the black dirt, and alongside each squad, there was a military officer constantly shouting, faster, faster. Don't get left behind. God damn it, if you get left behind, no breakfast for you. On an uplifted area, the 4th of the Barker brothers, Boone, and the 5th, Gates, were clad in just a pair of long pants, their upper bodies bare. They watched the training proceed. During this period of time, Black Dirt City hadn't attacked any other cities. They had only been training. The cities around Black Dirt City had all sensed that Black Dirt would pose a threat to them, and their city governors were very nervous. But at the same time, those city governors didn't dare to attack first either. Suddenly, Linley walked over. He watched the soldiers train while heading towards Gates and Boone. Lord, what do you think? Gates said proudly. Linley nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Oh, right. When do you plan to begin attacking the nearby cities? Linley didn't know a single thing about military tactics. The only thing he knew was that unless things came to a critical juncture, there was no need for him to get involved. Boone laughed heartily. Lord, we haven't attacked anybody yet, but some people from the nearby cities have already surrendered to us and promised that they would undermine their cities from the inside. Oh, is that so? Linley laughed as well. Gates hurriedly said. Of course, how could we make this up? Lord, think about it. After the power of we 5 brothers spread across the anarchic lands, many of the nearby cities are terrified of us. In order to deal with those cities, after all, we don't even need to mobilize our armies. Just by ourselves, we 5 brothers can slaughter our path into those cities and easily take victory. Linley laughed again. To this sort of small city, a single expert could decide everything. For example, the city army of Black Dirt City numbered only a few thousand people. A warrior of the 9th rank could easily kill that many people. Alternately, he could directly kill the leader and force the rest to surrender. Attacking a duchy, however, was different. Each duchy had perhaps around 100,000 soldiers. Similarly, if in the future they were to fight against the Radiant Church, perhaps the enemy would have a huge number of soldiers. Against this sort of human wave tactics, how many people could a single expert kill? However, a magus in this sort of situation would be extremely useful. But as long as there were no saint-level magi about, when 2 armies engaged in wide-scale warfare against each other, the quality and the ability of each army's soldiers was of paramount importance. What are you training them in? Linley frowned as he looked at these scattered squads. Boone explained, Lord, this is the training of a medium-sized brigade. Each battalion is split into a brigade of 300 people who will train together. Each brigade has a captain and 6 lieutenants who are in charge of supervising and training. This is a very effective way of training. Gates and Boone had trained soldiers before in the 18 northern duchies. They knew what the best methods were. After coming to Black Dirt City and learning what the situation was, Linley returned to Mt. Blackraven. Like an ephemeral blue trail of smoke, Linley whisked back into the depths of Mt. Blackraven. Linley currently lived in the center of a beautiful lake in Mt. Blackraven, which had several boulders in the center covering several dozen square meters. Linley had found those boulders from elsewhere in Mt. Blackraven, then with his sword, chopped them flat, then moved them to the center of the lake to serve as his base. In the center of the lake, the boulders were only half a meter or so higher than the surface of the lake. There, atop those boulders, Linley had built himself a wooden house. "Bibi, what are you up to?" Linley walked atop the water, gracefully arriving at the center of the lake. But when he did so, Linley suddenly discovered that Bibi was digging at the side of one of the boulders. "Boss!" Bibi turned his head and chortled at Linley, while at the same time his sharp little claws continued to swipe at the edge of the rocks, sending debris everywhere. "I'm making a flight of stairs. I'm going to make a few stairs over here. That way, in the future when I get into the water, I can choose to either rest on the stairs, or lie in the water. That'll be so comfortable." "Boss, aren't I, Bibi, simply the smartest?" Linley began to laugh. Slash, slash. Swiping with his claws, Bibi gradually dug out the 6 steps of stairs, with each step roughly 10 centimeters high, with the last one in the water itself. Bibi sat his rear down on the bottommost step, happily whacking the water with his 4 limbs. Linley chuckled. Seeing the stones lying around the lake, Linley waved a single hand. Whoosh! A sudden wind began to howl, and a terrifying tornado appeared, picking up a human-sized boulder and depositing it in front of Linley. The beautiful surroundings of Mt. Blackraven had made Linley feel very peaceful, and he couldn't help but think about the person who was in his heart. Linley's lips quirked upward slightly, a hint of a smile on his face. With a flip of his hand, he withdrew his straight chisel and began to carve the sculpture. Pieces of rock flew everywhere. Slowly, a human-sized model began to appear from within the boulder. Bibi, his small claws resting on the stairs, raised his head to stare at the sculpture. "Oh ho, boss, you're carving a woman?" "Ha, I know, it has to be Delia." Bibi snickered. But Linley was totally absorbed in his carving. His straight chisel flashed as fast as lightning, carrying with it the soft, gentle grace of the wind. Having already reached the Grandmaster level of sculpting, Linley was now totally capable of carving anything he desired. Linley was entirely focused on his carving, and the details began to appear. From morning until 3 in the afternoon of the next day. After having spent more than a day and a night, Linley finally put down his straight chisel. Phew! Linley lightly exhaled, blowing the fine dust off from the sculpture. The woman he had sculpted possessed a unique, heroic aura. In particular, her eyes, they made the stone sculpture look as though it was truly alive. Linley looked at the sculpture with satisfaction, then turned to stare towards the southwest. In his heart, he thought to himself, "Delia, you should have received my letter by now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 10, Chapter 2, 2 letters. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 2, 2 letters. Although Linley's first love had ended in failure and caused Linley to develop an aversion towards love, Delia's repeated actions, beginning since they had known each other while they were children, had forced Linley to admit that he enjoyed being together with Delia. He enjoyed that sort of warm, intimate feeling. At the Institute, Linley already knew how Delia felt about him. He knew that Delia was waiting for him to make the first move, but after his first love had failed, Linley's heart had become knotted, and he simply couldn't. Far away, in the imperial capital of the Yulan continent, although the sun was high in the sky, the world was still extremely cold. Delia was wearing an expensive, thick robe as she sat in her courtyard, enjoying the rays of the sun. In her hands was a letter which Linley had sent her. This letter had come to her via the high-speed information network of the Dawson conglomerate. Holding the letter in her hands, Delia couldn't help but laugh with great joy. "Delia, what are you looking at?" A thick, heavy sound rang out. It was the world bear, Hatton. Hatton's adorable bear eyes stared at the letter in Delia's hands. "Come on, Delia, let me see it. Let Big Yellow be happy with you." The world bear, Hatton, was on exceedingly close terms with Delia. As soon as Delia saw Hatton, she immediately hid the letter away, wrinkling her nose and snorting at him. "Big Yellow, are you causing trouble again? Where's Teacher? Why aren't you by Teacher's side?" The world bear shook his head. Master is engaging in closed-door meditation training. He won't be coming out for the next 10 days or half a month. He doesn't need me by his side right now. So, Big Yellow has come to find Delia. The world bear beamed at Delia. Delia was in a fine mood today as well, and so she continued jesting with the world bear for a while. Delia, that letter is from Linley, right? The world bear suddenly asked in a lowered voice. Delia glanced with vexation at him, but she still nodded. Delia's eyes were filled with irrepressible excitement. Linley's letter had clearly detailed how his life had been, and had also told Delia that he was currently in Black Dirt City, in the Anarchic Lands. He even gave Delia clear instructions on how to get there. Although Linley didn't explicitly say that he wanted Delia to come visit him, just based on how carefully he described the route to the city, his intentions were quite clear. That silly man. He's always trying to hide his intentions. If he wants me to go, he should say so. Delia both laughed and cursed him in her heart. Delia was in such a mood that just sitting there by herself, she would start giggling. The world bear, next to Delia, continually chatted with her as well. Delia, tomorrow is the Yulon festival. Will you go back tonight? The world bear, Hatton, asked softly. Delia, hearing these words, couldn't help but frown. Letting out a sigh, she said, yeah. Tonight, the entire clan will be coming together. Ugh, I really don't want to go back. During this period of time, each of the 2 times Delia had gone back, her clansmen had exhorted her to forget about Linley. However, was that possible? When Delia had believed Linley dead, she had even made up her mind to never marry. 10 full years had passed like that. Now that she knew Linley was alive, and would soon set up his own dominion, how could she give him up now? That night, all of the important members of the Leon clan were in attendance at this banquet. Nearly 100 important clan members happily chatted and toasted each other, and this noble procession naturally included the clan leader, Dilla Leon. Not only was Dilla Leon himself quite accomplished, his 2 children were incredible as well. Dixie was a magus of the 8th rank, and the personal disciple of the high priest. Delia had reached the 7th rank years ago, and was the disciple of the saint-level Grand Magus, Master Longhouse. These 2 children truly were extremely amazing. Today, although Delia didn't put on much makeup, the combination of her noble, aristocratic bearing and her natural good looks made Delia appear more dazzling than any of the young noble ladies. Only, Delia headed to a corner of the main hall with her wine goblet in hand. A middle-aged person walked towards Dilla Leon with goblet in hand, glancing at Delia. Laughing, he said, "Big brother, Delia truly is growing more and more beautiful. Quite a few young noblemen in the imperial capital have been smitten by her." Dilla Leon laughed calmly. "Big brother, the son of Prince Reed, Lita, has always been enamored of Delia. Do you think there is a chance that the 2 of them?" Dilla Leon shook his head. "Third brother, there's nothing to discuss. If Delia was willing to accept marrying one of the nobles of the imperial capital, then she would have done so many years earlier. As for now, it's best if you don't say anything. Later, I'll let my wife go speak with her." There had been quite a few people who had raised this issue with Dilla Leon during this banquet. This was because, clearly, Delia was young, beautiful, and talented, and was the disciple of a Grand Magus saint. She also had the backing of the powerful Leon clan. Such a perfect woman had countless suitors. Delia sat there quietly in the corner. Little sister. A handsome young man, standing 1.8 meters tall with utterly straight golden hair which fell to his shoulders, walked over to her. Raising her head up, Delia revealed a smile on her face. Big brother. The person had come was Delia's older sibling, Dixie. Just like back at the Ernst Institute, Dixie remained as cold and indifferent to others as ever. But towards his little sister, Dixie was filled with affection. Dixie sat down opposite from Delia. "What is it? You seem to be in a bad mood?" Dixie smiled as he spoke. Delia shook her head resignedly. "Big brother, you are always training by the side of the high priest. You don't know much about my affairs. Does it have to do with Linley?" Dixie asked. Delia laughed as she tossed him a glance. "Big brother, you are quite clever. But both father and mother are somewhat opposed to me being together with him. I've been vexed about this. After all, I don't want the relationship with the family to become too stiff." Dixie nodded. He understood how his sister felt. He had watched Delia grow up, and Dixie knew very well that although Delia was a very determined, resolute girl, in the depths of her heart, she was somewhat mentally reliant on her family members. "Most likely tonight, Mother will come over and chat with me yet again about how promising this young man is, or how promising that young man is." Delia laughed bitterly. Every time she came back, her parents would always raise this issue with her. Dixie frowned. Those wastrel sons of those rich nobles still want to marry you? Linley has acted improperly as well. He should have openly come to the imperial capital and proposed to you long ago. If he did so, I would definitely support him. In his heart, Dixie actually quite admired Linley. After all, Linley was someone who was an even greater genius than he himself was. Propose to me? Delia was startled, but then she burst into laughter. Delia thought back to that night at Wushan Township and how she had kissed Linley. That look of utter shock and panic on Linley's face. Even despite her best subtle efforts, she wasn't able to get Linley to summon the courage to say that he loved her. How could he possibly come to the imperial capital to propose to her? Big brother, Linley is very different from how you imagine him. Delia laughed. Delia was in a fairly good mood while her big brother was with her during the banquet. Unfortunately, after the banquet was over, she chatted with her parents for a time, and afterwards, her mood became terrible once again. Her parents tirelessly tried to persuade her. She hated being pressured like this. On the day of the Yulan festival, Delia came to the headquarters of the Dawson conglomerate in the Yulan Empire's imperial capital. Miss Delia. The supervisor here knew Delia by sight. I'd like to trouble you, sir, to help deliver this letter to Linley. Delia handed over a letter. The supervisor immediately nodded. Please don't worry. I will definitely make sure that this letter is delivered to Master Linley's hands. The Dawson conglomerate was extremely efficient in carrying out any tasks related to Linley. The same day, they sent a flying magical beast out with the letter away from the imperial capital. After the blizzard had ambushed them last night, this morning, when Linley left his room, he discovered that into Blackraven was now covered with a layer of silver ornaments. Some snow was drifting about on the surface of the lake. As the warm rays of the morning sun began to shine down from the east, the snow covering the trees and the boulders reflected the light dazzlingly. Phew! Taking a deep breath and sensing the fresh air after the blizzard, Linley allowed a smile to appear on his face. Bibi appeared from within the wooden room as well. Rubbing the sleep from his little eyes, Bibi's 4 little paws left behind marks in the snow as he walked. Lord, Lord! That loud voice rang out from afar, causing some of the snow on the trees to be shaken loose. Turning, Linley saw a huge figure rush towards him at high speed. With each step, the man moved over 10 meters. With a mighty leap from the lake's edge, the man flew over 70 or 80 meters before landing on the flat boulder in the center of the lake. Gates, why'd you run over here in such a rush? Linley laughed. Gates chortled. To handle your affairs, of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't rush over here so quickly. My affairs? Linley was clearly rather puzzled. Look, see. Gates took out a letter from his clothes. This is Miss Delia's letter. The Dawson conglomerate's men just delivered it to Black Dirt City. Those people from the Dawson conglomerate have decided to just go ahead and set up a branch office in Black Dirt City. Delia's? Linley immediately accepted the letter. After opening it, he began to read it. At this time, Bibi growled towards Gates. Gates, big guy, step aside. Don't try to sneak any peeks at the letter between Delia and my boss. Got it, got it. Gates didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. What Gates did know, however, was that he didn't dare to offend this terrifying fellow, Bibi. Even the saint-level magical beast Harrow admitted he was no match for Bibi. How would he, Gates, dare to offend him? Linley was reading the letter very carefully. To the most esteemed Master Linley. Greetings and happy reading. You've been quite impressive lately. You've already taken over Black Dirt City, but Black Dirt City is just a small city. Given your status as the venerable Master Linley, I'm sure that you can't possibly expect me to come over after you took over a single tiny city such as Black Dirt, can you? Wouldn't that be rather embarrassing for you? I've come to the decision that I must wait for you to, at the very least, found your own duchy within the anarchic lands before heading over there. Otherwise, HRMPH, I won't see you. As for your questions regarding how my life is? My life isn't bad. I'm just quietly spending my time with my teacher in training. My grandmother is doing much better now. There's no need for you to worry about my affairs. It's best if you spend your time worrying about the anarchic lands and your training. Remember that I'm waiting for you to set up your duchy. The day that your duchy is founded is the day I will leave the Yulan Empire. This is our appointment. However, be careful. Don't exhaust yourself. I have all the time in the world, and I'll wait for you to found your duchy. I'll wait to see you. Yours, Delia. After reading this letter, Linley felt warmth in his heart, and he couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his face as he stored the letter into his interspatial ring. The nearby Gates couldn't help but mock, "Lord, you seem to be quite happy. Your face is about to split apart from that smile. What did Miss Delia write?" "Yeah, boss, what did she write?" BB was staring at Linley as well. Linley chuckled, then looked at Gates. "Enough. Let me ask you something. When are you preparing to begin attacking the other cities? We can start at any time." "But right now, it is the Yulon Festival," Gates said. The Yulon Festival was a festival which was celebrated throughout the entire Yulon continent. Even many soldiers would go back at this time to reunite with their families. Naturally, a portion of the soldiers would have to remain on duty to keep watch. Linley shook his head. "Catching them by surprise will reduce our casualties." "Then give the order, Lord." Gates' eyes were shining. Linley nodded slightly. "Go back and make preparations immediately. Tomorrow morning, we'll begin our attacks against the neighboring cities. We must subdue the surrounding cities with the greatest haste. Our current plan is to take over an amount of land equal to a duchy in size." "Yes, Lord," Gates said in a clear voice. "Go, then." Linley laughed calmly. Gates immediately nodded, then left empty Blackraven. Blackdirt City, which had been in a state of preparation this entire time, began to frantically prepare to make its move after receiving Linley's orders via Gates. And so, the hibernating Blackdirt City finally began to reach out towards the neighboring cities with its fierce claws. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 3, Expanding Power. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 3, Expanding Power. Yulon Calendar, Year 10010. January 5th, nighttime. The world was covered with a dim gray gauze, and in some cooler places, the snow had yet to melt. Right now, the city of Tours, was under tremendous pressure. The city governor of Tours was up on his walls, staring outside in desperation. Outside the city, there was an indeterminate number of people whom couldn't be seen very clearly. "How many people does Blackdirt City have?" The city governor, Delay, shouted a question to his subordinates. "Lord Governor, the scouts came to report to us as soon as they saw the enemy forces. They weren't able to clearly make out how many men they have. However, the leader of them seems to be one of those 5 legendary war gods which Blackdirt City possesses." A nearby subordinate reported back with some panic. "One of the 5 war gods?" The city governor grew frantic. "Is he of the 9th rank just because he says he is? Hell, I can say that I'm a saint. All of you, be careful. You must stand your ground." "Yes, Lord Governor." Those soldiers assented. Tours City didn't dare to receive the attackers in a pitched battle on open ground. They could only stay inside the city and stand guard. After all, defense was always easier than offense. The second brother, Ankh, stared coldly at the distant city. Blackdirt City had gone into full mobilization mode. Of the 5 major battalions, only one had stayed behind to guard the city, while the other 4, under the leadership of Ankh, Hazer, Boone, and Gates, went to attack the nearest 4 cities. "Stop!" Ankh raised his right hand and shouted loudly. Instantly, the 1,800 soldiers came to a halt. Everyone stared worshipfully at the massive figure in front of them. All 5 of the Barker brothers were even-handed in their treatment of the soldiers, rewarding and punishing as appropriate, and they spent much of their time with the soldiers as well. When the soldiers trained, they also trained. When the soldiers ran laps while carrying heavy weights, those 5 Barker brothers would train while carrying boulders weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds. The soldiers of Blackdirt City naturally grew to adore their leaders even more. "Delay, listen up!" Ankh roared furiously. That voice, brimming with undying battle chi, echoed in Tours City like thunder. The hearts of the soldiers of Tours City quailed. That huge voice alone caused their morale to drop dramatically. It seemed the legends were true. How could they possibly resist an expert like this? The city governor, Delay, was growing frantic as well. But he didn't want to give up his base. "Say what you want to say. Don't waste time." Delay summoned his courage and shouted back, but although his voice was quite loud at the walls, by the time it reached Ankh, it had grown very soft, without any hint of threat. Ankh continued shouting like a bullhorn. "Delay, if you offer Tours City to us, we can spare your life. Otherwise, my great axe will show no mercy." As Ankh spoke, many of the soldiers of Tours City began to have thoughts of betrayal. In addition, long before Blackdirt City had launched its attack, many people in Tours City had secretly surrendered to Blackdirt City already. "Oh, you want to fight to the end?" Ank's voice once more echoed in the ears of all the soldiers of Tours City. Kill! A loud shout that shattered the heavens. Many of the soldiers on the walls of Tours City were terrified by this shout. From below, they could hear countless warriors angrily screaming, "Kill! Kill!" All of them were charging wildly towards the walls of Tours City, their shields held high. Those ferocious, roaring knights created panic in the city guards. Archers! Shoot them! Shoot them dead! The city governor, Delay, shouted angrily, his face red. The archers on the city walls immediately knocked their bows, then began shooting arrows at the charging enemies. Most of the arrows in this first volley struck the shields. A few injured some of the soldiers of Black Dirt City. 3 unlucky soldiers were shot to death. Shoot them all to death! Delay roared angrily. But before the second volley of arrows was loosed, Ank charged forward, outpacing his men by over 100 yards and rushing to the gates of the city. With a mighty howl, he brandished his terrifying great axe and gave the city gates a thunderous chop. Bang! The entire city wall trembled, and the gates to Tours City instantly shattered into smithereens which flew everywhere. Even in his human form, Ank was a warrior of the 9th rank. There was no difficulty at all for him to break past the defenses of these soldiers. The city gate is down. That war god is charging in. All sorts of shouts could be heard from within Tours City. Even the city governor, Delay, upon realizing that the gate had been breached, instantly turned pale. Whoosh! With each wave of the great axe, the surrounding soldiers were instantly blasted into countless pieces, sending blood and flesh everywhere. The nearby soldiers all began to retreat in terror. Ank, covered by his undying battle chi, seemed a veritable devil. Twirling his terrifying great axe about, Ank roared angrily, "Those who stand against me will die." Ank brandished his great axe about like a tornado, but this tornado was a visible one. Anything touched by this tornado was instantly blasted to bits. At first, some soldiers of Tours City had attempted to attack, but afterwards, no one dared to get near this fiend. In but a few moments, the forces of Black Dirt City swept into the city through the gates. "We surrender! We surrender!" First, a single voice called out to surrender, but then, countless voices joined in. By the time Ank and his bloody great axe arrived at the city walls, the soldiers on the walls had all put down their weapons, while the city governor, Delay, was tied up in rope and placed on the floor. Several military officers were there, awaiting Ank's arrival. "Milord, my name is Forda," one of the military officers said respectfully. "Oh, so you are Ford." Ank knew very well that Ford was one of the military officers who had surrendered to them even before the battle had begun. Many had done so. Given that Black Dirt City had the 5 Barker brothers, how could they possibly lose? Battles were fought by men and won by men. When 2 forces were roughly on the same level of power, perhaps some stratagems and deceptions would be effective. But once the gap in power reached a sufficient level, such as now, where Ank alone could demolish the forces of Tours City, a battle like this had no other possible outcomes at all. There wasn't the slightest chance of defeat. Yulan calendar, year 10010. January 5th, the Black Dirt City began its conquests. By January 6th, Linley's side already had 5 cities, and the number of people they controlled, including the various satellite towns and villages, was a grand total of nearly 3 million. Generally speaking, however, in the anarchic lands, only an entity which was in control of a prefectural city would be considered to be a duchy. Linley's side had 5 cities, but all of them were small cities, with only a few tens of thousands of people within the cities. But a prefectural city was capable of holding hundreds of thousands of citizens. After these lightning-fast battles concluded, Linley's side temporarily stopped attacking. Instead, they quickly began to reorganize their armies. The original 5 battalions of Black Dirt City were now part of the 1st Legion, which was the Cormost Legion. The other 4 legions belonging to the other 4 cities all saw their military pay levels increased to roughly 2/3 of the salary of the 1st Legion. The taxes on the common people were lowered by over half across the board. Each legion now had 9,000 people. In the Yulan continent, large legions could reach up to 20,000 people. In the anarchic lands, however, since warfare was relatively scattered, Linley decided to lower the number of people per legion, forming 5 battalions into each legion. The 5 legions quickly began to train together and organize internally. The surrounding cities all sensed the threat, but they knew that Black Dirt City's forces were simply too powerful. While Black Dirt City's forces were still busy training and reorganizing, a nearby city voluntarily surrendered. The reason? The previous city governor had taken all of his enormous wealth and his guards and fled from that city. Barker and Zassler both arrived at Nt Blackraven. They stared up at the mountain. "Barker!" Zassler suddenly spoke. Barker looked at Zassler. Zassler said, Hazer has reached the 9th rank on the way to the anarchic lands. By now, all 5 of you brothers possess the power of a saint. I will make my breakthrough in the next year or 2 as well. Think about it, with you 5 brothers making up the bulk of our military power, with me providing support, and of course, most important of all, with Linley and his 2 powerful magical beasts, with such a overpowering force, we can erect our own kingdom, or perhaps even an empire. Mr. Zassler, what do you intend? Barker's eyes lit up. Zassler said seriously, Barker, right now, the continent has 6 major powers. Aside from the O'Brien Empire and the Yulan Empire, the other forces, i.e. the Roalt Empire, Rhine Empire, Holy Union, and Dark Alliance, do not have a deity amongst their ranks. Barker nodded his head in agreement. As for the Roalt Empire and the Rhine Empire, these 2 empires don't even have an expert on the same level as Hadesun. But we not only have Linley, we also have Bibi. Zassler was extremely confident. The most important aspect of founding an empire is the strength of its highest level experts. The more powerful its highest tier members are, the better of a chance one has. Barker was growing excited as well. Mr. Zassler, are you saying that we should build an empire together? Barker looked at Zassler. Zassler laughed. That's just one of the things I've been considering. Our current goal is destroying the Radiant Church's influence in the anarchic lands. However, the Radiant Church currently occupies nearly 1/3 of the territory of the anarchic lands. In order to eliminate them, we will need a great deal of land as well. After destroying them and taking over their territory, we would be in control of over half of the anarchic lands. At that time, we would then deal with the Cult of Shadows, and the anarchic lands would then be ours. Barker felt his heart rate speed up. The anarchic lands was an area in constant turmoil and chaos. Although in size, it was smaller than the O'Brien Empire, it was still comparable to the Rhine Empire and the Roalt Empire. Erecting an empire, Barker's eyes were shining. No rush. One step at a time. Given our current power, with all of us working together, it shouldn't be too hard for us to take over at least 10 duchies in the anarchic lands and found a kingdom at the very least. Zassler said confidently. Barker nodded repeatedly. The Roalt Empire. The Rhine Empire. How many saints did they have? The roots of these 2 empires weren't nearly as deep as the roots of the O'Brien Empire and the Yulan Empire, nor did they have the assistance of descended angels like the Radiant Church or the Cult of Shadows. For example, the Roalt Empire could at absolute most produce just over 10 saints. Linley's side had 5 undying warriors. Once Barker and his brothers reached the saint level in human form, they would have the power of true saint level undying warriors. If the 5 of them worked together in concert with Linley and Bibi, a force like this wouldn't be afraid of the Radiant Church at all. So why couldn't they found an empire, then? Occupying the entire anarchic lands will be a bit difficult. After all, there are a lot of complicated aspects to this place. Zassler smiled. But I still feel very confident. Zassler turned and stared up at Nt Blackraven. Linley was there, in the mountain. Zassler slowly said, in my mind, I have a goal. One day, we will create a powerful empire, and Linley, he will be to our empire what the War God is to the O'Brien Empire. The War God? Barker was very shocked. Zassler smiled and nodded. An enormous, mighty empire could only be founded with a cadre of fear-inducing top-tier experts. For example, in reality, the Rhine Empire and the Roalt Empire were both reliant on the Yulan Empire, precisely because they didn't have enough top-tier power. But in the empire which Zassler dreamed of, the top-tier power was Linley. Just like how the War God watched over the O'Brien Empire and the High Priest watched over the Yulan Empire, the future Linley would also watch over his future empire. But of course, Linley currently didn't yet have that much power. He's only 28 years old, but he's already reached such a terrifying level. Can you imagine what someone like him will be able to accomplish in the future? Zassler laughed as he glanced at Barker. Barker nodded. Barker and his brothers were truly awed by Linley's prowess. Let's go. Let's go see Linley. Zassler laughed. Zassler, this old fox who had lived for over 800 years, now had a particular desire which excited him. He wanted to see the Yulan continent bring forth yet another empire. How exciting that would be. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 4, War Machine. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 4, War Machine. Rumble. Water rushed down from that tens of meters high waterfall, striking against the deep pool of water at the bottom, creating countless sprays of water. The water within this deep pool flowed out into a narrow creek, slowly winding its way downwards. Barker and Zassler followed this little creek deeper and deeper into empty Blackraven. At the end of this creek was a peaceful lake. In the center of the lake, there was a gracefully built wooden cabin. In front of the wooden cabin, there was a long-haired man wearing a loose robe who was wielding a violet longsword slowly. But in actuality, this slowness was an illusion, a misperception of Zassler's and Barker's. Although it seemed slow, in truth, it was terrifyingly fast. This sensation of a visual misperception made Barker and Zassler have the urge to vomit blood. With each strike of the sword, it seemed as though the surrounding space itself was twisted. Barker and Zassler glanced at each other, their eyes filled with shock. It had only been a few months, but Linley had made yet another breakthrough. They had never before seen Linley use this sword technique before. Just now, from what they had seen, they were certain that this sword technique definitely was astonishingly powerful. Barker and Zassler stood at the edges of the lake, quietly waiting. After a long time, Linley sheathed his sword. "Come over." With a wave of Linley's hands, a sudden gust of wind emerged, creating a bridge of air between the wooden cabin and the lakeshore. "You can just walk over. Don't be afraid. You won't fall." Baker and Zassler glanced at each other, and then they stepped onto this bridge of air, walking to the center where Linley's wooden cabin was. Linley sat down next to the stone bench. With a flip of his hand, he withdrew a flask of wine and 3 cups. Laughing calmly, he said, "Zassler, if you had come a few days ago, I probably would have only been able to use the wind to bring you over directly. I wouldn't have been able to do what I just did." Zassler was an Archmagus Necromancer of the 9th rank. Although he was almost at the Saint rank, he couldn't fly. And given his body's relative frailty, there was no way he could walk on water either. "Lord, what was that, just now?" Barker had yet to recover from his shock. Zassler looked at Linley as well. Laughing, Linley explained, "It is one way by which one can use the laws of the wind. Not too long ago, I gained some insights on the slow aspect, which allowed me to do what I just did. But I still am quite a ways off from the spatial lock level." "What is a spatial lock?" Zassler questioned. Linley didn't explain further. Zassler and Barker weren't practitioners of the elemental laws of the wind. How could they possibly understand his explanations? When Linley had sparred against Miller, that expert from the mysterious mountain village, Linley had suddenly seen a clearer path to gaining a deeper understanding in the slow aspect of the wind. Naturally, that made training progress twice as fast for half the effort. If Miller were to have seen Linley training, he would have been shocked. In just a few short months, Linley had been able to advance this much. This sort of rate of improvement was simply terrifyingly fast. Pouring cups of wine for each man, Linley raised his own wine cup in a toast. Smiling, he said, "Just tell me why you have come." Barker said, "Lord, after spending some time on the management of our current territory, we have completed our military reorganization and given them 3 months of training. It is about time to attack a few other cities." As soon as he heard these words, a smile crept onto Linley's face. He had been eagerly awaiting this day. "This time, we should be attacking that prefectural city, right?" Linley said. The nearby Zassler nodded. "Right. According to my plans, this time, we should attack 3 small cities and the prefectural city of Moti. Linley's side currently had 6 cities and 6 legions with 50,000 soldiers. This sort of military power was on par with that of a prefectural city. However, Linley's side had experts as well. This was a definite advantage. After we take down the prefectural city, we will be able to announce publicly that we have founded a duchy." Barker chortled. Linley had been eagerly awaiting the founding of the duchy. He still remembered Delia's appointment with him in that letter. The day he founded his own duchy was the day on which Delia would leave the Yulan Empire to come looking for him. "Linley," Zassler asked, "after we take down the prefectural city, what should we do next? Should we continue taking over cities which belong to neither the Radiant Church nor the Cult of Shadows? Or should we begin to launch attacks against the cities which the Radiant Church controls?" Per their battle maps, after taking down the prefectural city, to the south of the territory which Linley controlled was the territory under the dominion of the Radiant Church. Of course, the Radiant Church's control was in secret. On the surface, they were all duchies. But in truth, it was quite easy to tell which were controlled by the Radiant Church and which were controlled by the Cult of Shadows. The way to do so was to simply look at the temples in those prefectural cities. If the city had a Radiant Temple, then that duchy was secretly controlled by the Radiant Church. If it had a Shadow Temple, then it was controlled by the Cult of Shadows. Begin attacking the duchies controlled by the Radiant Church. Linley's eyes narrowed as he made his decision. As our activities grow more and more pronounced, the intelligence network of the Radiant Church would definitely take note of the 5 Barker brothers. Knowing that you are here, it would be strange if they didn't realize that I, Linley, was here as well. Linley looked at Barker and Zassler, then chuckled. After we take down the prefectural city, we'll spend some time stabilizing it and do a wholesale reorganization of our armies. After reorganizing our armies, then we will begin attacking the territory controlled by the Radiant Church. But of course, let's only launch some small attacks at first, and see how the Radiant Church responds. Linley laughed calmly. Let's see if they immediately counterattack, or if they refrain from doing so, or if they send over experts to find me. Zassler understood Linley's intentions. Laughing, he said, right? If the Radiant Church decides to openly fight you, Linley, then, the name of the duchy will be based off of your family name. Let us call it the Baruch Duchy. But if the Radiant Church refrains, then we can continue to pretend you are not here, and we can just choose a name for the duchy at random. Hearing Zassler's words, Linley nodded in approval. Right now, what they needed to see was how the Radiant Church would react. If the experts of the Radiant Church did not appear, then Linley wouldn't act. He would let Barker and his brothers stir up trouble, repeatedly attacking cities. If enemy experts appeared, then they would respond in this manner. When will we attack the city of Moat? Barker looked at Linley. Hurry up and start. Linley replied. Linley's words caused all 6 cities to begin gearing up for war. One legion with 9,000 men, led by Boone, Ank, and Hazer, went to attack 3 smaller cities, while the other 4 legions, under the leadership of Gates and Barker, went to attack the prefectural city of Moat. Zassler watched over Black Dirt City. Kill. The grounds beneath the walls of the prefectural city of Moat were totally red with blood. At first, the prefectural city of Moat had sent their army of 20,000 out, preparing to directly battle against the enemy. But when the troops led by Gates and Barker had charged into them, massive casualties had resulted. Gates and Barker were 2 terrible gods of battle. Wherever those massive great axes whirled about, people died in vast numbers. Each army had its own elite squads, and Gates and Barker focused precisely on those people. Wherever there was a tough pocket of resistance, they went to snuff it out. Quickly, the 20,000-man army of the prefectural city of Moat was utterly shattered. Their morale totally gone, many people immediately surrendered then and there. More than half had died. The lucky survivors were all captured. They couldn't flee even if they wanted to. The city gates to the prefectural city of Moat were firmly shut. The city governor of the prefectural city of Moat simply didn't dare to open the gates. Once he did, those 2 fiends would charge inside and he would definitely die. Right now, the prefectural city of Moat only had 20,000 soldiers. The soldiers of Black Dirt City were arranged in neat, orderly rows. Those 10,000 prisoners were utterly demoralized, with many wounded. Only 2,000 or 3,000 were in battle shape. Blood covered the ground, and the morale of the city guards of the prefectural city of Moat was at rock bottom. What is going on? Why are they standing so far away? The garrison troops were growing frantic. The range the enemy was at was far beyond bow range. Suddenly, those 2 godlike leaders suddenly charged forward at high speed, great axes in hand. Their speed was so fast that everyone gaped as they watched. The garrison troops immediately shouted out, "Archers, prepare to attack those 2 men." Fire! The 100 elite archers selected from within the ordinary ranged division were all equipped with powerful bows, which they began to use to fire down upon the 2 men. However, Barker and Gates were simply too fast. Only a few arrows hit them, but even the ones that hit them were deflected off. Ah, watch this! Gates roared in excitement. Raising his heart-stoppingly terrifying great axe, he chopped down in the direction of that distant city gate. Bam! A sudden, terrifying sound rang out from the city gates. The tall, strong city gates shuddered and then began to crack, but it didn't actually break. The gates of a prefectural city are far sturdier than those of smaller cities. Gates laughed loudly, the sound of his laughter shaking the heavens. The soldiers on the walls of Moat could hear it clearly. "Big brother, no need for you to get involved, I can deal with that gate." That powerful blast of force from afar had already caused the soldiers on the wall to turn pale-faced. Who fought battles like this? Smashing straight through the front gates and charging in? Drop the boulders, quick, drop the boulder. The shrill voice of the city governor rang out. The walls of this prefectural city were over 10 meters thick. Aside from the normally closed city gates, there were actually a few other apertures. From those apertures, massive boulders began to fall down. Those 10+ thick, heavy boulders crashed down with enough power that not even a warrior of the 9th rank could disregard them. These were used especially for dealing with experts. Dropping boulders, dot. Gates' face changed, and he howled angrily, "Mother Fasterus Cur, out of my way." That great axe moved as agilely as a leaf, gently touching the city gate. The gate shuddered violently, and then half of it broke apart and crumbled. But with a low rumbling sound, those boulders began to fall down, blocking off the city entrance. Break! Barker also used the same technique, wielding something heavy as though it were light. Boom! The boulder shuddered, and pieces of rock were sent flying everywhere. Over a meter-deep crack appeared on the surface of the boulder, but compared to its terrifyingly massive size, even a deep crack meant little to it. Gates and Barker glanced at each other. "We'll have to act per his lordship's orders." Gates laughed. As Lindley had directed, Barker and his brothers were to keep their identity as undying warriors a secret. They were one of Lindley's hidden weapons. After all, the Radiant Church didn't know their identity for certain. The only thing they could reveal was what the Radiant Church already knew. Haru! Barker let out a loud roar. Grolul! An earth-shaking roar could be heard, and that terrifying Black Panther which had been in the middle of the army suddenly grew dramatically larger, reaching a height of 10 meters and a length of 20. Seeing this enormous, 3-story-tall magical beast, all of the people in the prefectural city of Moat were utterly stunned. A saint-level magical beast. Those guards were speechless. Bang! The 3-story-tall Hera transformed into a black blur, charging at the city gates. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the 1,000 meters of distance to the city gates. The city gates were 20 meters high, but Hera's terrifying body slammed directly against the 10-meter-thick boulder. A terrifying explosion could be heard. That boulder split apart as though it were made of tofu, exploding into countless pieces which went flying every which way. Many of the garrison soldiers in the city were struck by the flying stones and had their heads broken open or their chests caved in, and that was just the appetizer. The terrifying magical beast, Hera, charged through and began to kill. He was an absolute war machine. Anything standing before him would be trampled to death or knocked flying. Countless casualties. Surrender! We surrender! Surrender! Even the sturdiest of warriors, when faced with such a terrifying magical beast, would feel powerless. All of them immediately threw down their weapons and knelt down, signifying surrender. A saint-level magical beast, how could soldiers like them possibly resist against such an overpowering force? Surrender! I surrender! The city governor of the prefectural city of Moat fell to his knees, his entire body shaking. After taking over the prefectural city of Moat, Lindley's side now had a prefectural city in 9 smaller cities, and now controlled a population of 9 million. They could already be considered a relatively large duchy in size. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 5, Heading Out. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 5, Heading Out. Late night. Within a quiet study, there was a desk with a lit lamp atop it, flickering with dim light. Atop the table, there was a hawk-nosed, skinny man with long violet hair. This man was flipping through a thick book. Under the dim light of the lamp, the hawk-nosed man's appearance couldn't be clearly made out. But just at this moment, knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking. Enter. The hawk-nosed man didn't even look up, continuing to leaf through the book. Kriawak. The door swung open, and a handsome-looking golden-haired middle-aged man walked in. As soon as he walked in, he shut the door, then bowed respectfully. Lord Praetor, Lindley's forces have already taken the prefectural city of Moat. The hawk-nosed man was the awe-inspiring praetor of the ecclesiastical tribunal of the Radiant Church. O Seno. Publicly, the Holy Emperor was the leader of the Radiant Church. The Church did, however, whitewash its actions to make itself look pure. When dealing with some experts, they had the ecclesiastical tribunal carry out missions with extreme ruthlessness. Their leader, the praetor, within the Radiant Church itself, had power and authority not one whit lower than the Holy Emperor's. Oseno continued to read his book. The golden-haired man said respectfully, taking over the prefectural city of Moat is a small affair. More importantly, Lindley's side used the mysterious saint-level panther-type magical beast in order to break through the city walls. They used the saint-level beast? Oseno's head suddenly snapped up. Oseno's eyes were as deep and dark as the depths of the sea. The golden-haired man felt his heart shake from Oseno's gaze, but he forced down his fear and said, Lord Praetor, Lindley's side actually used saints to do battle. This is a clear provocation. Generally speaking, saints did not get involved in battles. Once a saint got involved, that meant that there was no leeway left, nor any chance of reconciliation. It would be a fight to the death. As the prefectural city of Moat was not part of the Radiant Church's territory, for Lindley to act in such a way wasn't a direct provocation towards the Radiant Church. But for him to have saint-level magical beasts engage in battle, this was a gesture. A provoking gesture towards the Radiant Church. Linley's intentions were quite clear. My magical beast has already shown himself. These forces belong to me, Linley. So what is your Radiant Church going to do about it? At the same time, Linley's side was displaying their might. Since I dare to send out my saint-level magical beast to do battle, if your Radiant Church wishes to battle me, you'd best bring your saints along as well. Don't bother with the soldiers. Lord Praetor? The golden-haired man looked at Oseno. Oseno's deep, dark eyes were totally unreadable. Suddenly, Oseno spoke. Remember. From today forward, don't fight head-on against Linley. We will endure. The golden-haired man was shocked, and he stared at Oseno in disbelief. Oseno was definitely an extremely, terrifyingly powerful expert. As one of the towering figures of the Radiant Church, his power was no lower than Hadeson's, and probably higher. The Radiant Church had quite a few saints in the anarchic lands as well. There was no need for them to fear Linley. Lord Praetor, Linley's side only includes himself and those two magical beasts. The golden-haired man said uncomprehendingly. Oseno said calmly, no. He doesn't only have so few saints. Those 5 Barker brothers, if our predictions are correct, should be the descendants of Armand. They are all warriors of the 9th rank now. Upon transforming, they would be early-stage saints. Only experts on the level of mid-stage saints would be able to beat them. Undying warriors? The golden-haired man was shocked. Oseno glanced at him. When Caesar had rescued Barker and his brothers and threatened Staley, the Holy Emperor Haydns had immediately suspected that the Barker brothers were of the Armand clan. After all, for Caesar to act in such a way and so strongly, there was no other explanation. They aren't much weaker than us. Oseno lowered his head to his book again. He said a few final, calm words. Remember. Endure. Then what if Linley erects a duchy and begins attacking our territory? The golden-haired man asked. Although he was the managing supervisor for the Radiant Church's forces in the anarchic lands, now that Oseno was here, naturally Oseno was now in charge. Oseno said calmly, if they attack our territory, we retreat and let them take it. The golden-haired man stared at Oseno in shock. Oseno said calmly, if they provoke us, we will endure. If they attack our territory, we will retreat. Let Linley think that we fear them and that our power is less than theirs, however, understand this. When he takes over our territory, he will naturally reorganize and make use of the soldiers of those cities. Ah! The golden-haired man's eyes lit up. He understood Oseno's hidden meaning. The Lord Praetor is wise. The golden-haired man said excitedly. Oseno chuckled calmly. This is how warfare has always been. Human resources are of the highest importance. In terms of ensuring loyalty, what can be more powerful than faith? Linley, I'll let you know how terrifyingly powerful faith can be. The golden-haired man was secretly shaken. Oseno was simply too sinister. They possessed great power and many experts, but they still used such sinister methods. The golden-haired man could totally visualize how the cocky, overconfident Linley's forces would suddenly be beaten back to the starting point. You can leave now. Oseno lowered his head to his book as he spoke calmly. Yes, Lord Praetor. The golden-haired man left respectfully, leaving behind Oseno by himself in that dimly lit study. He quietly continued to read that book. Next to it, there was another scroll, which had a few words written atop it, Linley Baruch. In the northern area of the anarchic lands. In one breath, they had taken over a prefectural city and 9 small cities, erecting a dominion which controlled 9 million citizens. But although they had taken over the prefectural city of Moat, the political center of Linley's side was still in Black Dirt City. The current Black Dirt City was extremely developed. The policy of no taxation caused many people to desire to migrate to Black Dirt City, and caused Black Dirt City to be bursting from the seams. This had resulted in the Population Management Department of Black Dirt City to raise the immigration requirements. But as the political center of this dominion, Black Dirt City continued to attract many migrants. Boss, Black Dirt City has changed so much. Standing on Linley's shoulders, BB accompanied Linley as he walked along one of the primary roads. Linley also stared at the surrounding hotels, clothing stores, and weaponry stores on each side of the road. When Linley had first arrived at Black Dirt City, the local citizens were dressed in rags and most looked yellow and malnourished. But in recent months, Black Dirt City had totally changed. Those tattered old stores had all been completely renovated. The streets had been repaved as well, and there were trees on each side of the road. In some of the hotels, Linley saw many commoners drinking wine while casually chatting. Most of them were talking about their 5 war gods. Under the leadership of these 5 virtually invincible war gods, their lives had become stable, and the null taxation rate had caused their quality of life to improve by several levels. If those 5 war gods were to be defeated, just as a person in the hotel spoke these words. Mother Fasterus Kerr, what are you farting about? Those war gods are invincible. How can they be defeated? Punk, you better watch your mouth. Many people instantly began to curse him angrily. These commoners all deeply enjoyed their current peaceful, stable lives. Naturally, they didn't wish for their lives to be disrupted. In the O'Brien Empire and the Holy Union, peaceful lives are so easily found, but in the anarchic lands, they are so precious and valuable. Linley suddenly was moved. This is what constant chaos causes. If one day, the anarchic lands could be unified and the chaos brought to an end. Looking at the smiles on the faces of the commoners, Linley suddenly realized that his heart had a happy, satisfied feeling. Unification? Linley shook his head and laughed. He didn't aspire to this. To be able to make his loved ones happy and to allow himself to constantly improve in his training. This would make him very satisfied. It's best to allow Zasler and Barker to continue handling the affairs of war. Linley's body suddenly flickered and disappeared with a light wind. Within the city governor's mansion in Black Dirt City, Jen, Rebecca, Lena, and the others were eating lunch in the living room. Suddenly, Linley appeared in front of the door. Lord! Barker immediately stood up, and the others did as well. Linley hurriedly said, "Sit, everyone. I'm just here to visit you and talk about a few things." Linley smiled as he walked to a nearby chair and sat down. Zasler immediately said, "Linley, we were planning to go find you and discuss recent developments with you. Now that you are here, Jen, make your report to Linley." Currently, Jen was the highest-level administrator of their dominion. But just as Jen opened her mouth and was about to begin, Linley chuckled as he reached out to stop her. "Jen, sit. No rush." Jen nodded and sat down. "As far as the wars are concerned, you can make up your minds on your own. Right now, I am thinking there is still a period of time before we begin to do battle against the Radiant Church. I want to take this opportunity to make a trip to the south and spar with a few saints." Linley still remembered the invitation from that miller. Sparring with experts, especially experts who trained in the same elemental laws, would give him many insights. In addition, his forces would soon do battle against the Radiant Church. By the time the battle started, he wouldn't dare to casually leave. He had to seize the time he had. "Lord, don't worry." Barker laughed. "However, in another 7 or 8 days, we will begin attacking the duchies controlled by the Radiant Church. Given what we discussed with you last time, Lord, if the Radiant Church fights us head-on, we won't cower from them, and a month from now, we will found our duchy as the Baruch Duchy. If they are afraid of us, we can continue to pretend as we attack them, and pick another name for the duchy." Linley nodded. "Very well then. Hera will stay with you, in case of any emergency. BB and I will head out." Linley immediately stood up. "Big brother Linley, won't you have a meal with us?" Jen suddenly said. Linley chuckled towards Jen, then shook his head. No, Linley's body flickered, then disappeared from within the living room. Jen, somewhat disappointed, let out a soft sigh. In the southern areas of the anarchic lands. Within that quiet, mysterious little village. Ever since the news of Reynolds choosing to stay here in the village had spread out, Reynolds had been ostracized within the village. The reason? Monica. Monica was the most beautiful, eye-catching girl in this village. There were simply too many suitors pursuing her. Originally, many youngsters had thought that Reynolds would definitely leave and thus not be a threat. But in the end, Reynolds had stayed. Within a hotel in the mountain village. Reynolds was sitting there drinking wine. "Hey, punk, move over." 3 youngsters walked over and slapped his table hard as they barked viciously at Reynolds. Reynolds lifted his head up and glanced at them. "What, you got a problem?" Those 3 youngsters' bodies began to faintly glow with battle chi. A magus of the 7th rank didn't count for much in this mysterious mountain village. There were dozens of youths here who had reached the 7th rank, and quite a few who had reached the 8th. The 3 youngsters in front of him? One was a warrior of the 7th rank. The stronger one was of the 8th rank. There was nothing he would be able to do if they wanted to beat him. Taking a deep breath, Reynolds held down his temper and moved aside. There was nothing he could do, he had no one to rely on here in this village. But many of the uncles, aunts, grandparents, and whatnot of the youngsters here were all experts. How could he possibly fight against them? And many of the youths here had grown up together. If they banded together, how could he possibly fight them all? "What are you doing, Dot?" Monica and her serving maid came over, and she snapped angrily at them. Princess Monica. Those three youngsters immediately bowed. Within this mysterious mountain village, Monica's father's status was extremely high. According to legend, this mysterious mountain village had already existed 1,000 years ago, and at that time, Monica's father had looked exactly the way he looked right now. Monica stared angrily at each of them, then grabbed Reynolds by the hand. Big brother Reynolds, let's go. Reynolds stood up. Taking a deep breath, he left alongside Monica. All he can do is hide behind a woman. Useless creature. Those three youths cursed him in whispers. Reynolds, who had left alongside Monica, naturally could hear their voices. His body just trembled slightly, and then he followed Monica away. In this mysterious mountain village, he had no one to rely on. All he could do was endure it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 6, 3rd Bro? Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 6, 3rd Bro? Within a grassy area near the mountain village. Monica had her serving girl go back, and then held hands with Reynolds as they walked together. Big brother Reynolds, those people go way too far. This isn't the first time either. I'm going to tell Uncle Miller and have Uncle Miller teach them a lesson. Monica was so angry that her face was a bit red. Looking at Monica, Reynolds only smiled. Monica, it's fine. Don't tell your Uncle Miller. But Big brother Reynolds, Monica said frantically. Reynolds shook his head. These people are only angry that you are always with me. They are jealous of me, get it? Monica's face instantly turned red. Seeing the embarrassed look on Monica's face, Reynolds quickly felt that the little bit of unhappiness he had just experienced was nothing. Monica, for you, I chose to stay in the mountain village. I knew these things would happen. Monica, don't worry. I'm still weak. When I grow stronger, they won't dare to do these things any longer. But that will take a long time. Monica frowned. Reynolds said confidently, trust in your big brother Reynolds. I'll be fine. Monica nodded obediently. It must be said that Reynolds was extremely skilled in chasing girls. Despite having only known him for a few months, Monica had very early on fallen for this experienced, humorous, and attentive man, Reynolds. Holding hands, the two quietly walked on the grass. If we can always be like this and walk together into eternity, how wonderful that would be. Monica leaned against Reynolds. Reynolds gently said, Monica, let's get married. Monica jerked her head up as though she had been hit by lightning. Utterly stunned, her face turned pure scarlet. Reynolds laughed and lowered his head to look at her. What, Monica? Are you unwilling? Monica stuttered for a few moments, then said with a frown, my mother wouldn't agree. Why wouldn't your mother agree? Reynolds asked. Monica shook her head. My mother has very strict requirements. She originally said that only a person at the saint level could marry me. After my father coaxed and cajoled her, she still said that my husband had to at least be of the 9th rank. My mother looks down upon the weak. Reynolds was stunned. How could your mother? Reynolds didn't know what to say. Monica lowered her voice to a whisper. Big brother Reynolds, my mother is very cold. Only in front of me does she occasionally smile. Usually, even Uncle Miller is terrified of her. Reynolds was shocked. Reynolds had a faint idea as to how powerful Miller was. His terrifying speed was something which most likely warriors of the 9th rank would find difficult or impossible to reach. In other words, this Uncle Miller was at least of the 9th rank, or perhaps a saint. The two chatted on the grass for a long time. All right, it's getting late. Monica looked upwards at the sky. I need to go back and eat dinner. If I get home late, Mother will reprimand me again. Reynolds nodded slightly, watching Monica as she left. Monica's residence was one of the restricted areas in the mysterious village. Aside from a few people like Miller who were granted entry, most of the dwellers of the village were not permitted to go near it. Naturally, Reynolds couldn't go there either, and he hadn't met Monica's parents. Shortly after Monica had left. Reynolds, you seem to be enjoying yourself. 5 youths walked over. Their leader had long golden hair, like that of a lion, and a handsome, rugged face. Seeing these people, Reynolds knew that today was not going to be a good day. The name of this youngster was Vidal Vitali. He was one of the leaders of the younger generation. Despite only being 40, he was a warrior of the 8th rank. To those powerful warriors and magi, their lifespan was usually quite long, at least 3 or 4 centuries. 40 was quite young. Reynolds, I already warned you last time to stop bothering Monica. Vidal stared coldly at Reynolds. A man should know his limits. Punk, how can you be worthy of Monica? Monica's parents are both saints. And what are you? Reynolds was startled. He knew that Monica's father was a saint, but this was the first time he had heard that Monica's mother was a saint as well. Big brother Vidal's father is a saint as well. Him and Monica are a good match. You outsider punk, what type of thing are you? The other youngsters were cursing Reynolds as well. These youngsters simply couldn't stand to watch an outsider take away their princess. Brothers, help this punk learn his lesson. Vidal said coldly. The four nearby youths immediately charged forward together, while Reynolds continuously retreated, and then immediately turned and began running towards the village. But he was a magus, how could he compete against warriors in speed? In a few short moments, he was caught up to. Instantly, punches and kicks began to land all over his body. His face, however, wasn't injured at all. These people were quite clever, reserving their attacks for Reynolds' body. But the rules of the village were strict, the villagers were not to engage in mutual slaughter. Fighting was fine, but if someone was killed, those youths would have been in for it. This was the reason why Reynolds had endured. He knew that these people wouldn't dare to kill him. Creak. Reynolds opened his door. At this time, a burly neighbor of his laughed. Reynolds, you are back? HRM? What's wrong? You seem to have some trouble walking. Did those punks beat you up again? Reynolds forced out a smile. Big brother Field, Fairda, I'm fine. In the village, there were still some people who were very kind to Reynolds. These were mostly the older crowd. Because Reynolds had a good character, many people liked Reynolds. Field was one of those who cared about Reynolds the most. Reynolds, in the future, don't go out so much. Maybe you can help out at my weapon shop. As long as you are with me, I'd like to see who dare try and abuse you. Field said repeatedly. Thank you. Reynolds forced out a smile as he entered his room. In his quiet room, Reynolds sat down cross-legged, thinking to himself, those bastards. But in this village, I am an outsider, after all. All I can do is to endure. One day, when my power increases, I won't be afraid of them again. His life in this village was very tough. But Reynolds had never thought about abandoning it. Each time he was humiliated, Reynolds would think about Monica. This was the only reason why he had been able to endure. Boss, second bro, third bro, who knows when I'll be able to meet you again? Reynolds couldn't help but think of his dear friends. And then, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. In the past, he had never trained so hard before, but he knew that the only way he would be allowed to leave the village was if he reached the top 10 in the annual tournament. The sky was clear and blue. Lindley flew agilely through the skies, with Bibi by his side. Beneath them was the boundless earth and cities which seemed the size of a fist. They had left at noon. Just by using the wind shadow spell, by the afternoon, Lindley had arrived at the southern part of the anarchic lands. Lindley was able to easily find that large mountain around 100 kilometers south of South Mount City. This little mountain village really is mysterious. Flying into the air above the mountain valley, Lindley stared down at the quiet little village below. Lindley instructed Bibi, don't use your spiritual energy to scan them. Let's just go down. Bibi snickered, boss, I got it. It is very impolite to use spiritual energy to scan other saints, right? Lindley nodded slightly. It was actually not a big deal if a powerful saint used his spiritual energy to scan a weak saint, but Lindley had interacted with Miller before. According to Miller, there were multiple saints within this mysterious village, and in particular, they had that lord amongst them. Someone whom even Miller would refer to as Lord was definitely someone much more powerful than Lindley. In a place such as this, it was better to be a bit humble. Before Lindley even had a chance to fly down, suddenly, a human figure streaked into the air at high speed. It was Miller. Miller's face was all smiles. Brother Lindley. You came. This is wonderful. As soon as I got back, I began to wonder to myself when you would come, Brother Lindley. Miller, you really are powerful. As soon as I came, you noticed me. Lindley said with surprise. Neither he nor Bibi had utilized their spiritual energy, and yet they had been discovered so quickly. This was indeed terrifying. Miller laughed self-mockingly. Lindley, I am not as formidable as that. When you arrived, his lordship discovered you and spoke to me mentally to inform me. Spoke to you mentally? Lindley stared at Miller in surprise. They weren't master and magical beast companion. How could they mentally communicate? At most, saints would be able to reach the level of using spiritual energy to broadcast their location or to scan people. There was no way one could use spiritual energy to communicate. You and I aren't capable of it, but that doesn't mean his lordship isn't capable of it. Miller laughed. Linley became even more curious about this mysterious expert. Suddenly, another human figure flew towards them at high speed. It was someone with fiery red hair and a dominating aura that made even Linley feel surprised. This person should be extremely powerful. Miller, is this the genius, Linley, that you mentioned? The red-haired man stared at Linley, as though staring at some sort of rare specimen. Miller immediately made the introductions. Linley, this is my good friend, Livingston, Liwan S. Dunn. He trains in the elemental laws of fire, and is on par with me in power. The nearby red-haired man hurriedly said, What do you mean, on par with you? Miller, when you fight with me, you always dodge here and dodge there. If you are so tough, take me head-on. Linley began to laugh. That's Livingston for you. Miller laughed as well. Livingston glanced at him, then laughed towards Linley. Linley, although I rarely leave the village, I've heard of you long ago. You are only 27, 28 years old now, right? Linley nodded. I am so ashamed I could die. I'm over 1,000 years old. Livingston said with a self-mocking laugh. Useless. So useless. Beebe's voice rang out. Livingston and Miller stared at the little tiny Beebe on Linley's shoulders. When they did, Miller's face suddenly changed and he said with surprise, Linley, is this saint-level magical beast the one which defeated Hadesun? 'Twas indeed I, Beebe. Beebe arrogantly raised his little head up high. Miller laughed and nodded, then said to Linley, You've come at just the right time. Today, we are holding our annual village tournament. Livingston and I are responsible for organizing it. In a while, the tournament will begin. Linley, come take a look with us. A village tournament? Linley grew interested. Linley, Livingston, and Miller all flew downwards, while Miller introduced some of the details about the village tournament. Hearing more and more, Linley was quite astonished. This mountain village really was quite strict, for them to make it so hard for someone to leave the village. In the empty area east of the mountain village, virtually all of the villagers had assembled. Thousands of people were there, filling the tournament grounds to the brim. Within the village, this annual competition was one of the biggest events of the year. Because so many people participated, each tournament would take a great deal of time. Generally speaking, saints would be the officiators for the first day's competition. Lord Miller and Lord Livingston have arrived. Those thousands of people stared at the sky as those two human figures flew over at high speed. They instantly recognized Livingston and Miller. Although the mountain village had many experts and quite a few experts of the 9th rank, producing a saint was extremely difficult. Centuries might pass without a single new saint appearing. Thus, all of the people in the village were very much in awe of Miller and Livingston. Hey, who is that lord who was flying alongside Lord Miller and Lord Livingston? Many villagers were puzzled. Reynolds, standing in the middle of the crowd, just stood there, stunned as he stared at that familiar figure. That person chatting and laughing with Miller and Livingston, third bro? Reynolds' eyes were filled with disbelief. But Linley was busy chatting with Miller and Livingston. How could he possibly notice that in this crowd of thousands, Reynolds was present? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 7, Desri. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 7, Desri. Virtually all of the villagers in this secretive little village in the southern part of the anarchic lands were clustered here, staring at Miller, Livingston, and Linley as they flew over. Those thousands of people instantly grew excited and began to chant the names of those two saints. Miller! 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 Livingston! 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 A wave of cheers echoed forth from the valley. The atmosphere here was extremely lively and energetic. Miller, Livingston, and Linley flew to the center. Miller just extended his hand and waved, and everyone in the area fell silent. Everyone stared at those three people in the center, and many also noticed the cute little shadow mouse on Linley's shoulders. A smile appeared on Miller's face. This year will be the same as the past. We are about to begin our annual tournament. However, there is one difference this year. First of all, there is a total of 1,022 participants in this year's tournament, which is much higher than in the past. And secondly, this year, Master Linley, renowned throughout the Yulan continent, has come. Master Linley? Upon hearing this name, the thousands of villagers all fell silent, turning their gazes towards Linley, and then, the entire village exploded into explosive cheers of welcome. Everyone felt extremely excited that such a legendary genius saint had arrived. "Excuse me. Excuse me." Reynolds constantly squeezed forward. But there were too many people. Reynolds, having always been low-key, had originally been at the margins of the crowd, but now, he was squeezing forwards. "Why are you squeezing forward?" An unhappy shout. Reynolds turned his head and saw that it was Vidal, the youth who had a grudge against him. Right now, the area was filled with thunderous cheers, but Vidal stared coldly at Reynolds and whispered, "What, you want to take a look at Master Linley? Ha, what a joke." But Reynolds paid Vidal no heed, passing by more people as he continued to squeeze forward. "Everyone, silence." Miller reached his hand out and waved, and the villagers began to fall silent. But just as Miller was about to speak, a voice rang out from within the crowd. "Third bro." Linley had been engaged in quiet chatter and laughter with Livingston, but suddenly, his face stiffened. Seeing the change in Linley's expression, Livingston couldn't help but feel startled. He whispered, "Linley?" But it seemed as though Linley didn't even hear him, as he slowly turned his head towards the direction of that noise. That familiar figure in the crowd. Third bro. Reynolds was so excited that his entire body was shaking. Fourth bro. Linley felt filled with joy and excitement. Paying no heed to what Miller and Livingston were saying, Linley's body turned into a blur as he rushed towards Reynolds, who had already squeezed his way in. The two brothers immediately embraced each other in a hug. A very tight hug. After learning the truth behind how Reynolds had died, Linley had been filled with utter rage, and in that rage, slaughtered Prince Julian. When Linley had learned that it was Hugh who had killed Reynolds, Linley had planned to kill Hugh right there in the military camp to avenge his bro. But afterwards, Hugh claimed that Reynolds didn't die. Only then had Linley forbore from killing him. Linley was no soldier. In his heart, he didn't care about noble ranks or military matters. According to noble privileges, as the saying went, if the monarch ordered his officials to die, his officials had no choice but to die. Prince Julian, in his fear of death, had let Reynolds die pointlessly. He could do this because according to noble privileges, the rights of the lord were far greater than that of the subject. But to Linley? Bullshit. Even the emperor wasn't as important as his brothers. What was the big deal about an emperor? He was born to the royal clan and inherited the imperial throne. What, did that mean he was necessarily more noble than Linley's brothers? That was nothing more than the brainwashing foolish commoners believed in. Linley didn't care about those at all. Reynolds and Master Linley, but everyone was stunned. In particular, Vidal. That pretty boy Reynolds was tightly embracing Linley? What was the relationship between them? Linley and Reynolds released each other. It was rare for Linley to have such a look of utter joy on his face. Turning to look at Miller and Livingston, he said, "Miller, so sorry. I interrupted your officiating over this tournament." "It's fine," Miller hurriedly said, but then looked at Linley in confusion. "Brother Linley, you and Reynolds." Linley casually rested his hand against Reynolds' shoulders. "Reynolds is my friend, one of my closest, dearest brothers, like a real brother." Reynolds laughed as he slapped Linley on his shoulders as well. "Third bro, don't say such sappy things." Ha, Linley laughed with great happiness. The village tournament was held in accordance with the normal rules, of course, but many of the youngsters, upon seeing Linley and Reynolds together, felt utterly stunned. They had bullied Reynolds in the past, serving him regular meals of punches and kicks. If Reynolds was to tell Linley, and Linley was to tell Miller. Given Miller's legendary severity in dealing out punishments, they would be doomed. This Reynolds, how did this Reynolds get involved with Master Linley? Vidal and the other youths felt full of regret. After the tournament's officiating ceremonies were ended, Miller, Livingston, Linley, and Reynolds departed together, heading to the restricted area, Monica's home. "Uncle Miller, I shouldn't go." Reynolds saw that distant copse of trees and immediately said, "This was a restricted area." Miller laughed. "No need. Since you are Linley's bro, come along with us. It is no big deal." Miller suddenly frowned and let out a laugh. "Reynolds, you called me Uncle Miller, but I address Linley as brother. This really is amusing, haha." Linley and Reynolds were both startled. Only now did they realize this as well. Livingston laughed as well. "Miller, enough chit-chat. You each can address each other as you should. You and I are both over 1,000 years old, yet we know saints who are over 4,000 or 5,000 years old. Don't we all just address each other by name? I'm just making conversation." Miller pursed his lips unhappily. Reynolds began to laugh as well. Even the normally icy-faced Miller had his humorous side, it seemed. Most likely, very few people in the village had ever seen Miller laugh. Reynolds understood, only in front of experts of his own level would these people joke about so freely. Miller, let's hurry. I'm very curious about those experts you mentioned. Linley urged. Linley had always felt a hint of anticipation whenever he thought about the experts in this mysterious village. He knew, these experts were perhaps some of the people whom the war god had spoken about, those experts who were quietly training in seclusion. These experts weren't very well known in the continent these days. Or perhaps, long ago, they were very famous. These experts, in terms of power, were much stronger than the famous people of the current era. Passing through the dense copse of trees, they arrived at a large grassy area, filled with flowers and with stone benches and stone tables placed nearby. In the center of the grassy area was a round lake. Passing by the grassy area, they arrived at a location next to the mountainside. Next to the mountainside were several stone houses. The mountainside itself had been hollowed out as well with several tunnels. Big Brother Reynolds! An excited and happy voice rang out, and from a nearby tunnel, a figure dressed in white came running out. Seeing the jade-haired, beautiful girl, Linley turned to look at the expression on Reynolds' face. Linley laughed softly. Fourth bro, no wonder you weren't willing to leave. Reynolds let out an awkward chuckle. The look Linley saw on Reynolds' face made Linley feel as though he had seen a doppelganger. The playboy Reynolds could actually be embarrassed? Could it be that this time, Reynolds had really fallen? Big Brother Reynolds, what are you doing here? Monica grabbed Reynolds by the hand. She was very excited. Reynolds immediately walked with Monica off to one side, then whispered and explained to Monica, who immediately turned to stare at Linley in surprise. He's Linley? Ha, I hear Linley came? A loud laugh could be heard. Three figures emerged from the other side of the grassy area. The person who had just spoken was an old man with snow-white hair but the ruddy complexion of a child. The other two? One was a rather chubby, friendly-seeming middle-aged man, while the other man who walked between them was an elegant middle-aged man with long black hair who wore a moon-white long robe. The elegant middle-aged man was clearly the leader of the three. Father. Monica immediately ran towards the elegant middle-aged man, tugging his hand affectionately as she pointed towards Reynolds and introduced him. Father, this is the Reynolds who I spoke to you about. Monica had immediately introduced Reynolds, making him nervous. This was the tantamount to seeing his father-in-law for the first time. Most importantly, his future father-in-law seemed to be an extremely incredible personage. Not bad. The elegant middle-aged man favored Reynolds with a friendly smile. Miller immediately introduced, Lord, this Reynolds originally went to the same school as Linley. They are close friends. For them to be able to meet with us here means that the bonds of destiny tie us together. As Miller spoke, he walked towards the elegant middle-aged man, while at the same time, he mouthed something. The elegant middle-aged man's face froze for a moment, but then it returned to normal. However, when no one was paying attention, he snuck a peek at the little shadow mouse, BB, on Linley's shoulders. The smile on his face instantly increased in friendliness by another 30%. Linley, hello. Very happy to be able to meet you. Ha, let me introduce you. The middle-aged man spoke in an extremely friendly manner. Pointing to the ruddy-faced old man, he said, This is my good friend who came here with me, Hayward, Hiawatha. He is a magus as well, but he is a fire-style magus. The red-faced elder, Hayward, chuckled towards Linley. The 9th rank by age 27. Truly admirable. This gentleman is Foreman, Fuman. He's a saint-level warrior, and like you, he trains in the elemental laws of the earth. The elegant middle-aged man laughed. I have another friend who is currently in training. He should be arriving a while later. Oh, right. I haven't introduced myself yet. The elegant middle-aged man smiled as he stared at Linley. My name is Desri. I train in the elemental laws of light. Linley's heart shook slightly. It was him after all. According to the war god, the Yulon continent had 5 prime saints who were only one step removed from becoming deities. Thane of the war god's college was one such, while another was an expert named Desri in the anarchic lands. Linley understood that experts such as these people could defeat him with just one move, much like how Thane had caused him to collapse and nearly pass out with one attack. Both Thane and Desri had reached the doorway to the deity level. With one step past that doorway, they would reach it, but that step was extremely hard. Caesar, for example, who had previously been on par with Thane, had taken thousands of years as well, but upon breaking through and taking that last step, he had become a demigod. Respectful greetings, Mr. Desri. Linley said humbly. Desri laughed calmly. Come, let's take a seat inside. My wife should be arriving soon as well. Everyone immediately headed into a nearby tunnel. Whoa! Linley stared with astonishment at the architecture inside the mountain. The insides had been hollowed out, creating a large empty space with all sorts of rooms and courtyards built inside. Most importantly, the ceiling above was filled with all sorts of gemstones, filling the area with a multicolored, dazzling, dreamlike light. Inside the mountain, the sound of dripping water from a mountain spring could occasionally be heard. It seemed so peaceful. The temperature today was rather low, but inside the mountain, it was much warmer and quite comfortable. In an empty area, there were multiple square tables which were covered with all sorts of fruits and delicacies. Linley, take a seat first. Let me go call my wife. Hayward, you and the others can keep Linley company for now. Desri smiled, then immediately headed deeper inside. After taking a number of twists and turns, Desri arrived at a sealed stone room. The sound of stone rumbling could be heard, and the stone door swung open. A jade-haired beautiful woman dressed in a noble white robe walked out. At a casual glance, she looked nearly identical to Monica. Only when one stared at her more closely would one notice that she was a bit more mature and poised than Monica. Wife. Desri laughed as he looked at this lady. Come. Today, not only has Linley come, but Reynolds has come as well. The beautiful woman frowned. Why did that Reynolds come? She truly disliked this pretty boy who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and wanted to pursue her daughter. Reynolds and Linley are good friends who grew up together. Desri explained. So what if they are? Linley's nothing more than a genius. The beautiful woman didn't hold Linley in any particular regard. If it wasn't because his rate of training is so fast and if we were only to look at his current level of power, how could he be worthy of me leaving my training for him? Desri laughed as he shook his head. Wife, I think you had best not prevent Reynolds and our daughter from being together, and you need to alter your attitude towards Linley. Why? The beautiful woman frowned. Desri said confidently, go take a look at that saint-level magical beast on Linley's shoulders and you'll know why. I think, when you see it, your attitude will change. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 8, The Terrifying Power of Grand Magus Saints. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 8, The Terrifying Power of Grand Magus Saints. Oh. The beautiful woman was surprised. A hint of a smile was on Desri's face. When he had seen Bibi on Linley's shoulders, he had been shocked as well. As soon as he saw Bibi, Desri had decided he had to build up a good relationship with Linley, no matter what the cost was. In Desri's heart, he found it hard to believe that Bibi would recognize a human as his master. But Desri understood that since Linley was Bibi's master, then building a good relationship with Linley was absolutely necessary. I want to see what sort of magical beast this is. Seeing the secretive air that Desri was putting on, she chuckled then followed him out. After walking for a while, Desri and his wife arrived at the place where Hayward, Livingston, and Linley and the others were. The beautiful woman immediately stared at Linley's shoulders. But there was nothing on Linley's shoulders. On the table. Desri's voice rang out in the beautiful woman's mind. Only now did the beautiful woman notice that adorable little shadow mouse, Bibi, was holding a cup of wine and drinking it in a very satisfied manner. The fur is black. The beautiful woman's heart shook. Mice with black fur weren't necessarily restricted to just the lowest type of shadow mice. Perhaps the Radiant Church and the War Gods College weren't familiar with what Bibi was, but the Anarchic Lands and the Frost Goddess Shrine definitely were. Father. Mother. Monica was extremely happy, but upon seeing her mother, Monica began to worry for Reynolds. She knew what sort of temper her mother had. Desri and the beautiful woman walked towards the table together, taking the host's seats. Desri's wife? Linley stared at this beautiful woman in astonishment. In terms of hair and every other aspect, Monica and her mother looked identical. Outsiders would think that they were siblings. However, that icy aura surrounding this beautiful woman made Linley feel surprise in his heart. Yet another expert, one who isn't much weaker than Miller. Linley once more felt that the War God's words were very true. The War God had said, of those experts who had quietly trained in seclusion for thousands of years in the Yulan continent, aside from the deities, the highest tier was the 5 prime saints including Fain and Desri. The second tier was the tier of the Holy Emperor, while the third was Haidsun. Haidsun's level was just an ordinary level amongst the hidden experts. This was the reason why Olivier had tasted bitter defeat in the Arctic ice cap. After all, he wasn't even able to defeat Hadesun. Who could he possibly defeat? Desri said warmly, Linley, let me make the introductions. This is my wife, Penslin, Bingesilin. Sincerest greetings, madam. Linley said humbly. A friendly smile appeared on Penslin's face. I truly am sorry. I've been training this entire time and just came out now. I hope you don't mind. As soon as she said these words, the nearby Monica was shocked. Her mother's temper was such that aside from Monica's father, her mother paid others no heed. But, her mother had actually apologized? Was being polite? Was this her icy, cold mother? This was the first time Linley met Penslin. Naturally, he didn't know about her normal temper. He thought Penslin was very friendly by nature, and he immediately laughed, Madam, you are too courteous. Monica, this is the Reynolds you've spoken of? Penslin chuckled as she looked over at her daughter, and then her gaze rested on Reynolds. Reynolds had been warned by Monica early on, and thus he felt some dread towards this future mother-in-law of his. Monica hurriedly said, Yes, mother. Sincerest greetings, madam. Reynolds felt rather nervous. An approving look was in Penslin's eyes. Not bad at all. Monica, good eye. Why didn't you bring Reynolds over sooner? These words from Penslin instantly filled Reynolds with joy. It seemed as though this future mother-in-law had taken a liking to him. But Monica was flabbergasted once again. Was this her mother? Linley's impression towards Penslin became even more favorable. Just at this time, a clear, loud voice rang out. Big brother, I hear we have guests? A middle-aged man with long, dazzling golden hair walked in. His gaze immediately fell upon Linley, but at the same time, when he noticed the nearby Bibi, he raised an eyebrow. Higginson, Shi-Jin-sung, hurry on over. You are the last one. Desri laughed. Immediately, Desri turned to look at Linley. Linley, Higginson, like Hayward, came alongside me to this place. He also trains in the elemental laws of light. Sincerest greetings, Mr. Higginson. Linley immediately said. Higginson found an empty seat and sat down, then laughed, Linley, don't be so courteous. Just treat this place like you would your own home. Hearing these words, Linley felt warmth in his heart. Desri and his gang truly were incomparably hospitable. Within this inner mountain residence, there were some serving maids as well. The serving maids brought over all sorts of delicacies, and the group began to engage in idle conversation. Reynolds and Monica sat there, not daring to say much. It was primarily Desri and the others chatting with Linley, while occasionally mentioning Bibi. But today, Bibi didn't have much to say. As Linley would have described it, Bibi was playing it cool. Over the course of this discussion, Linley had discovered that the leader of this group was Desri, of course, followed by Hayward and Higginson, who had come to this place alongside Desri. Next was Miller, Livingston, and Foreman. This was obvious because Miller, Livingston, and Foreman all addressed Desri as Lord, while Hayward and Higginson addressed him as Big Brother. After the meal. After having eaten and drank their fill, these people naturally wanted to go do something. Linley and the other experts naturally wanted to engage in some sparring. Linley, Foreman is also a practitioner of the elemental laws of Earth, just like yourself. How about you two have a spar? Miller chuckled, while a hint of a smile appeared on Foreman's face as well, revealing two large dimples. Miller, there's no need for me to spar with Linley. My training path in the elemental laws of Earth is roughly the same as Hadesun's. Since he has already competed against Hadesun, there's no need for him to spar with me. Livingston glanced at him. Foreman, you scared? Desri laughed, Foreman speaks the truth. His power is almost identical to Hadesun's. There's not much point to him sparring with Linley. How about this, Hayward, why don't you spar with Linley instead? Desri glanced at Linley. Linley, you need to be careful. Hayward's power is extremely strong. But he is a grand mega saint. Linley still remembered Desri's introduction. So what if I am? Hayward laughed. Linley let out an awkward laugh. In his view, a grand mega saint without the protection of a magical beast who was to engage in open battle against a saint-level warrior would be at a great disadvantage. Linley asked, Mr. Hayward, can it be that you don't have a magical beast companion? I did, and he was a saint. But unfortunately, he is dead already. Hayward sighed. Desri nodded. 2,000 years ago, for the sake of protecting Hayward, that saint-level magical beast died. That time, another one of my close friends died as well. I wanted to save him, but I wasn't able to help in time, alas. Desri, Hayward, and Higginson seemed to be reminiscing about past events. Linley was secretly shocked. Despite Desri having been there, a saint-level magical beast had died in order to protect Hayward. Just how fierce had that battle been? Why did you bring up magical beasts? Can it be that you believe a Grand Magus Saint with no magical beast is inadequate? Hayward looked at Linley with a laugh. Linley could only chuckle. As Linley saw it, in sparring with a Grand Magus Saint, he would rely on his speed to charge over and defeat the opponent before his opponent had even had the chance to use any magic. Wouldn't that be an easy victory? If he were to allow his opponent to use his magic, on the other hand, then he probably wouldn't even have a chance to run. The main thing that mattered was speed. What was the point of competing? Linley, after reaching the saint level, you've been living in the O'Brien Empire, right? Desri suddenly said. Linley nodded. Right. What of it? Linley was confused as to why Desri would suddenly ask him this. Desri laughed. That makes sense. The O'Brien Empire is famous for its warriors, while the Yulan Empire is famous for its magi. Most likely, all the saints you encountered in the O'Brien Empire were warrior saints, and you haven't truly sparred against a Grand Magus Saint. Linley started. This was indeed the case. All the people he had competed against were warriors. There wasn't a single Magus. Longhouse was a Grand Magus Saint, but they hadn't dueled. Grand Magus Saints are far fewer in number than warrior saints. However, the ratio isn't as lopsided as in the O'Brien Empire. Desri sighed. In the continent, generally speaking, out of every 4 saints, 1 is a Grand Magus Saint while the other 3 are warrior saints. But in the O'Brien Empire, perhaps only 1 Grand Magus Saint will appear for every 10 or more warrior saints. The ratio is far too low. The Yulan Empire is different, however. In general, 1 out of every 2 saints is a Grand Magus Saint. These words from Desri made Linley's heart tremble. 1-to-1 ratio? The Yulan Empire truly was the wellspring for magi. Desri continued, the Holy Union is also famous for its magi. However, the Holy Union is famous more for its basic level training, while the Yulan Empire has the High Priest, which is why it has so many Grand Magus Saints. Generally speaking, all of the disciples of the High Priest have the potential to become Grand Magus Saints. Linley's heart clenched. 2 freaks. 1 war god, 1 High Priest. One trained a heap of warrior saints, while the other taught a heap of Grand Magus Saints. Grand Magus Saints aren't as simple as you think them to be. Let me tell you this. In a one-on-one battle between a Grand Magus Saint and a warrior saint, the Grand Magus Saint has the greater chance of victory. Desri laughed. Grand Magus Saints find it harder than warriors to train and advance to begin with. Even in a place such as the Yulan Empire, which highly prizes magi, the ratio is still only 1-to-1. Linley nodded. It was true that magi found training to be far harder than warriors. Linley had always thought it strange, since it was so hard for magi to train, if they were inferior to warriors at the saint level, wouldn't that be very unfair? But in the O'Brien Empire, Linley had witnessed how powerful warrior saints were. As for Grand Magi Saints? He hadn't. Come, Linley. Let's go. Today, let Hayward show you how powerful Grand Magi Saints are. That way, when you meet Grand Magi Saints in the future, you won't be caught off guard. Desri stood up. Linley immediately rose to his feet as well. Only after a true spar would he learn how powerful Grand Magi Saints were. At this time, BB hopped onto Linley's shoulders as well, and their group left the cave estate. Reynolds and Monica couldn't fly, so they stayed inside. Everyone else left and flew out of the valley. Linley and the others flew to a different part of the mountain. This is the place where we usually spar against each other. You'll spar here, Desri said. Desri, Hayward, Higginson, Miller, Livingston, Foreman, Penslin, Linley. In total, there were 8 of them standing there in midair. Linley and Hayward moved to stand opposite of each other at a distance of 100 meters. Come. Hayward chuckled. Linley, not hesitant in the slightest, removed his outer robe and immediately dragon-formed. Those ferocious spikes erupted forth from his forehead, and his draconic black tail began to sway from behind, and his eyes turned dark golden. Linley's body suddenly flickered. Boom! He charged towards Hayward at high speed. Linley's speed is a bit faster than last time. Miller noticed Linley's improvement. But he's still unable to overcome Hayward. Smiling, Hayward didn't move at all. He just quietly waited for Linley to arrive. When Linley reached a distance of 10 meters from him, Hayward finally made his move. He transformed into a flash of blazing light in the blink of an eye, immediately pulling away from Linley. The distance between the two actually increased. In terms of flying speed, Linley was inferior to Hayward. But Linley's face changed. If his flying speed was inferior, didn't that mean the opponent would be able to cast spells and easily devastate him? Indeed, moments later, a terrifying blast of heat began to emanate from Hayward's body, and countless flecks of light began to swirl around in the air above Hayward. A brilliant, clear bird cry split the air. Two gold-tinged red wings, that crown-like crest of feathers, those cold, arrogant eyes, this terrifying creature was a size larger than even those gigantic dragons. Before this massive fire phoenix, Linley and the others were like ants. Crackle! The air itself began to crackle from the terrifying heat, which forced Linley to raise his defenses. The forbidden level spell, Phoenix Metamorphosis? Linley felt a surge of panic. Fire magic was reputed for its offensive power, and its single target attack, the Phoenix Metamorphosis spell, was only weaker than the Dimensional Blade spell. Linley didn't have the ability to deal with it yet. The Fire Phoenix suddenly shrank in size, but it appeared to become more substantial. When it shrank to the size of 10 meters in length, in all aspects, be it the plumage or the gaze, it looked just like a real magical beast. The entire body of the Fire Phoenix had turned golden. But although it had shrank in size, the amount of pressure it was exerting on Linley had increased to a terrifying level. Whoosh! The Fire Phoenix charged straight towards Linley, whose body was now covered by a layer of that roiling azurish black mist. This was the Pulse Guard defense which Linley was so proud of. Rumble! Linley's azurish black battle chi was being burned away at a visible rate. If this continues, I'll only be able to sustain it for a few more seconds. Linley immediately flew backwards, and the Fire Phoenix flew back to Hayward's side as well. Only then did Linley let out a sigh of relief. This golden Fire Phoenix was simply too terrifying. Laughing, Hayward looked at Linley. Both Warrior Saints and Grand Magus Saints can fly once they reach the Saint level. As far as flying speed goes, warriors are not necessarily faster. For example, Wind-style Magi and Light-style Magi are extremely fast. Even I, a Fire-style Magus, am extremely fast, given my current level of training. Just through speed alone, I can make sure that you are unable to catch me, while I easily trample you. But of course, those entry-level Fire-style or Water-style Grand Magus Saints are inferior to you. In terms of speed, Grand Magus Saints are still a bit weaker than Warrior Saints. But despite that, there are Grand Magus Saints who are faster than Warrior Saints. Linley understood. In terms of speed, Warrior Saints might have an advantage, but that didn't mean all Grand Magus Saints were slower. Some of them flew at an astonishing speed. If one were to encounter an extremely fast Grand Magus Saint, then that would be dangerous. Upon meeting such a person, the only choice was to flee. But of course, this sort of technique is only suited for a minority of Grand Magus Saints. Hayward continued. Now, come attack me again. I'll show you the technique which Grand Magus Saints usually use against Warrior Saints. Linley suddenly had the feeling that perhaps Grand Magus Saints truly were more terrifying than Warrior Saints. Are you ready? A visible smile was on Hayward's face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 9, Sparring. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 9, Sparring. Desri, Higginson, Miller, and the others all quietly watched this sparring competition from afar. Now, let's pretend my speed was lower than yours. Hayward grinned at Linley. Come attack me. Watch how I deal with you. Linley felt a hint of anticipation. If his speed was inferior, how would a Grand Magus Saint cope? Linley suddenly moved, transforming into a black blur. As Linley moved, Hayward also transformed into a flaming blur, retreating at high speed, but clearly his speed was far lower than Linley's. I want to see how you are going to block me. Linley stared at Hayward. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the air was filled with house-sized chunks of flaming meteors. The large number of flaming meteors carried tremendous power as they slammed towards Linley, and in a blink of an eye, they totally covered the space in front of Linley, forming a barrier in front of him. Linley's facial expression changed. Fire-style magic of the 9th rank, Scorching Meteor Shower. This technique, although much weaker than the forbidden level spell Heavenly Meteor's Descent in terms of both scope and single target damage, still forced Linley to have to break through these countless meteors if he was to continue attacking Hayward. The meteors were clustered so densely that there was no space to dodge at all. Bang! Linley charged forwards, smashing hard against a flaming meteor. Those massive flaming meteors were knocked flying by Linley, one after the other, while some others exploded and split apart. But although Linley's body was tough enough that he didn't fear these attacks, the constant impacts against these meteors caused his speed to decrease quite a bit. Bang! With a punch, he shattered the final flaming meteor in front of him. Linley finally saw the distant Hayward. Hayward stood there in midair, his face covered with smiles. Linley, you lose again. Linley nodded. Your spells of the 9th rank are unable to hurt me, but they can greatly lower my speed. By the time I charged out, you probably would have already used a forbidden spell. Linley understood this very well, but he didn't have any choices. Those meteors weren't like ordinary rocks, and Linley had to use great force to break each one of them. The nearby watching Desri said, Linley, the most basic method which Grand Magus Saints use against warrior saints is to instacast spells to block them while retreating at high speed, then utilizing forbidden level spells to attack them. Linley nodded. However, Mr. Hayward, you were able to instacast a spell of the 9th rank. This truly is, Linley now knew how terrifyingly powerful this man was. Even while depending on the coiling dragon ring, Linley was only able to instacast spells of the 7th rank. Hayward chuckled, but of course. Most Grand Magus Saints have very powerful spiritual energy, but can only instacast spells of the 8th rank. The reason I can instacast spells of the 9th rank is only because I've trained for many years and thus have even stronger spiritual energy. Linley secretly sighed. His phoenix metamorphosis can cause a fire phoenix which was hundreds of meters tall to condense into a phoenix which was only 10 meters tall. I've never even heard of such a thing. Generally speaking, the phoenix metamorphosis spell was capable of creating a fire phoenix which was roughly 100 meters tall, and which was already frightfully powerful. But Hayward clearly was one of the most powerful of Grand Magus Saints. But in a dangerous situation, if a Grand Magus Saint was to wildly and repeatedly instacast spells of the 8th rank at you, they would still be able to slow you down. Hayward said with certainty. Linley nodded and laughed. However, it wouldn't be effective as you, Mr. Hayward, instacasting spells of the 9th rank. It would take me far longer to break through your scorching meteor shower. If it was a spell of the 8th rank that was used to block me, my speed probably would have been much faster. Linley, you can be considered a peak-level warrior saint. An ordinary warrior saint wouldn't be able to break through an instacast spell of the 8th rank as quickly as you. Hayward said. Linley nodded. Linley fully understood now. It was like how an ordinary person could sprint 100 meters in 10 seconds, but if he were running atop a track of mud, he might take 15 seconds or even longer. Mud, to ordinary people, didn't pose much of a threat either. But it definitely would be able to slow their speed down. Linley, you must understand, the most important thing for a Grand Magus Saint to do when fighting against a warrior saint is to lower the opponent's speed. Instacasting spell is one method, while for example darkness-style spells includes maledictive slowing spells. As long as the Grand Magus Saint can prevent you from catching up to them for a time, then the Grand Magus Saint will use the chance to utilize forbidden-level spells against you. Desri and the others flew over as well. Now that you've encountered a forbidden-level spell from a Grand Magus Saint, you should know how powerful they are. Desri chuckled towards Linley. Linley nodded. Forbidden-level spells truly were terrifying. For example, that phoenix metamorphosis. Even if Linley were to stab straight through the skull of the fire phoenix, it would still constantly attack him, because it was a creature formed from elemental essence and wasn't actually alive. A forbidden spell like this was even more terrifyingly strong than a saint-level magical beast. At least saint-level magical beasts feared injury. To deal against forbidden-level magical spells, the only option was to break it by repeated blows and make it run out of energy. Linley. That beautiful lady, Penslin, smiled as she spoke. Instacasting and slowing the opponent's speed is a rather passive way for a Grand Magus Saint to deal with an opponent. Actually, Grand Magus Saints have another powerful method. Oh? Linley stared at Hayward in astonishment. Mr. Hayward, can it be that you have other tools at your disposal? Grand Magus Saints were too terrifying. Hayward nodded. Of course. This method is a fallback method which Grand Magus Saints rely upon. Linley, come and try to attack me again. If you experience it yourself, you will understand it clearly. As he spoke, Hayward flew backwards, pulling once more to a distance of 100 meters away from Linley. The fallback method they rely on? Linley was curious. Boom! Linley once more charged towards Hayward, but Hayward didn't move at all, only staring at Linley with confidence. Once Linley drew near him though, Linley's face suddenly changed. He felt a terrifyingly powerful storm of mental energy suddenly surround him and attack his spirit. In the blink of an eye, Linley suddenly felt dizzy, and his body swayed. Only after several seconds later did he fully recover. Several seconds, to saints engaging in battle was more than enough to determine the outcome. Linley stared at Hayward in astonishment. Mental attack? Ha, Miller flew over, laughing. Linley, that isn't a mental attack. If it was a mental attack, your head would be splitting from pain and you would have collapsed. Desri and the others flew over as well. Desri personally explained to him. Linley, what's the biggest advantage Magi have over warriors? Mental and spiritual energy. Linley didn't hesitate at all. Desri nodded. Right. Magi possess the most powerful spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of a Grand Magus Saint is as powerful and boundless as the seas. They are far more powerful than that of a warrior saint. Aside from those few Grand Magus Saints who just entered the saint level, the vast majority of Grand Magus Saints are capable of using this sort of basic Mindstorm attack. This Mindstorm attack doesn't require any understanding of any elemental laws. It is nothing more than a spiritual energy-based attack that uses a great deal of spiritual energy to strike at the opponent's soul. This sort of tactic is very simple. Upon reaching the saint level, a Grand Magus Saint will quickly come to understand it. Hayward said with absolute certainty. Linley understood this as well. The so-called Mindstorm just then felt like a tremendous amount of spiritual energy smashing upon his soul time and time again, even though it didn't actually cause much damage to the soul. Hayward, naturally, developed his own unique spiritual attacks long ago. If he truly were to use his spiritual energy against you, you would be in trouble. Desri laughed. Linley now understood the basic underpinnings of these mental attacks, or spiritual attacks. It was to form the normally soft and weak spiritual energy into sharp knives and repeatedly stab at the opponent's soul. This sort of attack was truly frightening. If one's soul wasn't strong enough, it might be directly shattered and destroyed. Mindstorm. Ha, Hayward shook his head and laughed. This name was created by Grand Magus Saints long ago. But in truth, it's nothing more than a very basic mental attack. It is only useful against warrior saints who are far weaker in mental energy. Linley felt a sense of dread. Grand Magus Saints truly were powerful. Whether by instacasting spells to slow movement or by using Mindstorm-type attacks to attack the soul, they had methods to be highly effective. Grand Magus Saints are far fewer in number than warrior saints. Generally speaking, Grand Magus Saints have an advantage. Higginson laughed loudly. Linley, warrior saints have their experts, but Grand Magus Saints have their own as well. Who is stronger? That depends on the person. Linley nodded. If he were to truly fight all out against Hayward, when faced with Hayward's meteor blockade, he would have used his profound truths of the earth, 100-layered waves attack to blow a tunnel straight through all of the blocking stones. In the past, Linley's sword blow had created a tunnel in an entire mountain. Just then, Linley was playing the role of an ordinary expert. But if this were a true life-and-death battle, most likely BB would have gotten involved as well. If BB and Linley were to charge forward together, given BB's speed, how many Grand Magus Saints would be faster? Even if they used mental energy to attack, could it be that they could simultaneously attack Linley and BB? Grand Magus Saints being stronger than warrior saints is just a generality. It can't be treated as an absolute. Linley understood. But of course, if this Hayward wanted to kill him, it would be very easy. All he would have to do is use a mental attack. Given Hayward's ability, he could definitely cause Linley's head to hurt badly enough to make him collapse, and then Hayward could use the Phoenix Metamorphosis to attack. He wouldn't even have had the chance to flee. There is always someone mightier than the mighty. Hayward was mighty, but if he were to encounter Fane, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, Linley had personally witnessed how powerful Fane's mental attack was. On the flight back with Desri's group, BB was mentally chatting to Linley while standing on his shoulders. Boss, when in the future you reach the saint level as a Magus, you'll be both a Dragonblood warrior and a Grand Magus Saint in one. HRMPH, by then, beating them will be easy. Linley chuckled. If he were to reach the saint level in his human form as a warrior and also as a Magus, the synergistic power would probably increase his power by dozens of times, if not more. By then, Linley most likely would be confident in his ability to deal with even the likes of Fane and Desri. The imperial capital of the Yulan Empire. Master Longhao's residence. Delia was seated in a courtyard alone, drinking some tea while flipping through some of Master Longhao's magical tomes. The Wild Thunder Stormhawk, Perry, as well as the World Bear, Hatton, were off to one side, chatting in the language of magical beasts. HRM? Delia saw something of interest in the magical tome. Her eyes lit up and she smiled. Grand Magus Saints truly did have a deep understanding of magic. Delia felt that she truly was reaping great benefits here. Someone's coming. The World Bear, Hatton, suddenly spoke. Delia stared questioningly towards Hatton. Someone is coming? Why haven't the guards informed us? Big Yellow, are you just making things up again? Delia laughed as she looked at the World Bear, Hatton. The World Bear stared at Delia with wide eyes. Delia, you don't believe me? Am I that sort of bear? Someone really is coming. Delia sensed it as well by now. In terms of environmental awareness, she was far inferior to a saint-level magical beast. Soon afterwards, footsteps could be heard from the outside. Might I ask if Master Longhouse is here? A calm, confident voice could be heard. Come in. Delia said casually. For this person to be able to come in unannounced meant that he definitely was no ordinary figure. The door was pushed open, and two handsome youths walked in at the same time. Delia immediately rose to her feet. Respectful greetings, Your Imperial Majesty. Of those two youths, one was the Emperor of the Yulan Empire, His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Rand, Londa. Emperor Rand's eyes lit up when he saw Delia. Laughing, he said, Delia, you are growing more and more beautiful. Right, where is your teacher? Your Imperial Majesty, wait a moment with George. Delia said, then she turned to look at the World Bear. Big Yellow, ask teacher where he currently is. His Imperial Majesty wishes to meet with him. The youngster who had come alongside Emperor Rand was indeed the youngest Grand Secretary of the Yulan Empire, the highly favored minister, George. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 10, Forget It. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 10, Forget It. Emperor Rand smiled towards Delia. Delia, we haven't seen you in quite some time. Ever since you've returned from the O'Brien Empire, you haven't gone to the Imperial Palace. Emperor Rand was roughly the same age as Delia and they were on quite good terms. Teacher is quite strict. I have to train hard and study my magic. Delia pretended to be resigned. Emperor Rand laughed. Right at this time, the World Bear, Hatton, said to Emperor Rand, Hey, Blue Hair. My master says you can come in. The World Bear wasn't the slightest bit courteous in his words, but Emperor Rand didn't mind in the slightest. Big Yellow, even if you don't address us as Your Imperial Majesty, you should at least call us Rand. That way, we would at least save a bit of face. Is Big Yellow a name which the likes of you can call about? The World Bear turned his big furry head away, seemingly very disdainful. Rand chuckled, then after saying a few words to George and Delia, he entered the inner room. Right now, only George and Delia were left inside the courtyard. Delia had a very good impression of George, because George was Linley's good friend. Second bro, George. He was the most rational and most reliable of the four brothers. He had a very good temper and rarely grew angry at others. He had extremely good relationships with people. But Delia knew very well that George was also an extremely formidable person. At such a young age, he had become one of the Grand Secretaries of the Yulan Empire. It must be understood, the world of officials and bureaucracies was a dark, sinister place. For someone to reach such a powerful, influential official position and even become a Grand Secretary meant that in secret, George surely used quite a few tricks as well. As to who was most vicious amongst the four brothers, it was George, amiable, good-natured George, who had become the most vicious. George, sit. Delia laughed. George smiled and sat down. Delia, last year, you should have seen third bro in the O'Brien Empire. Oh, by third bro I mean Linley. In his heart, George longed for his dear brothers, but as a high-level member of the Yulan Empire, he simply didn't have the opportunity to visit the O'Brien Empire. I know. Delia's smile was very bright. Linley's often thinking about you as well. George felt warm in his heart. After separating from Linley, over 10 years had passed. George was now 29 years old, nearly a man in his 30s. He even had 2 children. Those crazy childhood days were beautiful recollections. The 10 years he had spent in bureaucracy had caused George to become more and more mature and more crafty. But the more mature he became, the fewer the number of people he truly trusted in the Yulan Empire. I feel very proud that third bro was able to reach his current accomplishments. George sighed emotionally. In the O'Brien Empire, most likely no one would dare to offend him. In this entire world, only upon reaching the pinnacle of power can one be confident. Linley has gone to the anarchic lands. Delia said. The anarchic lands? George frowned. He remembered the enmity between Linley and the Radiant Church which he had found out about in Hess City. In particular, with those high-level people of the Radiant Church. George knew very well how powerful the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows were in the anarchic lands. Given third bro's temperament, he definitely wouldn't be interested in just taking over territory. That means... George looked at Delia and whispered, third bro is about to begin his battle against the Radiant Church? Delia felt a hint of shock in her heart. George truly was formidable. Right. Delia nodded. Linley had told her about this long ago. George began to worry. He knew what sort of temper Linley had. In the past, for the sake of vengeance, Linley was willing to give up everything. If it had been him, George, he definitely would have continued to secretly endure until he reached the point where he had absolute certainty of victory. Then, he would make his move. Is Third Bro confident of victory? George looked at Delia. The Radiant Church isn't as simple as it would appear to be. Delia laughed as she looked at George. George, Linley isn't as simple as you think he is either. George laughed. Indeed. Despite being a genius, George never imagined that after they separated, Linley would become so powerful that he could fight Hadeson to a virtual standstill. In particular, that Shadowmouse, BB, George felt quite speechless. That little rascal, BB. He's so monstrously powerful. What a freak. After a while later, Emperor Rand came out. George, let's go. Emperor Rand said to George, and George immediately stood up. Emperor Rand smiled towards Delia, who was sending him off. Delia, if you are free, you can come to the Imperial Palace for a stroll. The third princess has been missing you. Delia laughed. I definitely will go. Then there's no need for you to send me off. Emperor Rand laughed, then left alongside George. The Imperial Palace. Emperor Rand's study. There were only 3 people present, Emperor Rand, his personal palace attendant, and the leader of the Leon clan. Dilla. Emperor Rand put down the quill in his hand, raising his head to smile towards Dilla Leon. Today, we have summoned you for the sake of your daughter, Delia. Dilla Leon looked at Emperor Rand. Your Imperial Majesty, what do you mean? Emperor Rand smiled. As we recall, your daughter is yet unwed. Right. Dilla Leon nodded. Had Emperor Rand taken a fancy to his daughter? Emperor Rand nodded. That's right. In honesty, we rather like Delia. How about this? Help us say a few words to Delia on our behalf, and see if Delia is willing to marry us. But of course, you have to let her make her own decision. Dilla Leon said respectfully, Your Imperial Majesty, don't worry. Your servant shall definitely go ask Delia. Emperor Rand nodded and smiled as he looked at Dilla Leon. Dilla, you should understand that when we were but a prince, we had to have children before we could assume the throne. We don't have much affection towards that woman. In terms of lineage as well as character, Delia is far superior to her. If Delia was willing to marry us, we promise that Delia can become the Empress. Dilla Leon's heart trembled. Empress? If his daughter were to become an ordinary concubine, there would be no need for the mighty Leon clan to agree. But the Empress, now that was a different situation. Dilla Leon knew quite well that this Emperor Rand was an extremely upright and extremely bold person. If he said Delia would become Empress, he would definitely make that happen. Alright, you can go now. Emperor Rand said with a faint laugh. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. Right now, Dilla Leon's heart was still in a state of excitement. Dilla Leon immediately sent someone to summon Delia home. Delia actually didn't wish to go home. Each time she did, her parents would try to persuade her on the subject of marriage. Although Delia insisted that Linley was now outside the O'Brien Empire and that her marriage to Linley wouldn't pose any problems to the clan, it seemed as though her parents didn't really like Linley. In Dilla's eyes, Linley's younger brother had wed the 7th Imperial Princess, Nina, after all. There was an indisputable relationship between Linley and the O'Brien Empire. What? Delia immediately rose to her feet, staring at her parents in astonishment. Her mother hurriedly said, Delia, His Imperial Majesty's age is close to yours, and he is one of the boldest, most competent emperors in the history of the Yulan Empire. You are on good terms with him as well. If you were to marry His Imperial Majesty, it would be wonderful for both you and the clan. It would be wonderful for the clan, but how would it be wonderful for me? Delia couldn't help but be furious. She hadn't thought that the reason her parents had summoned her back so urgently was to discuss this with her. Delia, can it be that His Imperial Majesty isn't talented enough? Do you dislike him? Dilla Leon hurriedly said. Delia said angrily, Father, what does His Imperial Majesty's talent have to do with me? No, I don't dislike him. But there's many people I don't dislike. Does this mean I have to marry them all? Marrying someone has nothing to do with whether or not I don't dislike them, understood? Delia, His Imperial Majesty's feelings for you are genuine. He said that so long as you marry him, in the future, you would definitely become the Empress. Dilla said hurriedly. Then what about the current empress? Delia frowned. Dilla Leon laughed calmly. That empress was just someone the emperor married when he was only a prince. She isn't very capable, and she was born to a common noble clan. There have been many people unhappy that she became empress. It will be easy for His Imperial Majesty to remove her. HRMPH. Standing, Delia stared at her father. Father, perhaps to you, the position of empress is very important, but to me, it isn't worth a fart. The furious Delia began to spout obscenities. Dilla Leon was so angry that he slapped the desk and stood up as well. Delia, how can you say such things? Father. Delia stared at her father. Don't try and put on a brave show in front of your daughter. Let me make it clear for you today, with regards to His Imperial Majesty, you can forget it. Even if I die, I won't marry him. I won't marry anyone aside from Linley. Dilla Leon stared disbelievingly at his daughter. His daughter actually dared to speak to him in such a manner? I'm sorry, father. Delia took a deep breath. Cough, cough, the furious Dilla Leon began to cough. Dilla's mother immediately went to assist him, but Dilla stared angrily at Delia. Delia, you are no longer a child. Don't be so rash and immature. Enough. Go back and think it over. Delia glanced at her red-faced, coughing father, then silently turned her head and left. What happened to my parents? Delia could still remember how when she was a child, her father and mother had treated her like a precious treasure. Whatever she wanted done, her father would do. She had even ridden on her father's back like a horse. Her childhood memories were so beautiful, and her parents were so perfect. But now, Delia cared about her family. Her parents, her big brother, her grandmother, her other relatives. Delia had always hoped that she would be able to be together with Linley, while maintaining the relationship with her clan. I'll wait a bit longer. I'll wait for Linley to found his duchy. By then, father's attitude would change. Delia chose to continue to endure. In the mysterious village. On the wide expanse of grass in front of the cave estate. Desiree, Hayward, Miller, Penslin, and the others were seated around a stone table, drinking wine while watching Linley and Higginson spar. As for Reynolds and Monica, they were at the side of the grassy area. Monica, were you telling the truth in the past when you described your mother? Staring at the distant Penslin, Reynolds then looked at Monica in puzzlement. Monica didn't know what to say either. In the past, her mother was always rather cold and distant. It must be understood, her mother came from the frost goddess shrine. That sort of cold arrogance was bred in the bones. But these past few days, Penslin had treated Linley and Reynolds unbelievably well. Reynolds had even begun to suspect if Monica had lied about her. I don't get it either. Monica was truly speechless. At this moment, Linley was wielding his adamantine heavy sword, while Higginson was wielding a silver, blurred longsword. The two were sparring, and Linley had begun to truly use his profound truths of the earth. Although he hadn't gone full force, it was still enough to cause Higginson to sigh with surprise. Bizarre, bizarre. Higginson sighed in praise. I've never seen such a bizarre attack. Linley stared helplessly at Higginson as well. Dealing with an expert of the laws of light truly was a pain. This was because once a person reached a certain level in the laws of light, his self-healing abilities would become extremely terrifying. Even broken arms would self-repair in a short period of time. Linley, at this time, you should take a look at my ultimate attack. Higginson smiled. Linley was startled. Up till now, Higginson had demonstrated a speed that was even faster than that of Olivier's. But he had been just playing around? The name of this sword technique is Illusionary Void Sword. Wielding that silver long sword, Higginson suddenly transformed into a line of white light, appearing before Linley in the blink of an eye. A layer of azurish black energy was swirling around Linley, and his adamantine heavy sword was at the ready as well. Linley paid careful attention to the sword. Why was it called Illusionary Void Sword? Rumble, the space itself and the surrounding area began to shudder and ripple. The silver longsword clearly appeared before Linley's eyes, but the strange thing was, Linley felt as though the longsword had transformed into multiple layers, and the nearby space had transformed into multiple layers as well. It was as though space itself had turned chaotic. You lose. Before Linley even had the chance to react, that sword came to a halt in front of Linley's eyes. Linley hadn't even had the chance to resist or to block. Linley's mind was totally preoccupied by that sword. He felt as though he had suddenly mentally found something. He immediately descended to the ground and closed his eyes, beginning to meditate. Without paying any attention at all to the nearby people, he immediately began to try hard to find that sense again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 11, The Order Comes Down. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 11, The Order Comes Down. Higginson stood there staring at Linley. Linley had actually immediately begun to train without paying attention to anyone else. Amazing, amazing. Higginson let out a sigh of praise, then flew over to Desri. Desri's group was staring at Linley with approval in their eyes as well. All of them sat down, and Hayward laughed. Big brother, this Linley truly is a genius. Even when sparring with Higginson, who uses the elemental laws of light, he will still have some insights. Desri's group of people were all amongst the highest class saints. Seeing Linley do this, they knew that Linley must have gained some insight into something important, which was why he had immediately started training. Uncle Reynolds had immediately run over after seeing Linley's actions. What's wrong with Linley? Is he wounded? Ha! Desri and the others began to laugh loudly. Miller laughed and said, Reynolds, Linley is fine. However, it is hard to say how long he will be in training. For those of us at our level, it is very hard and rare for us to suddenly gain an insight. Only then did Reynolds relax. Currently, Linley's mind was filled with all sorts of movements. A longsword-wielding figure was flashing about in his mind, once again stabbing at him using the technique Higginson had just displayed. Higginson's sword had seemed like an illusion. The sword striking out. The flash of light. The distorted space. Those folded, blurry layers of space, that terrifying penetrative power, it had seemed unstoppable. What is it? What exactly is it? Linley was repeatedly thinking on this matter, and in his mind, he replayed that sword attack over and over. For an instant, upon seeing that sword, Linley seemed to have understood something. But it was extremely blurry. Again and again, he replayed the attack in his mind, concentrating on it wholeheartedly. Suddenly dash. It was as though a lightning bolt had suddenly flashed in Linley's mind. Linley's heart shook, and that layer of obscuring fog was stripped away. He finally understood that sensation he had felt. Right. It is the wind. The wind. The fast aspect of the wind. Linley's heart was filled with wild joy. Previously, when Linley had witnessed Miller using the slow aspect of the elemental laws of the wind, Linley had come to understand the direction in which he should train the slow aspect. Linley had learned that the power of his tempos of the wind technique could increase. This was because the tempos of the wind was similar to the profound truths of the earth. With the profound truths of the earth, the more vibrational waves created, the more powerful the attack was. By that same logic, the tempos of the wind utilized the combined forces of the fast and the slow aspects of the wind to create the frictional force that created a spatial edge attack. The deeper his understanding of the fast and the slow aspects of the wind became, the more powerful his combination attack would become in creating a more powerful tempos of the wind. After having sparred with Miller, Linley's insight into the slow aspect of the wind was slowly increasing. But his progression in understanding the fast aspect of the wind had come to a standstill. Elemental laws of the wind, what was the path to training in the fast aspect? But today, after seeing Higginson's illusionary void sword, Linley now clearly understood how he should proceed. Of the elemental laws, in terms of speed, the elemental laws of wind and the elemental laws of light have an advantage. Higginson is fast, so fast that in the instant of his attack, space itself is distorted. But the slow aspect of the elemental laws of the wind can cause space to suddenly freeze. Right, the elemental laws of wind, in their fast aspect, should also be able to instantly cause space itself to distort into multiple layers. Linley already had some basic insights into the fast aspect of the elemental laws of wind, and he had been pondering it for some time now. But now, he knew exactly what his goal was. Linley's mind began to rapidly ponder how to train. It was as though he now knew the starting point and the end point. What he now needed to do was to decide what was the best way to go about on this path, and then actually follow the path to its endpoint. Linley's mind played countless scenarios in his mind, and gradually, his insights into the fast aspect of the elemental laws of the wind deepened as well. Whenever he could no longer resolve a question in his mind, Linley would stand up and use the blood-violet flexible sword to test out a theory on the spot. This was the nature of training, tough, painstaking, and occasionally needing a burst of insight. It was as though a person had suddenly seen a flash of light and seen the rough picture of the road ahead of him. He now had the general idea of where he should go. All that had to be done next was to continue studying and continue testing. As long as one had enough time, one would definitely be able to reach that goal. To be able to gain insights into the fast aspect of the elemental laws of wind from watching a sword technique based on the elemental laws of light wasn't something which just anyone could do. Right now, Desri and the others didn't have any idea what Linley had suddenly understood. It's been over half a month, but third bro, Reynolds stared at the meditating Linley with some urgency in his eyes. The nearby Monica laughed. Big brother Reynolds, last night, I saw Linley suddenly stand up and then perform what appeared to be a sword technique. However, his sword was so blurry and indistinct. When that violet light flashed, the wind began to blow all around him, and the speed of his sword was very fast as well. I couldn't see anything clearly. If third bro continues like this, who knows how long it will take? Reynolds said with some agitation. Big brother Reynolds, look. Monica suddenly pointed towards Linley excitedly. Reynolds turned to look, and saw that Linley had already stood up and was smiling towards Reynolds while walking over to them. Fourth bro, what's the matter? Did a flower blossom on my face? At this moment, a black blur suddenly streaked out, leaping onto Linley's shoulders. BB. Linley lovingly rubbed BB's head. BB quirked his lips unhappily. Boss, it's been half a month. You sure can sleep. Sleep? An involuntary laugh escaped Linley's mouth. He knew that while he was training, BB had definitely been extremely bored. However, Linley was in an extremely fine mood today, because he had made progress in the fast aspect of the elemental laws of the wind. Linley understood very well that in order to reach the power of that sword attack of Higginson's, he would most likely need to spend at least 10 or so years. As for reaching Miller's level in using the slow aspect of the wind, he would most likely only need 3 or 4 years. Clearly, Miller had a much lower level of understanding than Higginson. Linley was secretly delighted. Indeed, sparring with experts truly did allow one to improve much faster. If he had been training by himself in the mountain the entire time and training aimlessly, if he was lucky, perhaps in 10 years or 100 years, he would have found the correct path. If he was unlucky, he might spend hundreds or even thousands of years before finding the correct path. This was the nature of training. If you gained insights quickly, you trained quickly. If you gained insights slowly, you would train slowly. After all, not too much time was needed after one reached the saint level for one's battle chi to reach the limits of the saint level. Everyone spent their time on increasing their insights into the laws. For example, Olivier was able to defeat Dylan as soon as he had reached the saint level, precisely because Dylan had virtually no insights into the elemental laws. There was nothing for it. In the northern part of the anarchic lands, a large-scale campaign had begun. As per Linley and Zassler's plans, roughly 7 or 8 days after Linley headed off to the mysterious village, Barker and the others began to attack southwards, invading one of the duchies controlled by the Radiant Church. The name of this duchy was the Sheri Duchy. The soldiers of the Sheri Duchy were inferior in quality to Linley's forces. Linley's people lived very close to the Forest of Darkness, and were thus highly accustomed to violence. They had a much greater battle strength. And of course, they had the 5 Barker brothers leading them into the fray. Utter devastation. The most powerful experts of the Sheri Duchy were nothing more than 3 experts of the 8th rank. They didn't have a single expert of the 9th rank. How could the Sheri Duchy possibly stall Linley's forces at all? Barker and his brothers were like 5 gods of battle as they led their ravenous troops into a slaughtering invasion, breaking past all defenses. In just 4 days, the prefectural city and 5 smaller cities of the Sheri Duchy had all been taken over. Linley's territory had just dramatically expanded. Gates, Hazer, and Ankh all stayed within the prefectural city of Sheri. They are totally unable to fight back. Gates said loudly. Too weak. Too weak. There's no one here who can even slow us down. Indeed. Even if they did meet with strong resistance, who would be able to fight in single combat against the likes of Gates and the others? In addition, the saint-level magical beast, the Black-Cloud Panther, Harrow, had been in a state of readiness this entire time, ready to attack. Andrew and Delu. Ankh suddenly turned to stare at a silver-haired middle-aged man behind them. The man immediately bowed, awaiting Ankh's order. Ankh asked, right now, how is the reorganization of the Sheri Duchy's military proceeding? And what is the situation amongst the masses? In order to manage a country, one naturally had to use appropriate personnel. Barker and the others were only used for military conquest. Milords. Andrew said respectfully. Currently, the military reorganization has already concluded. We have placed many soldiers of Black Dirt City into their ranks as well. Barker and the others didn't fully trust these surrendered troops. Thus, the only thing they could do was to try and spread them out as much as possible, preventing them from easily coordinating with each other. At the same time, they killed some people while inserting their own loyal followers. The Sheri Duchy has been dominated by the Radiant Church for a long time, and there are many believers in the Radiant Church here. Andrew said with concern. I believe if the Radiant Church was to come attack us, the masses might even rebel against us. But there are too many people here. There's not much we can do. Rebel? Hazer said confidently, what are we afraid of? Threatened with death, how many waves can these commoners possibly cause? Andrew, we have just taken over the Sherry Duchy. Right now, the people are still restless. We'll have to trouble you to handle it. Ankh instructed. Andrew respectfully assented to the order. Enough. You can leave now. Ankh laughed. Soon, only Ankh, Hazer, and Gates were left. Ankh looked at his two siblings. The results of Mr. Zassler's meetings have come. We are ordered to stop attacking for now, and prepare to found our duchy half a month from now. By now, we have over 10 million people under our banner. Hazer and Gates both grinned. I didn't expect that the Radiant Church wouldn't fight back at all. It seems they don't want to go against us head-on. Gates laughed. Then just like how we originally planned, we'll continue to put on an act. Only after we publicly announce the founding of our duchy will we continue our attack against the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church really was spineless. The church indeed had convinced Hazer and Gates that they were unwilling to face their forces head-on. The golden-haired middle-aged man once again arrived at the dimly lit room. Lord Praetor. The golden-haired middle-aged man said respectfully. Seated behind his desk, Oseno's eyes were flickering with flames. He calmly said, right now, Linley's side has just taken over the Sherry Duchy. They will definitely spend quite some time absorbing it. I trust they now believe we aren't willing to fight them. The golden-haired middle-aged man looked towards Oseno and said excitedly, are we going to attack? Our attack must utterly annihilate Linley's side. Oseno's voice was freezing cold. This Linley poses an enormous threat to our Radiant Church. If he is allowed to flourish, then we won't live to regret it. Even now, he already dares to provoke us and attack the Sherry Duchy. Clearly, he intends to fight against our Radiant Church. Since they want to fight, then we must annihilate all of the experts on Linley's side. His voice grew even colder, and a devilish purple light flickered in his eyes. The golden-haired middle-aged man grew more and more excited. But then, he said in confusion, Lord Praetor, can it be that we are going to use saints? But wouldn't that result in dissatisfaction from the Cult of Shadows, the O'Brien Empire, and the other sides? No need to worry about that. Oseno said coldly. If Linley is allowed to continue to expand, then the work that the Church has carried out for thousands of years here in the anarchic lands is going to be laid waste. In addition, Linley himself cannot be permitted to grow further. His rate of improvement is simply too terrifying. Right now, I still have the ability to kill him. But if this continues... Oseno looked at that golden-haired middle-aged man. Enough. Carry out our original plans, and begin the protocols. Yes, Lord Praetor. The golden-haired middle-aged man assented. Tomorrow night, 9 saint-level angels will immediately head out, and I myself will have a good meeting with that rat-type pet of Linley's. Oseno was extremely confident. He was on the same level of power as the Holy Emperor, and was a full level higher than Hadeson's. He was fully confident in his ability to kill Linley. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 12, A Sudden Change of Events. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 12, A Sudden Change of Events. The night was pitch black. Dark clouds covered the moon, and the entire world was cast in shadows. Suddenly, from the north, 9 streaks of white light blazed through the sky at high speed towards the Sherry Duchy. Halfway there, 5 of the streaks of white light changed to fly towards each of the 5 small cities around the Sherry Duchy, while the other 4 streaks of light flew towards the prefectural city of Sherry. If one drew near, one would discover that these streaks of light were awe-inspiring angels who were radiating a soft, holy light. Every single one of these angels had 4 wings. For them to immediately enter their angel forms meant that the bodies they had descended into were totally capable of sustaining their might. According to the hierarchy of angels, 2-winged angels were low-level angels, 4-winged angels were middle-stage angels, while 6-winged angels were peak-stage angels. As for 8-winged angels, those were of the demigod level. The legendary 12-winged angels possessed the awe-inspiring might of a high god. Unfortunately, in the Yulon continent, it was impossible to find a body capable of withstanding the descent of a 12-winged angel. What a pity, Oseno, flying behind those 4 angels, mused to himself while staring at them. The Radiant Sovereign created these humanoid constructs, but there is no chance of them making any breakthroughs. No matter how long they live for, their power will not change at all. People of Oseno's level knew a great deal about what angels were. Angels, in truth, weren't living creatures. They were humanoid constructs which the Radiant Sovereign had created in the divine realm of light. Of course, Oseno had no idea how they were created, but he understood that angels would never be able to break through. However many wings they were created with, that was how many wings they would forever have. For example, the Radiant Church had angels who had lived for thousands of years, but their power was the exact same level as it had been thousands of years ago. Although angels were powerful, they were not capable of advancing. This caused Oseno to somewhat look down on the angels. He just treated the angels as tools. On this day, his forces consisted solely of angels, aside from himself. Not a single human saint had come. As far as Oseno was concerned, the lives of human saints, who were capable of advancement, were far more valuable than these angels. Within one of the smaller cities in the Sherry Duchy, a four-winged angel descended into the center of the city. The soft, holy radiance around the four-winged angel suffused the surrounding area, turning the night into day and illuminating the city. Seeing this light, the citizens of this village all came running out. Ah! Angel! An angel! Everyone here was awestruck. Due to the long-term presence of the Radiant Church, many of these people believed in the Radiant Sovereign. Now, all of them had the feeling that the emissary of the Lord had come to save them. Countless civilians fell to their knees. Those who have faith in the Lord shall receive the Lord's protection. Those who betray the Lord shall be destroyed in the end. The four-winged angel's voice penetrated throughout the little city, and over half of the 4,000 soldiers in the town fell to their knees as well. As for the others who came from Black Dirt City, they stood there, feeling astonished. An angel? A legendary angel. Kill those heathens. Suddenly, someone drew out his sword and stabbed a nearby military officer to death. Many of the military officers here were from the prefectural city of Moat. They didn't believe in the Radiant Sovereign, and had even destroyed several churches in recent days. But today, a large number of nearby soldiers as well as civilians began to charge forward to kill all of the outsiders. Without having to do a single thing, the four-winged angel had reclaimed this city. Followers of the Lord shall definitely give you his protection. The four-winged angel's voice rang out. The entire city was on its knees, filled with sincerity and faith. A smile appeared on the face of the four-winged angel. He had easily discovered that there were over 10 or so people here who trained in lightstyle magic. The four-winged angel landed on the ground and walked towards one of the experts. What is your name? The silver-haired old man was very excited. He respectfully said, "Oh, mighty and venerated Lord Angel, my name is Felton Fayerdun. In the past, I was a priest in the Radiant Church here in this town. I was lucky enough to survive." The four-winged angel nodded. From today onwards, Felton shall be the city governor for this city. The four-winged angel's voice shook the skies, penetrating the entire city. Felton! 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 The citizens of this village all began to shout loudly in joy. As they chanted, the four-winged angel flew into the air, and in a burst of dazzling, holy light, the four-winged angel left this little city and flew towards the prefectural city. The other 4 little cities saw the exact same happen. The appearance of the angels caused the believers of the Radiant Church to go crazy, and they fearlessly slaughtered the heathens, while those who trained in lightstyle magic or lightstyle battlechi became appointed the new city governors. As for the prefectural city of Sherry, when the other 5 four-winged angels had arrived, fires could be seen everywhere, because there were many soldiers who had come here from the prefectural city of Moat or from Black Dirt City, causing the battle here to be extremely intense. Lord Praetor. The 5 angels flew to Oseno's side. Oseno stood in midair, watching the 3 major battles going on below. 3 four-winged angels were currently engaging in battle with 3 undying warriors. Undying warriors? One of the angels called out in surprise. Oseno nodded calmly. When Oseno had brought these 4 angels to the prefectural city, due to the majestic awe-inspiring presence of the angels, countless citizens began to attack Linley's forces. Even some soldiers had turned traitor. This battle was extremely unfavorable for Linley's side. F***CK off. A terrifying, 3-meter-tall body that looked like a war machine, with bulging, muscled arms the size of a human waist. The man was covered with a layer of marble-like armor, revealing only his face, which was an awe-inspiring green color. A saint-level undying warrior. 3 four-winged angels fighting 3 saint-level undying warriors. Second brother, these guys are too fast. Gates shouted angrily. The 3 people here were Gates, Hazer, and Ank. All 3 of them were only warriors of the 9th rank. Even after transforming into undying warriors, they were only early-stage saints. Perhaps they had the advantages of possessing the terrifying defense and strength inherent to undying warriors. They were able to fight the middle-stage four-winged angels head-on, but the angels were too nimble. A four-winged angel very agilely swooped in from the side, kicking viciously against Gates. That kick, easily capable of shattering boulders, landed directly on Gates, but it only caused his body to tremble slightly. Gates suddenly stared up at the sky, and saw that even more angels had come. He immediately shouted, "Second brother, third brother, let's go, now! More angels are coming!" They weren't even able to handle 3 angels, but 6 more angels could now be seen above them, along with that human saint. How could they win this battle? Let's go! The Radiant Church is really going all out this time. Ankh growled with anger as well. With mighty leaps that caused the ground to shake and shatter, the 3 flew wildly towards the north like human meteors. However, of the 4 supreme warriors, the Undying Warriors had the slowest flying speed. As for angels, they specialized in speed. With a flicker of their wings, 4 of the 4-winged angels instantly appeared in front of Gates and the other 2, while the other 5 remaining 4-winged angels appeared behind them. "Fifth brother, what should we do?" Hazer looked at Gates. Of the 5 brothers, Gates usually had the most ideas, but right now, seeing how they were surrounded by 9 angels, he only had the desire to cry. Good heavens! The difference in power was just too vast. 1-on-1, they could just barely fight to a standstill. 9-on-3? How could they fight? What to do? An insane light appeared in Gates' eyes. Mother *****. Let's go all out. If we take 1 with us, that's a fair trade. If we take out 2, we'll have profited. Gates let out a growl, then wildly charged towards the angels. Although the 4-winged angels had good defense, they didn't dare to clash head-on against these human-shaped monsters. The distant Oseno said calmly, "Angel battle formation." Instantly, 3 of the 4-winged angels flew away at high speed, while the other 6 4-winged angels immediately set up the angel battle formation, surrounding Gates and his brothers. 1 was above them, 1 was below them, while 4 were around them. This sudden encirclement caused Gates, Hazer, and Ankh to all be stunned. Break through! Gates charged viciously against one of those walls of light. Bang! A terrifying, blazing force pierced towards Gates' white armor, knocking him backwards. "Fifth brother, are you alright?" Ankh immediately went to support him. "I'm fine." A hint of blood could be seen at the corner of Gates' lips. What tremendous force! It should most likely be comparable to a peak stage saint. Fortunately, this Undying Warrior armor is also very strong. Otherwise, I'd be dead. Oseno flew over, calmly watching Hazer, Ankh, and Gates. Saint-level Undying Warriors. The Armand clan? Gates and the others didn't pay any attention to Oseno. "I'll give you 3 a chance. As long as you are willing to surrender to our church, then I won't kill you," Oseno said calmly. Gates, Ankh, and Hazer exchanged glances. "Mother *****, if you have the ability to kill us, then come kill us." Gates stared angrily at Oseno. "Daddy ain't afraid of you." Oseno's face turned cold. "Do you take your old man to be a fool?" Gates said, staring upwards. "Stop bullshitting. Can it be that your Radiant Church has forgotten Lord Caesar's warning?" In the past, the King of Killers, Caesar, had said long ago that if the Radiant Church dared to act against the 5 brothers, then Caesar would slaughter a path to the Sacred Isle. Oseno snorted coldly. Indeed, just now he had just been trying to trick Gates. He really didn't dare to kill Gates and his brothers. After all, he didn't dare to disobey the words of Caesar. The King of Killers who had become a saint 5,000 years ago had reached a terrifying level of power long ago. And in recent years, he had reached the deity level. He had become a deity. Even if Oseno was 10 times as bold, he wouldn't dare to offend him. Offending him meant that perhaps the Radiant Church would face annihilation. "Disperse the angel battle formation," Oseno said calmly. "HRM?" Gates and the other 3 exchanged glances. Could it be that Oseno would be so kind-hearted as to release them? But as soon as the 6 4-winged angels dispersed the angel battle formation, Oseno's body transformed into a black blur. Gates and his brothers didn't have the chance to dodge at all. Bang! 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 3 vicious kicks landed against each of the 3 brothers, transforming these 3 humanoid monsters into meteors which slammed into the ground at high speed. Boom! The ground split apart from the collision, and the earth itself shook violently. 3 massive human-shaped craters appeared, with Gates and his brothers in the center of each of them. Their white armor had cracked like a tortoise shell, and blood was vomiting forth from their mouths. They could no longer move. Oseno's control of force had been perfect. Although he had badly injured them, they weren't in any mortal danger. With a flip of his hand, Oseno retrieved 3 adamantine alloyed manacles and tossed them to the nearby angels. Help me chain them up. You two are responsible for watching over them. The rest of you, come with me to the prefectural city of Moat. After finishing his words, Oseno flew off towards the north, not even looking at Gates and the others, followed by 7 four-winged angels who followed him. Between the prefectural city of Sherry and the prefectural city of Moat was a distance of a few hundred kilometers. Gates and his brothers had been suddenly ambushed, and they hadn't had a chance to even warn the remaining brothers. Caught totally off guard, the prefectural city of Moat was hit by the sneak attack of Oseno and the 7 four-winged angels as well. This time, Oseno acted very quickly. As soon as Barker and Boone had transformed into their undying warrior forms, Oseno had given each of them a kick. Bang! Bang! Dot! The 2 undying warriors were smashed into the ground by the kicks, creating 2 man-shaped craters. And there's a saint-level magical beast as well. Oseno's spiritual energy quickly discovered the Black-Cloud Panther, Harrow, who was currently retreating at high speed. As soon as Harrow had seen Barker and Boone be defeated in the blink of an eye, he had known what the situation was. If he were to defeat Barker and Boone at the same time, he would have to spend a little bit of time. This mysterious human saint was simply too powerful. Without even doing battle, Harrow had immediately turned tail and fled. Master, Master! Come back, quick! Harrow called out in his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 13, Linley's Return. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 13, Linley's Return. Oseno transformed into a black blur as he chased after Harrow at high speed. He's too fast. This isn't good. Harrow frantically flew towards the southeast at high speed, and as he did, his spiritual energy detected Oseno chasing towards him. In terms of speed, Harrow's speed was a good bit lower than Oseno's. Harrow had a very good understanding of his own level of power. In truth, Harrow was only an early-stage saint-level magical beast. Because magical beasts were naturally more powerful than humans, he was able to compete against peak-stage human saints. For example, the World Bear was a creature who would be able to defeat most peak-stage saints as soon as it entered the saint level. This was a question of inherent gifts. BB was the same as well. BB had only just reached the saint level not too long ago, but BB belonged to an extremely rare, exalted lineage. Despite only being an early-stage saint, he was so powerful that even the monolithic sword saint, Hadesun, was inferior to him. In terms of inherent giftedness, even the World Bear was a level lower than him. You want to flee? Oseno quickly saw that the Black-Cloud Panther was scurrying away through the air at high speed. Oseno's entire body was currently surrounded with dim black flames, making him look like a fiend from hell. Oseno quickly charged towards the Black-Cloud Panther, preparing to attack. Harrow, terrified, instantly shrank in size, quickly transforming into a fist size. Swish! The now mouse-sized Black-Cloud Panther dove directly down into the ground. Bam! A terrifying surge of black flame blasted towards the ground, instantly vaporizing the rocks and the dirt, revealing an incredibly deep tunnel in the ground. Oseno landed near it, peering down into the immeasurably deep tunnel. Oof! You really can run. Oseno sneered coldly. Saint-level magical beasts could change their size freely, and after shrinking in size, they could move incredibly fast. Human saints, by contrast, didn't have this ability. Although Oseno was extremely powerful, he was far inferior to a saint-level beast when it came to tunneling through the ground. Hundreds of meters below the ground. Harrow frantically continued to dig, creating a natural flow of sharp wind in front of him as he quickly pierced through the dirt. Master, Master! Harrow was extremely panicked. Master only said he was going to the south. The distance is too far. We can't even communicate spiritually. Magical beasts and their masters had a maximum distance by which they could communicate spiritually. The more powerful the spiritual energy, the greater the distance they could communicate at. Currently, Linley and Harrow could communicate at a distance of 1,000 kilometers. However, right now, Linley was in the southern part of the anarchic lands, fully 3,000 kilometers away from Harrow. There was no way Harrow could communicate with Linley. All he could do was vaguely sense the direction Linley was in. Traveling beneath the ground, Harrow ran frantically in Linley's direction. Oseno returned to the prefectural city of Moat. In the air above it, he stared at those four-winged angels and instructed, take those 2 undying warriors and imprison them in the prefectural city of Sherry along with the other 3. I'll go pay a visit to Black Dirt City. With a flip of his hand, Oseno retrieved 2 more adamantine alloyed manacles and tossed them to the angels. Yes, Lord. Those angels said respectfully. Oseno stared towards the north. According to his calculations, Linley should be in the Black Dirt City region right now. That panther-type beast of his should have gone to inform him. I wonder if Linley will fight or flee. And then, Oseno transformed into a black blur and began to fly towards the north. In the southern part of the anarchic lands, within a small forest in the mysterious village, there was a stone room with a stone table inside. Linley and Reynolds had been drinking here all night. It was roughly 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. by now. At daybreak, Linley was going to leave. In another 2 or 3 hours, Bibi and I will both leave. Fourth bro, when you are free, you can go back to the imperial capital for a while. Your parents most likely have been missing you very much. Linley instructed Reynolds, and then winked at Monica who was seated next to him. Laughing, he said, "Alright, fourth bro, you should go get some rest. You haven't slept all night." Monica and Reynolds were sitting side by side. "Third bro, thank you so much for everything," Reynolds said gratefully. Whether it was allowing him and Monica to be together, or allowing him to have the special permission of leaving the village once every year, it was all due to Linley. Reynolds understood, given his own abilities, Desiree and the others wouldn't have cared about him at all. Linley's lips quirked up in a smile, and he laughingly berated him, "Fourth bro, why do you stand on courtesy with me?" Linley's face suddenly changed. Hera was now within 1,000 kilometers of him, and Hera's voice instantly rang out in Linley's mind. "Master, things have gone badly. The saints of the Radiant Church have attacked, and Barker and his brothers have already been captured." This news came as a huge shock to Linley. "Reynolds." Linley's face suddenly became grim. "I'm sorry. I have something to take care of. I need to leave immediately." "What happened?" Reynolds and Monica were both surprised. Linley shook his head. "Some private matters." "Right. Fourth bro, you don't need to worry about it." Linley squeezed out a smile, then clubbed Reynolds on the chest. "Alright, I'm off." With a flicker, Linley disappeared, transforming into a blur. Arriving at Desiree's residence, he said in a clear voice, "Mr. Desiree." In the area around the mountain residence, there were a number of stone rooms. Hayward was currently with Foreman inside one of them. "Linley, what's wrong?" Hayward, who had just been in the middle of training, stopped and walked out of the stone room. For Linley to have rushed here at such high speed meant that something must have happened. A few moments later, Desiree and the others walked out from the residence. Linley looked at Desiree, Hayward, and the others, then immediately said apologetically, "Mr. Desiree, everyone, something came up, and I need to leave." Linley had an apologetic look on his face. "Did something happen? Do you need my assistance?" Desiree asked. "No need." Linley shook his head. Linley knew that Desiree and his group had been training in seclusion for a long time now. No doubt, they had no interest in fighting over power or authority. Desiree asking him if he needed help was nothing more than him just being courteous. If he truly asked for Desiree to go help him deal with the Radiant Church, that might actually make Desiree feel resentful towards him. More importantly, over this recent period of time, Linley had come to understand that in the past, Desiree had been a member of the Radiant Church. Naturally, he had already left the Radiant Church by now. It wasn't just Desiree, even Higginson had previously been a member of the Radiant Church. "Everyone, farewell." After bowing, Linley instantly utilized the wind shadow spell and flew into the sky. Bibi, who had been sleeping nearby in the grass, instantly transformed into a black shadow as well and flew into the air. A man and his magical beast flew away, just like that. Desiree and the others watched them fly out of the mysterious village, out of the mountain, and then continue north at high speed. It was still late at night. "Boss, what happened? What's the rush?" Bibi asked while flying alongside Linley. "The Radiant Church is playing for keeps." Linley's eyes narrowed, emitting a razor-sharp light. Bibi instantly grew excited. "Oh? The Radiant Church really dares to go head-on against us? Wonderful. I've been bored to death lately. Now, I can have some good fun." Bibi's eyes had a hint of bloodlust in them. "It's been a long time since I've had a nice good slaughterfest." Linley's eyes contained a killing intent as well. "I've waited for this day for a long time." Linley felt utter hatred from the depths of his heart towards the Radiant Church. Whether it was his father, his mother, or Grandpa Doring, all of his loved ones had departed for reasons related to the Radiant Church. This superficially honorable but secretly vicious organization was one which Linley had desired to destroy long ago. Linley and Bibi flew at very high speed. Soon, they saw a black blur erupt from the ground below and join them, flying next to Linley. "Master," Haru said respectfully. BB immediately called out, Haru, what's the situation? Quick, speak up. While flying, Haru said, Barker and Boone were staying in the prefectural city of Moat, but today, 7 four-winged angels of the Radiant Church and a human saint came attacking out of nowhere. 7 four-winged angels? BB's eyes lit up. Whoa-ho! Awesome! The four-winged angels weren't so bad, but that human saint was absolutely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he kicked the already transformed Barker and Boone and injured them so badly they couldn't move. I didn't dare to fight against him at all. My only choice was to flee. When I fled into the ground, he emitted a wave of black fire that blasted a hole several hundred meters deep. I nearly lost my life. That human saint is too powerful. I feel he is far more powerful than that Hadesun. Haru, when discussing Oseno, still felt a hint of fear even now. Linley pondered this in his mind. According to what the war god said, the Holy Emperor of the Radiant Church should be a level lower than the likes of Fane and Desri, but stronger than Hadesun. The person who came today, it sounds like he is on par with the Holy Emperor. Black flame, and power on par with the Holy Emperor. Could it be the person who is on par with the Holy Emperor in both power and status, that ruthless, diabolical, Praetor Oseno of the Ecclesiastical Tribunal? Linley secretly wondered. Linley didn't believe that the Holy Emperor himself would attack, but it was very possible that Oseno would. BB, this opponent should be more powerful than Hadesun. You need to be careful as well. Linley reminded. This time, we can't be overconfident in the slightest. When we reach the Sherry Duchy, I'll cast the Wind Shadow spell on both of you. As a spell of the 9th rank, despite only being a supportive spell, the Wind Shadow spell still consumed a great deal of mage force. Fortunately, Linley possessed the Coiling Dragon Ring, and by casting spells through the Coiling Dragon Ring, he only needed to expend a sixth of the normal spiritual energy in mage force. Wind Shadow? BB rolled his eyes. Could it be that he's faster than me? We can't be too cocky. Linley shook his head. BB nodded. Linley said towards Haru, let me and BB handle that human saint. As for you, go deal with those four-winged angels. When we first arrive, we'll help you kill a few four-winged angels as well. Yes, master. Haru replied. Immediately, the man and his 2 magical beasts flew north at high speed. At around 5 in the morning, as the sky was just barely beginning to lighten, Linley, BB, and Haru arrived within the borders of the Sherry Duchy. Upon reaching the Sherry Duchy, Linley immediately dragon-formed while also casting the Wind Shadow spell on BB and Haru. Boss, I feel as though your current level of speed has increased quite a bit. BB could sense the extra speed provided by the Wind Shadow spell, but at the same time, he stared in puzzlement at Linley. I had some insights while training on the elemental laws of the wind. Naturally, my speed went up a level as well. Linley laughed as he spoke. Linley had made breakthroughs in both the fast and the slow aspects of the wind, allowing him to be even more graceful and even faster. Given that he was a Dragonblood warrior to begin with, and had the Wind Shadow spell supporting him, Linley's speed was now a full level higher than when he had dueled with Hadesun. How rowdy! Linley saw one of the small cities of the Sherry Duchy from afar. The families of that town were all extremely active, with lamps lit everywhere. Not too long ago, on this night, 2 angels had descended. Naturally, these small cities were filled with so much excitement that nobody could fall asleep. All of them were even firmer in their faith towards the Radiant Church now. Linley saw quite clearly that the flags on the small cities had all changed, returning to the previous flag of the Sherry Duchy. As soon as the angels arrived, the lost territory was all reclaimed. Linley couldn't be bothered with the small cities. He flew straight towards the prefectural city of the Sherry Duchy. Soon, the man and his 2 magical beasts arrived in the air above the prefectural city of Sherry. By now, it was day, and the fresh morning air filled the lands. The dragon-formed Linley, BB, and Haru stood in the breezy air above the prefectural city of Sherry. Only 6 angels and Barker and his brothers. No other saints present. Linley's spiritual energy quickly scanned the entire area below. Just 6. BB seemed rather dissatisfied. By now, those 6 four-winged angels had sensed Linley's spiritual energy. They flew up into the sky at the same time, surrounded by that dazzling holy aura. It was as though 6 suns had suddenly risen into the skies. At the same time, lightning danced within Linley's eyes, and he barked coldly, "Kill all 6 of the angels." "Yes, boss, master." BB and Haru replied simultaneously as they transformed into 2 flashes of black light, charging towards those 6 four-winged angels. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 14, Downfall. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 14, Downfall. The citizens of the prefectural city of Sherry knew that there were angels within the governor's mansion, so many people were continuously watching the mansion. Seeing those 6 four-winged angels fly out into the air, they instantly began to shout jubilantly, which in turn attracted the attention of even more citizens. 6 four-winged angels. Creatures whom these commoners had tremendous faith in. What are those 3 black shadows? How dare they fight against angels? Many people also noticed that the 6 four-winged angels were currently engaged in a wild battle against 3 black shadows. In the blink of an eye, the citizens once more shouted in joy. Because those 3 shadows had already been completely surrounded by the 6 four-winged angels. Their movements are very orderly and almost perfectly choreographed in sync. Lindley laughed calmly as he stared at his surroundings. Just then, Lindley, Bibi, and Harrow had charged forward to fight them, but unexpectedly, the angels had instantly scattered in multiple directions, setting up the angel battle formation in the blink of an eye, surrounding Lindley, Bibi, and Harrow within it. The 6 four-winged angels had turned into 6 points of this heavenly cage. Growl, Bibi sent out a claw swipe against one of the four-winged angels, but that pure white light only shuddered and didn't break. Lindley secretly sighed in amazement. This angel battle formation truly was formidable. These were nothing more than 6 middle-stage four-winged angels, but the angel battle formation they created couldn't be broken by even Bibi, who dared to fight Hadesun's world-breaker attack head-on. This magical beast is very formidable. Be careful. One of the four-winged angels immediately shouted. At the same time, a brilliant light began to emanate forth from the four-winged angels, blasting forth towards the skies. When it reached a certain height, that eye-piercing brilliance suddenly exploded, temporarily blinding the countless citizens of the prefectural city of Sherry. Immediately, the citizens began rubbing their eyes, trying their best to stare upwards at the battle. Informing Oseno? Lindley said to the 6 surrounding angels. HRMPH, Lindley. This time, you will definitely die. One of the angels said with certainty. Soon, the Lord Praetor shall come, and you won't have the chance to flee. So it really is Oseno. Lindley's gaze turned cold. You think you can defeat the Lord Praetor? The 6 four-winged angels were very cold and arrogant. They knew exactly how terrifyingly powerful Oseno was. The faces of the 6 four-winged angels turned cold, while at the same time, a thick, powerful blast of holy light was transferred to one of the four-winged angels. Lindley knew that this was one of the powerful attacks of this formation. Shaking his head, Lindley let out a cold chuckle. Whoosh! Lindley suddenly appeared in front of one of the four-winged angels, and that four-winged angel's body immediately began to glow with divine light. How laughable. That four-winged angel was very confident. According to their reports, Lindley's power was only on par with Hadesun. It wasn't greater than that of the magical beast named Bibi. If even Bibi couldn't break the angel battle formation, how could Lindley? A hint of satirizing amusement appeared in Lindley's eyes. If he wasn't confident, how could he have let himself be trapped within this angel battle formation? Bang! The adamantine heavy sword struck against the protective light. A terrifyingly powerful surge of vibrational force transferred directly into the four-winged angel's body. Those vibrations actually caused the internal organs of the four-winged angel to instantly rupture and turn into a pile of soft mud. Even Hadesun would have been badly injured after taking this blow, to say nothing of the angel. The face of that previously very confident angel instantly turned ashen pale, while fresh blood spurted forth from his nose, ears, and mouth. In an instant, his eyes turned dim, and then like a pile of soft mud, he fell down from the skies, smashing into the ground like a ruptured sandbag and kicking up a cloud of dust. Profound truths of the earth, 150 layered waves. This was Lindley's limit. Last time, it was 6 angels also. And this time, once again, Lindley laughed coldly. The angel battle formation is useless against me. But unfortunately, those 6 angels who died last time didn't have the chance to tell you. The power of this 150 layered waves attack was far stronger than when he had previously competed against Hadesun. Even someone as defensively powerful as Hadesun probably wouldn't be able to take 2 of these hits head-on. How is this possible? The other 5 four-winged angels were still in a state of shock. They hadn't felt much of an impact against their holy power, but their comrade had died. And at this time, Bibi and Harrow instantly transformed into streaks of black lightning. Scree-e! An ear-piercing, heaven-shattering screech. Slash! A four-winged angel wanted to dodge, but Bibi, after having his already terrifying speed enhanced by the wind shadow spell, was simply too fast. The angel simply couldn't fight against him at all. Those sharp claws tore directly into the angel's chest and ripped out his heart. Bibi, with just 3 claws, sent 3 four-winged angels falling from the skies, their blood covering the ground. Bang! Harrow killed one of the four-winged angels as well. Whoosh! Linley's body seemed to have turned into the wind itself, as he flickered everywhere. Sometimes, his adamantine heavy sword moved fast, while sometimes, it moved slowly. In front of the adamantine heavy sword, a spatial edge actually appeared, chopping down at the head of one of the four-winged angels. The four-winged angel, terrified, tried to dodge, but it was chopped into two halves. Profound truths of the wind, tempos of the wind. Using the adamantine heavy sword with the profound truths of the wind is indeed somewhat weaker. Linley chuckled calmly as he looked down at the corpse on the ground. The profound truths of the earth and the profound truths of the wind could be used with any weapon, even fists. Only, the level of effectiveness would vary. If the adamantine heavy sword were used to display the tempos of the wind attack, it would only be roughly half as powerful as the blood-violet sword. The power was roughly the same as using a knife hand chop. Although all of this took a while to describe. In truth, when Linley used the profound truths of the earth to kill one of the four-winged angels, it happened in the blink of an eye. And then, the other 5 four-winged angels were killed by Linley, Beebe, and Harrow. 6 angel corpses lay scattered on the ground. How is this? Impossible. The countless citizens of the prefectural city of Sherry all stared. The angels whom they venerated in their hearts above all other creatures. The messengers of the Lord. But the 6 four-winged angels had died in the blink of an eye by those 3 shadows. Linley's body was covered with a roiling layer of azurish black battle chi, and he floated high in the air. The citizens of the prefectural city of Sherry stared up at this fiend. You actually believe in the radiant sovereign? What a joke! Linley's voice seemed to shatter the heavens like thunder. The teachings of the Radiant Church are nothing more than a type of deception. In this world, don't entrust anything to a god. Rely on yourself. If you are strong, you can even kill an angel as easily as you can raise your hand. The citizens of the prefectural city of Sherry were somewhat baffled. The messengers of the Lord. Those 6 four-winged angels had been killed, just like that. According to the teachings of the Radiant Church, nothing could block the glory of the Lord, and in the face of the messengers whom the Lord sent, anything blocking them would be turned to ash. But today, the ones which were turned to ash were the angels. Who is this person? Many people in the prefectural city of Sherry were quietly whispering this question to each other. Remember. My name is Linley. Linley's voice echoed non-stop in the prefectural city of Sherry, and then Linley, Beebe, and Hera flew into the governor's mansion. The citizens of the prefectural city of Sherry remained in a stunned state. Linley, it's actually Linley. In the Yulon continent, there was only one expert named Linley. It was the Grandmaster Sculptor, the Genius Magus, the Dragonblood warrior, Linley Baruch. Ever since he knew that he would have to fight head-on against the Radiant Church, Linley had decided to no longer conceal his identity. The reputation of a peak-stage saint was extremely alluring, and so Linley immediately proclaimed his identity. Most likely, some of the other duchies would no longer dare to resist and might even immediately surrender to him. Boom! Oseno was flying at high speed towards the prefectural city of Sherry. I didn't expect that Linley would head to the prefectural city of Sherry. I thought he had fled. Oseno had badly injured Barker and Boone, then sent people to lock them up with Gates and the other 2 in the prefectural city of Sherry, then headed towards Black Dirt City in the night. But in the area around Black Dirt City, Oseno couldn't find a single saint-level expert. Linley ran away. This was Oseno's first reaction. He believed that the Black Cloud Panther had mentally contacted Linley, and Linley had been so terrified that he immediately fled. Oseno was quite disappointed. He had no choice but to return to the prefectural city of Moat. But unexpectedly, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, a dazzling burst of light could be seen from the direction of the prefectural city of Sherry. It was a signal. The signal of Linley's appearance. Although Linley is powerful, when those 6 four-winged angels join forces and set up the angel battle formation, even if they cannot kill Linley, they should be able to stay alive. Oseno said to himself. The reason he had arranged for 6 four-winged angels to be there was so that they could set up the angel battle formation. After all, they were 6 four-winged angels. To the Radiant Church, they were still extremely valuable. When Lindin and the other 5 had died, the Radiant Church hadn't minded, because Lindin and the others were only of the 9th rank, after all. Only when going all out could they have the power of a saint. The Radiant Church had quite a few of those low-level angels. But these 6 four-winged angels were another matter altogether. To find bodies capable of holding the power of four-winged angels was fairly difficult. Those bodies had to be of the 7th rank in physical power alone. Only those bodies could allow four-winged angels to descend into them and for their full power to be put on display. Bodies of the 7th rank, the Radiant Church only acquired a few despite thousands of years of searching. I've arrived. Oseno saw the distant prefectural city of Sherry and instantly flew towards the governor's mansion. Oseno's spiritual energy encapsulated the entire prefectural city of Sherry like a tempest, but his face quickly changed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the air above the governor's mansion. He clearly saw that on the main walkway in front of the governor's mansion. 6 corpses. All 6 of the 4-winged angels died? Oseno's heart contracted tightly. Even when the king of the mountain range of magical beasts, Dylan, had led his saint-level magical beasts to attack the city of Funlai, the Radiant Church hadn't lost many saint-level experts. But today, in the blink of an eye, they had lost 6 4-winged angels. Oseno's dark eyes flashed with cold light, and the temperature around him dropped precipitously. The blood on the corpses of those 6 4-winged angels actually began to turn to ice. Linley, get out! Oseno's cold voice shook the heavens. Those citizens of the prefectural city of Sherry, who had just been agitated by Linley, now found to their shock that yet another figure with dark golden eyes was standing in the air above the governor's mansion. A challenge to Linley? Many people felt their hearts tremble. They had simply been overstimulated too much today. First, angels had descended, and then, the angels had been killed by Linley's forces. But now, yet another saint had come to challenge Linley. In their entire lives, they had never seen such a constant stream of exciting battles. Linley, are you only capable of hiding inside the governor's mansion? Do you think I am unable to find you? Oseno's voice contained a hint of extreme rage. In the past, he wanted to kill Linley because Linley was a threat. But now, Linley had killed 6 4-winged angels. When had the Radiant Church ever suffered such a loss? If Linley was a deity-level expert, then the church would only be able to swallow their anger. But Linley's power was inferior to Oseno's. Hide? A cold voice rang out from the city governor's mansion. Oseno, you think too highly of yourself. Regular, stable footsteps could be heard. Linley, dressed in a long, deep blue robe, casually walked to the courtyard with Bibi and Hera by his side. Those Barker brothers were behind Linley as well. They formed a straight line. Linley stared upwards at the mid-air Oseno. Oseno stared downwards at Linley as well. Their two gazes met, and as they did, it seemed as though the space between them began to shudder and rumble. Within several hundred meters around Oseno, the temperature had reached to an extremely low level. Extreme cold. Deathly silence. In this area, it was as though Oseno was in total, complete control. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wind arose in this area. The origin of the wind was Linley. Linley's deep blue robe and his long hair fluttered in the wild wind, which twisted upwards towards Oseno. But Oseno was like a boulder upon which the waves broke themselves. He didn't move at all. You killed 6 4-winged angels of my church. Today, I must kill you, and also let your soul forever be tormented by the flames of hell. Oseno's voice seemed to be as cold as a dagger, piercing into everyone's ears. Linley stared up at Oseno. His lips curved into a smile. If you are so tough, then come on over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 15, The Fierce Battle Against Oseno. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 15, The Fierce Battle Against Oseno. Black draconic scales. Fierce, sharp spikes. They all quickly emerged, covering Linley's entire body as he dragon-formed. The blue robe that had been covering Linley's body was torn to shreds by the ferocious battle chi, and pieces of it fluttered around Linley. Go! Linley's dark golden eyes stared at Oseno. Instantly, those countless pieces of blue cloth suddenly shot towards Oseno like arrows. As they did, Bibi, who had been directly behind Linley, suddenly disappeared, crossing those 100 meters. In just the blink of an eye. The half-meter-long Bibi suddenly appeared in front of Oseno. Shkree! The ear-piercing screech tore through the skies, while at the same time, Bibi's sharp claws transformed into a fierce storm which tore down towards Oseno. Crackle! Oseno's body immediately exploded with a black flame which emanated from within his body. The black fire surrounded his fist, which clashed directly against Bibi's sharp claws. Bang! Bang! Eardrum-rupturing collision sounds could be heard repeatedly. Swish! Oseno quickly retreated 100 meters in an instant. Bibi stared angrily at Oseno. Oseno, if you are so tough, don't run. Just as Oseno opened his mouth and was about to speak, a tempest suddenly appeared in front of him, while at the same time, a scale-covered draconic claw slashed through the air, chopping towards him like a sharp blade. Oseno once more dodged backwards. Only now did Linley reveal himself fully. Standing in midair, the azurish black energy surrounding him, he said, "Oseno, why do you keep on retreating? Didn't you say that you were going to kill me?" Linley's voice was very low. His eyes flashing like cold daggers, he was a heart-shaking sight. "Boss, those black flames Oseno uses are very powerful. But they shouldn't be able to break your pulse guard defense." Bibi's voice rang out in Linley's mind. "I know. Oseno hasn't used his best techniques yet." Linley was very careful. With a flip of his hand, Oseno retrieved a pitch-black, narrow and long sword. Oseno stared coldly at Linley and Bibi, the man and his magical beast. "Just now, I wanted to see how strong you were. Indeed, you are worthy of me drawing my blade." Linley and Bibi on one side, Oseno on the other, staring at each other. The citizens of the prefectural city of Sherry stared with bated breath at this battle, the likes of which Sherry had never seen since its founding. "Let's go." Linley's voice rang out in Bibi's mind, and the two of them almost simultaneously charged towards Oseno. The adamantine heavy sword in Linley's hand radiated with azurish light, chopping down agilely at Oseno. Seeing Bibi and Linley charge towards him, Oseno instantly came to a judgment: this magical beast called Bibi is even faster than me. This Linley is a hair faster than me as well. Our intelligence was wrong? Linley's body seemed to drift forward gently as though it was very slow, but also as though it was very fast. It was extremely bizarre. The deeper his insights into the elemental laws of the wind had become, the faster Linley had become as well. Bibi was the first to arrive in front of Oseno. Oseno just stood there in midair, not moving at all, allowing Bibi to claw at him. But the black katana in Oseno's hand suddenly flashed, then chopped down against Bibi's claws. Clang! A metallic ringing sound. Oseno's body was sent flying back nearly 100 meters, but Bibi stood there, not moving at all. Bibi. Linley had a bad feeling. "Boss, be careful. His katana attacks contain a spiritual attack," Bibi warned him. Just then, my head went dizzy for a moment. Linley grew nervous. Spiritual attack? However, from what Linley could tell, this Oseno was a warrior saint. Most likely, his spiritual energy wasn't too powerful. This was much like Olivier, who despite being capable of spiritual attacks, only had the spiritual energy of a magus of the 8th rank. Thus, his spiritual attack wasn't too dangerous to people with powerful souls. My spiritual energy has reached the 9th rank. I should be able to take it. Not hesitating at all, Linley once more struck out with his adamantine heavy sword, while Bibi, shaking his head a few times, let out another screech and charged towards Oseno. Oseno's body flickered as he actually moved forward to face Linley. Whoosh! The adamantine heavy sword flowed gracefully through the air, slashing down at Oseno in an instant. Oseno's black katana seemed to pierce through space itself, coming at an incomparably monstrous speed as it chopped against Linley's adamantine heavy sword. The adamantine heavy sword and the black katana clashed. Linley's body was sent flying backwards, and he shook his head in pain. Rumble, a bizarre, terrifying vibration had passed through the black katana and attacked Oseno. It had pierced straight through Oseno's protective layer of infernal black flames and directly attacked Oseno's internal organs. Those terrifying, powerful vibrations caused all of Oseno's organs to shudder. Ugh! Oseno spat out a mouthful of blood. Oseno stared at Linley in disbelief. He didn't expect that he would have suffered a serious injury in just his first exchange of blows with Linley. If this happens another time, I probably won't be able to take it. This Linley's attack is too bizarre and too terrifying. My defenses are useless. Oseno now realized how terrifying Linley was. I didn't expect that I would have to use my ultimate technique to deal with Linley. Only now did Linley's head feel a bit better. What a terrifying spiritual attack. Linley's heart shook. It didn't just attack, it also possessed an illusionary, mesmerizing power. Die! Bibi charged fiercely at Oseno, the tips of his sharp fangs biting down at Oseno, but Bibi actually passed straight through Oseno. Oseno was still in his original position. Two of them. Linley stared in astonishment. At this moment, there were two Osenos standing in midair. And they definitely weren't illusions. Both were real. Doppelgangers? Linley couldn't believe it. The two Osenos suddenly moved, transforming into four Osenos. This was totally different from Olivier's technique, which relied on high-speed movement to create illusions. All of these four Osenos were real. Linley's spiritual energy could detect all four of these Osenos and sense their auras. What in the world is this? Linley couldn't dare believe it. The four Osenos stood in midair, staring coldly at Linley. The four Osenos each said one phrase at a time. Linley, you really do have some skill. You forced me to use this technique. Just then, you saw that when you attack me, you will find that my body is illusory, but when I attack you, you will find that my body is real. In other words, I can attack you, but you can't attack me. Your death is inevitable. The four Osenos all flew towards Linley at high speed. Die. Linley flew at high speed towards one of them, but suddenly, Linley utilized his adamantine heavy sword to chop at a different one. Profound truths of the earth, 150 layered waves. However, it was as though he had hit nothing but air. Linley's adamantine heavy sword passed straight through this Oseno, not having harmed him at all. But then, this Oseno suddenly chopped towards Linley, and Linley quickly used his adamantine heavy sword to block. Bang! Linley was knocked flying back, and his head felt dizzy yet again. How is this possible? How can someone possibly have such a freakish ability? Linley didn't dare to believe it. Even when dealing with Fane or Desiree, Linley hadn't had such a hopeless feeling. He couldn't attack his opponent, but the opponent could easily attack him? What the hell was this? Oseno, don't believe your own lies. Bibi's voice rang out. Linley turned to look at Bibi. Bibi's little eyes were staring at Oseno. Others are unable to attack you? If four people simultaneously attacked your four bodies, tell me, would they be able to attack you? Bibi seemed to be quite familiar with this technique. All four Osenos were wielding that black katana. It seems you understand this technique? Oseno laughed coldly. Of course. Don't forget. I am a darkness element magical beast. Bibi's body suddenly flickered, and then split into two as well. The two Bibis stood there in midair. Oseno was stunned as well, and Linley was also awestruck. The Barker brothers were watching all this from below. What the hell? Hazer looked at Gates. Gates shook his head, lost. This battle isn't one in which the likes of us can get involved in. Let's just watch. Linley flew towards the two Bibis, while Bibi said to Linley, Boss, there is a relatively basic darkness-style attack known as the stealth walk technique. Once the stealth walk technique reaches an extremely high level, it can be transformed into the shadow shape technique. The shadow shape technique causes one's body to merge with the shadows themselves. However, there is a level even beyond the shadow shape technique which is known as the shadow shape doppelganger technique. This is something which only saints can train in. However, Oseno's shadow-shaped doppelganger technique is more powerful than mine. Bibi said. So this is known as the shadow-shaped doppelganger technique? Oseno frowned. You didn't know? Bibi looked at Oseno. Oseno was silent. In truth, while Oseno had been training in the elemental laws of darkness, he slowly managed to develop this doppelganger technique. As for its name, he had casually decided to simply call it the doppelganger technique. Shadow-shaped doppelganger technique. The basic underpinning of the shadow-shaped doppelganger technique was to create a shadow from another shadow, and then allow the real body to change position at any time from amongst the shadow bodies. Just then, when Linley had attacked one of the doppelgangers, Oseno had switched places with one of his other shadows, and then when he attacked Linley, he had switched back. This technique was very powerful, but in the face of the God Realm technique of deities, it was still useless. Bibi, when did you learn this technique? Linley asked mentally. Darkness elemental magical beasts are born knowing some darkness-style spells and special attacks. Only upon reaching the saint level was I capable of utilizing this shadow-shaped doppelganger technique. Unfortunately, I'm not as good at it as Oseno. Bibi said resignedly. Magical beasts were born with some special, magical skills. The more powerful the beast, the more powerful the magic. Linley secretly sighed as well. And so what if you know it? You will still die. The four Osenos moved at the same time. The target, Linley. The four Osenos attacked together, and Linley quickly flew back, 1 against 4, how could he fight them? He could block one, but the real body would then be in one of the other 3. If he fought head-on, he would definitely lose. Shkree. As Linley retreated, the two Bibis screeched fiercely as they charged forward. The two Bibis were freakishly fast. The two Bibis engaged in a wild battle against those four Osenos, but since Oseno could choose between those 4 shadow doppelgangers, he could dodge much more easily than Bibi. Bang! The two Bibis flew back. Bibi, quick, come over to me. Listen to my order. Linley was currently standing in one of the streets of the prefectural city of Sherry. Standing on the ground, his head was upraised as he stared at Oseno in midair, quietly awaiting Oseno to come over. Bibi was somewhat puzzled, but he still flew over towards Linley at high speed. Boss, what do you want to do? Bibi asked suspiciously. But when Bibi heard Linley's mental response, his eyes instantly lit up, and he once more scurried atop Linley's shoulders. Linley and Bibi just stood there on the ground, staring up at the four Osenos, not afraid at all. HRM? What trick do you have up your sleeves? Seeing how confident Linley was, Oseno was rather suspicious. But when he scanned the area with his spiritual energy, he found that Linley and Bibi didn't have any backup at all, nor were there any apparent traps. In addition, for someone like him, an expert who trained in the shadow-shaped doppelganger technique, how could he be afraid of a trap? HRMPH Oseno sneered coldly. No longer hesitating, the four Osenos simultaneously charged down towards Linley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 16, Baruch. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 16, Baruch. Linley wielded the adamantine heavy sword in one hand, and blood violet in the other. He stood there in the middle of the street, and Bibi was on his shoulders, not moving. The man and the beast stared as Oseno charged over, but when Oseno reached within 10 meters of Linley, he suddenly paused. There was a plot here. Oseno stared at Linley, who seemed brimming with confidence. He grew a bit nervous. What sort of nasty trick does this punk have up his sleeve? What, are you afraid? Linley, his two swords in his hands, stared at Oseno. If you are afraid, then just roll the F***ck out of my city. It's fine. I won't chase you. Linley's words made Oseno so angry, he could vomit blood. Chase me? Oseno secretly cursed Linley in his mind. It was clear and apparent that he, Oseno, had the advantage. But Oseno was born cautious. He truly began to wonder if Linley did indeed have some sort of nasty trick up his sleeve. But seeing how confident Linley was looking, Oseno suddenly thought, wait, can it be that Linley is just pretending to be like this to try and scare me away? Oseno carefully inspected Linley. If Linley really had some sort of ultimate attack, he would have used it long ago. Why feign weakness? In addition, if one has an ace up one's sleeve, one wouldn't be so blatantly self-confident. Being this confident is as good as telling someone you have a technique lying in wait. Oseno laughed coldly in his mind. What is true is false, what is false is true. This punk is trying to play me. I refuse to believe he is able to wound me. Why are you hesitating, Lord Praetor? What happened to your usual awe-inspiring presence and decisiveness? Linley mocked coldly. Oseno stared at Linley's dark golden eyes. He sneered, punk, halfway through his words, the four Osenos simultaneously attacked Linley with terrifying speed. But right at that moment. Rumble. Within 100 meters, the land quickly became covered with a layer of earth and light, and Linley and Bibi's body became covered with it as well. Instacast, Supergravity Field, Rank 7. A supergravity field of the 7th rank would cause the strength of the gravity affecting one's body to instantly quadruple. This gravity wouldn't just impact the muscles, it would also affect the organs and the blood vessels. Even powerful opponents would be slowed when suddenly affected by this. To a saint, if you threw a boulder weighing 10,000 tons at him, he would easily shatter it with the flick of his finger, not harmed by it at all. But the supergravity field was different. For example, the quadruple gravity wasn't something as simple as just adding a few hundred tons of weight. It could cause the flow of blood in a person's body to slow and make breathing more difficult. Weak people, under a quadruple gravity field, might even die in an instant. Even saints would have their physical functions impacted. Kill. After instacasting the supergravity field as well as the nullifying magic on himself and Bibi, Linley charged forward towards Oseno with Bibi by his side in a simultaneous attack. One Linley and two Bibis arrived at the four slower Osenos. The adamantine heavy sword once more chopped down, while at the same time, blood violet chopped through the air as well. Bang! Oseno was knocked flying, and all four of the Osenos merged into one. A hint of blood could be seen dribbling from his mouth. He had dodged Linley's attack, but he wasn't able to dodge the two Bibis' attacks. Linley didn't hesitate at all, charging directly towards Oseno, but Oseno instantly transformed into four people as well, while at the same time, his body began to emit a large amount of black flame. The ground around him was burnt to nothing, and Linley's supergravity field was wiped out as well. I didn't expect you to have this sort of technique. Oseno stared angrily at Linley. However, this technique of yours is useless. Useless? Linley stood on the ground confidently. The four Osenos once more charged forward at high speed, while at virtually the same instant, Linley's surrounding area once more appeared to be covered by that earth and light, supergravity field of the 7th rank. The four Osenos paused slightly, and then, with a bam, the black flame began to burn, once more wiping away the supergravity field. Oseno's eyes were filled with fury. It is useless, Linley. My body is totally capable of getting accustomed to this level of supergravity. BB, let's do it. Linley and BB both charged towards Oseno, while at the same time, Linley once more cast the supergravity field. Only this time, it was a supergravity field of the 6th rank. Oseno had already been prepared for quadruple gravity, but when he suddenly became affected by double gravity instead, his movements couldn't help but falter a bit. Bang! Profound truths of the wind, tempos of the wind. Blood Violet seemed both fast and slow, and that spatial edge appeared on the edge of Blood Violet. The edge of the sword chopped down directly towards Oseno, and was actually able to cut through his infernal flames, sending him flying back once again. A wound had appeared on Oseno's chest. Oseno had dodged Linley's adamantine heavy sword and the attacks of the two BBs, but he had been injured by Blood Violet. How can it be so powerful? The look on Oseno's face changed. Just then, he had nowhere to run. Because all 4 of his shadows were attacking Linley, Linley naturally attacked too, while the other 2 were easily attacked by the 2 BBs, who was faster than them. No matter what, he would end up taking a hit. He didn't dare take the adamantine heavy sword head-on, and he didn't want to take a hit from BB's claws either. In the end, he had chosen Blood Violet. However, that Blood Violet sword seemed to be even more formidable than BB's claws by a whisker. According to our intelligence, the attacks of that violet sword aren't very powerful though. Oseno couldn't believe it. Indeed, when he dueled with Hadesun, Linley's tempos of the wind was not too powerful. But now that he had broken through to a higher level of comprehension towards both the fast and the slow aspects of the elemental laws of the wind, then combined them in his tempos of the wind, the power had been raised by far more than just 1 level, it was raised by at least 2 levels, or even more. Oseno, didn't you want to kill me? Linley seemed very arrogant. Attack! The demonic-looking Linley and the enlarged BB charged wildly towards Oseno. As they did, Linley instacast the supergravity field again, filling the area once more with that earthen glow. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Oseno's infernal black flames once more wiped away the supergravity field. But for Linley, this sort of low-level technique was something he could use 100 or 200 times without exhausting his mage force. And more importantly, Linley had the coiling dragon ring and only needed to use 1/6 of the mage force to begin with. Supergravity field of the 7th and 6th ranks. Linley was using them on a rotational basis. Not good. The constantly changing gravitational power caused even Oseno's attacks to become less coordinated. The supergravity field of the 6th rank increased gravity by 2 times. There was a big difference between it and the supergravity field of the 7th rank. These 2 spells with huge differences in power caused Oseno to constantly be unable to get accustomed to the local gravity. It was as though an ordinary person, when walking, would suddenly feel gravity disappear, and then he would have to walk while weightless. He wouldn't be used to it. Same line of reasoning. Sometimes, supergravity fields weren't necessarily the stronger the better. With no way to dodge, Oseno was struck viciously again by BB's 2 claws and was sent flying. With a crunching sound, Oseno's rib had broken. This time, Oseno didn't fly into the air, nor did he dare to go closer to the ground. After having learned this lesson, Oseno didn't dare to get near the ground again as he remained in mid-air. I didn't know that different supergravity fields could be used at this level. Oseno said. He had been badly hurt. After being struck by Linley's adamantine heavy sword and the blood violet sword, he had then been struck twice by BB's claws now. BB, let's charge. He's badly injured and not in great shape. Oseno didn't hesitate at all. His 4 shadows instantly flew at high speed towards the south, paying no attention to BB who was behind him. Perhaps BB would be able to catch him, but he could change between the 4 shadows non-stop. He had no reason to fear BB. But if Linley were to charge over, perhaps Oseno would be the one to injure Linley instead. After all, in mid-air, Linley would not be able to utilize the supergravity field. His speed would then be inferior to Oseno's. Wasn't he just asking for trouble if he did that? At this time, Barker and his brothers came running out of the city governor's mansion. That Oseno escaped. Ankh sighed. His lordship and BB beat Oseno so bad he ran away. Gates was excited. The brothers carefully inspected the streets in front of the city governor's manor, and instantly, they were speechless. The bodies of the 6 angels had already been frozen into blocks of ice. Near Linley's position, the ground itself was a full meter lower. In addition, another meter of earth had been burned by Oseno's infernal flames and destroyed by it. Linley was currently at the end of that depressed patch of land. Lord! Lord! Barker and his brothers ran excitedly towards Linley, while Linley transformed back into his human form. With a flip of his hand, he withdrew a robe from his interspatial ring. BB landed on Linley's shoulders, and Linley let out a long sigh. "Lord, we won," Barker said excitedly. The other four stared at Linley with excitement as well. A hint of laughter was on Linley's face. He stared towards the south. "We didn't truly win. What a pity. The attack power of each strike of my rippling wind isn't powerful enough. If it was more powerful, I would be able to hold off Oseno by myself." The rippling wind could instantly create 10 million swords. It was the absolute peak of speed, but each attack wasn't too powerful. If Linley were to use this attack against the four Osenos, he wouldn't be able to harm them at all. Instead, he would be the one to be wounded. Tempos of the wind and rippling wind are two different concepts. There is no way to merge them. The only thing I can do is infuse the rippling wind with the insights I have gained into the fast aspect of the elemental laws of the wind. By then, the power of the rippling wind would increase by another level. Linley still remembered Higginson's sword technique. It had been so fast that it had distorted and folded space itself, and it carried a terrifying penetrative power. If Linley was able to reach that level and use his rippling wind technique, then the equivalent of countless illusionary void swords would attack his opponents. Although the attack of each sword would still be a bit lower, it would be incredibly powerful nonetheless. "Me too," BB muttered. "If my shadow-shaped doppelganger technique could reach the level of splitting into four shadows, I would be able to fight him by myself." Barker and his brothers stared at Linley and BB, the man and his magical beast. They were speechless. "Lord, you aren't even 30 yet. Yet you are so powerful," Barker finally said loudly. Linley and BB glanced at each other, then laughed. Good point. One couldn't be too greedy. Linley was on the fast track to understanding both the elemental laws of the wind and the elemental laws of the earth. He wasn't like some people who were bottlenecked or stuck. He should be overjoyed. Barker, immediately send people to reclaim the Sherry Duchy. Here in the prefectural city of Sherry, most likely those soldiers won't face a single bit of resistance. Linley was quite confident. After that massive battle with the angels and the battle just now, who in the prefectural city of Sherry would dare to resist? Yes, Lord. Per our plans, since we are fighting head-on against the Radiant Church, then we will make our affiliations public. 10 days from now, we will openly proclaim to the world that we have founded a duchy, and the name of the duchy is the Baruch Duchy. Linley announced. Barker, Ank, Hazer, Boone, and Gates all said with respectful excitement, "Yes, Lord." The battle at the prefectural city of Sherry had determined that for now, the Radiant Church was not capable of suppressing Linley. Linley had slaughtered 6 four-winged angels, and then forced Praetor Oseno to flee. This victory, once announced by Zassler and the others, quickly spread across the entire area. The morale of Linley's side was like a rainbow. The Sherry Duchy no longer had any hint of resistance. It once more returned to Linley's control. Black Dirt City. Within a garden. Lord Linley, the Western Duchy immediately surrendered to us after we said a few threatening words to them. The duchies to the east are a bit more stubborn. Zassler laughed. Linley's reputation was extremely useful. A simple threat had caused an entire duchy to capitulate. How could they not surrender though? What, would they fight against a saint? After all, the most powerful combatants in a duchy were usually of the 8th rank only, and a very few duchies had warriors of the 9th rank. As for saints, how could a saint stay in a duchy? Zassler. Linley instructed. In 3 days, I will found the Baruch Duchy. How about this, send some people to one of the branches of the Dawson conglomerate. Tell them immediately send a message to Delia in the Yulan Empire. Tell her about the founding of the Baruch Duchy. Zassler assented. Linley stood there in the garden, staring towards the south. Delia. I've completed my side of our agreement. So, when will you come? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 17, Homecoming. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 17, Homecoming. Oseno's study. Lord Praetor? The golden-haired middle-aged man called out softly. Ever since Oseno had been defeated and sent fleeing by Linley and BB, Oseno had become even grimmer and colder. His subordinates didn't even dare to get close to him. Oseno raised his head, staring at him with those cold eyes. The middle-aged man squeezed out a smile. Lord Praetor, how should we deal with Linley? Linley? Oseno let out a cold sneer. The middle-aged man's heart quailed. He could sense the temperature in the room drop. Oseno said coldly, immediately send someone to deliver the news to the Sacred Isle and inform the Holy Emperor. If Linley is not eradicated, then in the future, if the Radiant Church is eliminated, it would most likely have been done by Linley. Oseno was truly frightened by Linley's rate of improvement. Last year, in August, when Linley dueled with Hadesun, Linley's strength was just on par with Hadesun. But now, in the following April, just 8 months later, in 8 short months, Linley's power had increased by an astonishing amount. In the past, that violet sword was incapable of harming Hadesun. But now, it harmed him. Oseno. He's not yet 30. Oseno's heart was filled with worry. Yes, Lord Praetor. I will immediately send someone conveying your words to the Holy Emperor. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. Oseno sighed in his heart. If in the past, the people we had killed and sacrificed to the Radiant Sovereign didn't include Linley's mother, then perhaps Linley would have become the central pillar for the Radiant Church, capable of helping us overthrow the Cult of Shadows. But it was too late. Linley and the Radiant Church were now openly opposed. The Anarchic Lands. Currently, there were 3 primary factions. One was the Radiant Church. One was the Cult of Shadows. And the final one was Linley's. Because of the battle at the prefectural city of Sherry Duchy, the Radiant Church was now quite silent and kept its head low. The Cult of Shadows wouldn't interfere. They wanted to see Linley and the Radiant Church continue to fight against each other. Naturally, they too would just keep their head low and watch. As long as Linley didn't antagonize them, they definitely wouldn't antagonize Linley. In this sort of situation, Linley's side was the most vigorous and expanded the most, and was now preparing the festivities for the founding of the Baruch Duchy. Currently, the Baruch Duchy had 3 prefectural cities, 19 small cities, and led over 20 million citizens. This sort of large faction was actually about the size of half of a regular kingdom. This was an extremely large duchy. And Linley? His legend was once more sung about in songs by the countless masses. His list of myths now included destroying 6 four-winged angels and defeating the praetor of the ecclesiastical court of the Radiant Church. Linley's fame continued to grow, causing many warriors and magi who worshipped Linley to head to the Baruch Duchy in a wave. They wanted to fight for Linley, the imperial capital of the Yulan Empire. Master Longhouse residence. Delia was in the courtyard as always, soaking up the rays of the sun and enjoying the fresh air while studying Master Longhouse's notes on magic. Miss Delia, the Dawson conglomerate's representative, is here. A guard ran over and reported to her. Delia's eyes instantly lit up. I, Big Yellow, am willing to bet that it is a letter from Linley. The world bear next to Delia chortled, while Delia glanced at him sideways. She said, quick, let him come in. Yes. The guard said respectfully. A short while later, a beaming, middle-aged man entered the courtyard. Seeing Delia, he immediately withdrew a letter from his robes. Miss Delia, here is your letter. It comes from the Anarchic Lands. This wasn't his first time delivering a letter to Delia. As soon as Delia saw this person, she knew that the letter came from Linley. Miss Delia, I bid you farewell. The middle-aged man was extremely polite. Delia laughed in excitement. After the man left, she immediately opened the letter and began to read. The nearby world bear craned his big head over to sneak a peek as well. Delia couldn't help but turn and glance at him. Big Yellow, I'm getting angry. The world bear immediately let out a couple of deep, awkward chuckles. Delia laughed as well, then continued to read. But as she did, Delia's body began to tremble. Wonderful. Wonderful. Delia was so excited that she immediately rose to her feet. She could feel her heart racing and her entire body was beginning to be covered in sweat. Delia, why are you so happy? The world bear asked puzzledly. Even the nearby Wild Thunder Stormhawk stared towards Delia in confusion. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in the courtyard. It was the Windstyle Grand Magus Saint, Master Longhouse. Teacher. Delia said respectfully. Master Longhouse laughed as he looked at Delia. Hatton tells me that you received a letter from Linley. It seems there is some joyous occasion? Delia stared at the world bear, who began to laugh delightedly. Teacher. Delia was still quite excited. It is Linley's letter. He tells me that the Baruch Duchy is going to be founded this year, April 16th. That's today. Linley is finally founding his duchy. This is wonderful. Master Longhouse knew everything there was to know about Delia's affairs. As happy as that? Is it because you're about to be able to see Linley? Master Longhouse teased. Delia's face had turned red. Was it because she was embarrassed, or was it because she was too excited? All right, teacher. I can't talk right now. I have to go home first and tell my parents about this. According to what they previously said, now that Linley has erected his duchy, they shouldn't be against me and Linley being together anymore. Delia said. Master Longhouse nodded. Fine. Go. Delia repeatedly nodded. She immediately rode the wild thunder Stormhawk Perry and left her teacher's residence. Watching Delia fly away, Master Longhouse shook his head inside. Delia's father won't be so easily swayed, I'm afraid. Within the Leon clan's residence, Dilla Leon and his wife were both quite puzzled. Why had Delia pulled them here to this quiet room to discuss something? Father, mother, there's something I need to tell you. Delia took a deep breath. Delia's mother started to laugh. What sort of joyous event is it that has you all worked up like this? Delia began to laugh as well. Right. Father, mother, didn't you say that if Linley and I were together, it would lower His Imperial Majesty's faith in our clan? But now, Linley has erected his own duchy in the anarchic lands. Erected a duchy? Dilla Leon and his wife looked at each other. Delia, my dearest daughter, I hope you aren't lying to your father. After all, I've never heard of this. Dilla Leon said. Delia secretly laughed. Linley's Baruch duchy was being founded today. It would take at least 10 days or half a month for the news to spread several thousand kilometers away to the Yulan Empire. It would be a strange thing if her father did know about it. It is true. I just have some advance information. Linley's duchy is named the Baruch Duchy. Delia said with certainty. Dilla Leon and his wife exchanged glances. It's true. Father, mother, can it be that you don't believe me? Delia frowned. Dilla Leon chuckled while shaking his head. I believe you. But why must you marry Linley? Although Linley has founded a duchy, can being the wife of a Grand Duke compare to being the Empress of an empire? Delia's smile froze. Father, what are you trying to say? Delia's face was more serious than it had ever been. Dilla Leon stretched his hand out, placing it on Delia's shoulder. Sighing, he said, Delia, it is true that Linley is a saint and is powerful. But Emperor Rand is the emperor of our Yulan Empire. If you marry him, that would be wonderful as well. And, it would be very beneficial for our entire clan. Delia looked at her father, her eyes filled with disbelief. Father. Are you still that father who loved me? Delia's voice had turned hoarse. Dilla Leon was startled, and his wife was taken aback as well. Father. I love Linley, love him very much. But this isn't because he is a saint. When I met him at the Ernst Institute, I fell in love with him. Was he a saint back then? Why do you have this sort of idea in your mind about the type of person your daughter is? Also, ever since returning from the Institute, in the past 8 or 9 years, why is it that I refuse to accept the advances of any young man in the imperial capital? Why? Can it be that you don't understand? Delia truly didn't know what her parents were thinking. Ever since I came back from the O'Brien Empire and told you about Linley, what I wanted was your blessings. But, instead you tried to stop me. Delia's eyes were glimmering with tears. I admit, your words are very logical. Back then, if I was to be with Linley, it would indeed lower Emperor Rand's trust in our family. Father. Mother. I love you. I love my family. That's why I didn't want to put you in a difficult position. Although I wanted to go meet Linley a long time ago, for your sake, I've been enduring. I've stayed in the imperial capital, because I cherish my family and cherish you. But you try to convince me to marry this person and that person. What is it? Can it be that Linley is inferior to those nobles? Why are you always like this? In the past 7 or 8 months, Delia had felt extremely depressed. I finally waited for this moment. Linley's erected his own duchy. I today came to you filled with excitement. I hoped I would receive my parents' blessings. But, as Delia spoke, her tears began to come out. You disappoint me. You truly disappoint me. Dilla Leon and his wife were silent as they faced their daughter. Father. Mother. I love you both very much, and cherish you both very much. Delia took a deep breath. If you still love and cherish me, I hope that on the day of my wedding with Linley, I'll receive your blessings. But if you no longer care about this daughter of yours, then forget it. After finishing her words, Delia turned and left. Dilla Leon and his wife were both somewhat stunned. Only after their daughter had gone did they come to their senses. Delia. They called out, but Delia was already seated on the back of the Wild Thunder Stormhawk and had flown away. Delia was mounted on the Wild Thunder Stormhawk and looking down at the rapidly shrinking Imperial City. She had bid her teacher farewell, and then left the Imperial capital. The wind blew against Delia's golden hair, and also blew her tears dry. Right now, Delia's aching heart only longed to see Linley. Only in Linley's embrace would she find comfort. The Wild Thunder Stormhawk let out a few hawk cries as well, as though comforting Delia. Slowly, the Wild Thunder Stormhawk and Delia disappeared into the northern horizon. Black Dirt City. At the base of Mt. Blackraven. Linley is currently training at Mt. Blackraven. Zassler pointed towards a mountain while laughing. Seeing the beautiful scenery of Mt. Blackraven, Delia managed to clamp down on her excitement. Mr. Zassler, is Linley always there? Zassler laughed. Almost his entire time is spent there training. BB is there as well. As they spoke, they headed up the mountain. Following that creek, Zassler led Delia to the side of a lake. Delia instantly saw Linley. Right now Linley was dressed in a long, sky-blue robe. His long hair was unbound, and he was wielding a violet longsword on the surface of the lake, testing out his sword attacks. Wherever the violet sword passed, space itself seemed to ripple, making Linley seem indistinct and hazy. Clearly, Linley was currently immersed in training. Ah! Delia! You came! Boss! BB, who had been playing around in the water, immediately saw Delia, and he immediately let out an excited cry. Linley's movements came to a halt, and he turned around. Seeing Delia, Linley seemed to have suffered a blow to his spirit. His entire body froze, but then, he flew over at high speed. As for Delia? A smile had made its way onto her face, and her eyes had instantly turned moist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 18, Title Hidden. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 18, Title Hidden. Linley landed on the side of the lake. Filled with excitement, he stared at Delia, whose eyes were filled with unshed tears. He had the sudden urge to immediately take Delia into his arms. But although he had this urge, he still just stood there in front of Delia, his mouth open, but not knowing what to say. He had 10 million words in his heart, but he couldn't get a single word out. Linley, you haven't changed. Delia laughed. She was the one to reach out to him, with her left hand. Seeing that white, dainty hand, Linley was stunned for a moment. Delia glanced at him out of the corner of her eyes. Hey, Dumbo, are you going to make me use the soaring technique, just so that I can get to the center of the lake? There was a distance of several dozen meters from here to the center of the lake. If Delia didn't use the soaring technique, she wouldn't be able to get there. Seeing the way Delia was looking at him, and her ivory white arm, Linley immediately reached out with his own right hand and took hers in his own. So, Linley. I'll be leaving now. Zassler finally spoke. Linley and Delia's faces both suddenly flushed pink. Linley turned to glance at Zassler, speechless. Zassler winked towards Linley, then turned and ran away at high speed. That's just how Zassler is. Holding hands with Delia, Linley tapped his foot, summoning a wind which swirled around both of them. Gently, Linley and Delia floated to the center of the lake. They stepped onto the edges of the stone platform, then sat down next to each other. The two continued to hold hands. Feeling the soft warmth of Delia's hand in his own, Linley felt as though he was currently standing in the clouds. Delia's face was slowly turning pink as well. The atmosphere between the two instantly grew more intimate. Suddenly, Linley saw that in the water, not too far away, BB had popped his little head out and was using his sneaky little eyes to peek at Linley and Delia. Oh. Boss. You guys keep doing what you were doing. BB's gonna just go somewhere else to play for a bit. You guys keep on at it. BB, knowing that he had been discovered, immediately sank down into the water. However, Linley and Delia didn't notice that far away, on top of a tree near the peak of Mt. Blackraven, a Wild Thunder Stormhawk was stealthily peeping at them. He. Delia immediately began to giggle. Linley, BB really is adorable. Linley nodded and laughed as well. That's just how BB is. Oh, right. Delia, why is it that you waited so long to come here after you left the O'Brien Empire? Did something happen? Linley still remembered how, when Delia had left, she said she would soon come find him. Delia nodded, but she fell silent. The events which had occurred in the imperial capital had truly hurt Delia. She was very disappointed in her parents. Linley's words instantly made Delia feel downcast. What happened? Talk to me. Linley squeezed Delia's hand. You really want to know? Delia stared at Linley, her face close to his. Linley nodded. If you listen to the story, then you'll have to marry me. Delia suddenly said. Wah! This sneak attack truly caught Linley off guard. Delia truly was the only woman Linley was currently interested in, but for him to immediately marry her, Linley, in his heart, was still rather nervous. His first relationship's failure had caused Linley to be rather defensive in these matters. He still didn't dare to totally invest himself in any relationship with a woman. He was afraid he would be utterly heartbroken once again. I'm just joking with you. Delia began to laugh, then let out a flirtatious sniff. Sheesh, Linley. Can't you just pretend or just tease me for a moment? Delia's words made Linley feel less awkward. Delia took a deep breath. I can tell you the story now, if you still want to hear it? Linley immediately nodded. Delia settled her thoughts. Holding Linley's hand, staring at the peaceful lake waters, she slowly said, Linley. When I received my clan's letter saying that I had to go back, I found, upon my return, my grandmother was perfectly fine. There was nothing wrong with her at all. Linley frowned. When Delia had written him a letter saying that her grandmother was in excellent shape, Linley had already sensed that there was something that lay hidden. Afterwards, I found out that my parents found out from teacher that the reason I stayed behind in the O'Brien Empire was to be together with you. Thus, my parents used this scheme to get me to come back and to part from you. Delia laughed bitterly as she looked at Linley. This scheme was a very clumsy one, but I still fell for it. Linley was puzzled. Your parents. It was for the clan. Delia sighed. Before you had started your own side in the anarchic lands, virtually everyone in the 6 major forces believed you were a member of the O'Brien Empire. The O'Brien Empire and the Yulan Empire have always viewed each other as principal rivals. Linley understood. The most powerful forces in the Yulan continent were these 2 empires. In my parents' opinion, if I were to marry you, then that would be tantamount to colluding and allying with an important saint of the enemy. The emperor of the Yulan Empire would have less trust in our clan. Thus, my father and mother didn't want me to be with you. Delia glanced at Linley. Naturally though, this was just my parents' opinion. They didn't know that we've never discussed marriage. Linley could only rub his nose. Delia said falteringly, the imperial capital is filled with people pursuing me, and my parents kept on trying to persuade me to marry someone else. I wasn't willing. I really hate that. Linley, I really wanted to leave right away and come looking for you, but I didn't want to break the relationship between me and my parents. I really love my parents. I understand, Linley said consolingly. Of course he understood how Delia was feeling. This was because he, too, was a man who cherished his relatives and his parents. I really wanted to come find you, but I didn't want to lose my parents either. Delia chewed on her lips, lowering her voice. Linley could clearly sense that Delia was squeezing his hands more tightly now. Linley rested Delia's hand on his leg. Delia glanced at Linley, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. I was waiting for you to found your duchy. But my parents said that I should marry the emperor of the Yulan Empire and become the empress. HRM? Linley felt a hint of anger in his heart. Delia's parents really were going too far. I wasn't willing. That time, I got angry with my parents. Delia shook her head helplessly. I've always been a filial, obedient child in front of my parents. But that time, I really lost my temper. I told my father clearly that I would rather die than marry those people. Linley felt a grateful feeling in his heart. For a woman to be willing to do this was truly moving. I was waiting, and finally, the letter I waited for arrived. You had founded the Baruch Duchy. Delia looked at Linley. At the time, I was extremely excited. My parents would no longer block us from being together. Linley felt extremely happy as well. As Linley saw it, Delia should have come happily after having a good talk with her parents. But when I told this news to my parents, they once again advised me to marry that emperor. A bitter look was on Delia's face. How can they be like that? Linley's face changed. For them to act like this, Linley could totally understand how Delia must have felt. Right, how can they be like that? Delia's eyes had a sad look in them. I had went to them happily, but I didn't expect that this would be the result. Actually, I should have predicted it. My father is the leader of our clan. Of course he has to think about things from the clan's standpoint. In his eyes, the emperor is very talented and has a high status. Marrying him would also be of benefit to the clan. Marrying His Imperial Majesty truly would have been absolutely perfect. However, he had never considered things from my standpoint. Delia took a deep breath. So, I didn't spend any more time on vain hopes. Delia looked at Linley. I just came. I didn't bother with discussing it with my parents. I left the imperial capital and came to find you. Seeing the look in Delia's eyes, Linley, in his heart, had a powerful surge of emotion. He felt moved, saddened, and fulfilled. Delia, Linley wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his throat and wouldn't come out. The girl in front of him. For his sake, she had waited 10 years by herself. For his sake, she could ignore the allure of becoming the Empress. For him, she even left her beloved parents and journeyed all alone to this place to find him. Linley suddenly felt a strong sense of humiliation. He suddenly felt that he really despised himself, really hated himself. She's a girl. She sacrificed so much for you, but from start to finish, you've never even given her as much as a promise. Linley was berating himself mentally. What am I waiting for? What do I have to hesitate about? He looked into Delia's eyes. Delia had always made her feelings very clear, and had always been waiting for him, but he had always been hesitating. But today, Linley knew that he could no longer hesitate. He had kept on hesitating for so long. What he had gained was already extremely precious. She gave up everything and waited 10 years. And she is still waiting, without any promises from me. Linley saw the tears in the corner of Delia's eyes. His heart twitched hard, and he howled at himself, do you want to have Delia wait forever? Until the day her heart dies and she leaves by herself? Linley felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Crunch, dot. That layer of ice surrounding Linley's heart finally shattered and melted away. Linley didn't want to wait any longer. He didn't want to make himself wait. And he didn't want to make Delia wait either. Linley, what's wrong? Seeing the look on Linley's face, she couldn't help but feel concerned. Linley suddenly stretched out his hand and held Delia by her shoulders. Delia could feel her heart begin to thump. Linley stared at Delia, took a deep breath, then said seriously, Delia, marry me. Delia's eyes turned as round as the moon as she stared at Linley in shock. Upon these words coming out, in Linley's consciousness, a bolt of lightning flashed past his mind, illuminating every single scene he had shared with Delia. From the very first time they had met at the Ernst Institute and he had seen that adorable girl. Their time spent together as children. That farewell kiss that night at Wushan Township. One scene after another. He felt a warm feeling in his heart. With a wife like this, what more did he need? Linley. Delia cleared her throat, staring at Linley with wide eyes. What did you just say? Can you say it again? Please? Delia's voice was quavering. Linley stared at Delia. One word at a time, he said to her, Delia. Marry me. Marry me, Linley. Be with me forever, and let us never be separated. All right? Linley's voice was trembling as well. Right now, Linley felt very nervous. Right. Nervous. Delia looked into Linley's eyes. Suddenly, her tears came rolling out. How long had it been? How long had she waited for this day? Even when they were children and their affection was rather indistinct, she had hoped for this day to come one day. Hoped that Linley would become her knight in shining armor. One day after another, she had waited. That year, she had only been a little girl in her teens. But now, she was already a 28-year-old lady. Over 10 years had passed. Whether it was when Linley and Alice had been together, or when Linley had gone missing for 10 years, or when her parents had stopped them from being together, she hadn't given up. The only thing she was afraid of was Linley abandoning her. She had always been waiting. She hadn't even dared to force Linley to give her any promises. Are you willing? Seeing Delia's entire face covered with tears, Linley felt deeply touched and moved. Delia suddenly threw herself into Linley's embrace, wrapping her arms around him tightly and saying repeatedly into Linley's ear, I'm willing, I'm willing, I'm willing. Linley could feel the warmth from Delia's body. In his heart, he felt more content than he ever had in the past. TL, the name of this chapter was, Delia, Marry Me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 19, Kingdom. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 19, Kingdom. Linley clearly could sense how, when he held Alice in his arms when they were young, he had felt happy. But now, when he held Delia in his arms, Linley felt, in the deepest part of his heart, a sort of contentment, a spiritual fulfillment. This was true happiness. The ice covering Linley's heart had totally melted. Delia's face was covered with smiles. She had never been so happy before. Linley! I'm so happy. Delia gently whispered into Linley's arms. Me too. Linley gently stroked Delia's fragrant hair and touched her sleek shoulders. Delia obediently rested herself against Linley's chest. She murmured, Linley, I feel as though I'm in a dream, tell me, is this real? That tough woman who could make even an emperor feel nervous was now as obedient as a child. It's real, it's real. Linley could feel the warmth from Delia's body, and a warm, protective feeling arose in his heart. Delia suddenly raised her head and looked at Linley haltingly. Linley, if one day Alice comes to find you, what would you do? Delia was truly afraid that Linley would be taken away by someone else. Alice? Linley's hand paused, but then he continued to stroke Delia's hair. He said comfortingly, the affection between the two of us ended long ago. I feel neither love nor hatred to her. After all, she can choose who she likes. Linley stroked Delia's face and chuckled, Delia, don't overthink things. I'll never leave you. If I abandon you, then I would truly be an utter fool. Delia, am I an utter fool? Linley looked at Delia. Delia laughed very happily. You are a genius. You are the greatest genius in the Yulan continent. Delia harumphed coldly. Seeing Delia's full, bewitching lips, Linley suddenly had an urge. Without hesitating at all, Linley lowered his head and planted a kiss on Delia's lips. Delia seemed to have been struck by lightning, and her body quivered. But then, she sank into the kiss. This was the second kiss Linley and Delia had shared. The first was that night at Wushan Township. After that, they were a long time apart. Delia didn't say anything, just staying in Linley's embrace. A hint of shyness was still on her face. To Linley, Delia was so utterly mesmerizing right now. Ah, hell, I can't watch anymore, I can't watch anymore, I can't watch anymore. Suddenly, Bibi burst out from underneath the lake water. Linley and Delia both were startled. Bibi, in midair, laughed openly and honestly. Sorry, boss. Sorry, boss wife. You two can continue. Boss wife? Linley and Delia couldn't help but begin to laugh. So you were peeking the entire time, Bibi. Tell me, how should I punish you? Linley guessed by now that Bibi was peeking the entire time, and actually, Bibi had utilized the shadow shape technique and been hiding within the shadows of the lake. Linley hadn't been searching for Bibi with his spiritual energy, so naturally he hadn't noticed. Punish me? Bibi pondered for a moment. Oh. Punish me with a lady mouse, one as powerful as me. I'm very lonely right now. Bibi put on a very pitiable look. Linley and Delia couldn't help but both begin to laugh. Unfortunately, I am an extremely, unnaturally gifted mouse that might appear once in 1,000 years. Bibi sighed, then tittered. Boss wife, when are you getting married? I'm getting impatient for you. Get married? Linley looked at Delia. It was indeed time to discuss this issue. The governor's manor. Black Dirt City. When Barker and the others saw Linley and Delia holding hands and walking together in such an intimate manner, all of them were stunned. Zassler was the first to recover and intentionally said in a loud voice, Lord Linley, what's going on between you and Ms. Delia? Because of Linley's status, when they were in front of other people, Zassler addressed Linley as Lord Linley. Delia and I are getting married. Linley smiled. This news had the effect of a forbidden-level magical spell, instantly causing everyone present to explode with sound. Wow! Getting married? Gates was the first to shout. Whoa! Ms. Delia, you and Lord Linley are getting married? Wonderful! Rebecca jumped up in excitement as well. The entire hall instantly became a pandemonium of excitement. There was only a single person whose smile was rather forced. Jen. In recent days, Jen had immersed herself in managing the affairs of the duchy. She hadn't expected to suddenly receive this sort of news. But of course, Jen had expected that this day would come, long ago. There was nothing which Linley kept from Delia, and she knew of the history between Jen and Linley. Smiling, Delia walked over to Jen, then took Jen's hands in her own in an extremely warm manner. Jen, when Linley and I are getting married, you come be my bridesmaid, alright? Looking at the smile on Delia's face, Jen nodded. Delia immediately pulled Jen into a friendly manner off to one side and began chatting with her. Linley walked towards Barker, Zassler, and the others. Delia and I have already come to a decision. We will directly host a wedding ceremony. The day of the wedding will be 3 months later, on July 2nd. Linley laughed as he looked at Barker. Barker, I think, in the next 3 months, it would be good if we can take over the nearby duchies and found a kingdom before 3 months are up. Can you do this? Linley wanted his wedding with Delia to be an exciting affair. But 3 months, in Linley's opinion, seemed to be rather short. 3 months? No need. Barker was extremely confident. 1 month is enough. A month? Linley was puzzled. It would be hard to just organize and drill the troops in a month, and we'd have to also reorganize the conquered duchies. That's all rather troublesome. How can you take them over in a month? Gates laughed loudly. Lord, there's something you aren't aware of. Please take a look. Gates walked to a military map that had been hung up on a wall. Lord, take a good look at the current disposition of forces in the anarchic lands. These 20-plus duchies all belong to the Radiant Church, while these all belong to the Cult of Shadows. But these are unaligned. Linley immediately understood. This power distribution was quite strange. The Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows both controlled duchies in the center of the anarchic lands as well as in the south. They occupied more than half of the anarchic lands. Only the northernmost areas next to the Forest of Darkness were unaligned. The anarchic lands were rectangular in shape. If you were to divide it into 4 equal quarters, then the northernmost portion was the portion closest to the Forest of Darkness. Neither the Radiant Church nor the Cult of Shadows wanted that area. Lord, our Baruch Duchy is located near the Forest of Darkness. Barker explained. Oh. In the past, I never paid attention to this. Linley stared carefully at the military map. The Cult of Shadows and the Radiant Church have taken over half of the anarchic lands. But why is it that they don't want the northernmost area which is located close to the Forest of Darkness? The Baruch Duchy, after all, had been set up close to the north. Lord Linley. Zassler walked over, laughing. This is why we say that we can easily unify the area in a short time. Oh? Linley looked at Zassler with a questioningly glance. Is it because it belongs to neither side, which makes it easier to unify? Zassler explained, laughing, that's not what I mean. I mean, aside from our own duchy, most likely more than half of those 7 other duchies near the Forest of Darkness would be willing to directly surrender to us. More than half would surrender to us? Linley didn't understand. Can it be that they feel pressured by our power? Zassler explained, Lord Linley. Have you forgotten that every few decades or every decade, there will be a massive wave of magical beasts from the Forest of Darkness? Each wave of magical beasts first attacks the border duchies closest to the Forest of Darkness, and thus the battles rage on the most in these duchies as well. Linley instantly understood. Are you saying that these duchies? Right. These duchies are the poorest duchies in the anarchic lands and the most pitiable ones as well. Zassler sighed. The Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows are both uninterested in unifying it, because resisting the magical monster waves costs too much gold, far more than these duchies can generate. Linley now fully understood. This was a barren wasteland. Unifying this region meant that one would have to struggle against the countless magical beasts in the Forest of Darkness. Linley could totally imagine how brutal those battles would be. Each time, most likely over 1 million people would die, or even more. Linley, of the 7 duchies here, aside from a few who don't want to surrender, the rest all deeply desire to have a strong base of support. And you, Lord, are a saint and would make an excellent, powerful support. Zassler laughed. Not just them. Even the commoners wish for you to lead and unify them. That way, they would be safer. Barker laughed. And Lord, even now, there have been at least 3 duchies who sent people to come and negotiate the terms of their surrender. Only, because their territories are not immediately adjacent to ours, we need to first take over the duchies east of US. Linley nodded. Since that's the case, then do it as quickly as possible. Gates slapped his chest and boasted, Lord, a month from now, a full quarter of the anarchic lands will be under your control. Of course, this is the poorest quarter in the anarchic lands, but at the same time, it is the most militant and ferocious quarter. Linley nodded. Zassler, make the arrangements. Have my wedding invitation letters be sent to these people. I'll send the list of names to you in a while. Yes, Lord Linley. Zassler acknowledged, and then laughed. Then are you planning to openly announce the news of your marriage? Linley looked towards the side at Delia and Jen who were happily chatting. Linley had a desire, no matter what, he would definitely have to make Delia happy. Publicize it. I want the day of the founding of the Baruch Kingdom to be the day of my grand wedding. Linley said heroically. Clearly, this meant that a month from now, they would unify their quarter of the anarchic lands under their banner, while 3 months from now, the Baruch kingdom would be founded and the wedding would also be held. From a territorial standpoint, controlling a quarter of the anarchic lands meant controlling quite a large swath of territory. The size of it was significantly larger than the former kingdom of Funlai. In population alone, there was roughly 100 million citizens. A lonely island in the oceans. The most core area of the Radiant Church, the Sacred Isle. It received news from the anarchic lands. On the 9th floor of the Radiant Temple. Haydns was reading this letter. When Linley and his magical beast combined forces, they were able to force Oseno to retreat? Staring at this letter, Haydns felt as though he had been stricken heavily. Oseno's power was unquestionable. Especially his doppelganger technique, which let him divide into 4. It was incredibly terrifying. Even Haidson probably would have been badly injured and then killed by Oseno. After all, it was simply too hard to block the doppelganger technique. Oseno speaks the truth. Haydn's heart tightened. If this continues, then... The Radiant Church didn't fear Linley. But Linley wasn't alone. He had that mysterious, godlike magical beast, Bibi. He also had 5 undying warriors, and his little brother. In the future, when Linley reaches the saint level in his human form and the 5 brothers also reach the saint level in human form, and when Linley's little brother reaches the saint level in his human form, that means they have 7 peak stage supreme warriors. If you add in that magical beast rodent which is no inferior to supreme warriors, that means they will have 8. Every single peak stage supreme warrior was capable of being described as the most powerful of saints. 7 supreme warriors and the magical beast Bibi, if they were to attack the Sacred Isle en masse, Haydns could totally imagine the scene. The Radiant Church would be in a battle for its very life, and in the end, it would probably perish. Unacceptable. Linley must die. Haydns turned to look at Cardinal Guillermo. He ordered, Guillermo, go invite Commander Lehman, quickly. Commander Lehman? Guillermo was shocked. In the Radiant Church, the most powerful person was the Holy Emperor, Haydns. The most frighteningly mysterious person was Oseno. The most admirable and most respected person was the spiritual leader of the ascetics, Lord Fallen Leaf. But the person who caused the most dread was the legendary commander of the Zealots, Lehman. The Zealots all possessed a unique power. Why are you hesitating? Quick, go! Haydns rebuked. Haydns didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He had to send a man whose power was no lower than that of Oseno's, Commander Lehman. If the two joined forces, then it would be surprising, indeed, if they were still unable to overcome Linley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 20, A Procession of Arrivals. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 20, A Procession of Arrivals. One of the prefectural cities in the northern part of the anarchic lands. Ankh, Gates, and Boone each wielded their massive long-handled great axes, standing atop the city walls like war gods. Corpses littered the ground around them, and fresh blood stained the walls and the ground below the walls. The nearby soldiers were all terrified. They didn't dare to fight back anymore. All of them put down their weapons. Of the 7 duchies, 5 duchies have voluntarily surrendered. The previous duchy was easily taken over. You are the last one. Gates grabbed the leader of the town guards, his furious, ox-like eyes staring into the terrified, quivering leader. Mother Fastris Kerr, why fight back when you don't have the power to? Isn't that the same as just ordering your soldiers to commit suicide? It was indeed tantamount to suicide. The two sides were on totally different levels of power. Gates and the other 2 had killed a huge number of the enemies by themselves. Hoisted high into the air, the captain of the guard said in terror, Lord, this has nothing to do with me. It was the orders of the Grand Duke. 5th brother. Ankh laughed. Enough. Let's go down. Big brother and the others are all down below. Most likely, they are already drinking celebratory wine. After having taken over this prefectural city, when we add it to the 5 which surrendered and the one we just took over, that means we have finished our mission. Gates and Boone both began to laugh loudly. In 20 short days, all of the 8 duchies which bordered the Forest of Darkness had been reformed into a kingdom, the Baruch Kingdom. The Baruch Kingdom had over 100 million people under its rule and took up a quarter of the anarchic lands. Although the people here were poor, they were very violent and ferocious. In the richer areas of the anarchic lands, the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows still remained in control. From this point onwards, the anarchic lands had been divided into 3 major spheres of influence. The number one genius in the history of the Yulan continent, Linley, was going to hold a wedding with Ms. Delia of the Leon clan of the Yulan Empire. The day of this wedding was going to be the same day the Baruch kingdom was formally established. Time, Yulan calendar, year 10010, July 21st. Place, the future capital of the Baruch kingdom, Baruch City, currently known as Black Dirt City, being rebuilt. This news quickly swept throughout the anarchic lands like a tornado, and at the same time, it was made public to the various powers in the entire Yulan continent. One letter of invitation after another was sent to the various locations of the Yulan continent. Countless eyes were focused now on the anarchic lands. The imperial capital of the Yulan Empire. The Leon clan's main hall. In terms of status, the person with the highest status in the Leon clan wasn't the clan leader, Dilla Leon. It was Dixie Leon. First of all, Dixie would be the next clan leader. But more importantly, he was the personal disciple of the supporting pillar of the Yulan Empire, the High Priest. The High Priest was one of the most powerful entities in human society. In the hearts of the countless masses, perhaps only the war god could compare to the High Priest. An astonishingly powerful expert who had wielded the power of the deities before the Yulan calendar had even started. The vast majority of the people the High Priest accepted as a personal disciple ended up becoming Grand Magus Saints. The personal disciple of the High Priest, and a future Grand Magus Saint. And a dual-element Grand Magus Saint at that. Dilla Leon was currently frowning as he handed the letter of invitation to his son, Dixie. His back was ramrod straight, and his golden hair was long and unbound. He had an aura of icily keeping all comers at arm's length. This was just the way he was. Dixie. After reading the letter, however, a rare smile actually touched his lips. Linley didn't disappoint my little sister after all. Dixie, what do you think we should do? Dilla Leon asked. Dixie glanced at his father, then frowned. What do you mean, what we should do? My little sister has finally gotten the happiness she has been pursuing for over 10 years. Of course we need to celebrate. Dilla Leon and his wife hesitated just a moment. Father, Mother, I know what you two were scheming. Dixie said calmly. You must allow your vision to expand beyond the limits of mortal, worldly power. The true controllers of the destiny of the Yulan continent are still the likes of the war god, the High Priest, and the various saints. Dixie had to admit that his parents were rather short-sighted. Dixie, my beloved son, no matter how powerful Linley is, how can he possibly influence the Yulan Empire? Dilla sighed. After all, the root of our clan lies in the Yulan Empire. Dixie glanced at his father. Father, I must tell you something. You underestimate Linley. Oh? How so? Dilla Leon was a bit puzzled. Dixie said seriously, actually, this time before I returned, Master gave me an order. But Master? Ah. The High Priest. Dilla Leon's eyes instantly turned round. Good heavens. Ordinary people like them might never meet the High Priest in their entire lives. But now, the High Priest had personally issued an order to their son. They suddenly felt honored and glorious beyond compare. The High Priest instructed me and 2 of my fellow apprentices to go to the anarchic lands and be his representatives in congratulating Linley. Dixie said seriously. Dixie didn't understand it either. Why did someone at the level of the High Priest need to express such friendliness towards Linley? Especially since Dixie knew, the war god and the High Priest were on opposing sides. Linley was on good terms with the war god. Logically speaking, the High Priest should be on bad terms with Linley. But it seemed the High Priest actually wished to express friendliness towards Linley. The waters of the Yulan continent are deep indeed. Dixie sighed to himself. The imperial capital of the Yulan Empire. The Walsh clan. Milord, this is the letter of invitation from Master Linley, from the anarchic lands. The housekeeper respectfully handed a letter to George. By this point in time, George had already been appointed the successor to the clan leader possession by the Walsh clan. George accepted the letter. Third bro. I didn't expect that you'd end up with Delia after all. George began laughing loudly as he read the letter. The world plays jokes on us all. George still remembered how, when they had first entered the Ernst Institute, Delia would often go looking for Linley. But when George had seen Alice and Linley start to date, he had thought that Linley and Delia would never work out. Unexpectedly, in the end, after 10 years, the circle was completed. Linley and Delia had gotten together. The leaders of all the organizations in the Yulan continent which either had some relationship with Linley or were extremely powerful all received letters of invitation. After all, this wasn't just a wedding ceremony. It was also the founding of a kingdom. Naturally, they had to invite the leaders of the various organizations. Ever since Linley had entered the city of Black Dirt had begun to engage in a construction boom. By now, Black Dirt City, despite being territorially small, was extremely exquisite and lavish. Even the region outside Black Dirt City was beginning to engage in large-scale construction. Linley had invited many guests. Amongst the first group to arrive in Black Dirt City was Wharton, Nina, Uncle Hillman, and Grandpa Harry. In the governor's mansion. A scene of excitement and joy. Big brother, Nina and I have decided that from today onwards, we won't be leaving. We'll be staying here at your place. Wharton laughed loudly. Big brother, you've worked so hard to establish your own realm. How can we live a life of luxury and comfort in the imperial capital? We're embarrassed to do so. Linley was secretly overjoyed. He didn't actually have much free time to manage the kingdom. Most of his time was spent training. Wharton, I've been waiting a long time to hear you say these words. Linley laughed. Linley suddenly stared towards Nina's stomach, then looked at Wharton with suspicion. Wharton, it seems Nina's stomach has gotten a bit bigger. Can it be that? Nina and Wharton exchanged glances, then began to laugh. The nearby Uncle Hillman laughed as well. Linley, you truly are a saint-level expert. Your perception is truly amazing. Right. Princess Nina is already pregnant. Linley, you've fallen a bit behind in this area. In the future, you and Delia need to work hard. Linley and Delia didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Sister Nina, have you decided on a name for the child yet? Delia asked. Nina nodded. I have. Whether it is a boy or a girl, we are going to name it Sina, she-and-e. Sina. Linley looked at his little brother Wharton. Does this have some sort of special meaning? Wharton immediately began to laugh loudly, exchanging a knowing glance with Nina. Then he said secretively towards Linley, this is a secret between me and Nina. I can't tell you. Linley clapped his hands to his head. What? You are keeping secrets from me, your big brother? Everyone in the hall laughed joyously. Halfway through the event, Linley secretly pulled Wharton into a nearby flower garden, and the two siblings took a private walk. Big brother, what is it? Wharton waited for them to enter the garden before asking. Linley looked at his little brother. Probingly, he asked, Wharton, I've always been hoping that you would decide to come here and live with me. Now that you are here, I truly am happy. But, is Nina truly happy about it as well, in her heart? Don't make her do something she doesn't want to do. Wharton nodded. Big brother, Nina had a long talk with me. She decided to come with me, and in the future, when she has some free time, she'll occasionally go back for a visit. That's the only way, I suppose. Linley laughed as he looked at Wharton. Wharton, after the Baruch Kingdom is formally founded and Delia and I are married, I intend to directly coronate you as the king of the Baruch Kingdom. Linley was telling his little brother in advance, so as to mentally prepare him. Wharton was stunned. King? I've already named the kingdom Baruch. Naturally, it must be ruled over by the heirs of the Baruch clan. Linley had made this decision a long time ago. Wharton didn't decline. Fine, then. I'm currently only a warrior of the 8th rank. It should be 20 or 30 years before my human form reaches the saint level. Right now, there's not much of a point to training to gain a higher level of understanding. When I reach that level, I'll pass the throne down to my son, or perhaps your son, big brother. Linley understood what Wharton was thinking. Wharton would need to spend time training after all. But training and understanding the laws was something which required someone to be in harmony with and able to clearly sense nature, and to sense the various movements of the elemental essences. That required an extremely high level of elemental essence affinity. Generally speaking, magi had high levels of elemental essence affinity, but the same was not true for warriors. Their elemental essence affinity was not as high. The same was true for Wharton. Right now, he virtually couldn't sense nature at all. Thus, it would be extremely hard for him to gain any insights on the laws. But upon reaching the saint level, things would change. Upon reaching the saint level, one would have a much greater level of ability to sense the surrounding elements. Saints could clearly sense the elements and quickly increased their level of insight. This was the same reason why it was so hard for one to advance from being a warrior of the 9th rank to the saint level. Only a small number of warriors of the 9th rank had a high elemental essence affinity. However, supreme warriors didn't need any particular level of insight. So long as they could train their battle chi to a certain level, they would naturally reach the saint level. After spending 3 days in the city of Black Dirt, Linley and Delia left the city and returned to Mt. Blackraven and began a life of quiet training. As for Bibi, whenever he got bored, Bibi and Hera would go around the forest of darkness, slaughtering magical beasts. The light blue skies had a dark streak of light and a white streak of light flashing through it at high speed, heading in the direction of Black Dirt City in the Anarchic Lands. The black streak of light was Oseno. Today, Oseno was dressed in a long black robe with golden threads interwoven into it. His devilish purple hair flowed freely in the wind. By his side was a powerful middle-aged man dressed in a loose, long white robe. This powerful middle-aged man's body was an astonishing 2.5 meters tall. A height of 2.5 meters was virtually unheard of in humans. His long white robes fluttered in the wind, and his short green hair gleamed like steel needles. His face seemed to have been carved from stone, but there was an extremely faint seal located in the center of his forehead. The seal of a white flame. His body emanated an oppressive, heart-shaking aura. This person was the commander of the Zealots, Lord Lehman. The two flew together, side by side, as Oseno constantly explained about Linley and Bibi's combat tactics and abilities to Lehman. That's everything. Lehman, by now, you should have a good sense of the situation, right? How confident are you? Lehman glanced at him, his eyes flashing with light. His deep voice echoed forth from his massive chest, Oseno, that man and his magical beast are inferior to you in strength, but you were still defeated by them. However, that isn't surprising, your single-target attacks are not that strong. What you mainly rely on is the bizarreness of your doppelganger technique. As for me, I can kill both of them by myself. Oseno understood, as well, that his single-target attacks were relatively weak. But for Lehman, it was the opposite, his forte was in single-target attacks. Black Dirt City is up ahead. Oseno pointed at the city below them. Next to it is MT Blackraven. According to my intelligence, Linley spends virtually all of his time there at MT Blackraven. We should head directly to MT Blackraven. Lehman focused his gaze on the below MT Blackraven. Instantly, the two charged down towards MT Blackraven. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 21, The Laws of Light. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 21, The Laws of Light. Oseno and Lehman flew at high speed towards MT Blackraven, while at the same time, they spread their spiritual energy to encapsulate the entirety of MT Blackraven. Linley is at MT Blackraven. He's the one wearing blue. Oseno immediately said. Got it. Lehman's eyes were flashing with light, and at the same time, the energy in his body began to be roused. In Lehman's hands, a 3-meter-long longstaff suddenly appeared. Although it was a longstaff to him, to an ordinary person, a better word would be tree branch. However, given Lehman's size and 2.5-meter height, his massive hands could fully wrap around the thick longstaff, which had various mysterious runes carved onto it. That rat-type magical beast isn't there, but there are two other saints present, along with an ordinary woman. Could that be Delia? Oseno was rather puzzled. But for now, there was no need for them to overthink things. Boom! It was as though a bolt of lightning had blasted down. Lehman, staff in hand, charged down at high speed. He ignored all others, focusing on his target, Linley. Linley and Delia were currently entertaining guests. Desri and his wife. Desri and his wife had just gone to the Frost Goddess Shrine, and on the way back, they came to visit Linley and to offer him their congratulations. Just as the two couples were chatting happily, a terrifying surge of power descended from the heavens. The target, Linley. Out of the way. Linley's face changed, and he immediately pushed Delia aside. A surge of wind suddenly surrounded Delia, while Linley himself immediately transformed into the Dragonblood warrior form. His sky-blue robe was directly shredded into pieces, and the adamant and heavy sword appeared in his hands. A silver longstaff that carried boundless force with it had already appeared in front of his eyes. Whoosh! The air itself rippled and folded, as though space itself was being ripped apart. The silver longstaff smashed directly towards Linley, who sensed that he was facing a greater danger than he ever had before. He could sense that he had been totally locked down, with the surrounding space applying pressure on him. Linley! Delia, who had been pushed to the side, stared at him with eyes filled with terror. But just at this moment, a milk-white, gentle light appeared in front of Linley, appearing like a white silk cloth. That silver longstaff, which seemed to contain enough force to obliterate the entire MT Blackraven, smashed against the milk-white light and the white silk cloth formed from energy. The white silk cloth only caved in slightly, and the longstaff could no longer push any further. But the longstaff-wielding Lehman felt the rebound force, which sent him flying backwards before landing 100 meters away. Oseno also landed by Lehman's side, staring at Desri in astonishment. He knew that it was this person who had blocked Lehman. Who are you? Oseno spoke. Oseno, it's you. Linley's face became grim. Delia ran over to Linley's side. She was extremely worried. Right now, Linley and Desri were in the center of the lake, while Lehman and Oseno were on the shore. The two sides stared at each other across the water. The Radiant Church's forces? Desri frowned. Linley was secretly startled. Desri used to belong to the Radiant Church. He wouldn't still feel a degree of nostalgia for them, would he? At the same time, Linley immediately spoke mentally to Bibi. Bibi, stop messing around in the forest of darkness. Come back, quick. The Radiant Church's forces have come knocking. Boss, I'll come back at top speed. Bibi immediately replied. Linley carefully looked at Oseno and Lehman, especially Lehman, whose 2.5-meter tall frame was terrifying to behold and gave Linley a foreboding feeling. Just then, the one who attacked me was the big guy. That big guy is definitely not one bit weaker than Oseno. Delia, make sure you protect yourself. Linley whispered to Delia by his side him. Delia didn't dare to make a sound. She didn't want to distract Linley. Who are you? Oseno stared at Desri. This is the private affair between Linley and the Radiant Church. I hope you won't interfere. It seems that you, too, are a practitioner of the elemental laws of light. Today, if you step aside, it would be considered giving the Radiant Church face. In the future, we will definitely repay it. The proud and arrogant Lehman didn't say a sound. The technique that Desri had used just then had let Lehman know exactly how much of a threat this man was. My name is Desri. Desri finally spoke. Desri, it's you? Oseno and Lehman's faces both changed dramatically. Desri was a legendary figure within the Radiant Church. Long ago, the legendary Holy Emperor Ernst founded the Holy Union. In that era, Desri was the spiritual leader of the ascetics of the Radiant Church. His position was equivalent to the status of the current Lord Fallen Leaf. Oseno and Lehman exchanged glances. They both could sense the terror in each other's heart. They were facing a saint from the era of the legendary Holy Emperor Ernst. From then to now, one could simply imagine how much more powerful the person had grown. Lord Desri, I hope that you will consider the former affection and relationship between our two parties and not get involved in this matter. Oseno said sincerely. HRMPH. In your dreams. An ice-cold voice rang out from behind. It was the nearby Penslin. Penslin gave Linley a no-need-to-worry look. Hearing Penslin's words, the formerly nervous Linley felt a sense of gratitude. But Linley still turned to look at Desri. After all, the decision-maker here was Desri. What are you thinking about? Penslin said angrily as she saw that Desri was hesitating. As far as Penslin was concerned, there was nothing to hesitate over. Delia began to grow nervous as well. She looked at Desri with concern. Lord Desri, can it be that you've forgotten the kindness which Lord Ernst showed you in the past? Oseno hurriedly said. Desri hesitated for a while, but then sighed and said, I won't allow you to kill Linley. You can leave, now. Desri did indeed feel some degree of affection for the Radiant Church. Especially Ernst. In the past, the two had been as close as real brothers. Lord Desri. Oseno said frantically. This Linley killed 6 angels and shows no mercy to our Radiant Church at all. If he is allowed to develop, especially alongside those 5 undying warriors, the threat he will pose to our church is simply too great. Can it be, Lord Desri, that you are just going to watch as the church is destroyed by him? Desri frowned. I told you to leave. Desri's voice turned heavy. Oseno and Lehman glanced at each other. They had already made a decision. Lehman stared at Desri and said loudly, Desri, since you are going to be like this, we don't have any choice either. They now addressed Desri directly by his name. Lehman's body suddenly began to glow with a white fire, and a terrifying surge of power began to emanate from him, turning the grass nearby into nothingness. The silver longstaff in his hands flashed like a bolt of lightning. Zealot? Desri chuckled calmly. Oseno's body began to emanate with that black fire, and his body transformed into 4 Osenos. Lehman, I'll deal with this Desri. I'll hand Linley to you. Oseno felt that although he was weaker than Desri, by using his doppelgangers, he should be able to hold down Desri without too much trouble. Madam Penslin, I entrust Delia to you. Linley whispered. Don't worry. Penslin immediately pulled Delia away. Delia didn't say anything, just giving Linley a meaningful look. Linley felt his heart swell with the desire to do battle. No matter what, for Delia's sake, I can't die. Linley immediately stared coldly at Lehman. So what if your attack is powerful? Can you kill me with one blow from your staff? Linley's body began to be surrounded by that roiling azurish black energy. My pulse guard defense has already reached 152 layers. With my draconic scales protecting me as well, kill me in one blow? In his dreams, Linley felt confident in his heart. His profound truths of the earth was nothing to laugh at. At this time, I have to use my last, fallback technique. Linley's left hand gripped Blood Violet. At the critical juncture, he would have to utilize the terrifying baleful aura held within Blood Violet. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom could be heard as Lehman charged forward. At the same time, the four Osenos also emitted sonic booms as he charged forward to try and entangle Desri. Because of his sudden acceleration, the nearby wind began to howl, and stones were actually blown loose from Linley's stone house and were knocked far away, while the water of the lake began to rise in waves. How laughable! A clear sound rang out from Desri's mouth. Desri simply stood there in mid-air, while his entire body began to emanate a dazzling white light. Instantly, Desri transformed into the sun, and lines of white light shot towards all four of the Osenos as well as Lehman. No matter how fast someone was, they couldn't be faster than light. The four Osenos and Lehman were all struck instantly by those beams of white light. All four Osenos shuddered, and three of them instantly collapsed, while the last one blazed with that black fire, using it to resist the white light. Ah! Lehman let out a furious howl, and the seal of white fire on his forehead instantly lit up. Bang! Lehman actually smashed straight through Desri's protective barrier with his silver longstaff. Desri was extremely shocked. Before he had the chance to let out a second attack, Linley and Lehman exchanged blows. After having broken through Desri's first barrier, Lehman saw a pair of cold, dark golden eyes and a dark blue heavy sword. Lehman was startled. It's Linley! Not hesitating at all, he swung his longstaff down and smashed it hard against Linley. Linley didn't hold anything in reserve either, attacking simultaneously with his adamantine heavy sword and his blood violet long sword. Die! Lehman howled with rage, a fierce look on his face. The seal of a white flame on his forehead became even brighter, and the silver longstaff in his hand seemed to have created ripples in space as it smashed down against Linley with terrifying force. Linley instantly activated the baleful aura hidden within Blood Violet. Linley's dark golden eyes suddenly contained a hint of red, and his consciousness immediately became filled with that familiar scene, the boundless sea of blood, with skeletons and corpses of various species littering the place. Corpses of 10-meter-tall giants covered with scales and two horns on their forehead. White skeletons that had a hint of strange gold tint. All of the corpses and skeletons had the aura of at least a saint, and some were even more terrifying. Ah! Lehman suddenly let out a wild howl. That terrifying baleful force penetrated his consciousness. That baleful aura that belonged to an incomprehensibly powerful expert caused even the likes of Lehman to quail in fear. Even the white flame seal on his forehead shook, and the longstaff in his hands naturally weakened. Bang! The silver longstaff and the adamantine heavy sword clashed. Profound truths of the earth, 152 layered waves. Linley's adamantine heavy sword was smashed so hard, it was knocked back towards his own body. When that terrifying force struck his pulse guard defense, the energy of the defense immediately sprang up, but a terrifying power which he had never before experienced still was able to break through the defense. Linley was knocked back flying. Linley! The distant Delia grew frantic. With a somersault, Linley landed on the edges of the lake. He flashed Delia a smile. Don't worry. I'm fine. As he spoke, Linley forced down the blood that had risen to his throat. Seeing the shattered draconic scales on his chest, Linley couldn't help but be secretly startled. If just then, he hadn't used the blood violet long sword, he probably would have been deeply injured and collapsed. Lehman was still standing in mid-air, a hint of blood leaking from his mouth. His gaze was clear now. Bastard! Lehman let out a furious howl, once more smashing down against Linley with his silver longstaff. HRMPH. A cold sneer could be heard, and a translucent ripple that could be seen by the naked eye emanated forth from Desri's body. In the blink of an eye, it struck against Lehman. Lehman's massive body trembled, and then collapsed down from the skies. Splash! He sank directly into the lake. The two of you, don't force my hand. Desri's face had turned grim. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 22, The Four-Sided Gathering. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 22, The Four-Sided Gathering. Such powerful spiritual energy. He is able to cause injuries from a distance with it. Lehman wasn't able to resist at all. Linley was utterly shocked. No wonder the war god said that Desri and Fane are two of the 5 prime saints who were at the doorway to becoming a deity. They only need to take that last step. They are simply too strong. Oseno no longer dared to move. His heart, too, was filled with terror. Burst. A human figure charged up through the water. It was Lehman. Lehman, at this point, obediently flew to Oseno's side. His face was exceedingly pale, and he stared at Desri with a hint of dread in his eyes. Desri looked at these two men with furrowed brows. You know that in the past, I was the leader of the ascetics. You should also know that I am a Grand Magus Saint. Oseno and Lehman exchanged glances. Grand Magus Saints specialized in powerful spiritual energy, especially this sort of expert like Desri, who had trained for millennia. When using his spiritual energy, he was on a far higher level than his good friend Hayward. In terms of spiritual energy or in understanding the elemental laws of light, Desri was at the absolute limit of power a saint could reach. With one more step, he would become a deity. Lord Desri. Oseno once more addressed Desri as Lord. Oseno still remembered the information regarding Desri in the scrolls of the Radiant Church. He knew that Desri had been on extremely close terms with the legendary Holy Emperor Ernst. Lord Ernst worked all his life to raise up the Radiant Church. He founded the Holy Union. He let the Radiant Church rise to glory. These 5,000 years, we have never given up and never stopped working hard. Oseno's voice was very low. Desri frowned. In his heart, he didn't feel much affection for the Radiant Church. But, he felt a great deal of guilt towards Ernst. Ernst was like an older brother to him. His older brother had indeed labored on behalf of the Radiant Church his entire life, and in the end, he had gone to the divine plane of light. But Limley, not only is he himself a Dragonblood warrior, he has a younger brother and 5 undying warriors under his control. He also has that magical beast, Bibi, who is no weaker than him. Oseno looked at Desri. In a few decades, that means he will have 7 peak stage supreme warriors and a terrifying magical beast. If they were to attack together, our church would be finished. Lord Desri, our church would be finished. The life's labor of Lord Ernst would be destroyed. Oseno's voice caused Desri's heart to tremble. He still remembered the help and affection which Ernst, his big brother, had given him. Linley, Penslin, and Delia were standing together. Penslin sighed softly to Linley. The only person Desri feels guilty towards is Ernst. He must feel very torn right now. The Ernst Institute got its name from Ernst. Linley naturally knew much about Ernst as well. A sigh could be heard from Desri. Desri stared at both sides, then said in a bright voice. How about this? Both sides take a step back. Consider it giving me, Desri, some face. All right? Take a step back? Oseno and Lehman stared at Desri in confusion. Linley was mystified as well. Both of you, come to the center of the lake. Desri said. Linley trusted Desri, and so with Delia's hand in his own, he flew to the center of the lake. Oseno and Lehman also quite obediently flew to the center of the lake. Linley and Delia stood on one side of the massive central boulder, while Oseno and Lehman stood on the other side. Both of them were on guard. What is Desri planning? Linley frowned. Desri smiled calmly. I know very well that there is a deep grudge between the two of you. How about this, in the next 20 years, the Radiant Church is not permitted to kill Linley. 20 years? Oseno was unhappy. Lord Desri, 20 years later, Linley will be at the saint level in human form. Even if we wanted to kill him, we wouldn't be able to. Unfair. Unfair. Shut your mouth. Desri had a hint of anger on his face. Oseno's heart shook. He suddenly remembered at this moment, it was Desri whose words counted. This requirement is the same as asking the Radiant Church to take a step. As for you, Linley, I also wish for you to take a step back. Desri looked at Linley. Lord Desri, pray tell. Linley said. Desri smiled apologetically. Oseno's words are true as well. Linley, you yourself aren't a major threat, but combined with your little brother and those 5 undying warriors, you represent a force of 7 supreme warriors. That is indeed capable of destroying the Radiant Church. Thus, I want you to agree that from today onward, if you want to seek revenge on the Radiant Church, you have to do so by yourself. The others, including your magical beast, cannot. Hearing these words, Oseno and Lehman both let out a sigh of relief. What sort of place was the Sacred Isle? That was the headquarters for the entire Radiant Church. They had a huge pile of angel saints, and the likes of Heightens and Lord Fallen Leaf. And given that the sacred owl was also protected by some large-scale magical formations, anything short of a deity would definitely die if they attacked. Do you understand what I intend, now? Desri looked at the two sides. Our side, within the next 20 years, is not to act against Linley. In exchange for Linley only being allowed to seek revenge on his own? Oseno laughed calmly. I can agree. If we can't even hold you off by yourself, then there is nothing I can say on behalf of our Radiant Church if we are destroyed. Oseno agreed easily as well. The Radiant Church wasn't afraid of Linley. They were afraid of the entire group of people behind Linley. Linley, how about you? Desri looked at Linley. In his heart, Linley was rather unwilling. Exterminate the Radiant Church by myself? Linley still knew his own limits. A church which has existed for 10,000 years, that's no easy task. But to reach the deity level, even Caesar spent 5,000 years. The legendary war god who reached the deity level in a short time period actually was simply fortunate enough to find a divine spark. If it was just based on his own abilities, who knows how long it would have taken? Linley frowned. Linley. Desri spoke again. Oseno and Lehman were both looking at him. Linley suddenly turned to look at Delia by his side. Linley's heart trembled. No matter what, I can't let Delia come to harm. Linley made up his mind. He immediately said to Desri, the Radiant Church is not permitted to attack me within the next 20 years, fine, but there's one more clause, they are forever forbidden from harming my family and friends. Fine. Oseno hurriedly said. Linley looked at Oseno, a hint of cold light in his eyes. He secretly said to himself, by myself? Although I might not dare to attack the Sacred Isle, but if I ever meet you people traveling alone, can't I kill you then? If you want, then just stay inside the Sacred Isle forever, . For the sake of his family and friends, Linley chose to accept this compromise. Oseno and Lehman both let out secret sighs of relief. After all, Desri was on Linley's side. They didn't have much support here. In the middle of the lake in MT Blackraven, Linley's side and the Radiant Church both accepted this treaty. If in the next 20 years, Linley comes to attack us, we will counterattack. If he dies due to our counterattack, we cannot be blamed. Oseno hurriedly said. Linley sneered. HRMPH, don't worry. I don't plan to play word games with you. Linley suddenly laughed loudly. If in the future, someone like the war god leads experts to attack the Sacred Isle, I'll also seize the opportunity to go. I cannot be blamed in that situation. That naturally wouldn't be your fault. Oseno shook his head. If the war god wanted to destroy the Radiant Church, most likely the Radiant Church would have been finished long ago. After the two agreed to the treaty, Delia suddenly said, then what about the territory in the anarchic lands? Will saints take part in the battles? Saints? Oseno frowned. Indeed. The Radiant Church had a large expanse of territory under its control in the anarchic lands, and Linley did as well. If the two came to a fight, once saints got involved in the battle, then perhaps before the 20 years was up, Linley and the Radiant Church would come to blows. How about this? Desri spoke. Mortal, worldly battles, saints are not to be involved. Desri looked towards Penslin. Madam, go find Okasi, Aoku 11, of the Cult of Shadows. Tell him I need to speak with him. We'll wait for you here. Fine. Penslin nodded, then flew away immediately. Okasi? Who is he? Linley frowned as he asked. Oseno said, Okasi is the elder judge of the Cult of Shadows Tribunal. His position is equivalent to mine in the Radiant Church. He is also the general supervisor for the Cult of Shadows in the anarchic lands. Linley nodded. In mortal battles, saints are not to participate. Linley, dare you accept? Oseno stared coldly at Linley. Barker and his brothers aren't saints in their human form. They should be able to participate in battle, right? Linley asked. Of course. They are just 5 warriors of the 9th rank. Oseno said disdainfully. Linley, in terms of the numbers of experts of the 9th rank, you are far from being able to match our Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows. Linley smiled confidently, not paying any attention to him. Delia. Linley held Delia's hand. Right now, he was still in dragon form, and his hand was covered with scales, but Delia didn't mind at all. She looked at Linley, and in a soft voice, she said, Linley, thank you. Delia knew that Linley had compromised for her sake in part. Linley didn't say anything. After all these years and having suffered so much, Linley had learned something. Sometimes, a single mistake caused by being unbending could cause someone to suffer a lifetime of regret. The occasional compromise that allows one's loved ones to be safe also allowed one to pursue revenge with even greater ferocity. What, I am unable to eliminate the Radiant Church by myself? Linley secretly said to himself, in history, has there ever been a supreme warrior saint who was also a grand magus saint? When his power reached its utmost peak, Linley would prepare to challenge the sacred isle. Even if he wasn't able to destroy it, he should be able to escape with his life. A long time later. Boss. A black shadow streaked towards him at high speed. BB. Linley felt delighted. BB hopped directly onto Linley's shoulders, then stared angrily at Oseno. This guy came again? It's fine now. Linley said. HRMPH. BB sneered coldly, then said mentally, Boss, don't be afraid of these people. In the Forest of Darkness, I made friends with a few saint-level magical beasts. All of them are really powerful. When the time comes, I'll ask them to help out and deal with these guys together. Saint-level magical beast friends? Linley stared at BB in astonishment. When Linley trained, BB would often go have fun in the Forest of Darkness. Unexpectedly, he had actually made friends with saint-level magical beasts. Right. They are all quite powerful. Haru's race is normally at the 9th rank. He just barely broke through. His power amongst saint-level magical beasts is just ordinary. But these friends that I made, like Big White, he is a thunder-winged white tiger. The big guy, he is a golden behemoth. Or Big Snake, a 9-headed serpent emperor. Linley was utterly speechless. How could saint-level magical beasts make friends with other saint-level magical beasts so easily? Right. One of the saints is also a rat-type magical beast. BB chortled. Linley was startled. A saint-level rat-type magical beast? Unfortunately, he's male. BB mentally said with resignation. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. As they mentally conversed, he asked, what does that saint-level rat-type beast look like? Is he like you? No, BB shook his head. That saint-level magical beast is all purple. He's quite handsome. However, he treats me quite well. He even gave me many precious, delicious things to eat. BB's face was all smiles. Linley secretly sighed. A purple saint-level rat? The books had no record of such a creature. It seems the books were incomplete. But boss, all of those friends of mine are very arrogant. They only became my friends after fighting with me. BB's face was covered with a delighted smile. Just at this moment, 2 human figures streaked through the air at high speed. One of the 2 was Pensland. As for the other, it was a man covered in a long black robe. It should have been Oseno's counterpart in the Cult of Shadows, Senior Judge O'Casey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.